to the planet Earth. The Earth in relationship to that object. It doesn't change because we're only moving at whatever 200,000.
Who's moving?
Who is
The
moving?
Earth is moving at like 200,000 miles an hour, or whatever it is.
Who proved
Wait, you
that?
So
said the Earth?
we're in one
when
temporal
you say the
dimension.
Earth, do you mean? Well, listen. When you say the Earth, do you mean the ground under your feet, or the depiction that you have in the math equation?
No, I'm talking
saying
about
the Earth
imagine
being this thing.
imagine
You're talking
imagine
about the theory.
space being still.
Let's not
We are
imagine.
traveling
Let's
through
try,
space at a
let's try
certain.
to not. Let's try to not imagine.
And what dimension do you think the sun is in?
It's at the same temporal dimension as we are because it's moving.
You
at the
just
same
said it
speed
was
as us.
different, though, didn't you?
No, I said the photons coming off it are different.
So the
Different
light's in a different
temporal
dimension?
Temporal dimension.
Well, temporal dimension means time dimension, right?
Yeah,
So it would be in a different dimension?
yeah, temporal dimension. Yeah.
If it's not sharing the same time, does it disappear to us?
No, it's not in the same time frame as us. It's in a.
You just said
It's
it was
an
in the same temporal
infinitely-
dimension.
No, it's in a different temporal dimension. We are moving slower than a photon through space. So anything that moves faster than the Earth or slower than the Earth is in a different temporal dimension than we are.
Does that mean it's traveling through time?
Yeah, it's traveling through time at a higher rate or a slower rate, depending on the speed.
Are you moving now in this moment with the Earth?
No, yeah, we're moving through space. So anything that moves
Okay.
through space is at it.
Okay.
Is
How will
traveling
how
through
will how will it look like if we are stationary?
If we're stationary, we would be experiencing zero time.
Zero time.
Yeah,
What that mean?
it means
Nothing
we'd all
would
be
move?
stuck.
Does that mean
We'd all be
nothing would
stuck.
move? Would
Yeah, nothing
It
would
means
move.
Groundhog
At
Day,
zero.
man.
Nothing will move.
Nothing will move through time.
The only thing that doesn't experience time is light.
Remember, space and time are both the same thing. So if
Yeah,
if you're moving zero, if you're moving at zero speed through space, you're experiencing zero time.
If you move the love into hate, and spread that, I don't know what will happen because you're now speaking about concepts, man. If you take the space, if you take the time, that's
No,
concept,
it's true,
man.
dude. Einstein proved it to be true because if you look at it like
Einstein
if
proved
you
to be
look at
true.
like satellites and stuff, they have to measure the time differently because they're moving through space at a different rate than us.
It's interesting.
They're moving
right?
through time. Space and time are both the same thing.
It's interesting that we have gone back 2,000 fucking years to a time before people did not believe in science. First, people hate vaccines, then they call flat Earth all this. Like, fuck's sakes, why is it that the flat Earth community is like, oh, we don't think the moon is flat, we don't think the fucking Mars is flat.
No, man. Okay.
No, let him get it off his chest. Maybe he'll feel better. He's doing his freak
This
out.
dumb fucking brain rot living in the year 2000. How about this? I will find the way to invent.
Okay, take a breath. Okay, you will get your say. Just be functionally normal about it. That's it.
No, I think he needs a moment to freak out, and then he'll become normal.
But isn't it funny how guys like that come here claiming that we're the schizos?
Yeah, it's called the cope.
Yeah, he doesn't even
I'm
know.
not gonna lie. The flat Earth is kind of crazy because
Does it
you
make
have
you
to get
angry,
rid
dude?
of all the evidence.
Okay,
Like,
so
do you not believe in time?
All right, that's
what we'd be talking about.
It's a lot of ADD going on right now. We were just about to let this guy have his spaz, so let's just get that going.
But do you think the whole what we've been talking about, like time and all that kind of stuff, do you think it's just all bullshit, or what? Do you?
Okay.
Yeah, no, we're letting you do it as well.
I have a question.
You're not spazzing about it, but no, we're not believing the shit.
The Earth is flat. Why is my dick round?
Maybe it will work like this. If you find out the position of these people, you ask them, they will tell you, and then you can make conclusion about these people, what they are believing about flat Earth and everything. But first, if you can listen the position of these people, maybe you know, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's wrong, that position. Maybe you will say they believe in flat Earth because somebody told them. No, that's not the reason. You can find out the reason and you relax. Why you people believe that Earth is not a sphere? They will tell you, and everything is all right.
Okay, so let's give Ice a chance to start over. Okay, welcome to the channel, Ice. I heard, like a rumor, you got some things you want to get off your chest.
No, not to get off my chest. It's simply brain want to
Before I
believe
start
that.
crying again.
It's just simply brain want to believe the Earth is not fucking around. Like the evidence has proven it time and time again. Evidence has proven it. Even Flat Earth Scott the ever spent $80,000. Very fair.
That means
They proved it.
that means
They proved it was not.
I again tried to help you.
Yeah, just
Can
one
you-
second. I
can
just
you-
wanted to mute him just because a couple of things I wanted to address before he carries on. First of all, you guys were talking to Slappy Love. Do you see how like emotional he is about this subject?
Yeah, both of them are. But the plan right now is to let them
No, but
get
Slappy
it
Love's
out.
nowhere near as emotional. Like Slappy Love is actually engaging in the topic, whereas I Speak is just coming in, doesn't even care doesn't care what's being said to him. He's just here to like call us names and be really like cringe and cry about things. Like, I Speak, dude. If you want to have a conversation, don't Gish Gallop. Make a single point and then wait for the rebuttal. Otherwise, I'm just going to leave you on mute.
I am literally not even being emotional. I'm simply telling you that 2,000 years of history have proven this. Flat Earth.
Literally
Yeah,
not
so
even
the
being
whole Gish
emotional.
Galloping
More
thing-
emotion.
Yeah. So there's this Gish Galloping thing. Basically, what Gish Galloping means, seeing as you didn't seem to give a shit, is when you make, say, 5, 6, 7, 8 weak points all in a row. Oh, he's left. I'll make the point to Slappy Love anyway. When you make 5 to 10, say, like, really weak arguments all in a row, without actually allowing a critique of any of those points. The reason being that you're amassing... It's a psychological tactic. You're amassing all of this fake evidence, and you don't want any of it to actually be critiqued, right? So that's why he was doing that, and that's why there's no point talking to someone like that.
So he said that 2,000 years ago. So time proved the Earth is a globe. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's
2,000 years ago.
Jesus right there. 2,000 years of New Testament. The 2,000. I mean, it's undeniable. You just slap a sticker.
You guys, I'm guessing all you
They
guys live
finally
in
started to progress when they killed Jesus.
You
Like,
guys all live in different. You guys live all in different continents, don't you? So,
I live in the
how
same
about you
country as
look up
you,
in the
so-
sky tonight, and then you see, for example, it'd be very easy to look at the moon, for example, and you could see
The moon?
the different phases of the moon from different places. If you all take a
Oh,
picture
shit.
tonight,
When you look to the
Wait,
moon,
hold
do you
on.
look up or do you look down?
Well, you
Which one
missed
is-
it. He said different spots of the Earth have a different phase of the moon.
yeah. So, for example,
Oh,
no.
Bro,
Oh,
No,
shit.
no.
This guy's
Yeah,
a
of course they
joke.
do.
Oh my god.
You don't really know the model very well. I suggest
Yeah.
you do that. Okay, call up your friends today.
Slappy,
No,
you're
no,
an idiot.
just do at the same time. What I'm trying to say, sorry, when I say different phase, what I mean is everyone take a picture at the same time. Say, okay, in the next hour, we're going to take a picture of the moon wherever you are, and you'll see that the moon is at the horizon at different points. So it'll be
It
in
has
different
been
points
done.
of the Earth.
Yeah, there's a whole
Does that
group
make- does
called
that make
Under
sense?
the Dome Photography that does this all the time. They take same time photography of the moon. But you know what they
why
don't
you
do?
Why don't you do it now?
But you know what they don't do? They don't then say this is their proof of the flat Earth. If you're looking at the moon, that's a moon, dude. That's not the Earth. Like this is quite amazing how your proof of the surface of the Earth is everything but the surface of the Earth. Like look at that moon, look at that phase of the moon, look at that sky magic thing. Look at all these things other than the surface of the Earth as your
And
proof.
and if you want to look at the Earth, then we're gonna draw it on a. Then we're gonna look down on a drawing as
Hold on, I'm
one
just
of
trying to
those
think.
things
I'm
in the
trying to think about
sky.
it.
And this is the Earth, right? You're gonna
I think
depict the
proof,
Earth
it
as
wouldn't
part of
matter.
those things in the sky, as being next to the moon, as part of one of these things in the sky, right? That's what you're gonna do.
I think thinking about it, actually, I think you guys are right. I don't like if you all took a picture of the moon and it was in different places. I don't think it would make a difference because you could say that's still on a flat Earth. Actually, thinking about it, you could just say that the
Hey,
moon.
you
the
made
size
it.
of
Now
the moon.
we're on the same page. I mean, you.
No, but the size of the
now
moon.
you're
you're,
reading from the same
you're,
point.
you're showing some intellectual honesty in that statement. Yeah, you're starting to put, like, if you're going to argue with flat earthers, you have to be able to put yourself in their shoes. You have to be able to visualize another paradigm of thought, and you're doing that in that instance. That is like literally a big step, because a lot of people just can't get beyond, what they've been taught and told and everything else. They can't get outside of their own bookends.
The moon looks upside down.
I'm just trying to think of a way we could do it. It's actually really complicated when you think about it, actually.
Well, what's funny about that is that I would say somewhere around like 80-90% of the arguments that are brought to us actually work the same in both paradigms.
So the moon's upside down in the south.
If anyone's in the southern hemisphere, if someone's at the southern hemisphere and someone's in the northern hemisphere, if you both take pictures, you'll see the other side of the. You'll see the moon, for example, being upside down. So in the southern hemisphere, on a flat Earth, you wouldn't. On a flat Earth, it should be the same.
On a flat Earth, you would. If you were, like, think about it this way: we're both in the same room, and I've got my back to one wall, and you're looking at me with your back to the other opposite wall.
Okay, yeah, no, I get it. No, you're right.
Use a sphere analysis.
Oh, this is why the flat Earth is really good. Okay, I'm starting to get it now. Hold on. I'll come up with something else.
No, look, don't listen to Matt Nuclear. He doesn't understand this purposefully, and he's trying to stop you from understanding. But yes, these are two different ways of looking at the same phenomenon.
Ooh, someone is getting it. Be careful, Globies. Someone is getting it.
No, it's just I'm still don't believe. I'm just trying to think of a way I could prove it.
No, it's not about belief. It's about you realizing that.
We don't expect you to believe that fast. But look, the anti-flat earthers, the guys that are in here most of the time arguing with us, they don't want anybody understanding our side. Like, and when you start to understand their side, they're threatened.
Yeah, and that's why we have to often mute them, because they'll come in emotional, like, "Yeah, man, I speak there," and just start calling us retards, and it's just like, yeah, that gets old. That gets old real quick. Imagine if you had a belief that you earnestly believed and you understood pretty well, and the only conversations you had with other people were them calling you retarded. You would.
Okay, hold on. I've got one. So the North Star.
I haven't finished. Were you listening? Were you even? Because I was talking to you, dude.
Right,
and I was actually halfway through asking you a question. So if you ain't listening, then I don't know why you're here.
Okay, I'll leave. Bye.
Brilliant. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to make him. Well, I didn't make him leave at all. He left of his own accord, but.
Are they all gone now?
I don't know, man, but it's like, wow, get told off for not listening.
I want to hear a good freak out. I'm like in the mood for just a complete spaz.
I should let ice pick go.
Hey, this guy, we just had a freak out. My bad. This guy just realized that the globe is nonsense and reality makes sense. He's like, oh, reality makes sense, actually.
I want to see if dogs can follow a logical sequence here.
And then he had to leave?
Not yet, because I wanted to ask Trigonometry Man something.
Okay.
So don't you find those last two interactions a bit strange? Like, neither of them were even 1% open to the idea, but they came in just to kind of call us retarded.
No, I see that happen all the time, because both of them were obviously didn't understand anything about, well, anything really. They were kind of like just making shit up as they went. I don't know.
Yeah, because like they're not even explaining the globe model from you guys' point of view.
Exactly.
Either.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
Like, why do they come in here so confident when they don't even know anything?
Well, maybe you guys should correct them a little bit and just say, actually, I'm a glober and you're retarded, so stop being retarded.
I did. I told him, I added him. I said, why do you sound so confident on stuff you don't know?
Millions and millions of people see a globe on TV, therefore globe.
Yeah, but the
Yeah, but it's
globe-tard is retarded. So how can a globe-tard believer call someone else retarded? I don't get it.
I did.
Oh, fair enough then. If you called him out, that's like that, because that's one of the biggest issues I find on the globe side is that
I
you
call
guys.
Scott out. I call Scott out. I call every other glober out all the time. I'm not.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not really criticizing you for that, but it's like
Yeah.
a general problem on your side. It's like these guys will say these very stupid things, and then because I'm a flat earther, they just won't believe me, right? But you know they're stupid as well, and you're a glober. So they're making you guys look stupid, and I don't know why the more, let's just say, seasoned globers don't do more to correct the more idiotic ones.
I don't know, because they just hope that if you let it go, no one will notice. But I noticed.
We could do way better in that regard too. Like I know too often I let somebody slide saying some stupid flat Earth bullshit from 2015 that, like, if I
Haunts
do
you.
jump in, all of a sudden they're gonna the globers are gonna be like, oh look, like we got infighting, ha 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 ha, whatever. Is you're almost better off just letting it slide sometimes, like, and come in and fix the damage later.
Oh,
No,
Matt
well,
Just
I
mute him.
disagree with that because
Just mute him and
Yeah,
change the conversation.
yeah, I mean that's true. I disagree with that though, Lou, because like there's two things to say there. First of all, like the idea that we are like a new movement, and we're obviously going to get things wrong because we're not backed by millions of pounds every day's worth of research, means that we're naturally going to have more. It's going to be rough around the edges on. Like our ideas are going to be rough around the edges anyway, just by necessity, even if they're correct. But the other thing is that you have to bear in mind that the globers are going to criticize you anyway. So it's like, oh, there's infighting. Oh, that's bad. Infighting is bad. But also, if we all had exactly the same opinion about everything, they would say that we're all just parroting each other.
We're a cult.
So you're a cult and all this other shit. So you're going to get criticized anyway. I would say don't hold yourself up to the globe expectations because they're coming in to criticize. They don't have your best interests at heart, so don't even bother listening to it.
I see, like, for me, I'm fairly well known for coming in and doing that anyway with flat earthers, but if I do it too much, all of a sudden flat earthers don't want to have my back anymore. They find me to be a nuisance. They want me banned. They want me gone.
No way.
So
I think it's good if you're gonna pull them up on their bullshit. I like that. I only ban you if you start talking about other crap.
Yeah, you can unmute that.
I've had no issues with you. Like, yeah, you've been good there. It's just you got to understand, like, there's always a group mentality too, and like there's a lot of people who stick to the old shit, like, because a lot of people, honestly, I think, and I'll come right out and say it, at least half of the flat earthers are fucking idiots, just like the fucking globers. Okay, they're just following along and playing with the script, the shit that they learned in some fucking video that they're parroting, and so on and so forth. And they don't want to be corrected. Or maybe it comes from their religious point of view or whatever else. Like, they take offense to somebody disagreeing with them, and they will gang together, and they'll have the numbers, because I'm one who's willing to stand on my own, but I can only do that for so long, or like they will win eventually.
How do I better assert my dominance over my fellow globe earthers? Do I just keep calling them out, or?
To be honest, it's not even fair to call out I mean, it's fair to call them out, but it's not. You can't even hold a grudge against them because people join in here to troll, especially when they don't really know anything.
No, I mean stuff like Scott too. Like, Scott can kind of be a little slow sometimes.
Scott. The problem with Scott is a lifelong street drug abuse. He's doped. He's like.
Are you guys calling out people who are dumb that come in here? Because I'll leave.
Dude, there's no doubt about it. This is the internet. 90 some odd % of people are dumb.
I don't think that's how that statistic works. I would say 50% are below average and 50% are above average.
No, when someone who can connect,
no. I don't, dude. I'm not looking for averages. Average is stupid.
People who are smart enough to connect to a Discord channel to install Discord, they're already functionally somewhat normal. I mean, there's people out there who they will not be able to handle this. This is outside their skill set. I mean, just go down to like your major city and just whatever your main street is, and just look at people there like pissing in the street, drinking a 40 in a brown paper bag. That guy or gal, they don't really know how to even cross the street when the light turns green. Okay, so there's a lot of people out there who are very outside, what you would consider to be even below average intelligence. So for globalists to come in here,
even if you're going for average intelligence is dumb as fuck. Like seriously, like you don't need, like if you're gonna weigh conversations on averages, then you're gonna be stuck talking about fucking like whatever happened on whatever reality show and shit like that. Like dumb ass shit. Like we're looking for better than that. We like, I want to be in the 80 percentile at least.
You don't want to talk about the latest episode of Survivor?
Maybe geometry is problem, because we are looking for people who knows geometry, and there is a lot of people who doesn't know what geometry is. And it's so simple, and nobody wants to look into that. They want to look into some pseudoscience, I don't know, speed of light, that, this, then, but geometry is simple, but nobody wants to speak about that. I don't know why.
Yeah, but sir, I play Geometry Dash, so like, checkmate.
Yeah, I had all A's in math when I was in school. I don't know why.
Does something to numb their mind once in a while, just because you do something that's low,
No, it was a joke. It was a joke.
Yeah, Geometry Dash is a joke. It's like one of those mobile games.
Yeah. I was saying I know geometry because I play a mobile game. It was a joke.
Can you measure the sphere?
Can I measure a sphere? I think I can.
Yeah. That's it. You can measure the sphere. You go measure the sphere. If you measure the sphere, you will get results. If you don't measure the sphere, you don't have the sphere.
What sphere am I measuring?
Whatever you want. For example, you can measure the sphere of basketball. You measure it, and you will find out that it's not so big ball. Then you can measure bigger ball than that, and then you can go to the Earth, and you find out the Earth is that size. The geometrical horizon, it's 1 foot, observer height, it's 1.22. Everything is written on internet. And then, okay, I'm listening this heliocentric model. I want to go now and measure this. In reality, I know the math, and then you check it. And if it's curving, it's there. Geometry.
This is a red herring for my Geometry Dash argument.
For me, it was like when I first time realized, like, and I knew it, like, oh my God, the Earth is so big. How much is big? Then I put the numbers 3,959 miles, still big, for my God, it's still big. But when I read that things about the geometrical horizon of 1.22 miles, why so near? My God, that is not possible. I check all the math. No, it is there. It must be there. And then, okay, it must be there because this is that sphere. This is like that basketball, only this size. It's not small ball. It's bigger ball with that dimensions. And then you check it in reality, and then, my God, but there is, you see 10 miles, 20 miles. Jesus, what is happening?
Yeah, but like, if I was to put a nail in that basketball, for example.
Yeah.
I was, oh God, Scott's here. And I was looking over on the basketball on like, I don't know, 2 millimeter observer height. The horizon would be a thing on that basketball, but as long as that nail is tall enough, I'm still gonna be able to see the nail. The horizon is like invariant of like how far I can see.
Yeah, on that basketball, you can. Sorry about that, but you cannot compare, for example, your view from the basketball with some kind of needle, whatever you put. You need to be that in that perspective. But you can put that size, like Earth size. You can do with the math. I think it's not 2 millimeters. You need to put more or less. It's 0 point something, for sure. If you want to compare that size of the Earth and radius and everything, with the putting some. If you understand me, whatever you want to put on the basketball,
Is there? Do you have any
2 millimeters? 2 millimeters on basketball is too high. That's too high comparing. Like Earth and radius 1.22 miles.
Do you think is
But
there
you
any
can,
measurements? Is there any measurements that you like have that are consistent with the Earth not being a globe?
yeah. For example, I will tell you this. I took a picture from one island in Croatia to another island in 2011 on my holiday. And
Not far away.
2017. It's about from I don't know exactly. It's from 20 to 30 kilometers.
Oh, it's not that far.
Yeah, but I see I see the shore.
You see, wait, where were you standing though? I mean, like 30 kilometers.
On the beach. Maybe I'm 3-4 foot above the sea level.
Okay, so you're
But
3 feet above.
but that's 2011, picture. I will come to the flat earth 2017.
Mm-hmm.
Then they will speak about Black Swan, other observation, that stuff. Then I will look in my holidays, pictures, and then I will see that I have pictures, showing the shore of the island. What should not be there should be covered.
Why should it be covered? What like math did you do that said it should be covered?
1.22 miles.
1.22 miles. What? 1.22 miles. What?
With 6 foot observer height 3 miles. That means about 5 kilometers, not 20.
Are you saying to the horizon?
Yeah.
You know that you're like.
No, what he's saying is listen.
Okay, no, don't white knight, please.
The formula that is from your side.
That's just for horizon.
To the horizon. The distance to the horizon formula is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's based off of a radius that is given to us of 3959. Okay,
I know. I understand.
We're talking about the geometrical function of the size of the ball. So.
Yep. And the horizon, your vision doesn't end at 5 miles. The Black Swan, what was it like? The horizon at that height ends at like 1 mile or 1.2 miles. The horizon, as long as something is taller than the hidden height beyond that horizon,
we're not talking about seeing any rigs or anything like that in the Black Swan. We're talking about the distance to the horizon.
All right, yeah, and the horizon is just a geometric point. Like you're not.
You're right. The horizon is an optical point, and in your model, yes, it would be a geometric point. It would have to be at 1.22 miles if the camera view was from 1 foot above, which it was.
All right, so what is?
Can we reference for this guy where the 1.22 comes from?
Why does this always happen?
Calm down, bro. Calm down. Can we maybe give you a reference for where the 1.22 comes from?
No, I know where it comes from.
That
I believe you. No, I believe. I know the formula. I believe you that the horizon should be at 121, miles. It is at 1.21 miles. I'm not denying that.
No, it is not there though.
But how? How did you determine that? Because you
see horizon, there are oil rigs, and you see the surface. In this case, water. That in this case, ocean, and you see the surface, that ocean behind the oil rigs, and that surface is making horizon somewhere behind.
Yeah, that ocean water is just refracted up to be in level with
No, that ocean water, it's real behind the oil rig, and
How do you
know
know?
that.
How do you?
Because the oil rig. Listen to me carefully. The oil rig is in the oil rig is in the water, man, and the water behind what you see on the video, it's a real water.
Proof that it's not refracted up, just like how the cranes are all bendy from refraction.
I will stop to speak if you tell me this. That on oil rig video, that Black Swan example, that water, that what we see behind the oil rigs, are you saying that is not physical real ocean, that it's something, some phenomenon?
It is physical real ocean, but it's just refracted up. So like the photons that are
That,
bouncing back into the cameras.
what that mean? It's real physical water, but it's I don't. That's double speaking, man.
No, it's not.
No,
Anything that reflects or emits light is physical.
Is it that real surface, real water, real ocean?
Yes, water is real, but it doesn't mean that it can't be refracted by, or it can't be refracted up by.
Then if it is real, then it's real.
Do you not know what physical means?
Show the conditions that can do that.
Yeah, do you know what real physical thing is?
Okay, are you saying that when I put a straw inside of a cup and
no, I'm telling you the ocean behind the...
Hold on, let me speak.
No, don't make me
because I'm trying to explain it to you. I'm trying to explain it to you. If I put a straw,
let him go because he's gonna bury himself here. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me bury myself. All right. If I put a straw in a glass and I see the straw appear to bend, are you telling me that the straw is now not physical because it's refracting?
I'm not speaking about straw and the glass.
Okay, so just ignore what I said. I know. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm ignoring what you said because we are speaking about the surface of the Earth. Is it spherical or is it flat? In this case, we are speaking about geometry.
Yes, it's spherical.
Spherical. Okay, why is not curving in the...
straw is still physical, but it's not where you're only seeing its apparent position. And that is our point in the Black Swan, is that that the horizon is not a geometric function of a glob Earth, right? That instead it is an artifact of the atmospheric conditions. Okay, it's an optical apparent location, not a physical one.
But look, tell me this: what is horizon? Is it made by the physical surface and the sky, or phenomena, some kind of I don't know, whatever you want, and the sky?
It's made by the surface, or it's actually not even really made by the surface.
Okay, great.
It's not even really made by the surface. It's made by the apparent, or it's made by the height of the observer, because the horizon is just a point where your eye level or your horizon level, eye level, intersects with a point on the globe, right? Like I'll send in the picture again. I posted this like thousands of times.
Yeah, on 1.22 miles.
It proves that the horizon is not the falling edge of a sphere.
How? But okay, all right, hold on. Here you go.
It proves it's optical, not geometry. That's the thing. What you could do, you could say that it's a function of X and then tell what that X is. You would be refraction or some other effect. You're seeing the physical leading edge of the curved sphere, but not that. You're seeing something caused by that.
All right,
this is why almost done. Okay, this is why Christopher Columbus got it wrong. He said, "Hey, look at my math. I ran the numbers. I timed these boats out. I watched them disappear, haul down, and it happens all like roughly at the same rate. If I use this mathematical formula, I can sail west and end up in the east." And at first, people in Italy are like, "You're a reject. Okay, this is completely stupid. There's an endless ocean out west. It never ends. So you'll go to the end of the world. The Earth is flat." And eventually, he got people in Spain to buy into his bullshit, and he ended up in the Caribbean. And since he was not a very worldly or educated person, he just kind of said, "These are Indians." And that's how, that name in America, what they call Native Americans, what they're called Indians, it's stuck all this time, all based on someone completely brain farting in observation and trying to use it to tell you what the surface of the Earth is.
All right, I really do enjoy the American history lesson.
Oh my god.
But What is stopping the apparent position of the water behind the horizon from refracting up to appear?
Did you post this diagram?
Yeah,
I'm still on that horizon thing.
Okay, can you do me one favor? Can you draw all these lines on the Black Swan example?
Draw all the what?
All these lines, what you draw on diagram, can you draw it on the Black Swan example?
Yeah, or even easier than that, just listen to the history lesson and don't repeat the same mistakes that were done in 1492.
All right, just because it's a mistake to you doesn't mean it's not is objectively right. Okay, you know.
Okay, so you think Christopher Columbus was right? He had calculated the size of the Earth, and he was going when he landed in the Caribbean that he was actually.
It was just some like weird.
He landed in the West Indies.
I didn't really understand what.
He landed in the West Indies, right?
I already have
so
to
you're
deal with,
repeating.
I already have
the
to deal
same.
with like 4 different flat earthers talk to me at once.
Okay, you're repeating the same mistake
as well.
No, the problem is you're not listening. You got a lot of questions, but you're not listening to the answers. So here's a worldview, a adjudication you can use. You can use either A, what the flat earthers told you, is an apparent position, not a physical location. Or you can use B if you pretend and just wave a magic wand and say that is the physical leading edge of a geometric sphere. Then don't do that because Christopher Columbus did that, and he made lots of mistakes.
All right, the horizon is dependent upon the observer site. That's all I'm saying. It doesn't change based on refraction indexes or anything.
But then you would be wrong. You would be wrong.
You're wrong about that, yeah. Have you not seen the skunk bay footage?
All right, I will draw the horizon on this image. It's wherever 1.22 miles is. That's the horizon.
Wow, they can't accept this photo of this image right here. This is killing them.
Yes, have you not seen the?
Oh my God, they're going crazy. They're going rabid.
Yeah, no. Well, I started talking and then
100% accurate.
Yeah,
and
Vince decided to talk over me, they get muted. So anyway, sorry, trigonometry man. I was talking, but Vince is rude. So, what I was saying is that have you not seen the Skunk Bay footage?
Skunk Bay footage? I don't believe I have.
Yes, there's footage of someone who's just put a camera over Skunk Bay and the horizon just moves wildly throughout the day due to refraction. But regardless, I mean, you've got an issue anyway, because if you think in this image that the horizon is 1.2 miles away and it's appearing at 10, 20, 30, 40 miles away, then you have to explain that, and you can't explain it through geometry.
I can explain it through refraction, though.
Yeah, but you just said the refraction doesn't change where the horizon is.
Yeah, it doesn't change where the physical horizon is, but like if things are lifted above, like if it lifts the water behind the horizon slightly. Hold on, if it lifts the water behind the horizon slightly, it can appear to just have a ever cascading water behind it, right? Like if you lift something up, it'll appear to keep on going if it's something like the water.
Can you define a physical horizon, please?
Using the formula, you keep on repeating 1.22 miles square root observer height, right?
No, I didn't say mathematically describe it. I asked you to define it.
It's just where your eye line of sight through from your eyes intersects with the Sagitta of Earth.
No,
maximum bullshit.
That's the horizon.
Yeah,
that's the horizon. What you just use the term physical horizon as distinct from horizon. So how do you define physical horizon?
That is the physical horizon.
No, it isn't. That's the horizon.
All right, I'm still explaining the horizon. I'm just explaining it the way that you don't like.
No, you're just using words that are incorrect to describe something that is actually defined by another word.
What it's at your eye level? I don't know.
Physical horizon isn't a term. You just want the horizon to be physical because it's part of your worldview.
I use the term physical because it doesn't change based on anything other than observer height. So like, it's physical in that it intersects a physical point. It intersects a physical.
But it does. So then you don't have a rebuttal to the Black Swan.
Yeah, I do. I already explained it.
No, because you just said the horizon only changes with observer height.
Yeah, and I'm still agreeing with that.
So, did the observer height increase in the Black Swan?
No, can I repeat what I was saying again one more time?
Fantastic. So
Can I
that
repeat?
isn't the only thing then, is it?
Yeah. So no, it is the only thing. So can I repeat one more time what I said? Just real quick, if you can bear with me.
You're just not eyeing yourself at this point.
No, can I just
No, I
repeat myself
can't.
one more?
I'll
I
be
can't.
honest. Like you've given me the only variable that affects the horizon distance. So are you making? Yeah, but I just say your claims. So you've made the statement that the only thing that affects the horizon distance is your elevation.
Yes, and can I explain how that doesn't have anything to do with the black? Like, can you just bear with me? Like, you can call me an idiot all you want. Give me like 20 seconds of your time, please.
I know what you're trying to say already. You're trying to say that there's a physical curvature that doesn't change.
No, I'm
and
not.
then
That's
it's
not even what I'm saying.
refraction that changes.
No.
Well, it's
please.
going to be. I promise you. But anyway, go on.
All right.
Well, I bet you £100 you say that.
All right. So the water behind the mathematical horizon, the 1.22 miles, even if it's refracted slightly up, the water behind it, not the horizon is still at 1.22 miles. As long as the water's apparent height changes, it's going to look like it's connecting to the horizon. Like it's going to look like it's continuing onward. The horizon is still there.
So do you think that the horizon is occurring and then you can see water above the horizon line?
I guess you could explain it that way, yeah.
So then how do you define horizon?
You define it mathematically.
Are you
No,
high?
you don't. You define it quite specifically like this. The line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. So it doesn't say there that water can be in the sky. It's the line where the water and the sky appear to meet is the horizon. You can't drop the horizon below the horizon and have two horizons. You can't have two horizons.
I never claimed that there's two horizons in the image.
Well, you did, because you said that there's a mathematical horizon at 1.2 miles, and then there's an apparent horizon where the sky and water appear to meet. So you've got two horizons.
No, I only have one mathematical horizon, and that's just like water.
So now you're just ignoring what I said. So I said that you have two horizons. One mathematical horizon at 1.2 miles away, and one apparent horizon where the sky and earth and water appear to meet.
Yeah, he's claiming that the only horizon is the mathematical one, whether you see it or not.
Yeah.
But the other one is a horizon because it's where the sky and water appear to meet.
All right, so I guess you can say that there's two horizons if that makes you feel better, but I'll stick to math.
Look,
stick to defining it.
There is only one horizon, and it's the optical one that crypto is describing. The mathematical one is the one that presumes the globe math.
So then, if we're trying to debunk a sphere with a radius of 6,371 kilometers, right? Then we are presuming a globe. So why can't I also presume a globe to support these, observations? We're both presuming a globe with the Black Swan.
If I present to you an animal and it doesn't have fur,
yep,
or claws, can you tell me what kind of animal it isn't?
No.
Really?
Well, I can tell. I guess I
You
can tell
can't
you
tell
it's an
me
animal.
that an
I guess I
animal
can
that
tell you it's an
doesn't have
animal
fur or
without.
claws.
It's an animal without fur or claws. That's all I can say.
It can't be a cat, can it?
It could just be a maimed cat. I mean, I don't know. It could just be a hairless cat with no claws.
Right, but it's probably not a cat, is it? Because cats have those features.
Normally, but I mean, are we going? It's just be a
Wow.
maimed hairless cat,
You-
right?
Right, so other than maimed hairless cats, if I'm presenting you an animal and it doesn't have those features, it's not going to be a cat, is it?
I mean, if you tell me that it's not a cat, then I would say it's
It's
not
a
a
yes
cat.
or no question, bro. It's a yes or no.
This is just a stupid hypothetical. I'm sorry.
Nukes don't exist. Go outside.
Aw.
Nukes don't exist. Go outside. Go the fuck outside now. Nukes don't
Okay.
exist. Go outside.
Cool. So anyway, obviously what I'm trying to lead you to is that you can look at certain characteristics of a thing, and if those characteristics are missing, then it can't be that thing, obviously.
Hence the Black Swan.
No, but you're saying, well, you're assuming the Black Swan, the globe during the Black Swan, therefore I can do that too, and it proves a globe. No, what this is saying is, if that is true, then these geometric necessities must be there, and if they aren't there, then that thing can't be true.
I would say it doesn't prove or refute the globe. It's like a.
Of course, you would say that.
Yeah, of
That
course
doesn't
I
mean
would.
that's true.
All right. It doesn't mean that you can just pick and choose which horizon you want to use in this instance to be the one that we're going to be basing this whole thing off of, right?
The irony.
No,
You're literally inventing
there's
horizon.
only one horizon, and it's the optical one that you see in whatever given observation you're taking.
So if it's
The
the
one that
optical
you keep
one,
talking about, when you talk about another horizon that you don't see, it's one that you're imagining based off of your presupposition of a globe.
so then what's this
Exactly.
1.22 miles then? So like, we can throw that out the
That
window
is
then. Let's get
where
with
the
the globe.
geometric horizon should be.
All right. So what's the difference between a geometric horizon and a physical horizon? Can you explain, or a optical horizon? Just so I can make sure I'm
I
right.
don't know how you're not getting this. If the Earth was a globe of those dimensions, then the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. But because we know that the horizon is optical and not physical, it is where it is.
All right. So at
This isn't hard to
1.22
understand,
miles.
bro.
No,
Listen,
all right,
listen.
yeah.
Stop saying two horizons. There is only one horizon. Just,
Yeah, I was about to.
even if you don't agree with me, just can you repeat that so I know it's possible? There is
What?
only one horizon, and it's optical. Say that.
No.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm done. You can have fun if you want.
But okay, so at 1.22 miles, there should be nothing beyond it. Like that's like it. Am I wrong? Is that what you're trying to say?
No,
There's only
everything
one
what is high you
horizon,
can still
and
see,
it's
man.
optical.
Oh, jeez.
Dependent on the observation being made in the moment. It's where the sky appears to meet the ground or the sea. It appears, it's apparent, it's optical. That is the horizon. Every time, no matter what.
Well, this is optical too, though, because you're also like I said, the water is just refracting up beyond the horizon.
No,
Okay.
the horizon is where the water appears to meet the sky. It doesn't go up or down over the horizon. The horizon is that location. The
But what
horizon
if that?
cannot refract over the horizon.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the water is just making it appear like there's another horizon when there isn't. There's only one horizon in this image.
If there's not, okay, you just said that in this image. Okay, great. In any image, there's only one horizon, correct?
And there only ever will be. Yeah, there's only one horizon ever.
Okay. So there will always only be one horizon. So now you can stop saying which horizon. or like when you talk about geometric horizons, what you might as well say is the supposed edge of the Earth, edge of the globe,
the leading edge. Yeah.
Right. It's not visible. It never will be, according to your side.
But what I'm trying to explain is that, like, I'm agreeing that there is only one horizon in this image.
Now you are.
I never didn't. I was trying to use the geometric horizon to explain that there is still one horizon in this image. I was never trying to say that there is, like...
But you were trying to explain that the optical horizon, the one that we see, the actual horizon, is somehow loomed up over the geometric horizon.
Yeah, that's still... Yeah, but there's still one horizon, which is the one where the sky appears to meet the sea, right? What you were trying to say. But appears. It's apparent. In this instance.
And that is the point of the Black Swan. Do you get it now?
I get what it's trying to say, but it's a faulty...
The horizon is never the leading edge of a sphere. It is an optical, apparent place where the sky and the sea meet, dependent on atmospheric conditions.
Thank you. Yeah. So the horizon can't be refracted up, but the things behind it can be refracted up, right?
In fact, if you look at the definition of refraction, like according to Andrew Thomas Young and so on, like refraction is, when it comes to looming and shit like that, it's something that that happens either above or below the horizon. Never does it say that the horizon itself can be loomed or anything like that.
I've never claimed that either. All right. I'm opening up Paint. This is getting real now. The last time I opened up Paint, I did the Polaris thing. This is... Oh boy.
Hey Trig.
Yes, sir.
Can
you
I
got the patience in the state, man.
Trig, can I share something right now? Because I'm the exact same thing you're going to do. I think I already have done.
All right.
And that's what, if you want to follow along with me and see if you think this is what you're going to say.
All right. So you've been following along. You think I'm being logical, right?
Yeah, you guys are just using terms in a different way, and I want to see if I can.
Dude, why can't you just allow him to have the conversation with Lou and see where it goes?
Hey, no, Alpha. This I've had
actually, I like the way it was going with Crypto. I hope he didn't drop.
Yeah.
I was just jumping in for a minute there, but
I think Lou was on a good point though. Like, why sandbag it, Scott? Like, you don't have to do that. Just
Alpha, hold on.
That's why, Alpha.
Dude,
you answered your own question. That's why.
I'm
This is stupid, dude. Like, let you have.
No,
your
you know
own
what's
mind.
stupid? You know what's stupid, Alpha? The fact that I have to deal with 4 other, like...
You don't have to. You're dealing with Lou by yourself. You and Lou were having a conversation. Nobody was interrupting. And here comes Scott.
Crypto will be finesse it. Okay, yeah. I'll continue as much as I can, but like I know Crypto can actually like hit the harder points even better. Like
I guess my only thing was that you were just talking with him. There was no Scott or anybody else coming in, and every one of us backed off because of that. Nobody else was jumping in. It was just you and him having a conversation. That's all.
It was going well. Yeah. Like
So look at Scott in the text. That just shows you what he wanted to do. He just wants to put his big old foot there, and he's going to take 10, 20 minutes, and then he's going to take more time, and then you're going to have a conversation with him instead of that guy. So I know how it works. Just relax, Scott.
I mean,
you can talk in a little bit.
All I'm really doing is hitting home, like making sure, because this is one of the things that QE actually criticizes flat earthers for, is like when the Black Swan conversation comes up, flat earthers are easily distracted and derailed from the point of the observation. And I've been just trying to drive it home to like the fact that of its real roots, its real point, like instead of getting, red herringed into a side topic, right? Right?
Yeah,
so, yeah.
I'm saying you're doing swimmingly. I just continue just a normal conversation with him. That's all. Like, and Scott doesn't have to chat. He can wait until you guys are done, and then he can talk about whatever afterwards. That's fine. Go ahead, trigonometry.
I don't even like being in here when Alpha's in here because he just does this bad faith stuff. But we'll continue, Lou. I know
He didn't do anything, okay? He's just trying to keep the conversation going the way it was going instead of allowing it to be derailed by somebody like Scott Mackey, who really doesn't deserve any time other than what we allow him.
Sounds like I walked in on the tail end of something.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Greetings all.
It's a warm welcome for you, isn't it?
Actually, Jedi's here too. This guy, I know I can lean on him if I need to. Friggin', let's go. What did you have?
I completely lost my train of thought from that, Alpha. Thank you very much. You're a great guy. All right. I'm trying not to draw a triangle, you know.
Yeah, because you can't make a triangle on a globe. Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, trigonometry, Arthur. It's very hard for me. All right, so this is
spherical triangles are not triangles. You know that, right?
Spherical trigonometry is a thing anyway, but
it is a thing. It is a thing, but they're not triangles. You do know that, right?
They are triangles. Yes, they are. Their angles add up to 180 degrees. What is a triangle, but not something that has three sides and it adds up to 180 degrees of all the interior angles?
Three straight vectors, 3 straight lines that equal 180 degrees.
No, it's just three.
With an interior angle of 180 degrees. Yep.
No, total interior angles of 180 degrees.
If you want to do
4-8-4-1
a soccer ball or a basketball or something, something that you know for a fact is measurably a ball, be my guest. You know, if you want to talk about like navigating the surface of a basketball and draw some spherical triangles, you can do that. But you have to prove that it's a ball in the first place, which is easily done with a basketball. You can't do it with the thing that's already in contention, the Earth.
I need to use a bigger brush size. Oh, there we go. All right, red is the refracted water. This is way out of scale too. Like it doesn't even have to be this much. Black is the optical horizon.
Are you doing the Soundly thing? What is this, Vince? Wait, no, who is this? Red, black.
This is trigonometry, Arthur.
Yeah, I thought so. So what are you showing? Oh, are you doing a stream or something?
Yeah.
I'm not looking at your stream.
Why not?
I just never do.
Well, okay. So, do you want me to like send a picture to you
Yeah, put it in the chat
when I'm done with my masterpiece? All right.
What's your masterpiece trying to show?
Oh
no, sorry, I'm looking at Scott Mackey shit. Do apologise. I'm looking at the wrong one.
I gotta put labels in here so no one gets confused. You know.
This is awesome, man. Did you go to art college?
I did actually.
Okay, doesn't show. Whilst you're doodling about, can you explain to me what you're going to try to show?
That you can have something that looks like a horizon that's not the horizon.
You can have something that looks like the horizon but isn't the horizon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Optical illusion, I think, is the term.
You can think of some instances where what appears to be the horizon isn't actually the horizon. I can agree with that happens sometimes.
I don't know, man. Use the Force or Jedi.
Okay.
Alright, it's done. Behold. The Black Swan destroyed.
How?
I don't know, just look at the side talk.
I am. Dude, I've been watching you for the last minute or so.
Alright, so
Oh yeah,
optic
unmuted
horizon
me.
is the black line. Refracted water makes it look like there's
Oh, he's pissed now. He unmuted me.
Wait, what?
What?
Yeah. Is this what we were
Yeah.
going with, Scott? Is this something along the lines of what you were trying to do before you got interrupted? When you were
Oh yeah, Vince does that. He just interrupts everyone because he's rude.
No, I didn't say Alpha interrupted. He raged really hard.
Muted.
I did.
Alpha came in and raged really hard. No, he didn't do anything of the sort. You just clearly have a thing against him.
I do,
I'll be honest. I'm not always I'm not always in agreement with some of the way that he moderates things, but you clearly have a bone to pick with him, and
I do.
because he didn't do anything of the sort.
I do have a bone to pick with Alpha.
Yeah, no one cares. Just stick to the subject matter.
I agree.
Cool. So you've drawn two boxes which are supposed to be your rigs. Above what you've said is the horizon.
Yep.
That's lovely.
Yep.
What's this proof though?
That you can have refraction can lift things above the horizon, or above the horizon, I guess, but not above. It's
It
parallel.
also proves that trigonometry man has very poor art skills.
It does, yeah. I don't have good art skill.
One of your boxes needs to be smaller than the other. But I'm just being picky.
Actually, that is true. The
cheaper.
other one should be smaller since the one on the right is supposed to be closer, right? In the Black Swan.
I think the one on the left-hand side is smaller because it's further away. So the one on the right is bigger, because it's closer. Yeah.
Damn it, Jedi.
I'm sorry, I'm just being picky. I know. Doesn't change. I mean, you've just slapped down a couple of a couple of squares and some red and some blue, and gone, there you go. Woohoo!
Yeah, that's a question I have. If you say the moon is not is
No one's making a claim about the moon though.
Bye-bye, Vince.
I actually unmuted Vince because
you were bored.
I was bored basically. Then instantly regretted it.
Fancy events.
Is he gonna say that? Was he gonna immediately strawman us into saying that the moon is flat?
Yeah, probably. I used to think left lane was pretty bad, but Vince is like left lane 2.0. He's like way thicker than left lane.
Thick meaning stupid. If you didn't get the reference.
Yeah, sorry, thick means like really stupid, like really stupid.
Dense.
Why is Scott Mackey muted by the way?
Because it's Scott Mackey. Do you need to ask any more questions?
He'll bring up something about theodolites to be completely wrong, so we mute him all the time.
Theodolites.
Yeah, that's Scott's like shtick. It's theodolites, right?
Reciprocal zenith angles. All hail the reciprocal zenith angles.
Scott doesn't even know anything about theodolites. He's just literally piggybacking off of Jesse Path of Light's shit.
Yeah. LARPing. LARP Earther.
Scott's a LARPer.
He is. He is a LARPer.
Poor Vince. Poor Vince. So, for anybody who was questioning what Vince was actually going to say, you can read it within literally the first line. So, if the moon is flat, has anybody here made a claim?
I knew it. Yeah, I knew it.
Yeah. But the thing about Vince is that you'll directly rebut that and he'll just ignore it, and then you'll say, so Vince, you know that we're saying that it's not flat, right? And then he'll just carry on as if you hadn't said that.
Are those triangles I see in the side chat? Hold on.
Fucking love triangles.
I do too.
Oh shit, you are trigonometry.
Really? Really? How much do you love triangles?
I love triangles so much that I literally changed my nickname on the server to be Trigonometry Man.
Oh, cool. Yeah, let me pull something for you.
All right.
Hey man, there's a song by Alt J, British band, where he's like, triangles are my favorite shape. 3 lines where, or 3 points where 2 lines meet. Whatever. Anyway, that should be a theme.
All right.
If you love triangles that much.
Yeah. Listen to that clip and tell me what you think of it. It's only 9 seconds long. It's about triangles.
What is this? Wouldn't you do? What? Why does this sound like Jedi if he was like 12 years old?
Oh,
That's funny.
dude, it's not funny. It's
No, I said
Jedi.
Is it?
Dude, that's clearly. Dude, listen, bro. It's clearly.
Why does he sound?
Go ahead.
Why does he sound so quiet and like soft? Okay, there's no way that's Jedi.
Because he's trying to seduce. He's trying to seduce the Glober into the way of the triangle.
Oh wait, really? Really, Jedi? Is that you?
Does it fucking sound like me?
I don't know. Maybe
No.
I don't know. I'm confused. Is it you? You have to tell me because I can't decide for myself.
No.
Okay.
The denial, Henry. But look, the way it went down was Jedi was either really sleepy or just woke up or something. And he had like bedroom eyes and bedroom voice. And he just couldn't resist talking to a Glober. And the Glober was like, you know, man, those triangles. And Jedi was like, let me seduce you.
The actual fuck is going on?
I don't know. We're having fun.
Did you listen to the clip?
I think somebody's about to have sex with a fucking triangle.
Yeah.
Doesn't it sound like that in the clip, though?
Hello, everybody.
All right, Jedi.
My name is Jedi.
Fuck off. Talk like that, you arsehole.
If we're gonna have a triangle deathmatch, then we need a third person to complete all the angles, right?
Oh.
Well, I mean, you'd probably need Trigonomenonite Man of Mystery then.
Yeah, but we need one more person. We have Trigonometry Man, we have Trigonomenonite Man of Mystery. Who do we have next? We need 3 people for the 3 angles.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point, actually. We need someone else.
These 3 people, do they all have to be straight, or can one of them be bent?
I would
They're
say
all
they either all have to be bent or they all have to be straight.
Well, they'll be
Ooh,
bendy
no.
after I'm done with them.
You can't have a triangle if they're not all straight.
Yeah, you can.
No, you can't.
Yeah, you can. This is where.
Show me a homosexual line.
Okay. Do you know what an octant of a sphere is?
No, I asked you to show me a homosexual line.
Wait a minute. That doesn't work.
Exactly. Therefore, all lines are straight.
Yeah, but octant of a sphere. You have three right angles on a sphere, and it's still a triangle.
But what? Yeah, I mean, but I'm not talking about that, am I?
All right, so we're questioning the sexuality of lines right now, and I bring up a mathematical description.
Evolved. Wow.
Yeah.
Sorry, I made this a shit show. I apologize.
Yes, my friends, what we're witnessing here is that you've been struck by a smooth triangle.
Okay, that one was good. All right, Scott, you're unmuted now. I want to see the thing that you were trying to bring in until you got struck by lightning.
I kind of want to go thunderstruck now, actually.
Can't right now. I'm in the middle of making pasta.
Really, Scott? Come on. Is that water level in your bowl that you're cooking the pasta with? That's what I thought.
Not when it's boiling, no.
It's not boiling yet. It's level.
Hold on, did he just say pasta?
Yeah, he did.
Are you boiling a religious leader?
Oh.
Right, I got a survey question. Does anybody here like the idea of cricket flour?
That sounds like a globalist ploy to
Perhaps.
Eat the bugs.
I mean, if somebody wants to, it would be filled with protein and shit like that. So if somebody wants to, and if they can make it tasty, I'd be willing to try it. But like being forced into eating crickets, not down with it.
All right, let me change the question a little bit. Let me change.
But crickets are majority crickets are majority chitin. They're not even protein. I'll go on.
What a freaking scam, dude. But anyway, let's just say for hypothetical, that they could make a protein-based flour that you could actually make pasta out of, and instead of having carbohydrate-based pasta, you had a protein-based pasta. Now, would you eat that?
I'd be willing to consider it. Yeah.
Just put like whey protein powder in the pasta while you're making it, and there you go. You got protein pasta.
Especially like crickets in the wild are like they eat nasty shit, but if you had them lab grown and all that stuff, like this is like some of the selling points that they tell you on this stuff. Like if these were like clean crickets, I would at least try it. I wouldn't be opposed to trying it.
Yes, but have you watched Snowpiercer?
I have seen Snowpiercer, yeah.
Now, are you aware that Snowpiercer is a sequel to Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory?
I did not know that, no.
Now you do.
Okay, I'll have to think about that.
Now, if you're doubting me, just look up on YouTube Willy Wonka.
I know. I actually, right off the bat, I see some similarity. Actually, like.
Wait, man! If that's what? So, the chocolate factory, all the Oompa Loompas go freaking extinct, and then they hop on a train that basically has to.
It just goes in circles forever, at high speeds.
and it has the letters WW.
The only time you can. Oh, that's true. Yeah,
I know, isn't it? Uh-huh.
Wilford, whatever. But it's funny. The only time we get to wave to anybody is when we go around in a spiral, and you can wave at the other people because the train's so long. It's a bad series, and it's not a bad movie either.
the similarities that came to my mind right away were like some of the way like the people were dressed, like the fashion and shit like that. Like it did look similar, sort of, to Willy Wonka.
Yeah. So has anyone ever tried to cook pasta before?
Pasta? I don't know. What's pasta?
So you put a pasta in the pasta, and you cook it all up.
Damn, do you roll it up or like fold it over or something? Like, is it like a calzone, like filled with pasta, or what?
Well, he's talking about a clergyman.
Yeah.
Is that like a bread sandwich?
No, it's a pasta, and you're putting a pasta in the pasta.
Oh, chop up like an actual pastor into the pasta?
Yeah.
Pasta?
Oh,
Sounds like a
pasta.
Yeah, pasta.
Oh, pasta. Okay.
It's
You
the
ever
gayest
tried like?
word.
It's too bad no females chimed in because then we could have used the pun that didn't get past her.
Ah,
Hey.
that'd have been good.
Oh, a good one.
That reminds me of that meme where it was like, there's a guy with a balalaika eating in a balaclava eating baklava and oh, shit. I'll have to find it.
Yeah, so we're all wondering, what does this conversation have to do with the Earth being flat? And the answer is nothing. Kind of like what the things in the sky are doing.
It's fine. I think we're doing great.
Do you think you'd be able to defend that the things in the sky have nothing to do with the ground, or is that just an assumption?
What, dude?
I would say that the things in the sky could have something to do with the ground, but
what?
No. Hold on. I'm not done. They could, but from what you know, you could never determine whether or not they actually do have anything to do with it. So like if the Earth was a sphere, you could see this, like, your heliocentric model. But you cannot prove that it is in fact correlated.
So it's just the same old, we can't prove things.
No, I would say that if we can agree that the things in the sky are physical, which they must be considering that they emit or reflect light, which is a property of physical objects, that they have to follow the laws of perspective and how things should appear to others on a set.
Yeah, there's a lot of what ifs involved in there. Like, so you started off with if they are physical. Like, you would also have to know their sizes, their distances. You would have to know that in fact we are on a spherical Earth. You would have to have measurements of that and a way to prove it. Like all of it is a what if. It's a what if on a what if on a what if on a what if.
Well, the only what if I really did was, it wasn't even a what if. I mean, it is true. Only physical objects can reflect or emit light, and the things in the sky. I won't even say that they're objects yet. The things in the sky reflect and or
you
emit
can
light.
get light from things that are not physical.
Like?
Well, I mean, eventually it would root from something physical in any testing that we've done. But like,
The northern light.
if I were to reflect light off of a mirror, and have a shiny, bold, shiny freaking light there that you are looking at, like,
Hey,
you're
Lou.
only looking at a reflection. You're not looking at a physical object itself. Like, or you could say that the mirror is a physical object, I suppose, in that case. But you would from your point of view, you would be unable to determine that.
Well, then that means that there would have to be like a some sort of surface or even a medium that it's being put on, like the image of the light on the mirror is being put onto, which means that they're
Test 1 2 test. All right, so the thing that you can see that's light that's not physical is the northern lights.
All right,
it's not coming from something physical, so
yes, it is
that's
actually
something that you wanted to. That's
Well,
no,
well,
it is.
they actually, I
It is.
agree.
That's a worse.
I
That's a worse
actually agree.
point.
Like,
That's
according
a
to
worse
what they're
point to
saying,
use.
like if it's electrified plasma and shit, like the plasma, or the particles in the sky that are being illuminated, like they are physical. They're gaseous or plasma. They're not like solids.
Well, but
Yeah, but
no, they are.
when
It's
we say
elemental. They're elements. I mean, that's what the northern lights are. I mean, it's the like excitation of charged particles, right? So that's even that I would not have used the northern lights as an example because that's something that's even more physical than say a
yeah, but when can you point to where can you point to the northern lights at any given time?
what? Huh?
Where are the northern lights at any given time?
Depends on solar wind and such.
Okay, so depends on something else. So they're not there by proxy of them being there, automatically being there. Because they're not there, they have to emit their light. So how does that emit its light if it's not there before?
But it is a physical object that's emitting light.
Okay, so if it's physical, that means it doesn't go away. It's there, it's gonna be there, it'll be there always. So why is it not why are the lights not there at sometimes and sometimes they are? Go ahead.
Because solar wind. So the element.
Okay, so then that means they're not
Let me finish
there.
the sentence, Alpha. Let me finish the sentence. This is why I don't like talking to you.
The gases are always there. It's just whether or not that they're being energized to illuminate. Like
That's the problem. Yeah, the problem we're having is are the northern lights, the lights that we see, are they physical in the sense that we're saying gases, like as we can say they're physical, that's fine. But are we saying that gases are lights?
Gases
Are
can
gases
emit light,
like
yes.
No, gases are the medium
Are they
in which
light?
you can see the light.
That's correct. If we're
Once gas is excited and energized to a point, it becomes
correct.
It acts like plasma and does emit light.
Right, but what we're saying is the light that's being emitted, like that we see from the sun, it's there, right? We all see it. When have we not seen the sun?
Nighttime.
It's
nighttime.
All right,
yeah.
so we're giving the light that's emitted from northern lights the same properties as the sun. But how do we know that if we can't compare the two?
The sun
You understand what I'm
is
saying?
normal,
Well, that's the
not
that's
the
the
normal
difference.
light
That's
either. It's a
with the northern lights versus sunlight. Like
it's a nuclear
sunlight is
reaction.
a view of the sun, whereas
That's why it burns.
northern lights are not said to be because of any reflection of the sun or anything like that. It's energized particles that are self-illuminating.
The origin of the light is over the Arctic, not in the.
So the original point was that only physical things can create or have light reflect off them. So saying that because there's a reason why the photons emitted by the northern lights move about, like solar winds can stop photons from reaching Earth perfectly, then therefore the thing's not physical makes no sense. So do you agree that only physical things can emit and reflect light?
Say again, what's the premise?
Solar winds don't stop photons. Solar winds are just a whole bunch of matter being ejected by the sun due to a magnetic band snapping or breaking, causing a coronal mass ejection, which can emit as much matter.
Those terms again.
Well, this is actually, I mean, it is an interesting topic where he's saying, like, do you admit that only physical things can emit light? And I would say that it does require something physical in order for you to see it, but it's not that the light isn't there. Like, this goes back to what I was saying earlier, which is, I mean, I heard it from Witsit, and I don't stand necessarily by it, but it's a very interesting way of thinking about things. Like, if the light
is always there. It's just a matter of it being turned on or off. You know, like if the circumstances are there for it to become visible light. You see what I'm saying? Like there's visible and invisible light. The light's always there, but if it's energized, then it becomes visible.
But that makes no sense. That's like a completely unique set of physics. So, like, what we're trying to do is say that, like, everything that we know about in nature, in physics, in chemistry, and everything has to be a physical thing that either reflects light, or it has to be a physical thing that generates like light, that creates photons, puts photons off from the
electromagnetic field could bend the trajectory.
Do you guys agree with that?
This is true. Hypothetically, if you were to create an electromagnetic field strong enough to bend the light around the object, you would absolutely render the object invisible, because you need light to refract off of the object to make it visible. So if you're bending light due to magnetic fields completely around the object, the object would remain completely invisible to the observer. It'd look like a mirror patch,
like a space,
like a mirrored
stealth
sphere.
technology.
Well, like canceling wavelengths, like you can do with sound canceling headphones and shit like that.
Yeah, but you can't. I mean, the sun's pretty strong. You're not going to cancel that.
But the sort of energy that you would need and the magnetic field that you would need, like it is, we're talking some pretty serious shit here. Like it's nothing that we can produce or create that would bend light.
Yeah, cool. That's cool. What about an interdimensional spiritual energy? How about that?
Spiritual energy.
Well, a black hole will do it, which is why you can't see it.
Okay.
That's the magnetic.
This just goes back to magic fixes all things.
That's not why you can't. Yeah, fair enough, but that's not why you can't see it in a black hole in their view.
All right,
because light can't escape the gravity well. Not about electromagnetic fields or anything.
All right, so do physical objects emit, or can only physical objects emit or reflect light?
No, I don't know that we can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that only physical objects can. I would say that
what kind of object would not be physical? What's the other part of the equation?
Okay, so have you explored? Have you explored? Yeah, have you? Listen, have you explored every part of? Have you explored every part of the known universe?
Of course not.
Yes or no?
Flat Earth solipsism strikes again. You haven't been there, so you can't know.
Think about this. How can you go to the sun and test whether or not it is something that you think it is? You can't do that until you physically.
All the things we see on Earth say X, so therefore anything that I've never physically touched can't say X.
Dogs, are you gonna let me finish, or are you gonna stay muted? It's up to you, man. So how do we know that everything that we look at? Now, you know what? No, you're not. Now you're gonna be sitting on mute for a little bit. That's simple as that. All right. So basically, everything that we see in the known universe cannot be explained by some empirical means. And that's something that we're attributing to this conversation right now. So if we're saying that we don't, so if we're saying that we don't know what happens like out there in the sky, how can you, like, Lou's point was correct. Like, it's fair to say that things that we can see in the physical natural world that we can actually work with, that those things we can attribute that to. But how about the things that you can't get to, you can't test, and you can't verify? Those things are left in this, like, this gray area, this question. Like, I don't know, possibly it could be that the case, but we can't test it, so we don't know.
What's a sweet?
And that's all we're saying. We're leaving the possibility.
What's a sweet?
We're just leaving the possibility open to, like, if it is something else, well, we don't know.
Okay.
Well, since we
That's
haven't
the
been to the
always
sky,
open.
since we haven't
That's
been all
why
the way
we
up in the
create
sky,
machines and experiments to test things.
since we
and
haven't
to
been all
interact.
the way up.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
machines and experiments only deal with the physical natural world. So
Yeah, but since we haven't been all the way up,
it's sort of a it's a catch-22. I don't know what the right fallacy name would be, but like, if your question is, can light only be emitted by physical objects, and in science we can only deal with the physical natural world,
light,
then you pigeonholed it into saying then the only appropriate answer would be yes, because it's only the physical things that we can manipulate.
All right, so since we haven't been up into the sky to figure out if the sun can emit physical, or if it is physical, so it can emit light, then how can we know? How can we know that gas pressure can't have a vacuum up there either?
It's pretty physical.
Haven't we sent satellites into the sun?
But how
can
we?
No, we haven't sent satellites into the sun, but we do have, I think, 2 or 3 called SOHO that observe the sun 24/7, 365 days a year, and film it in ultra high def through several different filters and several different spectrums. So we analyze the sun, and we do this to make sure that we don't get hit by a coronal mass ejection, because that will overload the electrical grid.
Wait listen. Who's yelling into
Holy
the mic?
crap.
Like, can you not yell into the mic? Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Let me ask this question. You just said make sure we don't get hit. What are we going to do? Press dodge?
Well, what you do is
No, actually, AI. He said that we
position the
observe.
satellites.
We observe the sun to make sure the corona doesn't hit us. We observe it.
That we're not in
And
the
how are we going to
firing
make
zone.
sure?
Otherwise, it will
How are we going to make sure? How are we going to make sure we're not in the firing? Okay, so you mean move the satellite, not the Earth? Okay.
You can't move the Earth.
You could do shit like
well, the Earth's moving. You can't really mess with it.
Turn
Do we ever tuck all of our satellites behind the Earth?
We do, and the other thing is we shut them down during this process if they can't be moved, because as long as something is not running, it shouldn't get fried by the EMP or the overcharged by the electrons that it's being bombarded with.
Hey, let me ask you, homie.
That might be a stretch.
Did you hear about the telegraph lines that got overcharged back in the day? On this one solar event that destroyed all the telegraph system.
Yeah, in the late 1800s.
Did you hear about that? Yeah.
There was a recent one that hit Quebec and caused a massive blackout. That was the most recent one. But yeah, we do have to keep an eye out for this sort of shit. Because there's only a couple of couple of installations that make massive electrical transformers, and the bigger they are, the heavier they are. So there's only certain machinery that can move them once they're constructed.
Yeah, there's only 11 of the whatever they're called, super Teslas or whatever.
So if
only 11
if any of these huge transformers get knocked out, it could take a while to get them up and running again. So we do our best to protect the electrical grid as much as possible.
Scenario, man. Like, the more dependent we become on our technology and shit like that, like in computer-driven,
well, there is ways to shield it, but it costs money.
If that's true, then all it takes is just a flare to knock everything out, and everything descends into chaos, and we go into a dark age. That sounds like really fragile.
A squirrel literally caused a blackout.
That sounds like nonsense.
Hypothetical, a nuclear weapon actually sets off an EMP part of the explosion. It's part of the first initial part of the explosion. So if you were to set off a nuclear weapon 50 kilometers off of the surface, you would pretty much EMP everything in that area.
Why are we? That sounds like a great story to keep people in fear.
All of our fucking money into digitizing and everything, and automating everything through AI and all of that, when all it takes is just a roll of fucking solar flare to wipe everything
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, dude. It doesn't matter. Listen. You can initiate the cascade, like he said, with a nuclear weapon. You know, whether or not you believe nuclear weapons exist doesn't matter. Or you can initiate it by direct attack to the infrastructure.
This is true.
Either way, you end up with the same result.
There's nothing
that you have a
stopping you
crippled
making a
electrical
vehicle
structure
with a huge EMP built into the back, and you can just park it up next to bloody New York Stock Exchange, and boom, the whole city just goes into a blackout.
So you basically agree that everything that we're investing in to trying to further humanity,
There's always backups.
What are the backups?
There's data centers that are paid
I might say
for nothing
cripple the
more than to back stuff up, and these are protected. Underground installations, offshore installations.
How are they protected? Very deep underground, and there's some kind of freaking.
Yeah.
Disused oil rigs, still structured, sitting there, make brilliant data centers because they're extremely hard to get to. So, like, there's a lot of.
Yeah, wait a minute. Somebody accused you of saying cool stories, but I mean, I'm pretty certain that they've been talking about this move towards storing the entire human internet traffic. They've been building these facilities for decades.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of hula-boo in Congress and everything, and like for one about the ethics of it, two about the logistics and why are we wasting money and all this, but three, the speculation that they're storing it all so that when they finally do get a quote-unquote quantum supercomputer AI, they can connect the two, and then that thing will crunch all the data and yield some kind of cathartic result.
This is why our internet is extremely slow, is because they can't
even the
control
current
it at a
system,
higher speed.
just keeping track of people requires you to keep data for a long period of time, and then when somebody is flagged using the flagging system, you go back through all of the data that you've collected randomly, and now you have a keyword to search for. You've got the person's name, location, and so on and so forth. So now you can pull up all of their data from the storage that you've already got.
That shit could be lost today, and it's not a big problem. The problem is when the power stations can't work because they require freaking AI technology to run them. The problem occurs when you're unable to go to when you're unable to check out toilet paper from the grocery store because the cash register is down because it can't connect to the internet. When
it's worse than that, buddy.
When people are shooting each other over baby formula, diapers, and fucking toilet paper, okay, that's the fucking thing that I'm more worried about.
Well, these are some important.
You guys are talking about the internet going down or something? If you're worried about it, but you don't want to buy yourself a gun, where's the logic behind that?
You think about it. Have you ever been caught without toilet paper? You think about it. Seriously, think
during
about
COVID, people were literally fighting over toilet paper. Are you serious? Did we forget about that? It was only a couple of years ago.
There's a reason why people stopped shaking hands for a while.
Listen. When it actually, I'm going to address Orion here about having a gun. Like, dude, if something like that goes down, gun or not, you want to get as far away from people as possible. You do not want to go in there with your gun thinking that you're going to tell people who's in charge.
Yeah, you'll get popped in the fucking head. This isn't John Wick where you guys are these fucking superheroes. You're going to get popped in the fucking head, and that's it. That's all she wrote
It's
for you.
best to stay quiet in the background. I'd rather have one and not need it than need one and not have it.
It's better to be self-sufficient and not need to go to those things. That's the best.
If you come to the point where you need it, you don't have it, then you're fucked at that point.
If you're self-sufficient, you're in a better situation
that's like saying,
to
like,
help
if you come
others.
to the point where it's hot and you're thirsty, you need water. I mean, of course, that's obvious. Yeah, you know that.
So why not buy one and just store it away?
Remember, crossbows don't make very much noise.
I have no problem with people having guns. Like, I personally don't have any, actually, but like,
how close is this to
I know how to use one, and I know if I need one, I know I can get one from any of my fucking neighbors. You know, like
how close is this to the flat?
Until it's your neighbors that are fighting for your resources, and then I mean, they're not really neighbors now, are they?
Talking for like the last 15 minutes about the shape of the Earth. Is this proving the shape of the Earth, guys? Any of this?
Is that the only conversation that's allowed in this room, or something? That's the new?
When I shoot my gun, it'll go straight without freaking any kind of twist and.
Yeah, that's fine. It's just the main point. That's all. Where he's driving it back to the topic of the room. It's fine. The conversation was just like that's where it naturally went to. But yeah, that's he's trying to get it back on point.
Yeah, because the last
last
I heard was like solar ejections and
coronal mass ejections.
Coronal mass ejections and the northern and southern lights and that.
Kind of close.
I just unmuted Dog, so he's back in the conversation. Just don't interrupt people like that, Dogs. You won't get muted. That's all.
You didn't interrupt anyone.
So what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat? Anyone got a good reason?
Pictures, absolutely. There you go. Video evidence. Pictures from satellites. We look at the moon, how it looks from the different hemispheres.
Well, let's start with the pictures part. Have you ever seen a horse with your own two eyes?
Have I ever seen a what? Excuse me?
A horse.
Yeah, I've seen a horse. Yeah.
So if I showed you a picture of a horse, you would have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture of a horse or not, right?
Yeah, I would. Yep.
All right. Have you ever been to the vacuum of space?
I don't need to have specifically been there. I know objects.
Hold on. I didn't ask you that. I asked you, have you ever been to the vacuum of space? Yes or no?
I haven't been to the vacuum of space myself. No.
So if I showed you a picture from the vacuum of space, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture or not?
Yeah, I would.
What would your reference point be?
I would basically use that source material and compare it to other source materials that have been taken from
That's not a
either
reference point.
the same. That is just because it's a reference point you don't like doesn't mean it's not a reference point. What are you talking about?
Real pictures in space.
You're gonna have to come a little stiffer than that, buddy.
So a reference point would be like something other than a picture. Like I'm not talking about comparing pictures to pictures. I'm talking about comparing firsthand experience to pictures.
No, see now now you're saying a firsthand experience. Just because
what else would a reference point be? What else would a reference point be?
Sir, a reference point doesn't have to be a firsthand experience. So can we at least agree on that, or are you just obsolete on that? Is that you're sticking the mud?
No, because we're talking about pictures.
You're saying every reference point has to be firsthand experience, is what you're saying.
In regards to what I'm talking about, yes.
Oh, so well then we're going to get nowhere on this one because I disagree on that. So I mean, like I don't think a reference point has to be firsthand experience. Is that a great reference point?
Let me just clarify what he was saying. He basically just saying in the physical and natural world, when you have a reference, like when you see a horse out in the pasture, you saw the thing in the physical and natural world, right? But whenever you reference back to the image of one, you're going to be like, yeah, because I've seen one in the pasture. He was running around. I saw him. Well, the problem that happens when you say, the problem that happens is you're trying to, I know, just 1 second. When you try to compare an image with another image, what you have is no reference from where the physical and natural world demonstrated that to you. So you need the physical and natural world demonstration of whatever you saw out in reality is going to coincide with the image that you see. So he's saying that is the reference point that you're using, the physical and natural world displaying itself to you, and you can say, I know that the image is true because I see what happened in the physical and natural world, so I can have something to reference.
Gotcha.
That's
So
what he's saying.
my issue with what you're saying is that's not the reference point that I'm using. That's the reference point that he put in his in his example, right? Which I told you from the start that I don't agree with. You don't have to have a physical representation of something for it to be considered a reference point. Now, what he should do in the future is rephrase his question and saying, have you physically seen that? Then of course I'd have to say no, and then we can discuss that a little further. But what you're not going to do is say that me saying that two separate photos, I can't use one of them as a reference point. I mean, that's just, what are we talking about there? That's just not correct. Just because he doesn't like the reference point in question doesn't mean it's not
There
a
aren't
reference.
any photos though.
Oh well, see, I
All
mean
you
that's
have
a
is
complete
images.
So
All right,
do you think that those
can we move past? Yeah. Can we move past the point and then just address like what you said? Like, because let's just give you that for just this conversation, okay? If we're not gonna use reference and just say where can we see in the physical and natural world something that you saw in an image, like that's basically what he was telling you anyway. So I'm just gonna let him take that point where it was. But can you demonstrate anything that you've seen in an image in the physical and natural world?
You're asking me, can I demonstrate what I've seen in an image in the natural world? Like, what would you mean? How do you want me to demonstrate a picture of the Earth? I can't create
like
the
in
Earth.
regards to the Earth being a ball.
Yeah, I mean,
Like, can you demonstrate the Earth to be curved?
How would you expect someone to demonstrate that in the physical world?
Via direct
I can't
measurement?
I can't create an Earth for you. I mean, what are you talking about? It's just we're being
I didn't ask you to
unrealistic.
create an Earth, buddy. I'm asking you if you can measure the Earth and detect curvature.
Yeah, so I never talked about curvature whatsoever. What are we talking? Like that's never been the
Oh,
subject. If you listen to
yeah, it was because I asked
my
the
points
question. I
were.
asked the question, what
Oh,
reason do I have to
yeah,
doubt
no,
that the Earth is flat?
nope. I can't give you the measurements of the Earth. No. So we'll move
I
on
thought
because
we were
I never even
discussing
made
about
that point.
Hey,
pictures.
actually, back to the thing about pictures for a second. So, quick question, series of questions. Do you believe in Bigfoot? Yes or no?
Do I believe in Bigfoot? No, I don't believe in Bigfoot. No.
So, if someone were to show you two different pictures of Bigfoot and say, "Oh, well, I have a reference point," these pictures, or what if they were to say these pictures prove that Bigfoot is real? Would you believe that Bigfoot is real if they showed you pictures of Bigfoot?
I'd look
They're
at the
really good
pictures.
pictures. They're
I'd
really
look
good
at the
pictures.
pictures. Am I arguing with two or one person here? What's going on?
I'm just throwing it in there, like
Yeah, I'm just saying. I
realistic
mean,
pictures.
that's not really. I mean, come on now. I mean, let the gentleman ask me his questions, and without the side being taken.
Don't get hung up on it. I was just throwing. You're making a
No,
bigger deal than it
I
was.
get
It
it,
would
but
have been
it's
long.
really not you. It's just the last gentleman too. I mean, you're the second person that's done that, and I'm just trying to have a conversation with them and get to some
Hey,
point understanding. But anyways,
cool.
so as far as the picture of Bigfoot, I mean, what we can do with pictures of Bigfoot and other pictures of that, we can. I mean, there's multiple things we can do to make sure that it's actually a genuine image. We can cross-reference that with other photos, look for consistencies or inconsistencies. We can absolutely look for things like computer manipulation, and if that's if there's a lot of CGI or whatever the case may be going on. And I think that most pictures of Bigfoot that have been risen to fame have been quite easily debunked, right? So because people have looked at things and we can tell that they've been altered through the scope of a computer. So I mean, has anyone ever proven that these images that we're getting from NASA have been altered?
Well, actually, I think they admit that most of them are composites.
Yeah.
Not
So
really
have we
conspiracy theories.
In
altered
fact,
it?
like
Altered in what way?
many people have analyzed like their pictures that they claim that they have of the Earth, and like you throw them into Photoshop and change the what I don't know. I'm not a Photoshop guy, but like you change
The
the gamma
contrast.
level or something like that, or like, and all of a sudden you find like a square around the Earth or around the moon or whatever else. Like,
Have you found
you
this,
find
or are you just
you find artifacts that are evident of manipulation. Yeah.
gotcha? What I find really interesting about this though is that you're asking me if I can find specific measurements. So I'll throw the ball back in your gentleman's court. Can you guys demonstrate that these pictures have been altered? And what's your evidence of that?
Hello? Hey,
Right, which
if the
we
earth is
specifically
if the earth is
which
flat, why does my graph such a fat round ass?
that's lovely.
No, did you hear what I was saying, or did you hear what
See,
I was
no,
saying?
I'm going to try and
So,
answer
Oh,
a question.
you're gonna let the trolls
I'm going to
go.
try and answer.
oh, it's not a troll. It's a genuine question. Have
No,
you
that
got
is
what's
right.
your proof
Answer.
that these
There's a couple trolls
pictures?
that jumped in between.
Oh, I probably got him muted. I didn't hear anything.
That's all.
But what I
Can
was
I answer
saying
the
was, is
question?
how can you gentlemen prove that these pictures have indeed been altered from showing a
Fifth
non-spherical
time.
or sphere-like Earth into
Fifth time.
becoming a sphere-like Earth?
Fifth time. Which pictures are you talking about? Give
We
us
can just go with
and we'll show you.
any pictures that NASA's released. I'm not going to be too specific. You guys can pull any ones you like. Just make sure we're not pulling absolute ridiculous pictures here. But at least grant me that. Let's pull up some what we think may be some realistic images of the Earth,
Okay.
maybe from space stations or from the moon, and maybe
Okay.
let's explore from
Talk a
there.
lot, don't you? Right.
Is
So
that
would you
fair at
like to
least?
talk?
Oh, is
Would
that
you
fair
like?
at least, or am I being
Fuck
ridiculous on
me.
that
I'm
one?
trying to answer you, dude. Have you taken
Bro,
speed
take a
or something?
breath, dude.
Have you taken speed? Calm the fuck down. So we can look at Blue Marble 1972. We can look at Blue Marble 2.0. Which one of those two do you want to look at? Those are
Hey, you can
official ones
choose.
by now.
Balls in your court, buddy. You can choose.
Okay.
Are these
Okay.
from
So
NASA or are these from where are these from? Just so I'm
Blue
understanding.
Marble. Blue Marble. Does that not ring a bell? The first one
I'm
in 1972, and then the other one produced in 2000. It used to be your screensaver on your iPhone. So the
gotcha.
Blue
Where
Marble.
are these taken from? Are
I
these
just
taken from?
fucking hell. This is impossible. Shut up. So the Blue Marble 2.0, we can provide you with the guy who made it. His name is Robert Simmons. He works for NASA, and he tells you that this is a composite image. The reason why this has to be a composite image is because the satellites that have taken these images are too close to the surface of the Earth to capture the Earth in its entirety. So as the satellites move across the Earth, or orbit as you like to say, they take data strips. And then he has to stitch these data strips together and then wrap them round a ball. He then plays with the color contrast, adds some clouds into it, and there you go, there's the Blue Marble 2.0. Now that is most definitely, admittedly, not a true picture of the Earth. There's one.
And the 1972 one was the one Lou was referring to, that the guy pulls it up in Photoshop and the box is there, which proves that it's not a real picture either.
Okay. So could I provide you perhaps a link of some non-composite images of the Earth, and then could you explain how you would prove that these have been altered to make the Earth appear spherical?
Okay, if you want to.
Yeah. So if you need me to link it, if you check, there's a single frame photo from the Apollo mission, that you can absolutely look up. I'm pretty sure. If you're invested in this, so you probably know which one I'm talking about. But I'll give you a link just in case you don't have it.
Is that Moonrise? I think that was done by Apollo 8.
Apollo 17.
Apollo 17. So Moonrise.
The one they took of the circular window. That's the one they got.
We're not talking about.
Would you be able to demonstrate to me how those have been altered from a flat or flat-like image to make it appear spherical in any way, shape, or form?
What do you mean by flat-like images? I'm going to show you that the image is composite, as in several images put together.
These are non-composite images that I'm referring to, sir. So again, that's no good here.
Then, right, if you're going to be talking about a specific image, you'd have to go and get it. I've got several in my mind.
Post it for you. I have it right here.
You keep fucking talking, don't you? Ain't finished. Now, I'm trying to list you off names that I know that they go by. So the first two, Blue Marble 72 and 2.0. There's also an image called Earthrise. Are you talking about that one? That one is.
I've linked it in the chat for you, so we don't even have to figure it out. Here you go.
I haven't fucking finished, man. So you want to have a concise answer, but you don't let a motherfucker talk, do you? I had this conversation with you earlier. I tried to warn you then. Let a man finish what he's fucking saying. You'll be afforded.
All right.
Fucking prick.
All right, my apologies.
Is this a flat Earth debate?
I just didn't want you to go through the trouble, and I've got the material we're looking for. I didn't. Yeah, my apologies. I'll let you finish in the future. While you're checking that one out, though, just for a little point of reference, I'd like you, since I've told you, I've conceded the point that I'm not able to give you the measurements of the actual Earth. I'd like you to, in some way, shape, or form, demonstrate that photo is completely fake, meaning that it's complete CGI, or it has been digitally altered in such a way to show a.
No, we're not saying that any one of these are complete CGI. We're saying that they have been, but yes, digitally altered.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
All digitally.
Can I finish what I was saying? Or?
All the photos are digitally altered.
Okay. I know, but you didn't let me finish what I was saying, though. So that's why you guys are jumping on this horse. So anyway.
No, just okay. Said one or the other. Okay.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
The one none of us are claiming. That's all I was trying to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got it. So what I was trying to say was, can you show either that these photos are complete CGI or complete, made up from a computer, not actual photos taken, or could you please demonstrate that these photos have been digitally altered in such a way that it takes a flat-like surface and basically turns it into a sphere-like object? Can you show or demonstrate either one of those?
Actually, I just want to point out where you're saying that it has to be digitally altered. It doesn't have to be digitally altered. It just has to be altered.
Brother, let's not play the semantics game. Come on now.
No. This is important because the next argument would be that they didn't have Photoshop in 1969. Okay.
I wasn't going to go there. I wasn't gonna
Yeah,
go
no,
there.
somebody would. No, but they've been doing photo manipulation since the invention of the camera. Okay,
Absolutely,
like
absolutely. I fully agree with that, and that's the thing. I'm not such an idiot to where I'm gonna just sit here and denounce any ways that they could have potentially done it. But my thing is, I think it's pretty
okay.
fair.
So
If you gentlemen just asked me
I just
to
wanted to point
go
that
ahead.
out. Then I just want to
Yeah, no,
point that
that's
out.
that's fair.
It
That's
doesn't
fair.
require digital manipulation, just manipulation, right?
Okay, okay. No, I was more so talking on a level to where we're gonna manipulate this photo from showing a obvious flat like surface into a spherical like surface. So if you could please demonstrate how you know that, and then maybe we can continue on, or
How
anyone else in
about
here wants to demonstrate how they can prove that.
funny thing happened on the way to the moon? Have you watched the funny thing happen on the way to the moon? Have you watched that?
Are you, sir? You haven't. If you're unable, I was pretty generous and said I'm unable to give you the measurements of the Earth immediately. So I'm not going to answer another question until you guys either admit you can't prove that or you can prove that. That's what I'd like to focus on. We'll do one thing at a time.
I'm giving you another way that they have basically made
I'm
people
not
think.
doing it. I'm not doing it. I've asked you a direct question.
Oh,
Now, if you
I'm
gentlemen
driving.
are unable, if you're unable to do that, then that's fine. Just
What's the
admit that you're
question?
unable to
Hold
do that.
on, friend. Hold on, sucker bum. What's the question?
Okay, so for the fifth time now, my question is, I've provided a non-composite image of the Earth, because the big issue was, oh, these images are all composite images. So I provided a non-composite image. I'm asking, can you
Where's the image?
prove?
Where is it? Okay, hold
I've
on. Are
linked
you
it in the slide
trigonometry
chat.
man at
No,
9:11
I'm
p.m.?
remix. I'm
Oh,
remix.
remix.
I'll
Oh,
link it again.
okay.
I just linked it again.
All right. Thank you.
So my question to you gentlemen is can you prove to me that this photo has been either completely made up, like it's CGI, or it's some just completely fabricated photo that it was never a real photo, or can you prove that this image has been digitally altered from showing a flat like surface and has somehow changed it into a sphere like surface? That's my question. If not, it's fine. We can just, you'll concede that point and we'll move on to the next point here.
Hold on. I'm going to post the actual image in there so that people can see it rather than have to follow a link. Hold on. Dooby dooby doo. Posting it for you. Dooby doo. All right, there. I posted it. All right. Let's see. Yes, it's most definitely an image. I would agree to that. Sure, we have an image on our hands. So you're asking, can I prove that this is not a actual single frame photograph taken in free space of the actual object in question? Is that what you're asking?
I
No,
can
no.
point
For
out
the
immediately
sixth
looking at that
time,
image that Africa takes up 2/3 of the globe.
so for the sixth time, and I'll repeat it. I don't know how many more times I need to do this. The question that I'm asking is can you prove to me one of two things? Can you prove to me that either who's that? I'll just let me finish, and because everyone seems to every time I say what I'm looking for, no one seems to remember. I'm asking for two things. One, One thing is, can you either prove to me that this photo is completely made up, it's fictitious, it's never an actual photo that was taken, or can you prove to me that this photo has not or has been
It's not a photo.
digitally altered in such a way that it shows a sphere-like surface when in fact there was a flat-like surface? Can
Why
you do
is
Isn't
it
the
either?
audience on
actual
mute to
He
prove
distance?
can't
that?
keep his mouth shut. He's just getting muted. All right, we're just going to mute him there. Muted. All right, anybody else want to interrupt Homeboy while he's trying to ask his question?
No, not again.
All right, good. So, listen, by calling it a photograph and asking for contrary-wise evidence, right, you're assuming that it's a photograph in the first place. So we both have burdens. One, you'd have to prove it is a photograph. To just carte blanche say you have to prove the contrary-wise, right, now we both have unmet burdens, so we can just, 1 minus 1 equals 0. So now we're both at square one. You have nothing, we have nothing. Great.
So you're saying that I have to now prove that this is actually a photograph?
Dude, no, you don't have to. Neither of us can use it because you can't prove it is, and I can't prove contrary-wise. I'm willing to accept that burden, right, on those terms. And now it's a wash.
Okay, so you are okay. How about this? Can you prove to me that this image is not an image actually taken from a space station, or can you prove that this image has been digitally altered in such a way? You know all the rest of the mumbo jumbo. I
I
don't
could
gotta
share
repeat.
less, dude. I don't have to. You see, that's the point.
Okay, I mean, okay, so it looks like we're just gonna get nowhere on this point. I'd rather you at least,
I know. I already said that, dude. I said you can't prove what you need it to be in order to carry the conclusion that it is indeed a legitimate
well,
photograph.
brother, I'd like at least a little bit of ounce of good faith. I mean, I told you I'm unable to give you the measurements of the Earth without any hesitation, but you're throwing back my question directly back at
No,
me with like
dude,
no counter
listen,
to it.
listen,
It's a little ridiculous.
bro. None of us have access to the vantage point or the original stuff to be able to validate whether this is legitimately a photograph that was taken at a location in free space relative to the Earth, to where the Earth was in full frame in a single view. Okay?
Okay.
We don't have that. You don't have it. I don't have it.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Would you agree that Africa does or doesn't exist? Do you think Africa exists?
Dude.
And there's a
What
point
sense
to
does
this,
that
right?
even
Just yes
make,
or no.
dude?
Just yes or no. I'm getting somewhere. Be in
Oh
good
my
faith.
goodness, dude. Of course Africa exists, dude.
Okay, but have you ever been to Africa?
No, but I've heard
So
thousands
how
of
do you
people.
know
I've
it
heard
exists?
thousands of people chant with my own ears about the homeland.
Oh, but we've heard hundreds of astronauts say that this is in
No,
fact
you
real. So
haven't.
I mean, the argument you're
No,
using, I
you're
can throw
wrong.
right
Stop
back at you. That
talking. You're
you're
wrong,
not good
sir.
faith.
I'm not.
You're not good
No,
faith at
listen.
all.
I'm not going to allow you to make that such egregious error. Now, I'm going to ask you this question, and you can answer. How many people have been personally to the vantage point of which this alleged photograph would be possible to be taken? How many people in the history of humanity?
Not as many as Africa. I see what you're going. Not as many as Africa. We can agree to that. I mean, that's obvious.
How many? How many? I want to know how many exactly.
We'll say under 100. Just for, I don't know the number, but under
No,
100.
not even
Here we go.
close. No, not even close. Not even close, dude. Not even close.
Okay,
Gave us
under. I mean, again, you haven't engaged with anything that I've said. So I just want to repeat to you what
gave
you've
us
done
the
and
answer.
why you're not good faith, right? Because you essentially said, "Well, I can't prove that this is actually a photograph." So I said, "Okay, cool." Then I asked, and then you said because you gave me the reason why, and you said because I've never been up there, so I don't have that account. Fine, I granted you that. Then I asked you, "Does Africa exist?" You said, "Yes, of course it does." I said, "Well, have you been there?" You told me no. So if we're going by your logic, you'd have to admit that Africa doesn't exist. Otherwise, you're not good faith.
No, wrong.
What are you what are you talking about? What do you mean wrong?
Do you think that the proposition of whether Africa exists is in any way comparable to this alleged claim that this is a photograph?
I'm playing by your rules, Bucky. That's all I'm doing, and it seems like you're not playing by them either. So it's kind of crazy that it's your game and your rules, and you just seem to
Yeah,
cut
fair
corners
enough.
here.
Fair enough. So if you want to play by those rules that you just instituted, then you have to throw out pretty much 99% of all propositions you hold to be true.
As well, go ahead and admit Africa doesn't exist first, and we can maybe explore the
Yeah,
rest of it.
dude. Listen, no offense, dude, but somebody going down that line of thinking isn't even worth engaging, dude.
I mean,
It's a
you're
waste
just
of
bad
time.
faith, and I've
No,
proven
it's
that
not bad
because
faith, dude.
it is. It
No,
absolutely is.
pointing
When you're
out that these
saying
aren't comparable is not bad faith, dude.
you're telling me, and I'll say it slowly so you can. You're telling me that because I physically have not been there, that I cannot prove that it exists, right? I'm showing you an example of you physically not have gone to a place, so therefore, by your logic, you cannot affirm that it exists through firsthand account. Correct? If you don't want to answer, that's fine. But we all know. I mean,
He may not
whatever.
be able.
Not even the argument I made,
He may
dude.
not be able to confirm it through first-hand accounts, but he can confirm it by meeting people that are from Africa, knowing that it's actually on a map, and he could actually book a flight and go there if he wanted to. You
Yep.
can't
So
book a flight and go to space, can you?
that's great. So, oh no, you can, you can. What are you talking
Oh,
about? You
really?
can't. Yes, you
Space,
can.
public space travel is
So,
available now.
so,
Oh,
Interesting.
God.
That's new to me.
anyways,
Stop.
so anyways,
Look, we're not talking. No, stop. We're not simply talking. We're not. No, because look, dude, this other guy's trying to interject, and you guys are missing the point. It's not simply about quote unquote going to space, because quote unquote going to space could be as simply defined as high altitude. In fact, that's categorically how it is defined sometimes. I'm specifically talking about a vantage point where you can see the entirety of the Earth in one viewpoint. That's the difference.
No one has ever done that. No man.
And of the people who have alleged to have done that, it is less than 20 people. Okay,
Right.
it might
So
even
you're
be only
saying now
12 or 8.
that
I can't remember.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. So, in order to affirm that something does exist, how many people now has to have physically done it for you to say, okay, I'm accepting this? How many? Because clearly that's not enough for you. So I want to know the number.
Dude, see, the tactic you're using is the actual bad faith tactic, but I could care less.
What's going on, brother? How you doing? I mean, listen, brother. I've asked you multiple things, and you're kind of just dancing around them all. So it's it's a little crazy. Yes, sir.
Happy birthday, Mama. We met you. Love you too.
All right, I'll give you a number. 2 million people. There you go. That's the number.
That's your arbitrary number?
Well, dude, any number would be arbitrary, would it not?
Yeah, it would. I'm just, I'm taking a little jab at you. But that's your number, 2 billion.
Yeah. 2 million. 2 billion's a little big, 2 million.
Okay.
Yes, when 2 million people have readily accessed the location in which such a photo could be taken and have a bunch of photos on their reels, right? Then
Selfies.
maybe
Bunch of selfies.
Selfies. And oh, by the way, and concurring alleged eyewitness testimony of the events in question, like for example, whether they could see stars or not. Yeah, perhaps you didn't know that of the people who claim to have been to these locations, they don't have concurring witness statements of what they saw. Some people say they saw this, other people say they saw that, even though they were in the same place.
You understand how much you've already moved the goalposts in this little.
Sorry, excuse me. I'd have to say 2 million is a fair number because we're going like 7.5 billion.
Oh my,
2 million is a very small percentage of the people on Earth. That'd be fair. 2 million people can take selfies from space. Yeah, okay.
Dude, how is
respectfully? I don't give a damn what you think.
Yeah. Listen, dude, but we don't care that you don't care. Okay. We don't care that you don't care. Okay.
Just to clarify something. How is expecting a myriad of witnesses having been to the same location to have concurrent stories of what's there? How is that unreasonable?
It's not. But I'm going by the same logic that you tried to use to disprove like a photo. That's my point. And what you've done is now you've taken that logic and you've consistently.
So your point is pointless.
Hey, sir, you're gonna have to calm yourself down. We're having a conversation.
Hey.
What?
Your point is to be pointless. I get it.
Okay, you said what you said. Are you done now, or you want to continue talking?
No, it's simpler. It's simpler than that, right? Because when you're talking about this subject, you forget that the place where the photo's being taken is not a real position. It's not a real location. So even if, let's say, the contention is if the photo can be manipulated or something's wrong with it, how do you know that location where they're taking the image actually exists like they tell you?
Well, that's
right?
my point. And that's
what's on the table. That's the overarching. That's the overarching point. Yeah, we can argue about the photo and how many people have seen it and whether or not it's real from that perspective. But that's irrelevant when it's even existing or not. That's the bigger question. Does that place exist?
And that's my point. And that's what I've asked that gentleman. I said, okay, so going by that logic, and I'm really happy that you ended up saying that. So going by that logic, I asked that gentleman, does he think that Africa exists? And he said yes.
Oh,
and I said, well, why is that?
Not about that. No.
Sir, you can't
actually
just
the point.
continually not hear the rest of my point when I've let you finish here.
Yeah,
No,
just
there's no wait,
hold
wait,
on a
wait.
second.
What are you
Yeah, there
talking
is a wait,
about?
wait, wait.
You're not.
So I'm
You've
talking
got your
about the
entire
fact.
point out.
Where you
Go
at?
ahead. Go ahead. Interrupt me. You're fine. Just interrupt me.
All right. So the point is, if that place cannot exist by laws of nature, then nature itself would have to be negated in order for you to actually go there. Nature is not negated for you to go to Africa, sir. Nature is
Okay.
negated for you to go to the vacuum of space.
So again,
Do you understand?
you're. I understand what you're trying to say, but you're just incorrect,
I
and
don't
I'll
think you
explain
do.
why.
I don't
Um,
think you do.
I mean, so
What am
why
I
would you ask that
trying to say?
question?
What am I trying
What
to say?
you're saying that he has the ability, right, within the laws of nature that we've.
Yeah, so I'm just going to break it down for you. The laws of thermodynamics, right? Gas laws. If it's possible for you to travel to a location where the gas laws are negated, then yeah, the gas laws are not negated by going to Africa, sir. So if the gas laws are negated by going to the vacuum of space and taking your silly little photos, then yeah. But you haven't proven that the gas laws can be negated. So that's the part where we're at right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, so
Gas
I'm not
laws.
going to engage with you because you've continually interrupted me for no reason and haven't let
Oh,
me.
that's fine. You
Even
don't
if
have to.
you don't agree with what
You
I'm
don't have to.
saying, it's at least have some dignity as a grown man to at least hear another
Yeah.
man out. It's that simple.
No. Here's the thing. No, you
Then,
haven't
then be a
negated the
child. Then
fact
it's
that
fine. That's it.
yeah, gas laws exist, and you haven't found a way to defeat that. Because if you're going to a vacuum where gas isn't there, and you're on the surface of Earth where there is gas, then how
Yeah.
can you go to a place that doesn't have gas, well, where we have gas here? You see what I'm
Alpha,
saying? So you're defeating laws of nature just to go take a silly
alpha,
photo.
alpha.
That's pretty strange, right?
Okay, Alpha. What I'm explaining to you is you're introducing a completely new point and haven't even addressed the past one. That's ridiculous to
No,
this point. If you
this
want to,
is see the past
what
one.
I'd
The past
appreciate
one is
you to
derivative.
do, hey, what I'd
No, you don't A me. The past one is a derivative. Okay, this is the main crux of the issue. The past one is a derivative. If you can go there, then let's see the legitimacy of the image. We're not talking about that. We're talking about, is it possible to even go there? That's the main point. So the other one is a derivative. If you can go there, is the photo legitimate? This one is, can you actually go there? There you go.
Okay, so I'm gonna need you to at least let me get more than a sentence out. Do
Yeah,
you
but you're not
actually want
going
to
to
have
go to
this,
the derivative topic,
sir? Do
not
you
the
actually
derivative
want to
one.
have this conversation, or do you just?
Not the derivative one, the main one. The main one. Can you actually have gas pressure without a container? Which is what you would need to have if the Earth was a globe. That's the main one, not the derivative one you want to talk about if the photos are legitimate or not. Because we can argue about that till the cows come home. That's not the point. The point is, are they able to be taken in the location that they say that they're in? That's the main point. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm
Go to the
choosing
main
not to
point.
engage. I don't want to engage with that
No,
point,
that's
so we
fine.
can talk about
That's
something
fine
else.
because that's fine. Listen, for any of the people who think that the Earth is a globe, they can take the challenge. They can go for that point. We're not going to argue the derivative one because we can argue, like I said, till the cows come home, and that's not going to help anybody, except for the listening audience is going to think it's a good slugfest. But that's
I
not the
mean,
point. The point is we're trying
we
to
could just
establish. The point is we're trying to establish the legitimacy of the place that they're at, taking the image, and that, my friend, is not possible because it negates laws of nature. So you have to defeat the laws of nature in order to take your silly photo. So first, go to the main point. How can you defeat the laws of nature to take your silly photo?
Okay.
Go ahead. If you want to take the challenge, go ahead.
With all due respect, sir, I hear what you're saying and I understand.
Okay.
Do you want to move on to a separate point because we're just going to continue to
No,
have this little
this is
tug
the
of
main
war?
issue. This is the glaring issue. This is the elephant in the room.
No,
This
this
is the
is your
point that
issue.
nobody can.
It's never my issue.
No, listen. This is the point that nobody can pass. So
Yeah.
this is the fact of the matter, right? So go ahead and
Yeah.
address that.
Could I help?
Yeah, look, if you don't want to address it, let's just put this out there for the sake.
I completely agree with you, and I've told this gentleman several times, hey, if you're
Yeah,
not going
just
to
hold
engage
on,
with my
buddy.
point because
Hold
you want to move
on.
on, that's fine, and I'd like to
Listen,
move on too.
I just
That's
want to
fine.
point out. I just want to point this out. Okay. Like I said, very few people have ever claimed to even be in the vantage point to be able to take such a photograph. And Mr.
Yes.
Alpha is saying that he has a reason to doubt whether the possibility of doing such a thing would be true or not, and therefore for him it requires an extra burden of proof because to him it's an extraordinary claim. Now, the idea that a landmass exists, right, severable from the landmass you're on, separated by water, is not an extraordinary claim, not in the least. The idea that Africa exists is not an extraordinary claim, not in the least. They're not comparable. It is apples and oranges, bro.
Right. And I completely understand what you guys are saying. And I'm not disputing what you're saying on that matter. I just, like I said, I just didn't appreciate that essentially he didn't like what I was talking about. So he's like, oh, well, fuck that. We've got to move on to the next point.
It's
That's
not
ridiculous.
about that I didn't like what you're talking about. It's the fact that it's just a derivative topic to the main point. The main point is, can you actually go to that location? Not if you can take a picture in that location. You get it now? That's the main point. Can you actually go there, sir? That's what I'm trying to tell you. And if you don't want to engage with that, that's your prerogative. But let others who want to champion that point move ahead forward because you are unable to. Which is, I understand, you're not able, you don't have the capability to have that conversation. It's beyond your scope of understanding, and that's fine. Let somebody else who can, have that discussion. That's all.
Yeah, that's completely fair, and I understand that my point was beyond your scope of understanding too. So I guess we're just both in the same
No,
boat.
it wasn't. It really wasn't.
It was. You refused to engage with it. It was.
Just chill out for a second. Chill out for a second. Chill out for a second. All right, check this out. Just check this out, Holmes. Hold on, brother. Hold on. So, best I could gather, well, the proposition rested on just whether you believe it or not, or whether you can disprove it or not. So basically, it's if somebody brings something to you that you can't disprove, and you don't have firsthand access to the ability to prove or disprove it, then you should just accept it. That's true. So it's basically just an incredulity/credulity argument.
I like that AI. You know what? And that's actually something extremely valid. And that's the first thing that has been said in over 10 minutes that actually has some weight
Earth
to
is
it. And
a globe.
yes, that is a great fucking point to where absolutely we shouldn't just accept things as the ultimate truth just because we can't disprove it. Because we also have to be able to prove it. So I completely understand your sentiment on that. And like I said, we can explore that further. But I mean, I was just going with the flow of conversation where, I was being told one thing, and then I mean, you're telling me to prove or disprove this, and it can't be done on the other side. So when people say that, and they make the statement as if the Earth isn't spherical, but you guys are unable to prove that it is or isn't, I think you can't make that statement anymore. You're gonna have to just say you're gonna have to say we don't know, right? Which is fine. I'm okay, and we can just call it. We can call it even Steven. But when people make claims like the Earth is flat, but you're literally telling me that we can't prove or disprove it, you'd have to concede
There are
that point
flat
and just say, well, we'll
earthers
call
that
it
tell you
even.
ask them to make a claim about the flat Earth, and then they're suddenly not actually flat earthers.
God's sake, here we go. You've kind of missed the point that we measure the Earth. Sorry, you've kind of missed the point that we measure the Earth as horizontal.
So is it a square or rectangle?
You understand that flat is a surface description, right? No flat earther is making a claim to the shape of the Earth. We're just describing the surface upon which we live.
Ooh, Jedi.
It's a
I've got a great question for you, buddy. Can you please explain to me, right? Why, when we're looking at the moon from different hemispheres, the position gets flipped upside down?
Okay.
What is how would that be possible? Because we've observed. One second,
Okay.
I'm going to be quick.
Heard your question.
We've
You don't need
observed.
to keep rattle on. I heard your question. It's not the first time I've heard it. You don't need to keep rattling on for another 5 minutes. If you've got a light in the middle of your room and you stand one side of it and then you move to the other side of that light, now imagine you've drawn a face on it. You're going to see it differently, right? It all depends on your orientation towards the thing. So if you're going between, let's say, the northern and the southern hemisphere, north of the equator and south of the equator, and let's say the moon is just above the equator, that's you. You've moved to the other side of it, so it looks upside down from your first vantage point.
Mm-hmm.
What? It wouldn't be upside down. It'd be backwards. You'd be looking at the back of it.
Interesting. So he doesn't even understand his own example.
No, I do.
Like,
it's quite
put
simple.
a light globe in your light.
put a light globe in
I'm talking
at
to this
home.
guy. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to this guy. Shut up.
Dogs, mute up.
I mean,
Fucking dog.
he's got a sound point. Is he not? Is he incorrect?
Yeah, he's incorrect. So it's as simple as you must understand that you've moved your location. You've already brought up northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere. Let's say you've got two observers, one in the north and one in the south. The moon's between you. Now it's going to appear right way round to one person and upside down to the other, compared to your right way round view.
Hey,
So that's all it is.
friends, can I offer
Yeah.
you my
It seems
assistance
odd
in the
to me, like,
logistical world? I
Yeah,
just
please
want
give
to
him
do
assistance.
this.
He's butchering this.
No, I'm going to do something while you guys keep talking. What I'm going to do is I'm in a location where I can actually take a photo of something from two different vantage points, and then I'll post what I get. So you go ahead and keep talking.
Yeah, so I'd like to say, if
I
if
just
the
want to real
light
quick
was,
point out.
go ahead and interrupt me. It's
I
fine.
just no, dude. I was trying to get this in before you started talking. Look, it's just really odd that this same argument about the moon being flipped in different hemispheres and shit like that, like it's come up over and over and over again over the last few days, and I'm curious as to why. Because this is something that came from back in like 2015, and we answered it then satisfactorily, by the way. Suddenly it has a revival, and I want to know what is inspiring you guys to come in here and keep asking it over and over again.
You haven't seen Ichiran and what he's been doing with the flat Earth? You should look him up. But anyways, but I won't go off on a tangent on that one. What I'm saying is, let's say if that light was T shaped, right? Let's say the light's in the shape of a T, because we have to remember the moon itself isn't a light. So we're not going to apply light-like characteristics to something that is supposed to have physical mass, right? It's not a light.
How is it not a light?
Let's say, what do you mean the moon isn't a light?
Yeah, how is it not a light? Like,
how is it a light? Are
yeah,
you saying that I'm incorrect?
Yeah, I would say exactly.
Yeah, how is it a light then? If show me I'm incorrect. How is it a light?
Okay.
It's self-illuminating.
Yeah,
if it's self-illuminating, how does it have shadows on the surface?
Shut
It's
up, dogs.
obviously reflecting light.
Shut up.
Yeah, so you're saying the moon
I'm
itself
saying you
is a
guys are
light.
truth suppressors, but
It's not a light, or is it a light?
So you're saying the moon itself is a light? That's the claim you're making?
Yeah, it's definitely a light.
Can you show me or tell me how that's absolutely
Yeah,
true?
because you can see light coming from it.
So you're telling me that if I can see light coming from something, that means that that's the source of the light?
Even if it's reflected, it would be like reflected from that spot.
But is that the source? Is that the source?
Yeah,
That's what I'm
it's a
asking.
source.
Reflection doesn't mean source.
Yeah, it does.
No, I mean,
no,
like,
it doesn't. It doesn't. What are you talking about?
I could use a mirror to reflect light and use it as a light. I could light up an area with reflected light if I wanted to, right? So even if the moon is reflected light, it's still light. Right?
I think what he's doing here is he's forgetting that some things in the sky might not function the same way they do on the ground.
I mean, you're unable to prove that, so I'm not going to go on
because they call this astrophysics, not regular.
So, anyways, back to my point before this gentleman just decided to speak. Anyways, let's just say the moon, since I don't want him to get his knickers in a bunch, is in the shape of a T. Let's just say it's in the shape of the T, whether that's a light.
I'm gonna make something very clear for all the people that are coming
go
into
ahead,
the
bro.
room. You're not moderating this room. We are. So please get off your high horse and stop acting like you're the one calling the shots, because we do. And if you act like that again, you're gonna sit on mute for 5 minutes or probably longer, depending on however the moderators feel, so that we can drive the point home that you're not here as a moderator. You're here as a guest. So act accordingly. If not, we're gonna take action on that. So it's up to you. You have a choice. Stop doing that where you're actually acting like you're going to be moderating. All right, that was just a warning. Go ahead.
Yeah, fair enough.
Dude,
So
you
now,
always do this, man. All right. My
shut
point.
your mouth. Hey, chill.
Can I just get
Thanks.
to my point?
No,
Am I able to do that?
because I'm reporting back on my job that I did for you. So now you have an image that you can use to make a point from. Right in there, I took a photograph of something high up on the ceiling. I went to one side, and I took a photograph aimed at it. And I went to the other side, and I took a photograph aimed at it from two different sides. And there's the images I got. All right. Go ahead.
Okay. So we see how the and again, mind you, this isn't from one side's up and one side's down, right? This is from a side to side. This is two dimensions, not three, right? We can agree on that. Two-dimensional way of looking at it. You gonna go there? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So if you notice, the 2-0, right, is depending on which side you took that image from. The 2-0 is showing in a different orientation. Now, if you went to the top of that building, right, which you absolutely have the ability to do, so let's not act like you don't, you'd see a completely different orientation. Let's say you climbed up into the where the light fixtures are on top of that mast where it says the 2-0 is, and you took a picture from
Dude, I'm
on
gonna
top of
have to
that.
stop you. I'm gonna have to stop you, dude.
Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna have to stop you, and let me tell you why.
Yeah, I'm listening.
You are going down a track in relationship to your viewpoint of the moon that is not analogous to any ground-based observers. Okay, so please just stop it. Okay, there's no climbing up into the sky and looking at the moon while you're looking at the ground. This is observers. The point about this claim is observers from the ground. Okay.
Okay. Fair. So again, when we look at that exhibit that you've just provided us in the chat, we can understand one of two things about this. We can understand that A, this photo is fake, which obviously it's not. Or B, we can understand that when you take a photo from a different position, right, things change. Things absolutely change. We can even have a realistic model of this. So if I were to attach a string right to a orange, I could mark the top half of the orange in green, cut it right in half, and I could mark the bottom half of the orange, leave it blank, so it's orange. So we have a green and orange. I can look at it from the top side, standing up, or I can, lower myself to ground view, and we'll assume this orange is floating at a 6 foot or 5 foot, height, and you're going to see a completely different orientation of that orange, right? Based off of the physics that we can absolutely observe. Now, you take this model and you can apply that to the moon and say, oh, isn't it a funny coincidence that the same exact thing happens when we observe the moon from a different orientation? I mean, we'd have to have. I mean, that's pretty compelling evidence that would pretty much be in my favor at this point, wouldn't you say?
Right. So we got a problem on the table. Somebody in the chat claimed that the images that I posted aren't upside down to each other. However, if you clearly look at the axes of the orientation of the image, the 20 is literally flipped upside down. It appears differentially, right, from the position of forward to back, and that's just the facts. So I don't get it.
Okay. So, can you admit that you've observed a basketball, right? Because we can actually absolutely show, and we have the technology now. If you ever watched a sporting event, where they have the technology to see the basketball at pretty much all angles. There's an angle of the sky dome, and there's an angle of the actual hoop, and we see from that no matter what, when you have that basketball, you're observing it at different angles, you're going to get a different image, and it's indicative of the angle that you're viewing it at, and it's pretty consistent. It's never swapped. We've never had a basketball in the air that we're looking at it from the bottom and we're actually seeing the top. That just doesn't happen. So we understand we understand how physics work. We understand how we understand that these things are normal in nature, and we can apply that to other things that we can observe, i.e. the moon, and see that the same thing applies. So again, unless you're trying to say, like, for some reason that the moon is interacting completely differently from everything we know about this universe, which seems like a pretty far-fetched claim, you'd have to come with a little, come a little better than that, in my opinion.
It's hilarious.
Also, one more thing: when Elon's SpaceX mission does happen, and people are able to go into space more consistently, are you guys then gonna, maybe give a little ground to the Earth being spherical, or is it like an absolute unless you physically see it or are talking to someone that has physically seen it, you're not believing anything.
You just said we know how basketball works, and then we look at the moon. Therefore, Earth is globe.
Oh yeah, that was beyond your comprehension. I apologize for that, sir. I know it's tough for some individuals.
I don't know who wanna answer any more questions after you said that, bro. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I get it. It was beyond your comprehension. It's not your fault.
That's a weak little jab you've got there, sunshine.
Basketballs.
Really weak jab.
Sir, I understand it was beyond your comprehension. Repeating the same thing over and over won't help you understand it.
Stop throwing that jab. It doesn't make you look good. It's a very weak jab you've got there. You're just attacking
your friend Alpha was the first one to throw it. I'm just serving it back.
You're just attacking the man, not the point that he's raised. You're just saying, well, you're too dumb to fucking understand. It's beyond your comprehension.
Alpha did the same thing. I'm just following suit.
You little fucking idiot. That's an ad hominem. You haven't addressed anything that he said.
Neither has he. How has he addressed anything that I said? He just mocked what I said.
I'm charging you. I'm charging you with it. You've just gone, well, it's beyond your comprehension. It's just an ad hominem. It's a weak jab. Come with something stronger.
That's fair. So you must have missed my entire explanation
you didn't
as to how we can. Yeah, I had about a 5-minute explanation of what I was explaining, and his response to that was basketball. Yep. So I mean, if you want to talk about not attacking the point, you have to look at that gentleman first. I feel like
it's fucking weak jab, man. Just do better. Hold yourself to a better standard. That's all I'm advising.
That's fair. That's fair. I was just following suit from Alpha. Alpha was the first one to say that, so I mean that was it.
Good. So have you figured out why the moon appears to be different depending on your orientation yet?
I mean, I gave a pretty sound example because I believe that it's spherical, and when we observe things that are spherical,
I don't think anybody's got a problem with the moon being spherical.
Okay.
No flat earther would have a problem with it. We would just say that it looks spherical, but we can't verify it because we can't go there. But for all intents and purposes, it might as well be spherical. And
right.
So,
and then I also explained that when we look at spherical objects from different orientations, it would appear to be the case that we're looking at it from northern and southern hemispheres. It absolutely goes upside down. Now, it doesn't go upside down by magic, right? That doesn't happen. So, I mean, you're going to have to explain to me why the... Go ahead.
Your point. It's just
yep, so you're going to have to explain to me why the moon appears to be upside down when we look at it from, northern to southern hemisphere. Why is that?
I already explained it to you. Can you remember what I said? And if you can you repeat it?
Oh, no, go ahead. I must have not heard you properly. My apologies. I'm really honestly trying to hear you out.
5-10 minutes ago, I was one of the first persons to give you an answer. It went straight over your head and you went chasing around something else somebody else said. It's your orientation, dude. It's your different viewpoints. It's like standing at two ends of a fucking car and saying, well, why the fuck does it look different when I go stand over there? It's because you've changed your orientation to the car that you're looking at. Same with the moon. You've got two vantage points, northern and southern hemisphere. And like I said before, maybe this will ring a bell for you. Let's say that the moon's position is above the equator. So between the two observers, the moon's going to look different for these two observers because they're observing it from different sides.
Correct. Now, why is it that one side can see the moon and then one side can't? Because it's not the fact of the matter that we...
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Be clearer. One side can see the moon, one side can't see the moon. What the fuck are you talking about now?
Yeah, okay, so if we look at certain characteristics and how things interact, right? We'll look at north to south. Why do you think we have different times of day and night? Where do you think the sun is... Where do you think it's magically going?
Hold on. We're just going to change subject now. We're not talking about the moon anymore. You've decided for the second time to let my example go straight over your head. You're not going to agree to it. You're not going to disagree to it. You're now going to fucking move to time zones. Why the fuck should we entertain you?
No. I've said you're absolutely right that depending on where you're at looking at a car, you're gonna have a different viewpoint. I absolutely agree with that. So go ahead.
You didn't say that, dude, but if that's what you're conceding to, then that's fair. We can move on to another subject. If you don't
Yeah.
bring up this fucking question again because you got a satisfactory answer.
No, that's fair. I understand. I understand your what your analogy was trying to point out. But my question to you is, if the Earth is indeed flat, or not spherical as we say, why do we have different times a day? Like, it just doesn't. It wouldn't make sense. Where is it magically going? Is it
The sun
disappearing?
moves. No, the sun is always above the surface of the Earth. Let's say, for example, it's noon in the UK. That means that the sun is directly overhead, a little bit lower because I'm higher in the northern hemisphere. But the
Right.
sun's directly overhead. Now, to the east of the sun, to those observers, the sun appears to be lower towards the horizon. To you guys in America, the sun appears to be just rising. That's because the sun is moving across the earth. Where I am, Greenwich Mean Time, where the sun is, that's solar midday. And then time zones are depicted by 24 hours because that's how long it takes the sun pretty much to complete a circuit of the earth. It's quite simple. It's dependent on the sun's location. Protracted silence.
Yeah, check or
I mean,
hold.
I'm hearing what you're saying, right? And I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt and really hear your words out right now. And I'm trying to even
Right.
reason with you and alter my perceptions that I've been conditioned to agree with.
That's fair. That's fair. If you're genuinely interested, I can pass you some videos that you can look at. So they have visuals that might help you understand this question you got about time zones. It's not a problem. If you're genuinely interested, I'll go and find them for you and drop them for you. If that'll help you.
I mean, it would, but again, I'd like you to at least explain how we're able. Like,
just did.
Okay, I'm, and maybe you're just gonna have to put it a different way so it clicks for me. But can you explain how in the hell can we see the sun literally set and go below? Like, it wouldn't make sense for it not to be slightly spherical. Maybe not a perfect sphere. I don't think it's a perfect sphere. I think we can all somewhat agree on that. But to even say it's not sphere-like, and it's more flat than spherical, I don't think that's a fair
What you're
claim
talking
because we
about?
literally see the sun set. It doesn't make
What you
sense.
what you're talking about when you're talking about flat or sphere? You talk about the Earth or you talk about the sun? Which one?
I'm talking about the Earth. I'm talking about the Earth. Whether or
No,
not
no.
the sun was flat or a triangle wouldn't matter. What we do know is it sets and goes below the Earth to the supposed other side of the Earth, but you don't think that other side exists. So that's the point of
No.
contention.
Do you want to understand why the sun appears to descend downwards towards the horizon?
Yes.
Do you want to understand
Yes.
that? Have you ever driven down the road at night and noticed that the street lights above your head, with distance as you look towards the horizon, go down towards the horizon? Now, that doesn't in any way, shape, or form mean that the road that you're driving down is curved. This is just perspective. So, as the lights increase in distance, they get closer and closer towards the horizon. Those lights appear to go down. The altitude of those lights, though, let's say they're 15 foot above the surface of the road, doesn't change. That actual altitude doesn't change. But because this is how you view the world in perspective, those lights, as they get closer towards the horizon down the road, appear to descend. Same with the light, what we call the sun, above your eye line, as it moves away, akin to the streetlights, appears to descend downwards towards the horizon. This is perspective. You've probably noticed this when you've walked down a corridor, how the ceiling goes down towards the midpoint of your view. The floor ramps up towards the midpoint of your view.
I'll grant you that. It does, yeah.
Cool. So it's just perspective in that instance.
Could I join in for a sec, Jedi?
If you want to, mate.
I think I've talked with you actually about this before, about the perspective viewpoint. The thing I have trouble with is if say the thing like looking down the hallway. The time it takes for something in angular space to move half of the distance is different than the time it takes for it to move the second half of that distance down in angular. Whereas when we see the sun, for instance, we see, aside from that last setting over the horizon, we see it moves through the sky at a constant angular velocity.
That's not true, not even according to your own fucking model, that's not true.
Oh, okay. Which part, sorry?
So we have a refracted sun in a not actual position. That's the sun 8 minutes ago.
Sure.
For one.
I agree with that.
Second one, when we see the sun at sunset, it's actually gone below the horizon already, according to your model, but it's still visible to us. So it doesn't actually go across the sky at 15 degrees an hour, it actually slows down towards as it gets towards the horizon.
Yeah.
According to
Yeah. Is it okay if I respond?
Yeah, I finished, did you?
Okay. So I agree with that last few minutes. As it gets lower, you get closer to the horizon, refraction effects get worse. But if you make measurements, like say every 10 minutes throughout the day, the angular rate is kind of dead on constant. The deviation from what I would expect if I'm seeing something move away it seems quite significant to me.
Have you measured this?
Yeah, I did.
How did you do that?
I did exactly what I said. It was for, I don't want to dox myself. For my time of year, I waited for when the sun was in a day, pretty much right over top of me. And then about every 30 minutes, I made a measurement of how much it had moved in angular space.
Okay. So you'll be going against the globe model when you've made this measurement, right?
No, I don't think so. Which part do you believe?
I've already explained it to you. That it
at the sunset, I agree.
gets towards the horizon.
Yeah, the last.
So when you move across the sky at 15 degrees an hour in totality.
Yeah, the last few degrees, I agree, it diverges.
Cool.
But
That's my point.
Say 90% of the day follows it dead on.
Okay, that's awesome.
Yeah, so I like the divergence from a flat Earth. I want to say flat Earth model because I realize there's multiple, but from the idea that it's a thing moving away from me, I can't get it to fit.
Okay.
Okay, that's all. Sorry, Remix, for cutting you off. You can continue.
No, you are absolutely fine. And this is the issue that I have every single time, where we just get to these certain points where it's just we're going to refute any possible evidence that we have, and everything is just inconclusive on both sides, right? We understand that images can absolutely be faked, but you also have to think and go a little, just expand your minds a little bit and understand what would be the reason that these images would be faked. Who would that benefit? Why would there be a necessity to fake these images? It doesn't make any sense. Go ahead.
Because they want you to believe that the Earth is a ball with its own creation story.
Bro. Hold on a second before we go on to that. Let's just talk about some brass tacks, right? So allegedly, there's an Apollo report that was purchased from the spouse of an astronaut. Okay, and in this report, it explains how one of the astronauts alleged that the CIA was tinkering with equipment. Now, this particular astronaut is well known for publicly speaking out against the ability to go to the moon. Okay? Now, in this report, it says that they changed the door of the test capsule so that it no longer swung out, but now it swung in, making it more difficult to evacuate. That they oxygenated the environment of the test capsule, and everybody knows oxygen is highly explosive. And they also put rags susceptible to sparks, covered in oil, under the seat. And lo and behold, the men that entered the test capsule died. So basically they said, the CIA is fucking with our mission. We can't get to the moon. The technology doesn't exist. And then this homeboy died. right? So when you say, why would they lie about, moon pictures, dude? Do you know what was going on during that time? The space
The Cold
race, the
War,
Cold War, all of these things, right? So there are plenty of reasons, not to mention money alone is a good enough reason. Millions upon millions, actually billions of dollars. People will kill another man for $10,000, friend, even less than that. You better be damn sure they're going to lie to the public for $1 billion.
Okay, fair enough. I just, like I said, with me, you have there has to be a why. You would assume, not has to be, but you'd assume there'd be a why and a reason behind things of this, things like this, things of this nature. And we have to just gotta understand that at the bare minimum.
But what from this point onwards, though, everything is going to be a speculation, isn't it? For example, from a flat earther's point of view, or any point of view, why have they lied about the shape of the Earth? Well, we can speculate. AI has just done that. I've got a couple of speculations: power, money, control, all of these different types of things. But they're going to be speculations, dude. We haven't gone up to these people and asked them, "Hey, why are you fucking lying about the shape of the Earth?" and haven't turned around and given us an answer. So it would just be speculations, dude. But there's probably multiple reasons why this would benefit people.
No, I mean, I get it, and my point is though is like, if we're just gonna sit here, right, and not just actually sit here right now in this moment, but I'm just talking about like in the grand scheme of things, and basically say that because we think this, that all evidence that we've been supplied with is just not true, right? Which I'm still a little annoyed. I'll be completely honest with you that nobody sat there and engaged with the point where I was asked to prove the dimensions of the Earth, and nobody could prove that photos that I've supplied were real or fake. And I'm like, that to me seemed ridiculous.
Tried to, but I lost my fucking temper because you would not stop talking through me. So I left it for other people to do.
Yeah, but you've miscategorized. Hold on, dude. I parsed out logically why it's irrelevant to even attempt to do so. However, you miscategorized Jedi's position. Jedi's position isn't that he holds in incredulity all of these things because he just thinks something contrary-wise. No. Jedi's position, whether you agree or not, is that the Earth is demonstrably flat. Therefore, anyone who shows me a picture of it not being flat is wrong. That's his position.
No, it's not that they're wrong. It would be that the burden of proof therein lies on that person providing the photo. Can we agree on that at least?
No. One more time, dude. If the Earth is demonstrably flat in itself, okay, then if somebody comes along and shows you a photo purporting to be the Earth, not being that, then categorically what they're presenting to you would be an error. Now, it could be a deception, it could be a falsehood, but it's wrong. Now, there's no way around what I just said. Now, keep in mind, it is a conditional proposition that if the Earth is demonstrably flat, and if somebody shows you contrary-wise to that, they're wrong. Now, keep in mind, the first conditional is that the Earth is demonstrably flat. Now, my point is to you that it's not simply the case that Jedi just thinks the Earth's flat. No, Jedi's position is that he affirms the knowledge that the Earth is demonstrably flat for various reasons. That knowledge, right, trumps somebody coming along with a silly alleged photograph that they can't even prove is real. Okay? That's all.
Okay, so if I could somehow, you would need someone to literally go and review said photo and see that or how about this? How about this? Would you accept, right, if you saw someone videotape themselves, right, going up into orbit and then taking pictures of the Earth, right? Would that be
I just answered. I don't know why you keep going around what I told you earlier. You're back to the argument that I told you. You said you bowed out from. We're back again to where now you're going to have to negate nature in order to provide you silly photos of the Earth being a globe. Now, you have to go from that main point once again to get to your derivative point of how the photo is legitimate or not. So, once again, did you negate nature to get, because you walked into this, I didn't. I was fine for you to leave it alone, but you brought it up. So now you're going to have to demonstrate how we can have gas pressure without a container. That's the next step. That's the main point. Go for it. Go. It's you wanted to do this, so take it.
Okay, listen.
Gas pressure without a container.
Just because you're
Gas
entering
pressure without a
orbit,
container. Gas pressure without a container. Please tell us how we can do that. Go.
just because you're entering orbit,
Stop saying that. I need you to demonstrate how we can have gas pressure without a container.
you're telling me that I'm negating nature, and I'm telling you that's not the case. So your point is null and void.
Null and void. Just because you arbitrarily say so doesn't make it
Well, I think it's trying to escape out of the I didn't get far enough away for that to come into play. So I'm still technically in the pressure. So I don't have to answer your question yet.
So just because you're entering orbit doesn't mean you're negating nature, right? Like I understand that you're putting a lot of mileage between
What's the pressure differential remix for the right past the Kármán line? The pressure differential for the surface to that place.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Doesn't matter.
Then why are you saying that it's no big problem, no big deal? Why are you saying that then?
Because I don't know
even have the information.
Because I don't know off the
There
top
you go.
of my
So
head.
then how are you then here's the issue, right? The issue now lies with you having no information to support your claim that you know that's the case. So my point still stands, yours doesn't. Because you don't have any information to support your claim that it's no big deal. And I do. So go ahead and try to defeat that in some way. And I don't know how you're going to do it because now you showed your hand that you don't have the information to support your claim. So you now need to concede that you don't know.
No,
go ahead, concede, please. Concede, please.
There was no, because you can't just
Your
continually.
concession was that you didn't have any
Here we go.
information.
Here we go.
That's your concession. Now I need you to be a man. Be a man and concede.
This is why I don't like talking to you because you continually
It doesn't
don't
matter,
have a
Remix. You
conversation.
conceded, sir. You conceded to it. You don't have the information about what the pressure differential is. So now you need to concede that you don't know if it's possible or not. No big deal.
The information? Do you have the information?
Yes. Yes. Now you need to concede because you don't.
Okay, so let me look up the information, and then once I do, I won't have to concede,
Yeah,
right?
sure.
Okay.
Sure. No, you've already done that. Sorry, you've already done that. But anybody else want to take the point?
You don't
He's
care
conceded.
you don't care to even learn.
At the moment, I'll help.
No, it's not about learning. It's about the fact that you have to look it up right at this particular moment in the middle of a debate while you didn't have that information coming into it. So that's your bad, not mine.
Excuse me for not having
Well, then why are you opening up your pie hole?
Hold on.
Why are you opening up your pie hole to say anything, bro?
Are you gonna let me ever? Are you ever gonna let me finish a sentence? Right?
What are you gonna say? How can you rescue yourself from this position?
God forbid I don't have every single piece of evidence at the ready for
you. You need the specific evidence to prove your point, dude. This is a specific evidence.
What we can do.
What do you mean every single evidence?
What we can do is we can.
What we can do is listen to you bloviate about how you don't have the point. Now, I need you to concede that you don't have the information to substantiate your claim. Be a man, do that so that we can know that you don't have the point so we can move forward. I've already demonstrated you don't have it. All we need left is you to concede. Go. Go ahead.
Could I jump in, Alpha?
Waiting. 1 second, sir. Waiting. No, not gonna do it. Well, then you don't have your point about silly. Well, then you don't have a point about your silly pictures. You can drop that conversation because, like I said, you didn't have the information to substantiate your claim.
Don't hear it out.
That it's no big.
Dude, every time the pictures are brought up.
Listen, I don't need to because I've already shown you don't know the pressure differential from where we're at on the ground to where you should be past the Kármán line. So now that's an issue for you. And because you don't have that, you're saying it's no big deal. However, I don't have the information at hand to know if it's a big deal or not. That's your bad, not mine. So now you need to concede and say, well, sorry, I thought I had a point, but I misspoke. Let me concede. That's you. Now go ahead and
Okay,
concede,
so
please.
I'm gonna explain how we define nature.
We don't need your explanation, sir. You've already said you don't have it. Now just concede. Everybody's listening to you just like bloviate when all you got to do is concede. That's it.
I'm struggling to figure out as
Your
well.
pride is in the way right now. Your ego's in the way. And all I'm saying is that if you don't have the information, just say I don't have it. Sorry about that.
No, it's not. It's not that. But what I'm saying is,
No. So you're gonna go the ego route, right? So I'll let the other moderators deal with you because your ego is now just gonna be what they're gonna talk to now. That's it. But I'm done.
this is why I don't like talking to Alpha, bro. He does this every goddamn time I have a conversation with him.
Please don't mute a moderator, dude. My question to you is this: how high is this satellite?
Like, what? I mean, there's so many satellites.
Yes, there are so many satellites. Some of them in low Earth orbit, aren't they? You talk about these ones.
Yeah. So right, the closest ones to us.
Satellites in low Earth orbit.
I know it's over 1,000 miles guaranteed. I don't know if it's over 2 or 3, but I know it's over 1,000 guaranteed. I will guarantee that.
Literally just got into asking my question, and you had to fucking start talking again.
Go ahead.
It's like, chill out, dude. I'm not attacking you. I haven't got the same energy that I had earlier. I haven't got the same energy that Alpha's got at the moment. I'm trying to help. So if we're talking about satellites to low Earth orbit, they're not high enough above the surface of the Earth to capture the Earth in its entirety, like a blue marble image. They're not that far enough away, dude. This is why I brought up Robert Simmons earlier and composite images, because the data strips wrapped around a preconceived spherical ball model. So if you're going to be talking about low Earth orbit satellites, they're not far enough away, mate. If you want to catch the Earth in its entirety, how far do you think you have to be away?
I'd assume at least polar.
No, polar isn't a distance, dude.
There's. What do you mean? I know there's low polar, and then I don't know the last one, but I do know polar is higher than low. That's what I do know.
I asked you how far away from the Earth you would have to be to capture the Earth in its entirety. Your first answer was polar. Did you understand the question that I asked you?
Yeah, you're asking me what the actual distance would be.
Yeah.
I don't have that on, I don't have that on hand. There you go. I'll say it.
That's absolutely fine. I don't mind you being honest. If you don't fucking know, mate, you don't fucking know. But when you start answering a question that I haven't fucking asked you, then I'm confused. Why you said polar? No bloody idea. Yeah, you've got to be really far away from the Earth to catch it in its entirety, right? Before you can get it in your camera to be a one side of a sphere, circle, whatever. So you got to be fucking far away. Now, if we're talking about the moon, it's 230,000 miles away from the surface of the Earth. We understand that, for example, the blue marble image was taken at a distance of over 50,000 miles away from the surface of the Earth. So we can start talking about satellites from that distance if you want to, but you really will be invoking gas pressure without a container when you get to that distance, 10 to negative 8 torr at that distance. That's going to be a problem then. You are going to have to start answering Alpha's question about how you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container, because your low Earth orbit satellites are not looking at the Earth in its entirety, mate.
Could I try and respond to Alpha's question?
You'd have to entertain Alpha, mate.
No.
Here?
No.
Oh, okay. No
We're not going to indulge in such beta energy. Either answer it or not. Now, keep in mind, answering it doesn't mean you have to be correct. Do or do not. There is no try, in the word of an immortal philosopher.
Love it, man. I love it. He's not here. I can try.
Can you guys answer something for me before we move on? And I'm not asking this to be ridiculous. Why do you need gas? Why do you guys keep going to gas pressure without a container? Can you explain the reason behind that so I can have some understanding there?
No problem at all. So we understand that primarily to achieve gas pressure, that will be within inside a container, a physical boundary for the gas to press against, and by consequence, pressure. Now we understand that gas and volume relationships, i.e. the size of the container, are very important to the amount of pressure that's going to be involved. Now, we've got two problems with the Earth being an open system. One, if the Earth is an open system, there's no physical boundary for the gas to press against and achieve pressure. Problem number two, if there's no physical boundary separating the gas pressure here and the ever-expanding vacuum, not perfect vacuum, but vacuum of space, then the gas is going to keep expanding into that space. So two problems. One, if the Earth's an open system, we won't be able to achieve pressure. And two, if the Earth's an open system, the gas will fuck off.
Okay, timeout. So wait, you must not believe in gravity then, because that's what's keeping the gas contained. What are we talking about?
Okay then, so which gravity are you talking about? Can you provide me with a scientific experiment that proves it? But I tell you what, I'll give you gravity. Can you point to where it's changing the vector of gases?
Okay, so repeat that question a little more simply. I don't
Which
understand what you're
gravity?
saying.
Yeah, which gravity are you talking about? Sorry, I'll
The
go
gravity
one
of the
question.
Earth. The gravity of the
Yeah,
Earth.
okay, so you don't know what you're talking about. Are you talking about mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time? Are you talking about Newtonian gravity or Einsteinian gravity?
I'm talking about the gravity that happens because we have such a large large mass within the Earth, right? We have in the
Am I
core
going
of
to have
the
to
Earth,
berate
right?
you?
Which go ahead.
Am I going to have to berate you now? Seriously, I don't think you can have this conversation, dude, if you're going to start down this fucking path by adding the Earth's gravity. I'm asking you a very specific question because there are two models of gravity. One is mass attracting mass. The other one is mass sitting and distorting the fabric of space-time.
Okay,
Which
mass attracting
poison are you
mass. It would be
picking?
mass attracting mass. That's what it would be.
Awesome stuff. And you're saying that mass attracting mass is the reason why gas is kept here?
Yes, we have the core of the Earth, whatever you want to call it, is attracting all these. Yes, yes, yes.
No, it doesn't have to be the core of the Earth. It's anything of substance has mass. According to this story, a blade of grass has mass, not just the core of the Earth. So, are you saying that mass attracts mass? Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. Does gas attract gas?
As I would think so, but not on the same level that the Earth's mass would affect it.
Okay.
Or would attract it.
Okay. So you understand that if mass attracted mass, there would be a fundamental problem with gas behavior. Gas would not expand to fill the limitation of its environment because when the gas is closer together, that's where the gravitational, when I give it to you, force would be stronger. But gas expands to fill the limitation of its environment. So with the observation, and I'll give it to you, that gravity is doing something, it's not doing anything to gas because gas expands outwards. Second point, you're saying that the Earth is a big mass attracting the gas to it. That's a problem for where the gas is produced. On and within the surface of the Earth, chemical and biological cycles, the evaporation cycle, nitrogen cycle, oxygen cycle, blah, blah, blah. But these will
Wait,
take
wait,
place
wait, wait, wait.
on.
You tell me if that's not the case, then why are we even able to breathe on a daily basis?
Because we've
Why
got
doesn't all the oxygen
containment.
just go out into the endless vacuum of space? And how is
We've
it
got containment.
contained within our atmosphere?
Because we've got containment. The gas is contained. Space isn't a vacuum. We're not uncontained from that vacuum because of the two problems I pointed out. Now, before you start fucking rattling on with another question through my explanation of your first question, are you going to shut up and let me at least answer it for you so I can actually understand? Or are you just waiting to fucking talk?
Go ahead.
Right. So where's the gas produced then? I've told you, can you answer the question? To see if you've listened to me, so I can figure out if I'm wasting my fucking time or not.
All right, you're asking me, say again?
Where's the gas produced?
Sorry, I did not catch where the gas is produced. I'm
I
not even just joking
can't.
with you.
I can't talk.
I'm being genuine. I'm being
Go and talk to
genuine.
someone else. Go and talk to someone else.
So because I missed one thing of what you were saying, because I had a question, you're just refusing to.
No, this is like the fifth time you've done it with me. I've taken my time and patience to push everybody else to the side so me and you can have a fucking conversation where you can get some answers. Every single fucking time I try and do it, you start rattling through it. So much so you can't remember what I just said to you.
I literally just
I
said,
don't think you understand how many questions that I have. There's so like, and I'm
yeah, and
containing
you
the
have
majority
to
of my
answer.
questions.
You have to go through one at a time. You've asked me one question. You have to listen to the answer, don't you?
Yes.
Good. So where's the gas produced? Can you remember, or do you want me to repeat it to you?
Can you please repeat it?
Yes, produced on and within the surface of the Earth. So chemical and biological cycles, the evaporation cycle, for example, where heat evaporates the waters and they go up into the sky. Now you understand that the mass of the Earth is said to be attracting the gas to it, but the gas is produced on and within the Earth, and its first motion is away from the Earth. This demonstrates that, scientifically speaking, you don't even have the first step of a naturally observed phenomena of the mass of the Earth attracting gas to it, because it's moving in all directions away from the Earth.
Okay. So we can say things like, and this is just, I mean, this might be a little far fetched, and I understand what we're saying. I do know, there's certain like geysers, for example, right? Those things expel liquid as well as gas. It's not like, for example, like because what happens is we can understand, right, that when things are hot, which direction do they go?
Up.
Right. So would that not explain why gases could be produced within the Earth's surface, as you said, and I did listen, and why they may travel a different direction instead of just staying where they're at?
Yeah, the temperature's got an awful lot to do with it. You're talking about steam with the example of geysers. We talk about the evaporation cycle, dude. All gases are produced on and within the surface of the Earth, apart from ozone, which is already up in the fucking sky. So that first motion is away from the Earth. You're saying that the mass of the Earth is attracting the gas to it. You have to understand that the further away you get from mass, the gravitational force, to use your
Yes.
words, will be getting weaker.
But this is my problem. This is my problem with what you're saying, because I understand, like, yes, gravity is here, and yes, these gases are created within the surface of the Earth, right? There's many different ways. We don't have to go through all of them. We can just, I understand what you're saying on that part. But it's not impossible for you to travel against gravity. Gravity isn't the tell all be all. Just because there's gravity doesn't mean you have to stay stagnant
Right.
to where you were produced. I can jump up right now and prove that.
Okay. So this is going to be the crux of the issue, dude. You're talking about mass attracting mass. Do you understand that was superseded by Einstein in 1915? Gravity is no longer considered as a force. It's the distortion of space-time fabric because of the displacement of mass. So what you're talking about is a grade school level. What you're talking about is over 100 years out of date. And what you're talking about isn't educated in universities anymore. It's not mass attracting mass. It's the bending and warping of space-time, dude. That's the current scientific rhetoric for what gravity is.
Can I add, though, that in universities, we do also teach, like, when general relativity is needed to be used as a theory and when you can just use Newtonian gravity. It's covered in a lot of GR textbooks, and in the case of anything around Earth, Newtonian gravity works totally fine.
Yeah, mathematically speaking.
Yes, sir.
Yes, but not physically. As in, you can't show it attracting gas. If you could, then gas behavior would be different, as in the gas would not feel the limitation of its environment.
Okay,
But
so
it does.
you're telling me that if there was an example of something with mass attracting gas that we could physically show you, you'd have to concede that point, and you're saying there's no such thing that we have at our disposal.
I mean, you can try. I'll let you try, Sunshine. Go on.
Okay. And so let me ask you a question. If that wasn't true, right? Why, if I were to skydive, do you understand that I travel at different speeds? I'm not just remaining at the same exact speed, and I'm not just hovering there, right? I'm traveling and I'm going faster. When you fall down, right? I mean, that should be proof that there's a pull. Now, it might not. I'm not a gas, right? So obviously, that's not what I'm saying. But we can
We're
observe.
talking about gases, dude. What we're talking about is gases. You're talking about a solid object that's you, and you falling through the gases. What happens when you drop gas, and I say drop, into a vacuum chamber? What direction does the gas go?
I think it kind of just goes where it wants to. Where does it
There
go?
you go. Yeah, in all directions. Goes
Yeah.
upwards,
Okay.
outwards.
Okay.
Yeah. Where's the gravity then? Why are you talking about skydiving and you, a solid object, falling down towards the Earth, and we're talking about gas, and gas moves
Correct.
freely and randomly in all directions? So observably, where's the fucking gravity then?
Now, let me tell you this. If I were to, and also I'll explain this as well. You do realize that things, depending on if they're lighter or heavier than certain other gases, they're gonna obviously be pushed to the top or the bottom. For example, if you had it's the same thing with liquids, man. You put different liquids in a vial, it's gonna settle at some point. So like, and let me explain this one more thing. If I were to have a fog machine and I were to have that fog machine sitting at about 10 feet, and I were to turn that fog machine on, it's gonna fall down to the ground slightly. It may not be as fast as we like it to,
Why is
but it
that?
will go to the ground
Why is that?
because of gravity.
No, it's because of the relationship between the atmospheric gas. So you're talking about a dense gas. You've got a fog machine, which is a dense gas. The reason why it's a fog machine is because I like to use it at concerts because it's denser than the atmosphere and sits on the floor for the foggy effects. It's denser than the atmospheric gas. It's not being pulled down to the floor. It's the relationship between the gases that's making that happen.
So you're saying that gravity has absolutely nothing to do with it, right?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Because one, you
So
haven't proven gravity to me yet.
tell me if this is possible then. Is it possible for us to use this fog machine in a vacuum where there's nothing in there, right? And we're just
Yes.
going to
Yeah.
and what happens? We observe it going down?
What will happen? Yeah. What will happen to the fog machine gas when you put it into a vacuum chamber? Where will it go?
Initially, because of the momentum that's going to have to be used to put it into that vacuum, I feel like it's going to be a little spontaneous and not really have a exact direction, but eventually it will fall down. Like it will go down if we were to.
No. When you put any gas into a vacuum chamber, that gas moves freely and randomly in all directions and fills the limitation of that container. You're going to say that because it's fog machine gas or sulfur hexafluoride, whichever dense or heavy gas that you want to use, if you put that into a vacuum chamber, then the gas is all going to settle on the bottom of that vacuum chamber because gravity's pulling that gas down. No, that doesn't happen, dude. Gases feel the limitation of their environment at the moment. That's a vacuum
Okay,
chamber.
yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Yeah, okay, yeah. No,
So
that's correct. That's the point of
yeah,
the
good.
vacuum.
So you understand then that where the fucking hell's the gravity? If gases move freely and randomly in all directions, then gravity is not affecting it.
Okay, so let me ask you another question then. What happens if we release gas while we're in orbit, above our atmosphere? Like let's just say we're in space and the vacuum is space, quote unquote the vacuum is space.
It's the
What do you
same thing. If gas is in a vacuum, the gas will disperse freely and randomly in all directions.
So let me in check and mate, because now I've got you on a fucking bullshit ass statement, and let me explain why. Why is it that the sun just doesn't go everywhere? Then the sun is a gas, is it not?
No. So this is something that's come out in the last few years, according to the second solar spectrum. That's not a plasma gas in the sky. If you want, I could provide you with PhD physicists who have been contending the standard model of the sun for the last decade or so. Now, these are reputable scientists. You can find them on Google Scholar. Now, this is because of the spectroscopy data. That cannot be a plasma gas because it's a continuous spectrum. Gases and plasmas give off discontinuous spectrums, so it can't be a plasma, can't be a gas.
Science guy Andrew, is that correct?
Yeah, dude. That's not me saying that. That's not flat earthers saying that. Shut up. Shush. Thank you. So that's not me saying that. I'm just repeating what other PhD scientists, spectroscopers, and so on have been saying for decades. That cannot be a plasma gas. Would you like the references? Would you like the papers?
I would like those personally. Thank you.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Because I mean that seems to be and then we're looking at other planets. Aren't there other planets that are gas planets too that are not just
Yes,
floating everywhere within space? How are the
same
hold on?
situation.
How are
Same
those
situation.
contained
Same
if you're if
situation. Fuck me, not gases, dude. Same situation. Do you remember? I think it was about maybe 20 years ago.
oh no, I couldn't remember.
Shoemaker. Do you remember the comet Shoemaker Levy 9? Do you remember that?
I was I wouldn't no, I wouldn't have remembered that. No.
Okay, no worries at all. Then all I'm going
I'm
to
not
point out is all I'm going
I'm
to
not
point out.
doxing myself, but
I'm
yeah.
literally just trying to fucking help you, dude. I don't care how old you are. So we have to understand that when this comet that broke into several parts impacted the surface of Jupiter, you understand that you can't impact gases and have the same creation of the scars that were left on Jupiter. It's the same thing with the sun. Now, when we observe the sun, we observe that when it has coronal mass ejections, for example, and the magnetic field pulls those particles back down to the surface, what we observe is those particles splashing down onto that surface. Same thing as we observe with Shoemaker Levy 9. So it has to be some kind of liquid, metallic, or so on, as these scientists that I'm going to reference when I get a minute have been trying to point out for the last few decades, not gases.
Fair enough. And I'd like you now, because something interesting just came across my DMs, and I won't give too much more than that.
Oh, okay.
You're gonna
If you're being coached, dude, then
no,
fuck
no, no,
off.
no, no, no. This is the first. This is the only thing. I'm not being coached at all. Everything that I've said up to this point, this is the only thing that I'm gonna say and ask, and just because I'm interested in it,
Who's
that's
DM'd
been
you?
sent to me.
Who is? I'll tell you what. I'll entertain it if you tell me who's DM'd you.
I'd rather not turn coat.
And I'm not going to entertain you because I know, and I've been doing this for fucking 9 years. There will always be somebody watching on YouTube or somebody listening that will try and get into people's DMs. Now, if you don't tell me, I'm not entertaining you. It's just dishonest, dude.
It's not. No, no, no. I'm not saying that this is. I'm curious about it, and that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying this disputes it. I'm not saying
It's a no negotiation type of situation, dude. Either just tell them who it is or goodbye.
All right, it's Phil. That's it.
I knew it.
Professor Phil Bell. All right, Phil, hope you're doing well on YouTube. Why don't you come in here, sunshine, and spout your own shit instead of trying to get other people to fucking spout it for you? You have the link. You can join the server. You fucking pussy.
I don't know. I don't know the history behind him, so I don't have any. I'm not involved with that. That's all I'm saying. All right, I'm just saying I don't have any. I don't have any history with him. I don't know him. I'm not
Yeah, he's fine.
involved in him.
Whoever's talking to us, we know.
All right, fair enough. Okay, but I am interested in it. I've told you. Do you believe in there being such thing as a gravitational slingshot effect? And the reason why that's interesting to me is because if we can use so for example, if we can use the polar planets, right, to increase momentum, it would even if like we could use this around planets that are gas. And I understand you said it's a different type of gas, so maybe that answers the question right then and there.
Dude, you're saying a whole bunch of words that you don't have you have no idea
I'm
what you're saying.
asking what
You have
I
no
literally
idea. I know, but you're asking a question. Listen, dude, you're asking a loaded. It's
I
the
don't like
question you're
alpha. I'm
asking. You
not
have no,
engaging with you. I
dude.
refuse
I'm
to engage
sorry.
with
I'm
you.
sorry. Yeah, it's fine. That's fine. But every time you interrupt me, it takes me that much longer. So the questions that you're asking right now are the words that you're using. You don't have no knowledge on any of them. So when you get an answer because you didn't know the question you're asking, you're not going to know what the answer means. That's the issue that we're having.
You're incorrect
So that's the
because I've
problem.
learned just over the course of talking right to Jedi. I've learned several things that I now can tell you. Right, I'm open to learning, and just because you think that I might not know as much as you on this subject doesn't mean you can sit here and invalidate my questions because I do have questions that I genuinely said I'm interested in. I'm not. You know what? I'm not going to say it because I have more dignity than that. But yeah, I'll leave it at that. I don't like you, and I can say that at least.
That's a sad story.
No, every goddamn time I have anything to say.
Liking me or not liking me doesn't excuse you from the fact that you don't know what you're talking about. It's still the same whether you like
No
me or you don't.
shit. I
You don't know
said
what
I'm
you're
not
talking
sure.
about.
No shit when it comes to the specific issue I just asked, because I said, hey, I don't know too much about this. Can you
So then
explain
how
it?
did you say but that's the
What are you
interesting
talking
thing
about?
is that you say, "Oh, I find it interesting." That's what you said about this question. So I want to ask the question because I find it interesting. And it's like, how can you find something interesting that you have no knowledge about because you just hear buzzwords that are being spoken over you,
No. Okay.
and
How
then you're
about
just
this?
repeating these
I'll,
buzzwords?
I'll explain. I'll explain why I'm at least a little bit more qualified to ask that question. Right? We were sitting here talking about how things, with mass, like mass attracting mass. Right? We've gone through that entire conversation, and he's explained that. We've gotten there. Then we also got on the subject of how vacuums are or aren't contained. Our gases aren't or aren't contained within a vacuum. Right? Which we've gotten to that. He's also explained to me how the gases from planets as well as the sun, it's a different, what do you say, he used the word plasma, right, which is a different type of gas, so it's going to interact differently. Fine, I understand that, right?
I've got to,
I've
dude, sorry, got to interrupt. Not a plasma, not a gas. Has to be a condensed matter, which means solid or liquid. I've posted you 3 videos from a very reputable PhD in spectroscopy. He's come
Yes,
very,
yes.
very high. So stick those in your watch later list, dude. All right.
That's fair. That's
Just
fair. All I'm saying is I'm explaining to Alpha, who just seems to he doesn't understand how we got to the point, right? So now I'm saying, okay, well that's interesting. I'd like to know how gravity within the confines of a vacuum, right, is going to affect spacecraft that can orbit around it and then gain momentum, because I do understand how that works, and that's why I asked it. So don't sit here, Alpha, and try to invalidate my questions. And I'm literally saying, hey, I don't know about this. Can you explain it a little bit further so I have some understanding of it? You're
Let
ridiculous.
me bring some clarity. Let me bring some clarity to what you just said. When it was spoken over to you, what gravity was? What was your answer? I want to prove my point.
What do you mean? What was my answer when we spoke? When we spoke about mass attracting mass? You talking about the
When
gravity? Yeah, he
Jedi
asked me what
asked you
type
what
of.
listen, let me ask you. I'll say it again, a little bit more clear for you. When Jedi asked you what is gravity, what was your answer?
No, I said he didn't ask me what gravity is. He asked me what type of gravity I was referring to, and I said I'm talking about massive attracting mass. That's what I said. You
No,
weren't
sir,
listening.
you did not say that. No,
Yes.
yes,
What
I
do you
was. You did
mean,
not say that. You
dude?
liar. You did
Jedi,
not say that.
Jedi, yeah,
You know
Jedi.
what you said?
Correct this
Yeah, Jedi has
motherfucker.
to tell you exactly what I'm about to tell you. You did not say that. You
Yes,
said,
Dude, you're ridiculous.
"Oh, you didn't." Stop saying that I'm a liar, because I'm going to call you out. You could pull up the VOD if you want to. I know I'm correct because I was listening. I don't know if you were, because it sounds like you're just now making up a
It
story.
took Jedi.
So you only.
He asked
Okay,
a
dude.
couple
Here's what
times.
you're gonna do. No, here's what you're
Yes,
gonna do.
Jedi asked a.
So when he first asked you, you said it's the gravity that pulls you down to the earth, and he didn't understand what you meant by that. So he wanted some clarity. So he gave you the option to think about Newtonian or Einsteinian gravitational theories. Did he not do that before you said that? I don't want to be misspoken, and I don't want you to call me a liar
He
or say
asked.
anybody else here is lying. That's what I
You're
heard.
disingenuous. That's what it is. He asked me to clarify.
I'm not disingenuous. Go ahead, Jedi. I mean, if that wasn't the case, Jedi, then prove me wrong. If that's not, you had to specify what he was talking about, because he said it's the gravity that you get pulled down to the earth from. He was very unclear about everything.
yeah, can't deny that.
Well, and that's what I was saying to him. He said no. He said it was mass attracting mass. He did not say that. You gave him the answer. So
Yeah.
therefore, fast forward to this particular conversation. Now he's saying he thinks gravitational attraction is something that's interesting to talk about. So how did he find it interesting when he didn't even know what it was in the first instance? That's where I'm coming from, and I'm calling him out on that, because he thinks he has something special to say because he heard these buzzwords or a DM from Mr. Phil Bellum. So this is what I'm asking him. He doesn't realize that. So how is it coming from a genuine place of understanding? He doesn't know what he's saying. He's hearing these buzzwords and he just wants you to talk about what it means. That's fine. But he doesn't need to say that he's genuinely interested in it, because he doesn't even know what it was in the first instance.
Okay, Jedi, can you
That's
answer
it.
this question that I'm not genuinely interested in, just so Alpha can be happy? Like, like really, Alpha? You just don't like me, and that's what it is, bro. Like, you've had it in for me every goddamn time I come here. It's not just this time. Just because I'm not going to sit here and completely say,
It's
"Oh,
simple,
you're the
dude.
authoritative figure."
No, that's simple. Like when you're in here speaking, when you concede a point and you say, "Look, I don't know," like it could be that. I'm fine with that. It's when you start to act like you know what you're saying, like all these little lines that people were talking to you, like Jedi and everybody else who you've been speaking with you. You're like, oh, that's where I'm gonna get you. That's where you fucked up. That's where you messed up. Why do you do that? You don't have to do that. You could just be like having a conversation with someone, and you know that I'm right. Because that's how you're in here with good faith. When you're being that way, you're representing yourself just like a genuine person. You're asking questions and you're having a back and forth, not like looking for a way to say, "Oh, I see how you messed up there." See, like when you told him about when he was talking about the sun, you thought you had him on a gotcha, but he just turned it right back around that you don't know what you're talking about once again. So you're doing this thing that where you're trying to look for some kind of chink in the armor. You're not gonna find it, dude. Just have a conversation where you're not looking to win a debate. That's all I'm asking from your side. But you seem to have it like that's your whole agenda is you want to be like a win or lose scenario. And for me, that's irritating. So don't be in here like you're acting all genuine and shit because you're not. You're looking for a way into the find the chink in the armor so you can have a one up. And the audience doesn't know that because it sounds like you're probably speaking like the way they would speak. So I'm pointing it out to everybody. That's exactly what you're doing. So
No, you're
I mean,
just
let's
seeming
call a
like an
spade for a
asshole.
spade, right?
You're just seeming like an asshole because someone said, "Hey, I have a genuine question," and just because you didn't necessarily like me asking the question, you took issue with it, which is ridiculous in
Yeah,
itself.
because is it coming from a genuine place, dude, or are you trying to have Jedi go into an answer that you're gonna be like, "No, you're incorrect," like because that's you're looking for a one up, bro.
The
That's
way
it.
that we would know that it's genuine is because over the course of me speaking to Jedi, I've conceded on a few different points, and I've said, "No, you're absolutely right" on several things. Once he explained it and gave further explanation as to where my curiosities lie. If I wasn't being genuine, I wouldn't have conceded anything. You're just ridiculous, and that's all there is to it. Simple. So my point was, right, is that we've progressed so far in the conversation where Jedi was kind enough to give me explanation on questions that I had. He broke it down in such a way where I was able to understand said questions, and then I had further questions about things that I was hearing that may relate to the topic that we had broached. So what are you talking about? I literally, for example, I literally said, "Hey, if we're talking about why gases don't just go and float wherever in the vacuum of space, why does the sun not do that?" He explained that. I accepted it, and I said, "Okay, that's great." And he actually provided some source material for that. If I wasn't genuine, I wouldn't have accepted that answer that he gave me at all. Wouldn't have
Yeah,
added
you
it to
make
my
it sound you
walkthrough.
make it sound a little bit different. You make it sound a little bit different
That's
than the way
literally
it
what
went down.
happened. What are you
You
talking
No,
about?
thought no,
okay,
listen,
okay. I can
listen,
What are you
listen.
bro,
talking about?
I heard
listen,
it.
bro.
I
You
heard it.
you sound you.
He said, I have
Hey,
you on checkmate. He said, I have you on
yeah, look,
checkmate. That's
Yep,
what you
look,
said.
Miggy.
yep.
I mean, I can't say he's like 100% like he's got the spell still on him, but like he has
I
done
agree.
fairly well, fairly. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
He
he
has
has
given
conceded, Lou.
most
I'll
of
give him
the
that. Listen, and I give him his props, bro. I gave him his props. He did concede, but here's the thing that he's looking for the gotcha,
Hey,
and
Alpha,
everybody
He is.
fuck
hears it.
I
you,
Everybody
agree
you
with
hears
you.
it. Dude,
I
fucking
heard it.
relax,
piece of
Alpha, I agree with
shit.
relax.
you.
Yes, and I think
So
it's fair for me to say, "Oh,
hold
it's
on
a
a
gotcha."
second,
When
dude.
when
Hold on.
I've
I
been
wasn't doing this control thing.
no, you
Hold on.
no, I'm not fucking holding
You
on.
see,
That's
you're
not
not
what's happening.
moderating this room, bro. That's where you overstep your line. See, this is where you cross the boundary. You overstep to think that you can moderate this room. This room is 24/7 flat Earth, dude. It's not 24/7 remix, dude. So just relax. All right. So all it is that, and Lou's correct. All right. So whenever you concede a point and where you say, yeah, okay, that's fine. The thing that we're going to address is the fact that whenever you're in that discussion, you're looking for the gotcha in it. And you're trying to get the person that you're debating with in a position where you can have that moment of like, that you want that W. But his Jedi's not interested in that. He just wants to point out the fact that the Earth being a globe is not consistent. So if you're having a genuine conversation, you're not going to look for the gotcha, bro. That's it. And so it's fair to say that you are looking for the gotcha, and don't act like you're a saint, bro, in this, because you're not. That's it. That's all.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll both burn in hell because you ain't a saint either. So my point is that I'm sitting here, right, and I've literally said, okay, I accept that it's a different type of gas. I didn't push back on that, even though, right, I've never heard of such things. But he said that it's been studied upon and it's been agreed upon by professors. He provided the material. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say I didn't say, oh, I've got you in checkmate now. I think that's a natural response from anyone that's been, shown their entire lives, their entire existence, that what you guys are saying is absolute crazy to them, right? Not saying it is crazy. I'm just saying that's how it's been presented to the general public. So of course I'm going to look for a gotcha. I feel like it would be unnatural to not look for a gotcha and say, okay, this is how you're absolutely incorrect, or this is how what you're saying doesn't make sense. We're supposed to question things. That's how you even think that the earth is flat in the first place. Because what did you do? You question things. So to hell with you. Simple.
I don't know if you were done with your point, Jedi, or not, but
I was waiting for the air to clear just a little bit more so I could jump back in. I just want the gentleman to understand what we was discussing with regards to gas and gas behaviour.
Oh,
As
no, no,
long
no, Jedi. Any question that I have, I'm purely I'm not a scientist, right? And I haven't taken these pictures myself, so I'm not qualified to ask these questions. So there's no point to these questions. So it's just any question that I ask from here on out. Alpha's gonna tell you I'm not qualified. I don't know is the exact amount of information that Alpha knows, so I shouldn't ask these questions. That's exactly what's gonna happen at this point.
okay, didn't need to come off like a whiny bitch there, mate.
No, I'm saying we shouldn't learn about things. That's literally that's the argument he's trying to pose to me right now, is that we shouldn't learn. We shouldn't have questions about things. And so Alpha, is there like a specified time limit to when I learn something and then have another question about it that I like? Is there a time limit
yeah,
I
you
need
can
to
ask a
adhere
question
to?
you can ask a question without having it look like a gotcha. That's all. Did I say anything else about that? No.
Oh, I'm
Just ask
sorry
a
that I
question
hurt
and
your
don't make it be like,
feelings.
oh, I gotcha. Just
I'm
don't do that.
sorry that me saying checkmate hurt your feelings so bad. I'm sorry about that.
Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, can you look in chat at the observations I've done and look at that study? Radio telescopes. It's pretty interesting stuff.
I'm gonna be good faith and I'm gonna watch these YouTube videos while I get the stench of Alpha off of me right quick, and then I have more questions.
Okay, dude. Right, I'm scrolling up to find whatever it is you're talking about, dude. What are you talking about, dude?
That I just added you right now, where it starts, and then
Cool.
here's my observations. There's more. Oh, is that not? Oh shit. Oops.
Testing. 1, 3, 8.
Oh well.
Okay.
Testies. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, old Beavis and Butthead reference. Fucking hell, I'm old. I'm reading through this article, Trig. I'll get back to you.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
It's quite in depth, man. So I'll have to go through it. Knowing me, probably about 3 bloody times at this time in the morning. Oh, Lulu, there is a huge article with content and all of this type of stuff. It's not just a graph, mate.
Hey, yeah, no, I didn't even open it up. I just was being a smartass. He said, "Explain this." I'm like, "It's a graph. Like, what do you want?" I didn't. Yeah, it's getting late. I'm getting ready for bed here, so I didn't really feel like diving into it.
Maybe I'm seeing more than everything else, and there's pages and pages, like writing. But yeah, good night, Lee, man. Good to see you. I hope you do well. See you again soon.
Yep, I'm usually around. Like a lot of, most of my free time, honestly, I spend a lot of time here, but not here of recent. I'm paying attention more than people probably notice. Um, like I've mentioned in past days, a lot of times it gets too crazy in here. I'm not here for the circus. Um, and so I'll just watch on YouTube and shake my head and roll my eyes and shit like that.
This is a nice little bit of silence. If there is anybody in here who's just joined the channel, if you've got any questions that you want to ask the Flat Earthers about why we say the Earth is flat, then the floor is literally free. I am scrolling up and down the list, though. It doesn't seem to be too many people that I don't recognise. But if I've missed you out and you want to ask a question to Flat Earthers, then please feel free and go ahead. Like I said, guys, really quiet at the moment. Lots of people in chat. Let's maybe have a roll call. I haven't done that for a while. AI's deafened, so let's not even bother with him. Alpha Veritas is in the house. What's up, Alpha? Andrew's in here. What's up, Andrew? Hope you're doing well. Bad Boy has joined us. Apparently he's now a Flat Earther. We're still yet to have a conversation, but interested to know why you think that. Brit's here. Grusp is in the house. Myself, obviously, Effie Jedi. I don't call myself Effie anymore, but whatever. Julius J's in the house. Mickey's here. You've got Mind Pong. What's up, Mind Pong, my friend? Miss Doves. What's up, Miss Doves? Hope you're doing well. Not too busy at work, I hope. Newt is in the house. Resolve. Rolling my boulder. What's up, dumbass? How you doing? Heretic is in the house. Shadow Interlocutor. Wow, we've changed your name again. Subdued is here. Who else have we got? Trigonometry. Yeah, Trigman. All right, man. I'm sorry, I'm getting fucking tired. Who else we got? Under Heaven's Earther, we've got Trinity is good. Lulu, Visual Sounds in the house. What's up, Lulu? And right down the bottom, we've got Waz. So we got a really full panel, guys. Welcome to the channel. Like I said, if you've got any questions, feel free to ask those questions. I'm sure one of the moderators or Flat Earthers will be happy to answer them. Not me, though. I might have to go to bed.
I'm ready to hear a trigonometric meltdown. Bring it on.
Oh, that'd be awesome. I see Indio's in chat. What's up, Indio, mate? You need to get yourself in live stream, bud. That'd be awesome. Good to see you again, if you did pop in. Probably just chat skanking. Oh, and of course, sorry, big shout out to Professor Phil Bell. What's up, Phil? Watching on YouTube, are you? Decided to slide into people's DMs. Yeah. You ain't changed over the last 6 years, have you? Come and join us, mate. Stop trying to get other people to fight your corner for you. So, Phil Bell, want to jump inside? Got the link.
Hey Trig, sorry, I just finished my game. So what are we reading right now? So you sent 2 plots, it looks like, of some hydrogen lines. Is this yours? Is that what you were saying? Okay, might be away from the computer. It's been a while since he said something. Thanks for the ping visual. So, Trigon is a hard name to say. Trigonometry man. So, were you recreating the results of this paper? Is that the idea?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. What kind of tech were you using?
I used a 2.3 meter telescope and then a 13 meter one.
Damn. Where do you buy that from? Like, I assume this is a personal purchase, or is?
No, I don't buy them. That would be no. I rent time on them. Like I request time
okay.
on them, and then they let me use them for like a couple hours.
Yeah. Is this for research you're doing, or is this just as a hobby you're renting time?
Yeah, this is just as a hobby. I do a lot of random stuff.
That's actually really nice to hear. I'm always worried, like, if I ever leave research, you're like doomed to not do anything. So that's cool. So you can just like, do you reach out to them directly, or do they have official forms to go through?
The 2.3 meter one, unfortunately, isn't available anymore. But you used to be able to just go on the website and try and book a time. You wouldn't even have to talk to any like people or anything. You could just say, "I want this time," and if it was available, you would get it. But unfortunately, that's not a thing anymore. So it's gotten a little bit harder.
That's cool. That's cool. What's the name of the what was the other one you said? 4 meter?
The 2.3 one was Salsa.
Salsa? Okay. Cool. That's really nice. It's, I'm actually blown away you can just reach out to it casually. Because I have some friends who, like they request time on like James Webb and shit. And that, it's like they spend months on their proposal, right? And then it's cool though. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, I did this like a couple years ago, so I was like 16 when I did it. So
that's amazing. How old are you? Do you mind me asking how old you are?
I'm 18 now.
Damn, that's awesome. So my sense of time is really bad. So are you like second year university ish? Is that right?
I'm not in college at all.
Oh, that's cool. What do you do? Sorry, I don't want to turn this into an interview.
Oh, that's fine. I'm just working to save up money to go to college.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's yeah, I mean, if you're doing this as your free time, definitely apply to a bunch of scholarships because yeah, these like this is an extracurricular band would look awesome.
I also do rocketry stuff. I send my side chat as well.
Yeah, damn. You're probably gonna be set then, man. Actually, yeah. Honestly, actually, the other thing just occurred to me. I remember even like up to second year, so many people, so many like way smarter than me people were failing, just because they hadn't really learned how to like teach themselves yet. Because so much of university, right, is you have to go and like just fucking really nose to the grindstone for a lot of it. So if you're doing all this in your spare time, man, you're gonna be set. That's really impressive.
Oh, thank you. Are you in university right now, or?
Yeah, I'm about halfway through my PhD now. Probably not gonna stay in academia after, but it's been a really nice experience. Yeah, I do.
What are you?
Kind of, yeah.
What are you majoring?
So I do kind of more theoretical physics. So I do black hole type stuff. I do like modified gravity.
Oh, these guys really don't like that.
No, it's actually funny. There's almost like an overlap. I think they would love it. I do a lot of like ether theories of gravity, which I know actually a lot. I think it's weird. There's it seems to me that there's two camps. There's a camp that kind of follows like the Witsit guy who like love ether theories, and then there's the camp that follows the quantum eraser guy who really don't like ether. What was I saying? So I do black holes. I'm basically looking at a class of theories, and I try and find predictors that would show up in gravitational wave data to signal, like, hey, the deviation of this signal like strongly coincides with this theory or something. So that's what I do. I kind of bounced a bit. So in my undergrad, I was doing some co-ops with a couple things. So I worked on satellites a bit, and then I did one co-op which was with like a synchrotron collider, and I was in a weird thing where there I was like totally experimental, and that was actually like too much for me. Yeah, it's weird. It's like you'd just be in there all day, like, you know, working with electronics and shit. And then I felt very disconnected from like the physics of it. So then I kind of went hard in the other direction. And now I do like totally theoretical stuff. It would be nice if I could find somewhere a little in the middle. But it's tough. It's kind of like I think this is probably something a lot of people in physics have to kind of overcome, is it's like, imagine like you're young and you say like you want to build houses, right? And then you get older and it's like, I could have the wrong impression. I'm sorry if there's any construction people in here. It's like you get older and then you're like, oh, I can be a framer, or I can be a roofer, or I can be a drywaller, or I can be, I don't know, like but it's like you never make, I'm guessing, you probably never make a whole house on your own if you're in construction, right? It's kind of a bit like that in physics, you know? It's like you have the people that come up with the theories, and then the people that come up with the predictions you'd see in telescopes, and then the experiment, you know, it's, yeah, anyways.
But would you say that everyone that you've ever met in the field is lying, and you're lying too?
No, I mean, everyone has like their own corner they're kind of fighting for. I was really into philosophy of physics a bit ago.
Yeah, but that's a misrepresentation of like what we're saying here to say that all people are lying. They're not lying.
Oh yeah,
they're just telling you. They're just
yeah.
That's just a misrepresentation, though. It's a
Yeah.
little snide, backhanded comment coming from trigonometry. Yeah,
No,
it
it's
is.
not.
You're
You
trying. You're
know
trying to
that's
paint
what you
it as some
believe.
kind of. Yeah, just let me finish, okay? So basically, what it is he's trying to put us in a light like we're just discrediting all of what people say on the basis of just saying "nuh-uh," and that's not the case. So what it is that people that believe the information to be true are just doing it in a traditional sense. So they're just handed down information as if this is the case, and they're just trusting that that is the case. So they're saying, okay, well, I learned this information. So that's all they're doing. They're not lying to anyone. They're just believing that that's the case.
So I do kind of understand this viewpoint. I'd say within like academia, it's actually pretty aggressive between different communities. When we do journal clubs, journal reviews, it's very critical. You'll often like tear things apart. Then you send emails to the people. You say why you think they're wrong and whatnot. Yeah, why was I saying this? Yeah, I'd say it's actually like there's very little trust between different research groups, and you know you want your theory to be right. So there really is a lot of tearing each other down.
So same shit we do in here, kind of.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with what you guys do in here. Yeah.
Is Indio in the chat, or is he?
I hope so. Get in here, India.
Yeah, he's going on about superluminal stuff. I mean, he's just a quack. He's crazy.
All right, that's what you are. So it's projection. That's fine.
Yeah, easy enough for you to say while he's not in here.
But I mean, if he joins, I'll say the same thing to him.
I'm sure he'll enjoy that.
And then we'll see who the quack really is.
We sure will. Yep. probably has to prepare a script and everything, so he makes sure that he gets everything right.
No, he doesn't have to do that at all.
All right, I think I'm gonna head to bed, guys. Have a good one. Is Jedi have a? I was gonna say thank you to Jedi for the discussion. I think that was good. Trig, good luck, man. Yeah, you're gonna do really well. If you have any questions about physics or anything, you can DM me if you want. Yeah. Okay. Have a good night, everyone. Bye bye.
Yes, sir.
It's kind of funny how these guys come in here, heretic, and they act like they're all innocent and saints, and they're just doing the best they can, and they paint me to be the villain when they're the ones that are really being the jerks in the scenario. And I'm just pointing it out. They hate it when I do that. That's why I hate Alpha. Every time he comes in, I'm like, dude, I'm just pointing out what you're doing, and you don't like it because now that I'm exposing you, you're upset. I mean, you know.
I first saw that with that remix guy because he was like trying to like pose as like some nice guy, but then he'd be like, "Oh yeah, here I got a gotcha now."
Yeah, I was listening to him too because he really enjoyed the fact that he got Jedi on a point, and Jedi just came right back and was like, "Dude, that's not even a point." Like, and then he played it down like, "Oh yeah, I guess you're right." And it's like, I just basically showed him. I was like, "See what you were trying to do there, is you're trying to get somebody on like a specific point that you can say, aha." You know, it's like, I know what you're doing, man. And he's like, "No, I'm not." Yeah, you are. Like, come on.
That the guy that just
I,
left.
yeah, probably the remix guy. I think he's been gone for a little bit now, but yeah, he kept doing that. Kept pretending he was just having like a normal, nice conversation, then he would like try to get a gotcha in there.
That guy that
And
just
then he
left
tried
just a
to
minute
he
ago.
tried to justify the gotcha. He's like, "Oh, let me justify the gotcha. Wouldn't you feel like doing a gotcha if you were in my position?" I was like, "Dude, come on."
Does he study physics, that guy that just left?
Oh, you mean Andrew? Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Apparently theoretical physics. So, no.
Imaginary physics.
Yeah, not physical physics.
Hey, when you're doing a gotcha on someone, don't you usually do it to them when they're in the room?
Yeah, that's what happened. We're talking about a past conversation.
Sounds like you guys got him.
Don't say you've never done it.
Got it.
No, I'm just getting you. What's up, guys?
Got him.
Howdy.
We're just waiting for the
Sounds
fun.
like I missed some. Sorry. Delay.
No, it's okay. I wasn't saying anything not worth interrupting. Go for it.
Just saying, sounds like I missed some fun.
There's always more.
Whoever posted that video of Sabine, or whatever her name is, I just reposted in the side chat. Thank you. That was awesome. A good video speaks volumes from someone who spent their lives studying theoretical physics and is now a struggling YouTuber, artist, content maker. Can't remember if it was in here or another chat, but someone posted that and I watched it and I was like, wow, very telling. Exactly, India, grift, man. Like these people that, trying to get jobs, and in her case, particularly a woman in that country with that culture. Anyway, like to earn a living out of what they call science, right? Academia, the science community, is to like write papers about imaginary articles and get grants.
Oh. Pretty quiet room for so many people.
Well, we were waiting for you.
No, come on. That's what I say to people when they come into my channel going, what are you guys talking about? And it's like, well, we were waiting for you to get here just so we could fill you in, actually. Now that you're here, now we can get down to it.
So you know the game is played?
Hell, well, sometimes.
All right. Well, let's start it up.
Let's. Who do you trust more, Biden or Putin?
Wrong question.
Why? I thought it's exactly the right question.
Do you know what PC you joined, sir?
Yeah. I'm trying to find common ground.
This
do
is
you
not...
approve
You think this is some sort of politics
sniffing
server?
children?
Think this is some sort of politics server or something?
Do you approve of Biden sniffing children?
I don't approve of you.
Oh, come on, don't be like that.
So why do you think the Earth's a ball?
Who says I do? Or I don't? I haven't mentioned either or. Yet.
I say you do. I'm just going to take it on blind faith for now that you do.
What are you talking about? Look around you. Does it look fucking round to you?
No.
So, back to Biden sniffing children. I'm voting his ass out.
No,
well,
never back to that.
I can't, actually.
Never back to that.
But that's what's really important. Otherwise, we're going to be stuck with 4 more years of him sniffing kids. Think about the children.
I'm going to think about the better conversations we could be having. How about that? Let's see if this time on mute gave you some, time to figure out what the topic is. Let's see. How about now? Do you get it now?
Hang on.
You hurt his feelings, Heretic. Now he doesn't want to answer.
Poor guy.
I feel this is not going to be productive with you present, so I'm going to leave.
Okay, get out.
That seems like a great idea.
As trolling's not going to be productive with me present, so better leave. Better try a different room. Troll his own room.
You take all the fun out of it, Heretic.
Yep. That's what I do. Take the politics server and just take all the fun out of it.
And somehow be number one at the same time.
They love it.
It's a paradox.
They love it that I'm killing all their fun times.
Yeah. They hate it so much, they just have to be here all the time.
Yeah. Become addicted to the hate.
Yeah, we even have Scott Mackey bingo, so we're just waiting for him to pop in here, and we'll start.
Tell you what, the goddamn world is square.
Right.
Huh? What?
Well, we got a square earther again. That's just a glober melting down.
Yeah.
That's really all that is.
Did he leave?
Yeah, he left. Mumbo jumbo, man. That's all he had in him. Jumped in to say it's a square and left.
Yeah, we got no hack gamma or whatever getting job offers from this other guy.
Oh, really?
Like, well,
the Andrew guy, yeah.
Yeah, you sound like you know what you're talking about. You should apply at one of the universities, and we'll accept you. You sound like a very smart guy.
You sound like Seinfeld.
Yeah, I know.
He's on the right track because he's thinking right globe thing.
Yeah, he's playing the game. So, you got a seat at the table when that happens.
Yep.
Let me get that napkin for you. Where the rest of the guys that come in here? Usually there's like intervals. We get them. What time is it right now? Yeah, they usually start popping in right about now. From like now to like midnight my time.
Well, you got Storm here. He usually melts down. It's usually a problem for him. This VC.
Is it knockoff time? Knockoff time over there? 5 p.m.
Oh, it's a bit later than that.
Okay.
Time to knock a few back.
Yeah, like in
what?
Like dinner time. No, you'd be like at what 9 p.m. is it?
Yeah, it's about that for me.
The Heretic said this beer 30. So.
Yep. Wine o'clock actually.
I hear it going bong.
I like
bong.
wine o'clock. That's good. Yeah, what do Australians have? It's not beer 30 or wine o'clock. What do you guys have?
It's always 4 o'clock somewhere.
Is it a schooner? Is it a schooner nooner? I don't know. I'm just trying to make something up.
It's just beer o'clock all times. If you want. For many it is.
It's always
where's
4
Timbo
o'clock.
at, dude?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, where's Timbo at? Usually in there. What? You know what? We haven't heard from the not flat Earth camp. How are they doing? We got any reports back from their wonderful, server? Are they still saying that the Earth is not flat? Like, I'm not a flat Earth. They'll say like at least 15 times within the presence of the voice call. I just like to let everybody know I'm not with these guys. I'm not a flat earther. It's like, dude, we got it like the last 1,000 times you said it. Like,
did I mention yet that I'm not a flat earther?
Yeah, just about 150 times before that. But yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I haven't really heard much. We started banning them all the time, and I don't know. I haven't really been paying attention to them. I don't know.
Yeah, they got the little niche arguments, and they usually pop in here whenever Nathan's in here. Oh, they love to hate Nathan. they come on in. They loved it, and they're all. Did you hear what Nathan said? Oh, did you hear him? Did Nathan said this? I'm like, dudes, why are you guys on Nathan's jock, bro? Like, I mean, do your own thing. If you got your own thing, do it. Do the damn thing. But yeah, you gotta always talk about these, because it's like, if you have something to say about those guys, then maybe they're gonna get his attention, and he's gonna be like, "Wow, these guys are not flat Earth types," or blah blah blah, and they're gonna be like, "See how he attacks us? I hate when he attacks us." It's like, you're the one that stuck your neck out on the chopping block, bro. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, nobody would even have noticed, really, if they hadn't come out here and, like, I don't know. I mean, I never even knew those guys. I never knew they were around until they came here and started trolling all the time. So it's like, really not concerned with it. I had no issue with any of them, and yeah.
But
that went well.
Yeah, exactly. The bigger anti-flat Earth types like FTFE, the really ridiculous ones. They always talk about those guys and what they're doing, and then the big flat Earth. Because I don't know, maybe it's just if you talk about the prolific types, then by proxy you become prolific. I don't know. Maybe that's
Get
how it
on the
works.
radar. Yeah, you get on the radar, or you hope to.
Because other people that are clamoring against these guys are like, dude, did you hear what Nathan said? And then this guy's over here like, yeah, but Nathan is wrong. And then they were like, really? That's interesting. How is he wrong? And then, you go over there, listen to what he's got to say, and then you find out that that's just batshit crazy. And it's just like, yeah, I don't know. But I guess it's a tactic. I don't know. Just mentioning somebody that's saying things and then against it.
I always miss Nathan's thing here because it's the wrong time for me. Did they show up to that last one?
I want to say I did see him here, but the last two times Nathan was the last time he was here, I think it was a good interaction at the beginning because we were just like tossing back and forth the idea that these guys talk about, and I'll mention it to you right now. You know, these globers are always saying that sunlight's coming in parallel with six of shadows. You know, Eratosthenes and that. So there's diagrams where they're showing that a guy standing on a stick man standing on a globe, how he's seeing things apparently and not actually. Like, the light coming into the atmosphere gets bent, and then what they see is not actually the star or the sun, it's the apparent sun or the apparent star. So it's like their argument about light coming in parallel just falls right there by the wayside, because it's like now you have a paradox. Either light is coming in parallel or it's not. And you actually are, because of the globe Earth's got to reconcile this.
I was going to flip flop like that.
Yeah, it's well. Then they use like these weasel lawyer terms, like these like shithouse lawyer terms. Well, it's nearly parallel.
Yeah,
it's not parallel, bro. Like, it either is or is not parallel. Well,
trying to have the cake and eat it too every time. Yeah. So it's parallel. It's not really parallel though, but it's parallel enough, so it is parallel. But it's not parallel because it's refracted.
Yeah, it's shithouse lawyering. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
You could be like, oh, I almost won the race. Yeah, but did you win it? Yeah, I was nearly there. I almost won it. That's the thing. Yeah, but that's not winning it though. So, I go back and forth with these guys. It's funny though, because you gotta take a look at how they process information, and you're just like, dude, the reason why you think this way is because you've been told how to think. You don't know how to think because you just accept that all you gotta do is say what they say and you're good.
They think in arguments.
What they say.
Somebody's mad.
I'm not a lawyer. I don't fucking know. I just know they think in arguments. That's just adding to the conversation.
Oh, okay. All good.
They think.
Not mad. I just have a shitty tone because I'm an old crusty vet. That's just me.
All good.
You're an old crusty vet.
Yeah.
We got a few of them, and they're pretty okay fellows, I guess. So, would you, by any chance, think that the Earth is a globe? NA? Is that your name? NA?
Oh, it's absolutely a globe. I didn't know this was a literal chat room. I thought this was a joke. I'm sorry.
No. This ain't a joke. This is for real. So let's kind of see where it lands with your knowledge about the Earth being a globe.
Oh.
Now, what evidence do you have? Well, let's just figure it out, right? What evidence do you have in 2024 that the Earth is actually measured a spherical Earth?
Oh, I am not prepared for this debate. I do not think it's good for me to engage. I'm not trying to be a dick. I just think I'm going to make a fool of myself.
No, that's fine. Listen, at least that's intellectual honesty on your part, because 100%. A lot of people just go head first into it without even thinking twice, because they think, well, it's a foregone conclusion. It's the dumbest thing when you first hear this, you think it's the dumbest thing you've ever heard, until you actually start listening to the conversations, and you're like, you know what? At least it made me think, right?
Yeah, true.
At the very least.
Think.
All right.
Trust me, everything they have to say is retarded, but at least it is a well-constructed argument. That is not a lie.
On both sides, yeah.
Well, anyway.
Well-constructed retardation. Okay, yeah. Maybe pick a lane.
I was like, thank you with a question mark. What I'm saying is, like, if you actually try to process the information in a way that you can articulate how the Earth is a globe, you're going to find out there's no way that you can say that you know something without saying that you believe it. Is what I'm trying to get to here, right? So if you're saying, "Oh, I know the Earth's a globe," really? is it know or believe, right? Because if you say that you know, then it's like a primary experience. You've experienced the globe in some kind of way. But if you say that you believe it, well, I mean, you can believe a lot of things, right? And that's okay. You can believe stuff. But if you say you know, there's primary knowledge that you have or you're holding on to, that you absolutely have the certainty that the Earth is a globe. So,
that's right.
Would it be fair to say that you just believe that the Earth is a globe, NA?
Yeah, I believe that's what the generally accepted understanding is. It's like I could also have the understanding, like I could also drink Coke, think it's Coke, but not know how they make Coke, right? But I still think it's Coke, right? They could be
Oh, but
squeezing
yeah,
dead babies and placentas into bottles for all I know, and just slapping on
yeah, I
ingredients.
know, but think about it like this: if you wanted to find out, would there be a way that you could find out
I think so.
empirically, right? That
I think I
if
could do
we're just taking Coke as an example, then we'll relate it back to Earth.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to find out that Coke was actually Coke and not just like something like as you said, you could then test the elements that made that drink what it is, right? And find out if it has any attributes to the other thing,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we're now going to relate it back to the Earth, right? Somebody told you that the Earth is a globe. You just believe it. Now let's see. Do you think there's some way that we can find out for sure that it's a globe?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. What method do you think, in your mind, is possible to get that information? What can we do?
I think it's over the horizon shit, right? So, like you remember the experiment where they took two poles, right? And you're supposed to be able to see the specific, like if the Earth was flat, you would be able to see the entire pole at the distance, but it gets covered up, right? Does that make sense? It's the same thing with the sail. Does that make sense?
What I don't know what you're referring to. Now I'll take your word experiment
Like a sail of a ship
as a
right?
colloquial term. So go ahead. What would you say?
Like the sail of a ship going over the horizon, right? That's what I mean. I think that's been like a experiment or a topic of discussion related to flat Earth, as I've heard it before, right?
Yeah, yeah. No, yeah. It's brought up. It's brought up in the context to say that you know that the bottom of the ship disappears before the top of the ship, right? Isn't that the case?
That's what I remember.
Okay. So if you say that you can find out that the Earth is curving with that, then my question would be to you is at what distance from you relative to your position would that ship start to disappear from the bottom up due to the Earth's curvature?
I'd have to do some math.
What distance?
I have to do some math, and then you would take that and you would practically try to prove it in the world, right?
Yes, exactly that. Now, is there anything wrong with what you just said and what I agree to?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So practically, it sounds like a great idea, right? Like we can go and actually test something and see if we can find an answer to it. Or at least, that you said you could do it.
Yeah, I think so. If I knew what math to do, I think that I could replicate that and understand it. Yeah.
Okay, so like take the Earth for example. Like they tell us it's a globe, right? Do you think that it has geometric properties for it to be a sphere? Like it would have to be curving on its surface. Would you agree with that? Or is that too ridiculous?
Well, it's not a sphere, right? It's an oblate spheroid, right?
Well, that's fine, but there's curvature on the surface, correct?
Yes, and a bulge in the middle, yeah.
Right. So would that curvature be able to be measured? Yes or no?
You should be able to, right?
Well, I'm asking you. You're asking me.
This
I'm
is all
asking you.
assumption, right? We're trying to approach it from assumption.
Well, I mean, let's try to be practical, right? Let's be practical. If you could measure something, let's not look at the Earth for just one moment, right? Could you measure things right now? Practical, like just do like some type of measurement and find out if some surface of anything would be curving. It's just keep it like kind of logical. Could you find out if something's curving on its surface?
You should be able to, yeah. I think you can.
Really? You don't think it's like
we've already? I'm just trying to be neutral and like understand your
Yeah,
point.
I know, but what I'm saying is, though, do you think that we've arrived at a place in history where we've mastered how to measure things?
I mean,
or not?
I think we.
Do you think that we still don't know how to measure
personally, right? That's
Say again.
I think we can see it from space personally.
Well, no. But what I'm asking is, people here on Earth, have we mastered the ability to measure things? Yes or no?
To the best of our ability, I think yes. We cannot
Okay, so we could.
we can't measure everything because measurements are finite, right? It's really hard to have an
Well, what
exact
I'm.
measurement
Yeah,
when there's a multitude of measurements along the line. It can be infinity, right? So you have to break it
yeah,
down
but
into
what I'm.
lengths that you can digest.
Yeah, so what I'm saying though is, are there ways that we've devised that we could measure something like the Earth?
Yes.
Okay, and you're saying that with assurance, or you're not really sure?
I'm saying that with assurance, but again, this is not about me
Okay.
specifically.
And it's not really about you, but what I'm saying is, to the best of your ability, with just the information you have on hand right now, you could say, right? It's pretty logical to say that we've mastered the ability to measure something, in today's world.
Yeah.
So if we're gonna right, so and that's pretty fair, right? Pretty decent. There's a lot of people that have accurate or precise measurements, or at least the ability to measure things. We know that now. So the next step would be, how can we apply that specific knowledge of measuring things to the Earth itself? Now that's the next thing, because we're saying, hey, it's not unreasonable to say we could measure something, and now let's take that information of how we know how to measure things and measure the Earth. Right? That's not unreasonable, is it? Right, we're going along with just practicality. We're not getting too crazy with it. And we don't need crazy devices. We're just using plain old, measuring ways to measure. All right. So now, if we're gonna say from a specific distance that we know, right? Let's say 10 miles. Let's stay conservative. Within 10 miles, do you think we'll be able to measure slight curvature? Just a little bit, not a lot. Would you agree? Or
Like extremely slight, yeah.
okay. So in that, we could start to identify that the Earth that we live on is curving on its surface, because even with a small sample set of the Earth, we'd be able to identify that on its surface it's curving, even minutely at the specific rate that they tell us, right? Because of course they've given us the metrics of how big the Earth is. So now we're going to apply that information to then say, okay, let's match that to what we do in our observation and our test.
Yep.
If we come up with the same numbers, then Bob's your uncle, right? We're good.
I agree.
Do you agree with that? Okay. So now we're gonna see if anybody in history has ever done this, because it's important, right? It's really the case that we find out. So anybody in history, do you think has ever done this ever that you can think of? Doesn't matter who it is, a person, an organization. Do you know anybody who's ever done this? Did I lose you? Mic check, 1, 2. Hello? Hello? Anybody there?
Yeah,
he's
I
not.
got you.
Oh no, he's still here. He's not answering.
All right, so sorry. I think is he still here?
Yeah, his account is still there.
Okay. Thank you for that, guys. I guess he's maybe having a good think about it. I don't know. That's all I can surmise from his silence.
I think he's talking. There's something wrong with his mic or something. We can't hear you.
Jump out and jump back in, sir. That usually clears it up. He maybe can't hear me now. Discord problems right at the crux of the crescendo of the point. That's amazing. It couldn't happen earlier. It had to happen right now, when everybody's waiting to hear him say something. I don't know. Glober's luck. I mean, I can chalk it up to a bunch of things, but anyway.
Okay, he exited the call. He might return.
We'll see. Hopefully.
Can you all hear me now?
There we go.
All right. So what I said was Aristotle, right? Isn't that
so
what they teach? I
Aristotle
said that's
measured
usually what they teach you in school, right? Is Aristotle.
Well, okay. So how did Aristotle measure the Earth?
Well, I guess it wasn't through measurements, but that was your point, right?
Right.
Was using.
Well, no, my point was, my whole point was about measuring. So
right.
me and you were
seeing
having
the
a
ship
discussion.
go over the horizon isn't a measurement. I got you.
No. No, that's not. What I'm saying is that we both agreed that practically we've already, as far as like, it being 2024, we've already come up to the recent history to say that, yeah, we've pretty much mastered the art of measuring things. Right. Pretty much, for the most part. So
yeah, well, I mean,
we could
what would
say,
it take? Like a string around the Earth? Is that what you're saying?
No, like, let's not get ridiculous here. Let's just think about it practically. When we say that people have mastered the art of measuring, what do you think it takes to measure something, let's say in a distance of 10 miles, for example? What do you think we can do? Like putting a string on the Earth, it sounds like a child would think of something like. We're not talking about ridiculous notions. We're talking about applicable, right?
It would work if you took one string and went all the way around the world with it. You cut it end to end. You would have the fucking rotational or the diameter of the Earth. Correct? It makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, hypothetically.
No, I'm just asking what you mean by measurement. Like, is that your like criteria?
No. Hypothetically, you could think of something like that with a string. But what I'm saying is, practically, what can we do today that we've already done in measurements? Like, so people can measure things, right? Today, what have you noticed that people go out into the field, right, out into the reality of the world that we live in, and how can they measure over distances? What do they do? Do they use string? Absolutely not. What do they use? Is what I'm asking you, gentlemen.
We use lasers, right? That's one thing we can use.
Ah, now we're getting somewhere. All right, so lasers, what else? Any other type of technology? Because I'm talking about practicality here, guys. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, you could use a satellite.
Just anything else. It doesn't really matter. Just if you can think of something else.
You could use a satellite.
Well, that's an option, but let's try to see if the surface can be done. Like, if we could do something on the surface, that'd be great, right? So lasers is a great way we could stay on the surface. And
oh, I don't understand. Is it because we don't believe in space? That's my question.
No. Satellites would be in a location that you and I can't investigate at this current time, right? So if you wanted to, yeah, you could pick up a laser and go outside and do something, right? But you couldn't go, like, say, to where the satellite is, allegedly, to that location.
So you can't believe it.
No, it's not. Has nothing to do with that right now. What we're doing is sticking with practicality, something that's simple enough that you can do if you so chose to, right?
Well, give me an example of something that'd be practical where you can measure the diameter of the Earth.
Oh, diameter? No one's talking about diameter. But what we're saying is
circumference. Sorry,
is that right word?
Well, yeah.
Circumference.
So we're gonna. So we're taking a small sample set, like me and the gentleman were discussing, right? So 10 miles seems to be pretty logical to say it's a small sample set, but it's doable, right? We could see as far as 10 miles. Would you agree or disagree with that? I mean, something in the distance you could probably identify. It's like, hey, I see that thing. It's about 10 miles away from me. Can you agree at least with that? That we could see that far?
Yeah.
All right. So if that's possible, do you think within that amount of distance that if the Earth is an oblate spheroid, we'd be able to detect or measure the amount of curvature there would be as predicted by the Earth being a globe? Do you think that's possible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So if that's the case, that's my question to the gentleman. How can that be done? So we've talked about practical ways. We've eliminated a few ridiculous notions like string and, maybe not do something as impractical as a satellite, but let's stick to the ground. Lasers seem to be a good option. Is there any other options that we got?
I'm sure there's some that exist. Would you enlighten me?
Well, of course, I'm going to throw out a few of them out, but we got LiDAR. I don't know if you've heard of that technology.
Yes, that's what they use on satellites.
Well, you can put them in high altitude. Yeah. So high altitude planes can use these.
You're an idiot.
Who's an idiot?
Yes.
I'm just trying. I'm waiting for this guy to get to his point. Like he's leading me along. Like you can. Just
Yeah,
tell me.
he's just dude. He's like holding your hand the entire way. That's how he does it.
Yeah, I have to because it's how I do it because usually people like to divert or they say ridiculous things. So we got to walk the path. And if you don't walk the path, you're gonna come up with a bunch of red herrings.
That sounds a
and
lot
we're gonna
like
stay
railroading.
Nothing sounds more like you can have your own opinion than any answer, but the one I provide for you is wrong.
Yeah, it sounds a lot like
Well,
railroading.
no, think about it.
Sounds
So
like a communist China, dickhead.
Okay, communist China, whatever. So if you're gonna say that we can measure with the string around the whole Earth, do you think that's practical or impractical?
No, I was asking if that would be your. I wasn't
No, I'm not
saying that.
talking to
That's
you,
obviously
sir. I wasn't
impractical.
talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I think the other gentleman who was snickering. I'm
It's
asking
not
him
practical, but
because he
it's
seems to
possible,
think
right?
he seems to think that I want to keep this conversation like communist China, and he doesn't understand that when we speak of logic and reason, we actually have to use that in a conversation where logic and reason should be applied.
But not all
Don't
of us
you
are
agree, sir?
retarded, man.
Well, it
You can
seems like
skip
when
the
you say
layman
that we could measure the Earth with a big old string, that it does kind of sound that way. Don't you agree?
It was an example. He didn't mean it seriously.
Yeah, but yeah,
That
really.
dramatic.
So why was it being used? Why was it being used? You tell me.
I
Why
was
was it
asking
being
if
used?
that was what it would take for you to acknowledge the measurement. Like I was asking, like what kind of burden of proof do you require?
Well, I mean, think about it. Professionals do this every day. All right, they go out into the terrain and they actually measure the Earth. But now, if we're going to say that the Earth is curving at this specific rate that they tell us that it is, well, then how can we do that? And that's what I'm saying. Let's be reasonable here, right? So, knowing that we can do it with lasers, right, or LiDAR, or any other type of thing, how is it possible that we're going to ascertain the information that it's curving at the specific rate that they tell us that it is? With that technology, with lasers or with LiDAR or with, line of sight. Now, I'm really the ball's in your court, right? So as much as you want to put it on me like I'm communist China, I'm asking you, how is it possible that you can derive a method that we can actually figure out that simple question of how we can directly measure the surface to have this curvature that they tell us?
Okay, so
Because, it's an obvious globe, right?
I have a question for you. All right, so if
what's the question?
What's his name? Eratosthenes did this, right? He's the first guy to have made an estimate on the circumference of the Earth, right?
Eratosthenes.
Ah, there you go. Thank you.
That's Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes. I'm sure you're aware of who that is. So if you have an argument against him, I would appreciate that.
All right, I'll keep it brief because I don't want to make it too long in the tooth about it. But I would say that Eratosthenes is inconclusive because what it's doing is just measuring light and shadows, and basically you would need a flat surface to measure angles. That's how it is, because you can't have an angle with a curved surface. And what he was doing was putting light and shadows on a flat surface to get an angle measurement. You can't have an angle measurement like he did, a 90-degree, without having not having a flat surface. You have to have a flat surface of a triangle to have that 90-degree angle.
I'm not sure.
So when he was applying his math, but absolutely. So when you apply
just have to have the
trigonometry,
same conditions in each place.
Yeah, I mean, do you not know how calculus works, where you use a derivative to measure the
calculus is all about
angle
cutting
of a curve
into small pieces. That's the whole point of it.
Well, you're missing the point. This is the point.
Oh, I think you're
Eratosthenes did not attempt to measure the Earth to be a ball. He presupposed that it was a ball. He attempted to calculate its supposed circumference. He appealed to the angular measurements between the shadows and the sticks, with the light being obstructed by the sticks.
Is that like his?
He also presupposed. Just hang on. He also presupposed that the light rays from the sun are parallel. They're obviously not parallel. They're divergent, obviously converging to a point.
Well, they would.
He also presupposed the infinite distance. Just hang on. Just hang on. Just hang on. Just hang on. Just hang on.
Defy the.
Can you just hang on, please? Okay. He also presupposed that the sun's distance was infinitely away in principle.
I'm not worried about what he presupposed. I'm worried about what he did prove.
You're missing the point.
I'm not
So
worried about his
what he did is what I'm describing to you.
time.
I'm describing what he did to you. I'm giving you what
I'm
you're asking
looking
for.
at the Wikipedia page about him. You don't have to do that.
Listen, you're just disrupting the reply. So do you want what you're asking for or not?
I didn't ask for this. You kind of jumped in and started telling me.
No, because you are interrupting Alpha's answer
The other
and
guy was
not getting the point still, and you're still just being disruptive.
No, I'm not being
Like,
disruptive.
this is not helpful.
I'm bringing up.
Obviously, I'm asking you to stop being disruptive. Okay? So appealing to Eratosthenes is not sufficient. It's a weak inductive argument and not sufficient to prove that the Earth is a ball, because he did not even. Why do you keep talking through the answer every time it's said to you? This is ridiculous.
Yeah, and hey, let him finish what he's saying, and then you can have a turn. Just let him finish.
Again, appealing to Eratosthenes' measurement operation of the angles of the shadows from the sticks obscuring the light from the sun is a weak inductive argument. It's not sufficient. He wasn't attempting to prove the Earth is a ball. He presupposed that it's a ball. He was attempting to ascertain its circumference, supposedly.
Yeah, but
So then he appeals to these shadows, but he presupposed a number of false presuppositions, that the light rays from the sun are parallel, striking a curved surface,
It depends on
and that the sun was at a infinite distance away.
It depends on where
Those
the
are
sun
both false presuppositions and unverifiable presuppositions. So this is what he did.
And those issues.
Why do you keep talking through the answer, dude? This is
You're not
annoying.
explaining anything. You're just fucking telling me your
You're
opinion.
just being disruptive, dude.
You're also not
all
talking
right, so
about the
just-
experiment. You're also not talking about the experiment that led to
Moderation, please. I mean,
observation.
Hold on. And hey, just relax, bro. I mean, he's got to finish actually what he's saying, and then you can respond to what he said in totality. You just got to hear him out, man. That's what we do here. If not, I'll have to
I
mute you
agree
again.
he should hear him out, but can he hurry the fuck up? Like, get to the point.
Get to the fucking point, please.
Okay, it would have been done by now if you had just shut up and let that happen. So, learn your lesson.
Fuck you are. I told you.
The owner, that's who.
He's the owner of the room, dude.
Well, then maybe he should be a little bit less fucking, what is the word? Fucking getting in people's shit when you're trying to have a conversation.
All right, I'll just mute you and he'll finish. That'll be that.
to finish, you can do this on a flat surface with divergent parallel light rays. So it's a weak inductive argument. You can get the exact same result with a horizontal surface of the Earth and divergent parallel light rays, which is what we have. So appealing to Eratosthenes is a weak, insufficient inductive argument.
I think
Can you
your
show me the
analysis
experiment
is
where it's
weak,
the same?
insufficient, and is not an argument because you're basing it off a fucking experiment that is not the one that produced the results. You're basing it off a fucking small, probably smaller fucking experiment that was used to test a pilot. That is not the same thing as using two cities and people who actually measure distances or are professionals. Like, I'm looking at a different experiment that they used to prove this. So what you're saying doesn't align with what's present on the Wikipedia, and that's my frustration with you. Can you use the actual experiment that they used where the sun was at noon, which is above you, directly above you? So
Okay, so this is the reply.
I'm not done. So if the sun is directly above you, all that has to be the same between the two places is the constant. So if the sun is directly above you in one city, as long as it's directly above you in the other, it should be the same because the Earth is a globe spinning. It's underneath the sun in this situation, right? It's not actually underneath, but you can kind of follow me, hopefully. So the point is, as long as the conditions are controlled, you can absolutely make a determination of this. And if they're off slightly, that could be what leads to the within 5% difference. And that's a pretty fucking significantly small difference between what has been measured now and what he did fucking hundreds, if not thousands of years ago. And the fact that he did it and was within 5% means that he did get something right. Or was it just a really good fucking guess? Like, what the fuck?
Okay, so this is the refutation to your reply. Please listen. You misinterpreted my argument, and you also appealed to a red herring, which is digressing from the issue.
That's not
the issue is not
exactly about the issue.
the
What the
Wikipedia
fuck?
article. Can you please wait?
I think
The issue is not. Can you please wait?
I'll see y'all later. Peace. out. No wonder you can keep people in.
Okay, so more bigotry as usual.
From a flat earther, that doesn't mean.
DNA.
That's funny because
Are you leaving or not? If you're not leaving, then stop being disruptive.
I can take my.
And he waited until you finish it, and you can't wait until he finishes.
He started so nice and friendly, and he just totally lost it.
Right.
They always.
So, anyways, to complete the refutation very quickly, he misinterpreted the argument, and he just disregarded that it was an argument, that Eratosthenes was doing an operation, and that they're appealing to him as an argument. So it is an argument. So my argument was an argument. Their argument was an argument. My argument is refuting their appeal, which is a weak inductive argument. And then he digressed the issue to the Wikipedia article, and the Wikipedia article is not the issue, right? Just in principle, in principle, the basic idea that you can set up 2 or more sticks casting shadows on the Earth, and that'll indicate to you that the Earth is a ball, is a weak inductive argument, because you can have the exact same phenomenon on a horizontal Earth surface with divergent light rays from the sun. So it is not sufficient to indicate the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, but furthermore,
Sticks,
is that you
it has
can't
to be
have
2 objects in the distance.
You can't have but you can't have angles to 90 degrees on a curved surface. That's like even worse than having a bad argument that you can't even have angles to 90 degrees on a curved surface. You can't do that. It's not possible. So if he was measuring a curving Earth with angle measurements, how did he get those angle measurements on a curved surface? That's interesting, because that would be a math of magic in my book. To get a 90 degrees off a curved surface, that's not possible. You can't do that. So yeah, it's impossible. I should say it as a pun. It's impossible to be even a ball. Curved surfaces are not able. You can't measure 90-degree angles on a curved surface. It's not possible. So the whole thing you can just throw it in the bin with that statement. It's cool.
Do you understand what like a limit is in regards to like derivatives? No? Okay.
Who else is in here? We got NA.
Bad just asked a question. You might not have heard it.
What did you say, Bad?
Do you understand how like with using like derivatives you can measure the angle of a curve at any specific point along the curve? Yeah.
So you say that it's possible to get a 90-degree angle to the sun on a curving surface?
Yeah, at some point along the curve, you're gonna have a derivative that matches the 90-degree angle to the object.
Somewhere along the curve.
Yeah, and you can calculate that using calculus.
Yeah, what kind of angle measurement is this that you can have a curving surface and have a 90 degree?
I mean, it's pretty simple calculus. Like,
well, yeah, calculus. But how do you get a 90 degree angle?
You measure the derivative, right? Which measures like.
No, you don't. Listen.
Okay.
Defining a 90-degree angle, you'd have to have a horizontal and a vertical line that intersect, right? That'd be perpendicular. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
And there's going to be some point along that curve that's going to measure. If you chop up the curve.
Wait. I didn't say curve.
Let me finish. You did say curve.
I didn't say curve. No, I didn't. I said horizontal line and a vertical line. Perpendicular. Okay. That's what I'm saying. I didn't say curve. All right.
Okay,
so
but you were saying
agree with that.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, if you agree that with a horizontal and a vertical line, you can have a 90-degree angle, right? That seems logical. Yes. No. Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. So now you're gonna obstruct that and say that that one straight line, the horizontal line, is now curving. So now how is it possible that you have a 90-degree angle when the line on the bottom is curving, the horizontal line.
I mean, do you understand like what a derivative is?
You're
Like
not
how it's
answering
used?
my question. I don't think you're answering my question.
No.
You asked how you measure that, right? On a
Yeah.
curved line.
How is it
And I'm saying,
possible? Right.
so
So
that's
if
what I'm
you
trying to
have
explain to
straight
you. You're
lines,
not listening.
if you have two straight lines
Oh my
intersecting,
God.
that is the only way to have a 90-degree angle. That's it. Anything other than that, you're not going to have a 90-degree angle. If you distort the line that's horizontal, you will not have a 90-degree angle. Your mathematics will not help you here. You can only either say it's possible to have a 90-degree angle on a curving surface by whatever you're going to say, but where do we measure that? How is it possible that that's useful in any mathematics?
That's literally what calculus is about.
help.
Yeah, no. Because remember, you don't know if it's curving yet. So you can't treat it as if you need to do it like that yet. You don't know that yet.
I'm not saying that it's like he's asking if it's possible. And I'm saying using calculus, it is possible.
I think you guys are talking past each other. Alpha, he's trying to bring up the
No,
concept of a tangent line.
Not. You cannot use that particular surface, that curved line, to get an angle from it without introduction of, like you said, other things, derivatives, right?
Yeah, that's what I was
You can't
asking
use
him.
that line
Outside of using
alone.
derivatives.
Yeah, because if it's
what we're saying,
but you're even saying so. You're saying you need two lines, right?
Yeah,
and the curve is one line, so you would need some other line to make an angle, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and
So
so
what's
in
the other line?
mathematics, you can create the tangent line.
I
right?
know that, dude, and I agree with ITR. Like I agree with that. What he's saying in mathematics, you can do this function, but that's not what I'm talking about. Because the practicality of actually using the Earth as the baseline for what we're calling this measurement, and the fact that Eratosthenes was doing this, his light and shadows was used upon the Earth. The Earth itself would be the baseline. So, do you understand what I'm saying? Eratosthenes was not using a tangent. He was using the Earth, which is the curving surface. Do you get that? Yes or no? I need to know if you understand what I'm saying. I know that the function works in mathematics. Don't act like I'm not listening to you, because I am. Do you understand what Eratosthenes was doing? Yes or no?
No, I mean, I wasn't even arguing that point. I don't know why you're bringing that up.
That's the whole, because that's what we were talking about prior to this conversation that you're having now. So if you're saying, yeah, the function in math works with a tangent, but that's not what I'm saying. The part about the Earth being measured with angles to this, like the light rays that are coming from the
I was
sun.
addressing specifically the comment you made saying you can't measure. You can only measure with angles with two straight lines.
Yeah, based upon Eratosthenes. So Eratosthenes was using the light and shadows angle measurements.
I didn't even bring up
So
Eratosthenes.
this is important because it's the point, right? The point is the Earth was being used in this example with Eratosthenes. So he's saying, Eratosthenes, not the other guy that was here. Eratosthenes was using this as an example of how the Earth's surface is curving. I mean, they got the circumference from a small sample set from Alexandria to Syene, right? So these two cities were kind of like the in-between portion or a small little sliver of the Earth's complete surface. So if that's the case, they're using angled measurements from these light and shadows, right? So we're getting these angle measurements, one of them being 90 degrees to the sun.
Little tangent lines.
No, dude, he's not.
That's exactly what he was trying to do.
Bro, listen.
Hang on a second, dude. May I say something here, Alpha? This discussion really was in the beginning about Eratosthenes and what he did, yeah? And you've jumped into the middle of that conversation. Now, as Alpha's just explained, Eratosthenes was not using a tangent line. He was measuring shadow measurements in two cities. So there was no tangent there. Now, no one's denying that we can use a tangent in mathematics. However, you don't have a tangent to a sphere in reality, yeah, because you need a location or a physical curve, or what would be classed as a geometrical horizon, to have a tangent to intersect with physically. Now, we don't have a geometric horizon for a tangent intersection, as you're claiming, in reality.
That's correct. Thank you, AJ. But that summarizes my point there. Do you understand now where we're at? So that's the point. You don't have to answer, but that's the point we're at right now. We're at the point where Eratosthenes was using the Earth. So the Earth allegedly is curving. So how can you use angle measurements 90 degrees to the sun if it's not possible to get an angle measurement with a curved baseline?
And that's why he was
what
wrong.
I'm saying.
That's why he was wrong. He was approximating using
you don't have to tell me that. Like that's you don't have to tell me, dude. Like I know that he was incorrect, but what I'm saying though to the room is that this is taken on as this is globe evidence. So what I'm saying though is that this is not globe evidence, and in fact, if you start saying that Eratosthenes is using angle measurements with light and shadows, you're already you're misrepresenting the globe Earth, because angle measurements require that the baseline be a straight horizontal line in order for you to get those angle measurements.
I mean, but that's how he got close in the approximation, is because he was using short little sticks.
What he did was a reification fallacy, yeah? All he did was a reification fallacy, because he came with the pre-assumption that the Earth was already a globe. He wasn't measuring drop over distance.
That's how science works.
He was measuring. Hang on.
You come up with a hypothesis and then you try to prove it or disprove it.
Let me finish. Dude, let me finish. He came with the pre-assumption of a sphere to do an angle measurement to make a calculation to give a radius and circumference. Yeah? So now what he's doing is a reification fallacy. He's reifying his maths, measuring angle measurements from a flat surface into a spherical object through the mathematical equations he's used. It's a reification of the maths.
Explain.
Yep,
can you explain? Hold on. You guys talked. Yeah. Can you give me how the scientific method works?
No. We can't.
No, answer it.
Because that's a red herring.
That's a simple question.
I know, but it's a red herring because we didn't demonstrate.
I need to know you guys understand how the scientific method works.
No, we can't do that. We can't do that because we didn't demonstrate that you know what you're talking about with angle measurements with Eratosthenes. We didn't. How can you demonstrate?
I didn't even bring up Eratosthenes.
Yeah, I know, but listen, dude.
You're arguing with me about something I didn't bring up with.
Yeah,
but that's the conversation you jumped into, dude. You came into the middle of the conversation.
Yep. And you took it on. So it's like, well, if you take it on, then why can't we have the discussion? You know, I don't get that.
Okay, so fine. I'll take it on. I'll take it on if you explain to me how the scientific method works. Okay.
Hang on a second, dude. First of all, we need to address the point of the angles that Alpha's just raised and that I raised as well. Yeah, and then when we address the angles, then we can go on and speak about the scientific method. And just to keep you chomping at the bit here and involved, I would say that Eratosthenes did not, in fact, do a scientific experiment. But let's hear about the angles first.
What do you want to hear about?
Well, you need to address Alpha's claim.
If you have a curved baseline, is it possible to get a 90-degree angle to the sun on a curved baseline?
Yeah.
Really? That's a bold claim. You just admitted only in math can this work, and not with a curving surface, with a tangent. So with a curving surface,
so using the math.
Listen. Wait a minute. Time out.
Let's shrink this down. Let's shrink this down. Let me explain. You asked.
You're
I'm
moving the goalposts, bro.
How am I moving? You just asked if it's possible. I said yes.
Yeah. You didn't say that before. You said that it was not possible on a curved surface. You said it's only can be done with two lines that intersect, and the tangent is what you needed. So now you're changing it, and now you're saying, yeah, you can do it on a curving surface. So, okay, and now I'd like to hear you walk it back into, like, how it's possible to have it at a curving surface. Go.
Okay. So let's shrink this down into a smaller experiment, right? And I'm showing you it's just possible. Not that you could do it on the Earth size, right? You would need a huge construction event that's not fucking feasible. But if you took a ball, right, a globe or a sphere, right, and then you put another object away from it, and you got the angle from that sphere to the other sphere, right? You can measure that with line of sight, right? Then you can use calculus to find the exact spot on that curve of the ball you have to place a straight line, right? You could put a plank of wood and it would make a 90-degree angle to the second object.
Dude, I have to stop you. The only reason I'm doing that is because I already told you. This curving surface is what we're dealing with, not putting something on top of the curving surface. The curving surface, can we get a 90-degree angle? You said you could.
Yeah, so at that exact point where you balance that board, right?
Dude,
the exact point where you balance on that tangent, that would make a 90-degree angle to the second object.
No, sorry.
You're denying
we're not
that?
Balancing boards. We're not balancing boards. We're using the curving surface to get the 90-degree, and which you said is possible.
Yes, and you could calculate that at the tangent, put a board which would create a flat angle off that exact point.
Dude. I addressed your tangent issue, and you never rebutted it, and now you're claiming a tangent for a second time. And again, we're talking about the surface of the Earth.
Yes,
with
the
angle
surface
measurements
of the ball.
from shadows, not accounting for tangents, because that's not what was done. Now, Alpha's question was, can we have a 90-degree angle from a curved baseline? Yeah, that's not a tangent. That's the surface of the Earth. So can we have a curved line to measure a 90-degree angle?
I'm telling you, like, yes, it wouldn't be practical to do it on the size of something the Earth, but the same concept would apply to the globe. You could put a big-ass board to get the angle from that tangent.
There you go again. No, we're not talking. He doesn't get it, AJ. That's the third attempt. He doesn't get it. He's trying to then still insert his tangent where the tangent's not even used.
I don't think you're understanding what the tangent is, like how a tangent is actually used to measure the angle.
I know what a tangent is. But that's not what Eratosthenes did. He used the surface of the Earth to measure.
I already told you he was wrong. What are you arguing? I already told you he was wrong. That's why it was only approximation.
It's not even approximation. He didn't even do it. Listen, dude, he just calculated something based on an assumption, and using angle measurements on a flat surface, he did a calculation to say the Earth is curving.
How do you think newer sciences proved that he was 5% off?
What? Dude, nobody cares about newer sciences. We're only talking about the argument being that he used a curved surface for angle measurements.
I already told you got it wrong.
It's not. All right, dude.
What you're arguing with me, and I told you he was wrong.
Stop interrupting me. I hate when you do that. Just stop interrupting me. Basically, what I'm saying is that what he said about taking angle measurements is incorrect on a curving surface, because you cannot have a 90-degree angle on a curved baseline, which is the Earth, which is where he derived his angle measurements, which only could be flat, because that's how you get an angle measurement to 90 degrees on a flat surface, which is not what he said we live on.
Okay, do I need to say this? Hold on. I let you finish. Let me say it one more time. He was wrong. I don't know why you're arguing this point with me.
Because you seem to think that it's possible to have angle measurements to 90 degrees on a curved baseline. But then you say, yeah, you could do it on a curved baseline. You just have to use a tangent. And we're not talking about tangents. We're talking about the curved baseline. Can you have an angle measurement? Now, you need to be honest, on a curved baseline without a tangent?
Using his method, no.
Without a tangent. Okay.
If you're limiting it to his method, you cannot do it.
No.
What do you want me to say?
I want you to say, without a tangent, can you have a 90 degree on a curved surface? Without
a tangent, no. Without a tangent, you cannot.
Okay, thank you. That's it. That's all I wanted you to say. Really? Was it that hard? I mean, honestly.
I mean, if you want to limit me to not using tangents, yeah, I mean, yeah, I can't do it without a
that's not what
tangent.
we're using. We're not using tangents. The only thing that we're using is the surface of the Earth, which is the baseline. That's all we're using. Anything outside of that is something that you inserted to make a point, which is not being used in any way. Because when people are taking angle measurements to shadows, they're using the surface of the Earth. They're not using imaginary tangents because they see the shadow laying on the ground, and that's how they're measuring their angles. Do you get it? The surface of the Earth is what they're using as their baseline. It's not an imaginary tangent. It's the surface of the Earth.
So if they're using his method, they cannot get the correct measurements. They're going to be off.
No, that's not that they're not going to be off. You can't have, oh my God, you can't have any angle measurements to 90 degrees, period. There's no way possible. It's impossible. You can't, do you get it? You can't have angle measurements on a curved surface. You just can't. You have to insert imaginary tangents in order to do that. But if we're using the Earth simply as it is, then no. The answer is no angle measurements. So therefore, no angle measurements can be taken from a curved surface as in 90 degrees. Can't have a 90 degree. It's not possible. That's it. Yeah, that's why his test or whatever was invalid. Because you need a flat baseline, and that's what you have with the Earth being flat stationary. That's it. I'm about to drop out, so you guys keep it real. Keep it real.
So I do have a separate question. Do you guys have a hypothesis for the movement of the sun? Like, how do you guys account for that? Anybody?
Please repeat the question.
What do you guys like? How do you guys explain the movement of the sun?
What's to explain? The sun moves across the sky. There's nothing to explain there.
And like, where does it go?
What do you mean? Where does it go?
Is it like moving like a circle above the flat Earth? Is it going around the backside of it?
Yeah, have you heard of the what's it called? Agamuscle. Somebody in here will help me with it. It's when somebody takes a photo of the sun at the same time of day every day throughout the year, and you can see how it rises and lowers on the horizon. It's showing you how it transits through the sky throughout the year.
So your guys' hypothesis, it just like floats around up there?
It's not a hypothesis. It's been proven. I'll post an image. Hold on.
Who really cares how it moves anyway?
I mean, that'd be something I'd be interested in.
If you're genuinely interested in it, the information's out there. You can go and find it. I don't have to get it for you.
Okay, you don't have to. I was just asking if you guys had a hypothesis for it.
No, because there's nothing you could test. Any cause of the sun's movement, I would not be able to possibly test. Any supposed cause.
Why not?
Oh, how would you?
Yeah, I'm not trying to explain why the suns move. I'm just going to show you how it moves in the sky.
Like, suppose you came up with some kind of possible cause for the sun's movement. How would you vary and manipulate that?
Well, I mean, like it like, does it move in a certain pattern that's recognized? Like, you'd be able to, probably come up with some hypotheses and test them. Like,
Or are you just talking about the path it takes?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant the mechanism behind its movement.
No, I'm like, how do you guys account for like if the Earth is flat, like where does it go and we can't see it anymore? What's happening? Like, what are you guys' theories?
It's not if the Earth is flat. I'm looking for an image. I'm going to show and how it'll help. Hopefully, help explain to you what the sun does throughout the year. Hold on.
I mean, you could tell me that it's flat. I don't have to, you know.
Okay, so that image I posted shows you the sun at the same time of day throughout the year, how it transitions between the Cape of Cape of Africa, Capricorn, and how it rises and lowers on the horizon throughout the year. So that's the azimuthal movement of the sun throughout the year, where it's positioned in the sky throughout the year. Same time of day, different days and months. You can zoom in and look. It'll explain it a little bit. So as you know, it's how it's lower on the horizon on the right in that image. So that would be during what Antarctic would call the summer. And then when you see it up on the far left at the higher part of the horizon, that would be Antarctic's winter. The sun's further away from the southern area on the flat surface, closer to the northern middle part. But how the sun moves itself throughout the sky is, you'd have to ask the creator how he made the sun move. I'm not going to attempt to answer that.
Oh, we can't figure it out. Okay.
Even if I could tell you, like if I could somehow have the knowledge of how the sun moves, what difference would it make? We're still on a flat Earth, not a spinning ball in outer space, not a spinning water ball.
I mean, you're claiming that, but it's like
whoa! I'm not claiming nothing. The claim
you're claiming
is
it's flat. What are you talking about?
Shut your pie hole, Linda, or I will mute you. The claim is that Earth curves and Earth spins. We are saying that the Earth is observably flat and stationary, not spinning, not curving.
You're claiming that it's that.
It's observable as such. It's not a claim. The claim is that it curves. Are you not paying attention to class, Billy? The globe heliocentric model, what you're taught in school is Earth curves at 8 inches per mile squared. It's an observable curve. You can see it from a certain height. You can watch boats go over the Earth's curve. It's something you're told and taught. But when you go out and observe the horizon from any height, it is not curving. I can post boat zoom ins, which will bring in the whole boat that supposedly went over the Earth's curve. That's all of a sudden not there because I'm zooming in on the entire boat that I couldn't see before. So there is no curve. That is the claim of the heliocentric model. It is observed and experienced as flat and motionless. That's not a claim, that's a statement.
Okay, so you're literally like, unless you observe it.
Do you see the horizon curving?
You literally have no claims. Like, you don't claim shit.
I'm asking you, do you see the horizon curving?
Sometimes when I'm in a plane.
You are full of shit, mate. I jump from airplanes. You do not see Earth's curve from an airplane at any height.
Okay, maybe my eyes are fucked up. Maybe I don't know. I think I've seen it.
But... Maybe, right? Yeah.
I think I've seen it. Yeah.
Well, you haven't. You haven't. Not only have you not seen it curving, you haven't experienced it moving either. You've been told it's spinning at certain speeds, but you don't experience it.
Yeah, because things like inertia.
Yeah, that's what they're going to tell you, that because you're constantly spinning, you never feel it spinning. That is ridiculous.
I mean, are you denying inertia exists?
Inertia exists because you can feel it when you're on a lift that moves literally half a mile an hour. You can feel the movement in the lift.
Yeah. So why would if we're on a spinning thing, why would we feel it?
I'm answering your fucking question, and you're going to start interjecting. Somebody else want to take over because he's going to get on my last nerve by doing that.
What is this about?
Inertia and how you can feel movement.
Yeah, humans feel acceleration, not motion.
Matthew learns, please. It wasn't you I was asking to take over from me. You're a Glober.
You said anyone.
I mean, you wouldn't really feel anything, would you, on a constantly moving object?
You would.
Yeah, he's trying to claim because you're constantly moving, you never feel the movement.
Yeah, human beings cannot feel movement; they only feel acceleration.
You're full of shit, Matthew.
No, it's basic physics.
For somebody who jumps out of planes,
acceleration.
You felt the plane moving? Like, shut up.
Spinning,
Like,
it's constant acceleration.
I mean, there's a reason why you could be in a vehicle and just don't feel anything when it's traveling at a constant speed. I mean, yeah, like you said, it's basic physics.
Is it doing donuts though? Is the vehicle doing donuts?
Well, no, I didn't say it was doing it.
Well, you should if you want to be analogous, right? Because you're going to be spinning on an axis, and you're also going to be orbiting another celestial body, right? So there's going to be all this circular motion happening, which is always acceleration.
Anyways, somehow we went from this guy witnessing Earth's curve from an airplane to he doesn't feel the Earth moving because it's always moving, so he doesn't notice it. Like, these globers are insane. Air contains air, and because of gravity, and like, you guys are amazing. Oh, the boat didn't go over the curve because the Earth's too big to see it. But 10 seconds.
Hold on, flat man. I'm just putting a flat piece of paper up to that picture you posted.
You just claimed the boat went over the curve, and then 2 seconds later you say the Earth's too big to see the curve. Like, it's insane with you globers.
Hold on, I'm looking at that picture you posted. I'm putting up a flat piece of paper to it, and when I line up on the edges of the paper, I still see the horizon. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. It's just the mountains. The mountains are curved.
I could tell you that the Eiffel Tower's for sale. You'd probably throw in a bid, wouldn't you?
How much?
These excuses. You know, a plane window has like 3 sheets of glass, right?
What's that?
You know, a plane window has 3 sheets of glass, right? Yeah.
Is that picture taken from a plane, or is that skydivers taking that picture? I'm sorry.
Where are these photos being put? Oh,
after jumping from 10,000 feet. And there is no curve to that horizon. Like, you are fishing, mate. Really.
No, put a piece of paper up to it and line up the edges of the horizon.
A piece of paper up to it. I jumped from the fucking things. I told you that. It does not.
Put a piece of paper and see what happens.
It does not curve.
I mean, there's clear distortion in that video. No surprise of why some ways you won't see a curve and see a curve at the same time. It's clearly just a lens that's on the camera.
Yeah, yep. That's all it is. All those curved bodies you see. Distorted bodies.
I don't see necessarily you're gonna play a game of Shill Gambit like forgot Discord had like a feature for VC chats. That was like a separate channel for this one now. Like I said, Flatman can just clear camera distortion in that video you just sent as well. Well, of course you can't, because the camera lens is distorting the Earth itself, so
There's no way you can trust it, dude. You can't fucking trust it. You can't trust anything. Honestly, right? It's all observation, and that's not perfect. It's human. Prove me wrong. I was interested, though, in the conversation about what is his name? Eratosthenes? Is that what you said? Is that how you say his fucking name?
It is. You're right.
That's how you say it almost.
So I guess what I was curious about, or what I didn't understand, is why you can't have. Okay, so so you're saying that the Earth is flat, right? And therefore, um, you can't fucking measure it with angles or something. I don't understand. Can somebody re-explain that part? Because when I read it was over the use of tangents. When I read the definition of tangent, it said it can be a flat straight line or a curved line. It didn't matter. So I don't understand. So are you saying because it's not prescriptive enough and it works in both cases, it can't be used? Is that the point that you're trying to make with that?
No, they just don't want to use tangents.
No,
So
tangents don't exist in nature.
Yeah, they do. You fucking retard. You could do it on a ball, like your golf ball. You
No,
could do it on a fucking
you
basketball.
don't.
Like
You're not understanding. They don't exist in nature. You can't just walk along and go, oh, there's a tangent. You can apply a tangent to something, but that's you doing it. You're causing it to happen. It's your choice. You don't just walk along and go, oh, there's a tangent.
Right? Everything we do is like that because we are observers, right?
I don't understand how you're gonna send the same all variations of images that have clear camera distortion and try to peddle that as proof of flat Earth.
I guarantee that
Because pointing out at the one moment where it just curves into a flat line.
Yeah,
That's not viable.
I believe that cameras can distort what is actually there too. I mean, we have fisheye lenses on fucking everything now, and that actually
and they have a purpose too, but they try to ignore that as if and just try to say it as, oh, this is just to make the Earth look curved. Like, no, they have a purpose. It's just for wider views. And
Tangents are irrelevant. You guys have no curve to draw any tangent line to.
Wait, okay, so say that again one more time.
Well, there are no curved bodies of water, no curved oceans or lakes or any of that to draw a tangent line to. So, whole discussion about a tangent is just like
you mean
irrelevant.
are you talking about the vertice, right? The vertex of the angle? Is that what you're talking about? Where the 2 points?
No, I'm talking about where the tangent line would meet a curve. I'm saying there ain't no curve to draw that tangent line to.
Well, so that you're assuming the Earth is flat in that situation, right? That would be a presupposition.
No, we checked.
But explain that.
Have you ever seen water before?
And measured as such. It is visibly.
how did you measure it flat when it's constantly a moving surface?
I just asked if you've moving surface. Okay, we'll come back to that.
Who said it's a moving surface?
I just asked if you've seen water before.
Right. Yeah. I've flown over water. Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever noticed like the surface properties of water?
I mean, it's the same surface property as the Earth, right?
Right.
If you're looking at that, but like, can human beings tell that through sight? No, they cannot, because they can only see 3 miles, right? But I had a question that I don't know the answer to. What is the actual distance to the horizon? Because we can see that the horizon exists, but we can't actually see everything within that, right?
What are you talking about?
Because our human vision doesn't go past 3 miles.
Okay, so just use a better optic, a stronger optic.
That's true.
Okay, and then you can zoom in further than 3 miles where the horizon geometrically should be. If
how
the
far
Earth is
can
curved.
you zoom in?
Well, you can zoom into 10, 20 miles or so.
Why not
sea level?
farther?
You probably could if you were high enough elevation. Well, yeah, you can. But 10, 20 miles is plenty to see whether that surface is dropping away from you. Because, like you said, we can only see about 3 miles, and 3 miles is about all of the surface you should see at a 6-foot observer height if it's curved the way that it should be on a globe.
If you're at a higher angle, you should be able to see if they're flat. You should be able to see till like the next thing that would obstruct your view, right?
It looks like you just ignored everything I said because you're waiting to speak.
Well, I was trying to address a point you said.
Well, you didn't.
Yeah, because you were saying if you were higher up on an angle, you'd be able to see.
No, I didn't say that.
Farther.
No, I didn't say that.
These Globers have a lot of wax in their ear.
You didn't say that if you were up higher, you could see farther with a better optic.
Yeah, see, you were just waiting to speak. I didn't say that.
Okay, now you're denying what you said. Okay,
I didn't say that, dude.
Okay, so say we take an optic and we look through it and we're looking at the horizon and we see a ship go over that and it slowly goes from bottom to top, right? You just see it disappear bottom to top, right? So would that not show that the Earth is curved?
No, not in itself. That can be demonstrated over a known flat surface.
But that was observable, right? Which is what we're talking about.
The phenomenon is observable, but the cause that you're attributing to it of curvature is not proven.
Yeah, what about when it doesn't happen?
When does it not happen?
Yeah, when does it not happen? I'd like to see that.
When you see further than you're supposed to, when you can see across 60 miles, a body of water of 60 miles, and you can see the shoreline pretty much perfectly from the ground up.
You're physically limited. If you were an eagle, you might be able to see it, but you're not an eagle, my man. So you live on the ground. You don't need to see 3 miles, so you can't see 3 miles. There is no evolutionary.
Are you saying you can't see 3 miles?
Huh? I think that's what I read. It's like
No, I think it's 12 miles. Is
okay,
where you
12
could,
miles.
yeah.
Still, that's like.
So you missed my whole point. You guys just keep missing. Why do you keep missing my point?
Yeah, if you're at 6 foot observer height, at 3 miles, the Earth would start curving downward. We see beyond those 3 miles. So there is no bending downward of the Earth.
I already told you guys this.
Yeah, but
just
if
keep going over this.
There, it's gonna take a while.
Okay,
right?
I already told you. Whoa, what's that?
I'm sorry. What happened?
Okay, yeah, I'm
What did I
echoing,
do?
so got tripped out. No, I was just tripped out by the echo. Okay, so
I'm trying to mind my P's and Q's.
Fine. It's just that it's a 6 foot observer height. That's a 3 mile distant geometric horizon. You use some sort of optic to zoom in, see if you can see the horizon beyond that. You see it beyond that. There you go. No curve. The thing that you think blocks boats isn't there. So I don't know why we're even talking about it.
Okay, so the question I have is, you would have to know the distance at which you are seeing it with the scope, right? You would then have to take the distance that you can see it as observably disappearing, right?
Correct.
If you take that, and then you take the distance as if you wait till it disappears, at that point, if you could measure across those, then you could comparatively say, if you had measurements like that, I would believe you. That's what I'm saying, I guess. That's
We do.
They've explained.
Yeah. It's out there. Long distance photography. Mountains, literally 247 miles away, should be obstructed by an obscene amount of footage of Earth's curvature, but there's the entire mountain. So we've been showing this evidence for years now, and you Globers have been coming in here saying, I'm going to go out and get evidence of Earth's curve, and I'm going to come back here and prove Earth's curve. And none of you has ever come back here and prove Earth's curvature. You never bring evidence of Earth's curvature. Ever.
I'd have to do this math, man.
Yeah, because you'd have to go. You say you're saying boats go over the horizon. You'd have to tell us at what distance that it happens, and does that happen every time?
Yeah, that's the thing. I would assume so, but I do not know so.
It doesn't.
I can't tell you.
Yeah, I can tell you it doesn't.
Well,
where are you measuring this from the exact same altitude every time?
Yep, 1 foot.
From sea level?
6 feet high.
Yep, 1 foot.
Yep,
and
1
how far
foot
can you
above
see?
water level. Yep, above sea level. Yep.
The horizon behind 10 miles.
Yep, beyond that. Yep.
What's in the horizon, though? Something at a higher elevation than 1
More
foot?
water.
Yep, water.
You don't have to be so frustrated like me, dude. Don't be
Dude,
like me, dude.
Kidding? For years, you guys have been coming here spewing the same thing. Sometimes
We're not the guys that have been coming here spearing
I'm
things.
not
Like, stop
saying
taking
you
your aggression
guys
out on us.
specifically. I'm not saying you people specifically. Please
I'm
don't
not
slow your
bring
roll.
don't bring your feelings into it. I'm saying
You're
the
bringing your
global
feelings.
in general. I'm saying
Everyone
the global
relax.
in general have been quite rude and bringing in the same bullshit day in and day out. It's getting quite frustrating. Rarely,
Take a break
one of
if you can't handle your emotions.
Excuse me, I'm still in the middle of speaking. Rarely, one of you starts opening your mind and seeing things for what they are, and that makes it worth my time when I'm in here.
Well, it's just good debate too, right?
So we just gave you an example. Are you interested in the example?
Yeah.
No, and I'm interested in what y'all believe too. So I think
So you're not interested in the evidence that we're going to give you?
Can you give it to me, please?
Let me
No.
clarify.
The evidence that he's
Hold
posting,
on.
right?
Let me clarify something. We don't believe, we know. There's a difference. Believing is believing we're on a spinning water ball in space tilted at 23.4 degrees, with the remainder of that 90-degree angle being 66.6. That's quite interesting. But knowing is knowing that there is no drop to Earth's surface, that it is not in motion. There's a difference between believing and knowing.
Well, if you can't explain to me like what the sun's path is doing, like it's hard for me to
Got
like
nothing to do with the surface. If you look in the chat and go to Quolo just posted an image that we've taken from a video at 1 minute past the hour.
One minute past the hour. What?
Yeah.
What are you referencing when you say 1 minute past the hour?
1 minute past the hour, because all our hours are different. For example, it's 3 p.m. in the afternoon for me. I'm sure it's not for you.
Okay.
But it's one. That was
interesting.
posted at 1 past.
So how do you guys account for that? Like the time zones?
I knew you were going to do that. Just look at the image, dude.
I am. No, I'm trying to but it's like you
Time
guys are
zones,
like
okay. Time zones are 12 p.m. is when the sun is directly overhead at its highest point everywhere. Yep.
okay, but
So
like
for me, that would have been. So for me, that would have been 3 hours ago. Yeah.
Okay, but but let's take that, right? Like, so how is
Are
it?
you looking at the image? Because you asked
Yes.
me to give you the image, and
Yeah,
then
I
we
am
can
looking
talk
at it.
about the other thing. All right.
I
So
am looking
where is
at it.
the horizon? Where's the horizon in the image?
Like where the pink lines are, the green line.
Is it
I'm guessing.
behind the oil rig? Now the one that
Seems like it.
just scroll up three posts.
Okay.
Yeah, it says bye bye ball. That one.
I just find it funny you keep posting the Black Swan or just clear refraction in that image.
Okay,
cool. What do you mean refraction?
Okay, hold on. Let's go on this picture.
The bending on the flare boom.
On the what? Sorry.
Flare
The flare boom. The flare boom. Do you know what?
Oh, okay.
On the oil rig.
Okay. So
you're not
you're not addressing the actual point then, the horizon, right?
No, I'm addressing that there's a reason why it would look that way.
What do you mean? What way does it look and how does it actually look? Explain based on the flare boom.
It's bending, which is a clear sign of refraction, which would give the idea that maybe the horizon is behind those two objects that are
Okay, so let's break
curve.
break down your logic sequence here. So you see a bendy looking flare boom, and from that you conclude that a 10-mile or further horizon is actually geometrically and physically at 1.2.
No, what I'm saying is that from atmospheric refraction.
That's what you have to be saying.
Can I speak?
Maybe not.
I'm saying like from atmospheric refraction, obviously distort the oil rigs into making it look like from at that distance that it's
right.
Not
so
behind a curve.
It's making a 1 mile horizon look like it's like 10 miles is what you're saying.
I mean,
and your evidence for that is a flare boom. Yeah, it's pretty retarded, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
Sounds like an excuse more than anything.
What kind of straw man is that? I'm saying atmospheric refraction is just distorting the oil rigs into making it,
Okay.
My
so the
apologies.
horizon should be at 1.22, but we see it at 10. So is it making it do that?
Well, I strawmanned him. It sounds like it's just a red herring. He's not even talking about the point of the argument. He's just addressing the oil rigs for some reason.
I'm saying atmospheric refraction is making the oil rigs appear
How do you know
like
that?
Where are you getting this
in front of the horizon.
1.22 miles from?
It's from the geometry of the ball, the size that they give us.
So you're basing this off like a perfect sphere?
Oh my god! What's the difference between? What's the difference at the? What's the difference at the? Sorry, Flatman. I was just going to say, what's the difference at the equator to the poles in circumference?
Well,
Oh, in radius. You can do it in radius anyway.
It's different though, right?
Do you know how much? Do you know
Oh,
how
no,
much?
not off the top of my head, but I know if it's oblate, then it would be a different a measurement at the middle than at the tops, right?
Awesome. By how much?
I don't know.
Okay, it increases the radius at the equator by 14 miles.
Okay.
Yep. So what significance do you think that has for the rest of the readings all over the world?
A mathematical one that aligns with 14 miles.
Cool. So you take
the
the radius goes from 3959, right?
I can't
And
mentally
takes it to 3973. That's what it takes the radius to.
Okay.
Yep. But that's only at the equator. Is this shot taken at the equator?
I have no idea.
At Santa Barbara. What degrees north is Santa Barbara?
I mean, you
40
that's what
degrees.
you guys are like
40.
taking
40
forever. Just say
degrees.
what you
No,
know.
it's your argument, man. So I now I have to tell you what your argument is. I don't get it.
I'm not making it. I didn't come in here as a glober. Like
You just
I'm trying
said
to.
is that based on a perfect sphere, and I'm explaining to you why. Yeah, and I'm giving you numbers that we can work out. So if that's at 40 degrees, then let's half that radius increase, and it becomes what? 3956. All right. So let's change the radius to 3956. Distance to the horizon becomes 1.23. Yep. From a 1 foot observer height.
But that's to what power?
Sorry?
Right? Isn't it like 1.23 to a specific power?
Yeah, times the observer's height in
Yeah.
feet. Yep. Square root of the observer's height in feet. So we're going from 1 foot. So 1 times 1. Square root of 1 is 1. Yeah. Horizon. Give it to you. 1.3 then. Have it at 1.3 if you want. Doesn't make much of a difference.
I'll take it at 1.3 then.
Yeah. That's better for you guys.
Yeah.
So the horizon should be at 1.3.
I'll take any advantage I can get at this point.
Past 10 because the last oil rig is at 9.6 or 9.8 miles. Horizon should be at 1.3. I'll give you that. Horizon is not there. This is just one image. There's thousands and thousands.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think. So, what you would expect to see is something 1 foot off the water. So something 1 foot tall at 122 miles. You wouldn't be able to see it anymore.
No, at 122 miles, it would be 6.
Sorry, 1.22 miles. I misspoke.
Sorry. At 1.2 miles is where the ball would start curving. So that's where your slope would start, where your curvature would start. Yeah.
So
anything past.
But we also know those oceans aren't flat, right? So we're looking at the water's horizon.
For example, something 9 miles out at a 1 foot observer height, at the height of that oil rig, at 9 miles out, you might see the top of the oil rig.
Yeah,
Maybe.
about 60,
Or
about
the
60
top of one
feet.
of the, or the top, yeah, the top of one of the cranes or something. You wouldn't see the entire oil rig at 1 foot height at 9 miles out. It'd be beyond the Earth's curve. It'd be way sunk down. It's called a black swan. It's all swans are white until you find one that isn't. So the Earth was curved until we found proof it wasn't. So there's your black
I'm gonna have
swan.
to look at that because, like, for the 6 mile one, you don't see the bottom of it.
But the
right?
horizon, okay, because you're claiming that the horizon is blocking the bottom of the first oil rig, but the horizon is behind the second oil rig. So what would be
but also
blocking the first oil
you don't
rig?
know what the elevation of that water is.
It's at zero.
Sea level.
You realize sea level is an approximation. The water fluctuates,
that
right?
water-
We know
that
waves
water-
exist.
Dude, is that yeah? If waves exist, we wouldn't see. If waves were in that picture, then the bottoms of the oil rigs would be hidden. But they're not. You can see a boat in between the two oil rigs. A tiny boat. The horizon is behind. You're saying the horizon is blocking the first oil rig, but it's behind the second oil rig it's an estimated 10 because the oil rig is at 10 miles. It's past the oil rig. Who knows how far? But we can't confirm how far it is. So we're just going off that last oil rig because it's a marker point and the oil rig doesn't move. How can the horizon be behind the second oil rig if you're telling me it's in front of the first oil rig?
Yeah. Translation, if the horizon was blocking that first oil rig, you wouldn't see it beyond the first oil rig. You would not see no horizon beyond that first oil rig. It would start dropping. And you can clearly see it behind the second oil rig, which is further than the first oil rig.
Interesting.
I mean, the mind is like a parachute. It doesn't work unless it's open, right? So
You'd have to say that's interesting.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm like. I came in here and I asked about what your guys' hypothesis for the sun is. Like, I don't believe everything they tell us. I'm pretty skeptical.
Yeah.
But you guys came in here fucking attacking me, and I'm just trying to ask questions. And you're like, you're a globist, fucking, you know.
So that
I haven't
rolling
attacked you.
boulder
I haven't
image-
attacked you, man.
Somebody in here has.
So
I haven't
maybe not
attacked
you.
you. I didn't attack
Sorry.
you once. We've been having a pretty chill conversation, I thought.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, you're not the only person in here that's talked to me. Fucking, you know.
Well, then cry about it.
I will.
yeah, I'm hoping we didn't cause you any permanent emotional damage.
Oh, y'all.
Me neither. I would hate for that.
So the rolling my boulder image, is that the one y'all were talking about?
Wait, let me check what that is.
It's the two. One looks smaller than the other, but they're both past the horizon.
Yeah, that's a black swan too.
What's a black swan again? I know somebody said it, but I was looking at the image and I was thinking. I just can't burn too many fucking cells.
It's proof that not all swans are white.
Yeah,
Because
see, so that one with that rolling my boulder posted, right? So that first oil rig is at 6 miles, correct?
Which one is the first one? The
6
small
point,
one or the
6
big one?
point something. If that was the horizon where that oil rig is, it would make the Earth's radius 60,000 miles.
So it's at 6 miles.
60,000 miles instead of 3,959.
That's only like half the oil rig, though, right?
Not half the oil.
How tall are those oil rigs?
Yeah,
I'm looking at it. It's not half the oil. Doesn't matter how tall the oil rigs. We're talking about horizon.
Yeah, but if the things are above the surface, you have to take that into account, right? If they're above sea level,
The surface is 0.
yeah. So if they're above surface sea level,
Okay, how much of that first oil rig is missing? Go ahead.
I don't know because I don't know which oil rig it is. Like I
It's a
don't
closer
know.
one.
Like some oil rigs are taller than others. You know, some they're built
like, do you guys have the sizes of those oil rigs?
like the first one. I know generally oil rigs are a lot taller
Look
than
it up, man. We've already done the work. We're not doing the work for you.
so the
These images, both that image that Rolling My Boulder posted, we've scrutinized and we've worked out that
But
at that
you don't know
horizon,
what the
the
size of the
Earth's
oil rigs
radius would
are.
be 60,000 miles.
so you
That's
know
the
the names of the oil rigs.
horizon. That's the bottom of the oil rig. It doesn't matter.
Well, it does because you got to figure out how tall it is.
Why?
Go
Why?
ahead.
Why is figuring out how tall it is help you prove that it's a globe?
Because
Or that it's not flat? Or that the horizon isn't beyond the second oil rig? How does knowing the height above the water of that oil rig or the size of it, how?
Because clearly you can't see the whole oil rig, right?
Of course you can.
Which one? The
It's
first
above
one?
the water.
The first one, that's
No,
not
he's
how
talking about
tall
a
oil
different
rigs are, man.
picture, Flatman. He's talking about a
Like, you want
different
me to post
picture.
a picture of an oil rig?
What would that prove?
Well, that's far too close to the surface of the water. If that's, I mean, like one fucking wave in that place is coming down. They're usually much higher than that, right? That would tell
What
me
are you
that both of those
talking
oil
about?
rigs are
So
past
this,
the horizon. That's what it would tell me.
what are you
That,
talking
all
about?
those
No,
oil rigs
never
are
mind,
on
never mind,
platforms.
no, never mind. I made an assumption.
Excuse me.
That's
Those oil
retarded,
rigs are on platforms
man.
that are at least a minimum of 50 feet above the sea level.
Right.
So any wave that comes towards that oil rig is going to hit those pillars and dissipate. It's not going to hit the rig itself or the platform. Come on, man. Maybe
So-
a 20-foot wave at most, but not 50.
I mean,
Yeah, so if they're higher than the 1 foot you're observing, you would see them farther out than 1.22 miles, right?
You do see them further out than 1.22 miles.
That's what I'm
That's the
saying.
point.
You need,
right, because it's higher than.
listen, man. 1.22 is the distance to the horizon where it starts curving. That's on the ball, right? It doesn't mean that things disappear automatically at 1.22 miles. It's got an exponential curve, apparently. So it
Yeah.
would keep getting lower as it goes. Yeah.
So at
it doesn't
what
just
distance
magically
with the
disappear at
height?
1.22 miles. That's not what anyone claims.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
At
Based
10
on its height
miles,
above your 1 foot, how far
10
would you expect to
miles,
see that go?
at 10 miles is 66 feet.
Are we losing the red kangaroo?
66 feet? Is that what you said?
Yeah, 66 feet.
Okay.
So going by that information, you wouldn't see those pillars on that second oil rig, period. They would be beyond Earth's curvature. They would be sunk down. You wouldn't see even those bottom pillars of that second rig at all at 10 miles out, 9 miles out.
What? I don't
If
know.
the Earth started curving at 1.22 miles from 1 foot observer height, that 9-mile oil rig, you would only see half of the top of the platform. You can see the entire bottom of the platform. You can see the pillars it sits on. You can see the horizon beyond it.
That's what I was
So
asking. Like, how tall are those platforms?
The horizon obviously goes beyond that second oil rig. Doesn't matter how high or how tall the oil rig is above the sea level. The point is, you can see the horizon beyond 1.22 miles, and you shouldn't be able to.
Well, I mean,
That's the point.
You just can't comprehend how small things get past that point, right? Like the human just can't comprehend it.
Yeah, it's called perspective. Yeah, called perspective. Yeah.
Okay.
And you don't notice how those oil
We
rigs
do
kind of look.
understand.
There is a sort of
We
visual
understand
size,
perspective.
different size, because one's closer to your field of view than the other one? Like, yeah, one looks a little smaller than the other because one's closer than the other.
Yeah, that's what I assume, right? That's what I would assume.
But according to the globe math, you shouldn't be able to see shit like that. Like the way it's being observed from 1 foot observer height.
Well,
It shouldn't be
that's
observable
a
like that.
lens, right? And a lens distorts distance, so it would. But you try and never mind.
You guys keep grasping at straws, but the refraction,
A
the
lens
distorting
distorts.
stuff, the
Yeah,
height
a,
of the
len-
royal
a lens.
rig, like, come on, man.
No, I'm not trying to.
A
I'm trying to
lens
understand
distorts. A
going.
lens distorts
Compare.
images. Yeah. So when you get an image of a curved Earth, is that distorted or is that what we see?
And we're trying to help you too here. If you're seeing front to back curvature, you should see left to right curvature as well from the ground. If that's what you're claiming, if you're claiming you're seeing curvature from the ground, front to back, you should see it left to right.
Well, to be honest, Timbo, I'd have to look at the specifications of like the lens you use to understand how much of a curvature it actually puts on, so that you can determine what to take away from it. Right.
Hey.
Right.
Yeah, you get barrel distortion. Yeah.
Right. But I haven't done all this shit. So
Every single lens will give you barrel distortion, no matter what.
Yeah. And the human eye will, right?
But no camera, fisheye or not, no lens will ever bend water. No matter the distance between the 2 points, the water will not curve between those 2 points. It'll find it level and flat at the surface.
Well, how big's your sample size on that?
I can give you a laser test at 27 miles.
Okay.
The oceans from the west coast to the island,
27.
Vancouver Island,
right?
How about that?
60 miles plus.
Laser test across.
60
laser
miles
test across
plus.
a lake.
Yeah, boats seeing lighthouses at 100 plus nautical miles from shore, and that helping them find shore and safety. But if the Earth was curving, that boat would be under the curve. It wouldn't see the shoreline. It wouldn't see the light that far out.
Well, sorry for being a dick earlier.
Yeah, the reason. No, you're all right, man. It's a passionate topic. Everyone gets pissed off at people when people tell you that you're wrong. It's not good to be told you're wrong. Yeah, you don't really take it lightly. Yeah,
Yeah, it fucking sucks to hear that shit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, you're all goddamn idiots.
But the reason we're here is we used to be like you guys, we used to believe blindly that we lived on a ball, and because we never looked at it, never looked at any of the information. We just were told we live on a ball, and then when we started looking into it, most of our stories were similar. We started looking into it, and we found discrepancies in what they were telling us. Things about space and stuff like that. That they started with, they started everything measures from the radius of the Earth, and when I started looking for how they got the radius of the Earth, it was all guess.
Yeah, it's an approximation.
Well, it's not even approximations, because for starters, you need to know that the Earth is a sphere to do the calculations that they did. Now, no one ever knew that the Earth was a sphere. They assumed it by measuring some shadow angles from a light source that they don't know where it is. The only reason they have the distance to the sun is they guessed that Venus was the same size as the sun. The Venus was the same size as the Earth, but they don't have the size of the Earth. So how can you assume that Venus is the same size as something you don't have a size for, and then work out how far the sun is from a transit of Venus? It's absolute crap.
That's what I'm here to figure out, I guess.
Yeah, it's that I don't believe me. I'd recommend just my starting point for you guys would be, if you want to work, if you like, our whole thing is we want to know if the Earth's a ball. So we tested it, and it ends up being flat and level, or a level horizontal baseline. Yeah, and if I were you guys, I'd be going, okay, so how did they work out the Earth was a sphere, and how did they measure it? Because so far they got no measurements at all. It's just inferences based on other things.
Yeah,
You know,
calculations, not measurements.
yeah, calculations. See, that's just interesting to actually, even if you end up coming to the conclusion that you find the Earth is a ball, like at least you know why. Most people don't. Hey, Matthew.
Yeah, I would say most people believe the Earth is a ball because that's what they were taught. And then a percentage of them have looked into it and decided, that it is a ball due to certain evidences. And then some of them have said it's not.
Yeah.
So then what? Observable satellites would be like what? Drones then? Or planes?
I don't know, lights in the sky, maybe. I don't know what they are,
Hard
man.
to see satellites.
NASA is actually the largest consumer of helium, and they have weather balloons that can last 20 to 30 years aloft. That means in the air. And they attach whatever device they want to it and set it into the jet streams. And they move in those jet streams above the surface of the Earth. But so-called satellites floating outside of Earth's atmosphere in space, like they claim, is just all bullshit. CGI images, fakery, more waste of your tax dollars. The reason for the homelessness, the hunger.
I'd
recommend satellite TV has worked since the 1980s.
Yeah, but that's not a proof of anything. That's it can come from anywhere. But
those
I'd
signals can be
recommend-
off ionospheres.
I'd recommend you go and look at I watched a really good NASA documentary about their Satelloon program. So they said it was the gold standard of communication. So what they said it was the cheapest way for communication. They have these in the documentary. It shows they have these massive helium balloons, and they can change the pressure within it to go up into a different jet stream and then down into a different jet stream, and they can actually control where the balloon goes.
Yeah, the majority of our.
I'd recommend
Sorry,
watching it. Yeah. No, you're right.
Yeah.
You're all right.
The majority of the signals and information is through large cables, underwater cables that go across continents. I posted a pic in the chat that explain how those cables work. So
right, yeah. But I'm saying the satellite TV.
I'm not going to take away from your. I'm not going to take away from your satellite floating on a balloon that they can bounce signals off of. It's just that's a small part of the communication network. The majority is ground-based positioning systems, not global-based positioning systems.
Is your explanation different from how they explain it for the ground-based cables?
Well, they call GPS a global positioning system, but the real term is ground positioning system. It's done by triangulating
for that?
with the towers.
Yeah,
yes.
Who gets to decide what the real acronym stands for?
Well, because words do matter, and using the word global positioning system resets that image of a spinning water ball in space.
You said bingo. The real name, according to who?
True term. Everybody's jumping in as I'm explaining this. The true term, it was military tech, and it's ground-based positioning system.
That'd be GBPS.
GP. Come on, Matthew. Really, you're gonna try to get on my last nerve today?
That'd be LN.
GPS, ground positioning system. It was military tech given to the civilians.
You have a citation for this, you said? If you could just put it in the
excuse me, I'm still explaining myself. Military tech given to the civilians, as all tech is. It goes through military hands first. And there's plenty of tech that never gets released to the citizens. In fact, the patents are bought out and destroyed and whatnot, and owned and controlled by the government and militaries.
I agree.
The thing
I
about
mean,
ground-based positioning is that you need, particularly for altitude, you need to have the things that you're measuring your distance to for your triangulation or trilateration need to be spread out above you as well as beside you. And with something on the ground, you just cannot get accurate altitude information.
I mean, wouldn't you agree satellite internet and undersea connectivity is just two different things and have very different purposes?
Listen, I'll give you this as well. If the so-called satellites are outside of Earth's atmosphere, floating in space, all around the spinning water ball in space like they claim, there would literally be no place you would lose your signal for your cell phone. Your Wi-Fi would last further than 20 feet from your modem.
Well, that's not
Tech
Wi-Fi is not given by satellites.
excuse me, I'm still speaking. Tech on Earth would be a hell of a lot more advanced. If the Voyager 1 can start communicating with NASA after years of non-communicating, I mean, my Wi-Fi should be able to be connected for at least a mile from my modem. Come on, guys.
Non sequitur.
Okay,
Yeah, that's
so
very
no,
weird.
you're right.
You're talking about radio signals versus satellite.
He's right that there should be no place on Earth if you have a clear view of the sky that you wouldn't receive a GPS signal, and that's true. And also, there has never been a year that Voyager 1 has not communicated with the Earth.
There's places where your service will drop out in the open fields.
No, there's never a place.
GPS. No.
There's no
Not with
satellite
GPS.
bouncing signals to your phone.
Yeah, there is. That's why you can get it everywhere on Earth without a cell phone signal.
Matthew,
I think he's confusing.
There are dead zones. There are places
I think he's confusing cell phones and GPS.
Yeah, or sat phones.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, and so you didn't see the episode of what's his there, Bear Grylls or whatever. He had 5 sat phones. He got lost. None of the sat phones worked when he needed them to.
Sure, sat phones won't work all the time. GPS will.
All 5 sat phones failed him when he needed them.
Well, I mean, that would be an argument for global Earth, because if the satellites are beyond the horizon.
Yeah, there's fewer of them. They have to fly lower.
And GPS are quite a different thing.
Yeah, they need to be what do you call it? They need to both send and receive, whereas GPS just send. They just ping out a time, something saying their time. Whereas for satellite phone, you need a steady connection up and down.
Sorry. Good Faith Interior. What took the photo of that CGI image you posted, claiming to be a real photo of a GPS satellite? That's a CGI image of a GPS satellite. That's not a photo.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Photo. Doesn't look like a photo.
It's obviously just a drawing. But I'm curious, Flatman, can you provide a source for the fact that there's somewhere on Earth where you cannot acquire a GPS signal?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Provide a source?
I don't think he was saying
you
that.
You have a signal on your cell phone?
GPS signal is what we're talking about specifically, right?
It's, anyways. Look, I'm not.
He claims that the internet on my phone comes from satellites.
Please go do your homework. I'm sure if you go far enough out onto the ocean, away from the shipping lanes, where the GPS buoys are to keep you in contact with the shoreline, yes, eventually you'll lose contact with that GPS signal and you'll be lost on the ocean.
I've gone very far out to the ocean and never lost my GPS signal. So.
Yep, I've used GPS.
I've been 500 kilometres inland in central Australia with no communications within 500 kilometres and have had perfect GPS coverage. Can't make a phone call, but I can locate myself to within a metre.
We used it in the Army a lot, especially for fucking land navigation, and we never had it crap out on us.
No, but I've never seen it except where you lost view of the sky. Like even in tree cover, it's a bit sketchy. But anytime I've got a clear view of the sky, even with cloud cover, which does fuck up internet and stuff,
yes,
I've never seen it drop. I've been sailing a fair way offshore. I've been a fair way inland. I've lost connection with other things. Never seen GPS not work. I've heard it gets a bit funny down near the poles because most of the satellites are in an equatorial orbit and don't really somewhat ignore particularly below 60 south. Mind you, if you're going below 60 south, you've got to be going above 60 north, don't you? That's how orbits work.
Yeah, that is changing from what I understand, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I imagine they're launching them new ones every day and getting, better and better coverage. Because I mean, originally with their, what do they call it, like ambiguation or something, where it wouldn't track an object going too fast and it wouldn't track too accurately. It was sort of 100-meter accuracy, and then it came down to 10-meter accuracy. And now farmers, I was talking to a farmer just like 2 weeks ago who claims he gets sub-centimeter accuracy by using a land-based system on his farmhouse to sort of cancel out refraction errors.
Yeah, that's called augmented GNSS or differential GPS. And basically, the idea is that most of the errors are caused by the atmosphere, and any atmospheric errors are likely to be relatively local. So if you can have something that's a fixed known location, and it'll appear to move around randomly with errors. If you transmit that same error to another base station and subtract the error, then you can get a very high accurate relative position to the base station. So that's how they use it for surveying and things like that.
Yeah, he was saying they notice they get a big yield if they plant next year's crops, like rather than they used to if they were 10 inches apart, go bang on at 5 inches, but they found if they plant it like directly next to last year's crops, it sort of, they don't know if it feeds off the roots or what it is, but they're much better. So now they're trying to, like, you'll try and just get it 2 centimeters next to, less than an inch next to the last year's ones, and for that you need really high accuracy. But it's all fake.
The interesting thing about GPS is if you get the raw data, you can actually plot the shape of the Earth with it. And
I bet you
it shows the oceans have got a curve.
Because there's more than one GPS system. Is everybody aware of that? Like there's GLONASS, which is the Russians' version.
Crickets chirping.
Who killed Jack?
Nothing to talk about anymore.
Just having a moment of silence for the globe Earth.
Hmm. You know, forget Earth. What about the moon landings?
Well, that's all fake then.
That
Apparently
was just
so.
a holographic projection.
I mean, I'd beg to differ.
And it's hollow.
That's amazing. What else? Is it rotten cheese?
That's what I've heard.
That's why it's great.
Let me clarify. You think
Moldy
because
cheese.
I just want to clarify, please. You think because they claim that they landed on the moon, the Earth is a globe? It's a spinning water ball in outer space. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not inferring about the Earth. I'm just talking about the moon landings.
You're what again? Sorry.
I'm not making an inference about the Earth. I'm just talking about moon landings, bro.
But what about it?
I don't know. I feel like we landed on the moon, but some people love to claim otherwise that we didn't.
You feel that they landed on the moon that's truth.
I mean, yeah. Why else
Okay.
wouldn't it be?
Okay. That's fair. Let me ask you something. Did you pay attention to what happened after they landed on the moon, such as like headlines and what they said they were going to continue doing since they landed on the moon? Or do you just...
Well, I mean, what are you trying to reference?
Sorry?
What are you trying to reference? I mean,
I'm asking if you followed up on their information they put out after they claimed that they landed on the moon.
No, I didn't. I don't know what this headline you're
Well, the
trying to...
purpose of me asking that is that they actually put in the headlines that by 1978 there would be moon bases on the moon.
Yes.
So in theory, or actually in reality, by now, this far down the road, shouldn't you, me, our two girlfriends be able to purchase tickets for, say, between $30,000 and like $80,000, purchase 4 seats on a shuttle, get shuttled to the moon, go in the anti-gravity room, take selfies of ourselves from the moon, of Earth behind us, come back to Earth after a weekend, be like, the 4 of us went to the moon. It was amazing.
Well,
Wait, did they build a moon base?
No, like
no. Look, all right. Think the thing is, well, unfortunately for us and for the government, they got a bit burnt out, and they, after the space race and the Cold War itself, they just said, "Oh, space is boring, so budget cuts for you, NASA," and got ratified through Congress. So not enough money to make moon bases or go to Mars. It's not as easy as you think now, is it?
Not Mars, on the moon. They landed on the moon.
I mentioned I mentioned Mars because there were plans for Mars, but I'm just saying.
Okay, well, let's forget Mars for a minute. You brought up the moon landing. Let's focus on the moon. It's closer to us, isn't it? According to what they tell us.
Yeah, sure.
Right? Men
Are
walked
you
on
asking
it.
why
Right?
don't we have a moon base?
Whoa. This is an AB conversation, please. Men walked on it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So after they walked on it in 1969, they claimed within 9 years, by 1978, there would be bases on the moon, that there would be expanding their exploration of the moon, that in other words, by
just told you why.
1978, you told me, that they couldn't afford it all of a sudden. But today they take more than $1 million per state from each state for the space program.
Yeah, Artemis. And still
But they
with the
didn't
budget.
have the money then. But they didn't have the money then.
The budget that they have now still wouldn't be enough with what they planned back then.
Why waste the money trying?
They're not trying. I've never seen NASA claim they're trying to build moon bases anymore.
Now we're trying to beat the Chinese.
Well, no. First off, you're not following the narrative. You're claiming the money wasn't there, but yet they tend to print up as much as they want whenever they want. So the money was there. They just didn't want to invest it.
I mean, it
That's
wasn't in their
more.
best.
That's more.
It wasn't
That's
in.
more.
It was what is in their
No,
best
no,
interest back then
no,
compared to
no.
now. That I mean,
Excuse me.
what else
That's
could it be?
more. Excuse me. That's more on point to the truth. Because if the truth was that it was one small leap, or one small step for man, one giant step for mankind, and we're going to build moon bases, the next story wouldn't be we can't afford it. Would be we can't afford to not build the moon base. We have to do it because we said we would, and we've said we've been there. We're 50 years down the road. There's still no moon base.
Not everything is set in stone, is it? I mean, dude, you're just the interest wasn't there. It's simple as that. I mean, what else does that
Policies
prove?
changed, man. We were going to build high-speed rail in California. Look how that went. I mean,
What
denying the
does
truth
that
of the
prove
matter
other than simply just
Whoa.
lacking interest?
You're denying the truth of the matter that they invest millions and millions of dollars since and still, and they're achieving nothing.
Yeah, because interest wasn't there. Like I said again.
it achieved a great deal.
Yeah, I wouldn't call James Webb nothing.
Like that. And there's
Oh, yeah, did
budget
you
cuts
see
are
all
a thing in the government,
all
man.
the real-time images of Earth James Webb gave us? Oh, yeah, none. That's right.
It's just
Not its purpose.
fucking feast and circus, though.
We have plenty of satellites to give us real-time images of Earth, if that's what you're
You,
interested in.
you
James
are
Webb was designed for other
hilarious.
purposes.
You're hilarious. That wasn't its purpose. That's hilarious.
That's just true, you know? Yeah.
Like Himawari is pretty good if you can test
Himawari is
that
good.
with,
I prefer
like,
Epic
volcanoes
Discover.
going off. But like the ones that give you live.
I mean, if you're gonna claim that we like this was all taking so long to like for us to get back interest, I mean, we had the interest same way again, but Obama decided the Obama administration decided to just do its thing and just cut funding for the Constellation program altogether. And here we are again, probably going to make another attempt.
Lots for the military-industrial complex, though, right?
A lot. So much.
It's just the problem that we invest too much in our military than just actually investing in something that will be worthwhile.
Everybody likes an AR-15, though, right?
It's so groundbreaking and life-changing. It's going to help lower the cost of gas, food, travel, education. Space is important. We must invest.
I just want to meet the aliens, dude. That's fucking.
There's no alien.
God damn it! Do not spoil my goddamn dream, sir.
I mean, Space Force
That's
is a
your
thing.
dream is to meet aliens.
Maybe
You just
some
meet
though.
one person.
Shoot up some aliens when they
Find a
attack
wife.
us.
Who knows? I don't know what the fuck it is.
Yeah,
Either
no,
way, either way, I don't see how budget cuts have any correlation to like whatever this guy was trying to say. But
I mean, I think what we've dropped defense spending, right? And hell, we almost got rid of NASA a few times, didn't we? Like, I remember it possibly being on the chopping block at some point, wasn't it?
Probably not. That's because the moon landing was fake, and they got too much shit for it. Do you think the moon landing was real? Do you think there was a man walking around on the moon?
yes.
12 of them, to be specific.
12 men.
Not all at once, 2 at a time.
And 0 women.
Unfortunately.
We've never been to the moon.
How so?
Women don't belong.
How so?
Yeah.
How so have we not? That's weird.
I asked you first.
Yeah, you asked me how so have we not, right?
But you're the one making the claim that we didn't go, so the burden of proof is on you, man.
No, no, you're the one making the positive claim. Hello? Are you kidding?
And again, you're the one claiming otherwise.
No, I'm denying your claim, stupid.
Either way.
Yeah, either way. Nice brain.
I'm just wondering, is like, why didn't we go to the moon? I'm just curious.
You're wondering why? I'm wondering why you've lived here your whole life and you still don't even know how to speak fucking English.
I tend to
It's
stumble.
because the
That
Earth
doesn't mean
is
I can't
flat.
speak
That's why.
English.
That's why
Just
the
that
moon landing is fake.
Yeah, as the other moderator pointed out earlier, you're a guest in this room, so if you're going to be a douchebag, you can be muted and
Shut
banned
up,
and
you
kicked.
fucking nerd.
Nerd, eh? Okay.
Yeah,
What
you're a
the fuck?
big fat nerd. You're an old man and you're gay and retarded.
Sorry, what was that?
so not only are you just here to poison the world, but you just don't want to argue about anything or debate anything. You're just here to just insult people. There we go. He's muted. Asshole.
I mean, the intellectual side, globe side, just blows me away. The intellect that comes from there. It's so groundbreaking.
So what is old man an insult now?
Apparently, it wasn't more so what he was saying to me. It was how he was treating somebody else in here as a guest. He shouldn't be telling people, like, being a fucking douchebag is what I said to him. Don't be a douchebag if you're a guest in our home.
Yeah, I
And then
wasn't
he
coming
took.
on to you. I was more coming on to him.
I mean, I was
It's just weird
I
that it's an insult to call somebody an old man, right?
I guess I don't feel old, but I am old.
Me and him claiming I can't speak English. I just stutter a lot. That's all. I don't see how it has anything to do with me not being able to properly speak English. It's automatic control. I
Your
stutter.
English is better than my ex-Czech girlfriend.
Yeah. Thought we could have had a lovely debate about the moon, but I guess that guy just didn't want that.
Anyways, I like nothing else but to come up with excuses why things aren't happening the way they were supposed to, or well, they couldn't afford it, so they didn't do it for 50 years. Now they can afford it, so they're going to do it now. Screw the homeless.
The globe is just that important.
Oh, would you look at that? He DM'd me calling me a faggot. That's amazing.
Okay, you're banned. Better luck next time. Now what?
Why do they spend so much money on fucking NASA and Space Force?
They, as in you.
Well, all of us, right?
So why do
Why do we spend so much money?
Yeah, because it's
'Cause we're
stubble, essentially, right? Before
'cause we're-
Space Force, I don't know how much the Air Force was spending on space.
Because
But
we're
it's
morons, obviously.
Huh?
Because we're morons, obviously. Why else?
All right. I'm gonna catch y'all later.
All right, peace out.
Deuces.
So that's it. I show up and the party ends.
We are scared of the mute button.
It's pretty scary. I don't even trust myself with it. I'm scared of having it. Well, maybe Hoopy Frood can help us out here.
Oh no, bro! I'm just trying to listen to something. Everything's like dead.
It be like that, yeah.
It really do be.
That's why I tried to get you to talk, so I'd have something to listen to.
Oh, true. I do like talking sometimes. I just not usually right when I join a room.
Right. All right. Well, do you? No worries.
I appreciate it.
Why do you think that the Earth is a spinning ball in outer space?
Come on, we know you think it. Tell us why.
We want the real reason. Well, that's not why. Chuck Scott Mackey.
But what's the real reason? Why does he ask that when he claims to already know the answer? You guys just don't want to understand it.
Is he trying to be like Buzz Aldrin? It's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I think I know why.
You guys just don't want to learn.
Yeah, I can't help you if you don't want to learn.
Yeah.
Facts.
Well, I've just had a message from our friend Geeks.
Well, he wants to join the room and give us more hours, even though they're artificially inflated? Yeah, go ahead.
He says, yo, unban me from that flat earth room so I can come and cause some fucking trouble. You bastards have had it too easy for too long. What a great way to ask for an unban, calling us all bastards.
Then he'll get in here and he'll be like,
You forgot to call us
come in here and
old.
he'll be like, I love you guys. You guys are great.
Well, at least he came right out with it. I mean, but at the same time, part of the reason the room's even here is so people can come here and call us bastards, because we know that that's what's going to happen with this subject, so. It's kind of fair play, I guess.
Hey, at least he's giving us fair warning.
Yeah.
Is he's on a permaban, isn't he? Or is he just on a 2-dayer?
I kicked him for good. Well, I mean, he's all worried about our numbers being jacked up, people just parking in the room and inflating the numbers, and then he begs us so he can do that exact thing.
Yeah.
So I'm just making a point out of him. I don't care about the numbers. They're what they are because of you fools.
Yeah, I don't know how he chose me, but that was funny.
Yeah.
These VC statuses, are they like with the little emojis and that? Is that a Discord thing? Or is that like.
It is. You can do that now.
Okay.
It's an update.
Cool.
Can you hear me now?
We hear you. Welcome. Welcome aboard.
Oh, thanks. Welcome aboard. Yeah, I'm new here.
You made it.
This is my first timer.
First rodeo.
Please be gentle.
Found his way into flat Earth on the internet finally.
All thanks to Reddit.
Dang. Well, thanks, Reddit. Thanks for hooking us up with new traffic. We've never met this guy before. It's interesting to talk to new people.
Yeah, it's very cool. It's cool to hear thoughts that don't align with my own.
Yeah, so this Glober rolling my boulder is completely new. If anybody wants to have a go at him, any flat earthers.
Before they have a go at me, somebody asked me for a copy of a picture that I dropped in the chat, which I made and didn't save, and seems to be gone. Is it recoverable in any way?
The
I don't know
Modus,
if somebody deleted it or what is going on.
like the Modus Tollens, like QE troll one, that? Or
No, it was a MS Paint sketch of Eratosthenes.
oh wait, you must have done that like yesterday or something, or way earlier, right?
No. I did it like an hour ago.
Oh, it should be in there still at this point.
Well, I did. I tried to search for it, and I can't find it. That's what I thought. Like, I closed MS Paint. I didn't save it. I was like, fuck it. It's in the chat. But then dude was like, can I have a copy of that? And I'm like, I can't find it.
It gone.
It is gone.
Chat clears. There might be a backup in some sort of back channel, but you'd have to talk to some mod. You'd have to go to like mod mail or something, and I have no idea.
Dude, just wait. You made the bar too high. Talking to that is no.
I doubt they're backing all that stuff up anyway. So
I just don't know what happened to it. It was so weird. I was like, well, it was only like an hour ago. It must still be there.
yeah, the chat clears. I guess it's even quicker now. It does seem like they're clearing it quicker than they were now.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so it is my first time. I'm brand new. Never mind what me and that guy were talking about. That's unrelated. Have a go at me.
It's time.
Talk about preferably snipers, because I've never talked about snipers before.
Never heard of them.
What is a sniper?
From a place you do not see comes a sound you will not hear. They adjust for height, windage, and such, but no adjustment for Coriolis or so-called Earth's curve.
None at all.
Nope. Going to be the drop rate of the bullet before it hits the target, and or the direction of the wind that will affect the direction of the wind that might affect the travel of that bullet before it hits the target. So you have to compensate for those things.
Sure. So that's quite a claim to say none, and I can't really say prove it to you. Like, you could just say, well, I've never seen one. So if I showed you a document that accounted for it, would you be like back on your heels? Oh shit, some snipers do account for that. Would that like fuck you up?
Well, no, because I have real life experience. It's not accounted for. Coriolis is not accounted for in such operations.
So if I showed you a document that accounted for it and said it mattered, you would just dismiss the document.
What's the source of your document? Does it come from the military?
Let's say it does. Does that change anything? Why does it
Show
matter?
it to me. Let me see this document.
Well, hold on. I want to know what your standard of evidence is first. Like, you're saying no snipers account for it.
I told you I have first-hand experience. Show me this document.
Yeah, he won't be able to give you an answer until you show him the document, and then he can decide. So
I'm not going to do it that way. It's a cool
okay,
story.
don't do it then. Don't do it then. Don't show the document.
It's like if you tell me
I'm not going to do it the way you guys.
You just made claims, and so don't show the document, and then move on to another subject. Then, if you're not going to show your proof, move on to another subject. Then
I'll show it, but I'll show it on my terms after dude answers some questions about his claims. That's how it's going to work. I'm not going to do it your way. I'm going to do it my way.
We went through that already. I answered your questions. I told you I have first-hand experience. Show me the document. I answered your question.
I said,
now it's your turn. Show me the document.
I don't understand.
You need to clean the wax out of your ears. We account for drop. We account for windage. Distance to the target. We don't account for Coriolis. I told you, first-hand experience. Show me your document.
Who is we?
I'm interested in the document, Boulder. Can you post
I'm
it?
sure you are very interested. I'm interested in the we of Flatman Can.
See you later, man.
You asked about snipers.
He's gone.
Is that not a group of individuals? I'm waiting for a response.
He's muted.
Oh. He muted himself, you mean, or?
Nah, I muted him because he's a
Oh,
prick.
thank you. Thank you.
Well, it's one thing for a document to say something, right? And then it's another for it to be like applied in practice. So
Yeah,
It's
and
like,
like he's asking you for your experience, and he's saying, "I've got a document." As a okay, if there's a document that discredits my experience, then maybe you should show it. No, I'm not going to do that. No. Okay, well, fuck off then.
that's brilliant.
he's like, "What if I had a document?" It's like,
Yeah, that's the thing. He's never shown every time he's come in here. He's never shown anything. Talks about hypotheticals, this and that. Keeps rolling his boulder. All right, who we got in here? Apart from rolling my boulder. No one wants to speak up. Maybe we can unmute rolling my boulder and you guys can have a nothing conversation. Anyone else want to speak up? All right, go rolling my boulder. I'll mute and you can talk bullshit. Go ahead. Unmuted, you can spread your bullshit again. Actually, post the document or press the red button and leave the room. Good deal? Deal or no deal? When do you think if someone had a document?
So I was
Oh, there you
muted,
go.
went to the
Okay.
bathroom, came back. I'm unmuted. Thank you for unmuting me.
All right. So are you going to post your document? Or?
I've shared the document with some folks, but I'm not going to post it on your terms. I wanted to hear answers to my questions.
Okay, you're
But
not asking.
it's not a secret.
You're not
It's not a
asking.
secret document. It's
You're not the
been
one
shared
asking
many times.
questions. You're not the one asking questions in here, though.
Yeah, I am asking questions.
No, you're not.
Okay, well, I'll stop asking questions.
All right. See ya.
I didn't say I was leaving. I just said I'll stop asking questions.
Okay. That's fine. Do whatever you want, man.
Oh, do whatever I want? Well, okay. Let me go back to asking questions because that's what I wanted to do.
Awesome. Before you ask your questions, can you post a document that goes along with your questions so we can all read it while you're asking your questions?
I cannot because my document will be offered as evidence to contradict a claim that I heard. And so I want to make sure I fully understand the claim that I heard.
Okay,
then I'll
so
post
if
the document. The document has existed before any of this, right? The document is And I just want to make sure
Oh,
that we understand the claim. I don't want any weasel room for you to read the document and adjust the claim, right? I want to
oh,
make
so you
sure
don't
we
want us?
nail
You
the
don't
claim
want
down.
us to read the document? Okay. Yeah.
I do want you to read the document, but only
Can you
after you
please
have.
post the
No,
document
because I
so we can
want
read it?
you to make a very clear
What
claim.
does the document prove? Earth's movement or Earth's curve? What does it prove, or both? Does it prove both?
Neither. None of that.
Holy fuck! I'm getting lost here. I thought you were
Wait,
providing a
didn't you?
document to prove Coriolis, which
Yeah.
would be Earth movement. I'm getting lost.
No, I was providing a document specifically to counter something that you said. You said a thing. You said a sentence that I think is false, and I wanted to make sure I
Okay.
fully
What was the
understood your
sentence?
sentence before I gave the document.
What was the sentence?
He said that snipers don't account for Earth curve or rotation.
Okay.
And I wanted to make sure I really
Do
understood what
they
he said,
do they
because
account for
maybe I
Earth curve?
misheard, maybe I'm wrong.
Do
That
they account for
happens.
Earth curve?
Well, I don't know. I first want to make sure
Well,
I
you do
understood
because you've
what
got a
Flatman can this
document.
thing.
Okay,
First,
you might be really slow. Maybe you took a short bus to school. I stated what I stated more than once. It's distance to the target. It's the drop rate of the bullet from the distance to the target from the shooter. It's windage. It's not Coriolis. It's not the movement of the Earth. It's which direction is the wind moving? At what speed is the wind moving? How will that affect the bullet before it hits a target?
so a sniper manual saying Coriolis would just blow your mind.
Provide the document, man. You're going to keep talking or you're going to provide the document.
I have provided it to Heretic previously. I will allow him to send it to you.
So games is
That
what
way
you're
you know
playing.
it's that way you
So
know it's
you're
authentic.
playing games is what you're doing right now. Okay.
I don't want you to think that I just found something for this conversation just right now. The document has been around for a long time.
I'm not concerned, brother. I told you I have firsthand experience.
It doesn't
So I
sound
don't
like you do.
I'm not concerned
It doesn't
about your
sound like you do.
document. I'm not concerned about your document proving Coriolis.
I didn't say it proved
Or
Coriolis.
snipers need to
I
or
said
snipers need to account for Coriolis, whether they're uh, north of the equator or south of the equator. I don't need to see that document.
right. You're one of those folks that says instructions are for people that don't know what they're doing.
Those instructions might come in handy for you.
But you know what you're doing, so you don't need to be told anything.
I said done, experienced, past tense.
Doesn't sound like you were very good at your
Could
job.
do if necessary.
All right, Timbo, we have taken it as far as we can. I peacefully hand it back over to you.
Thanks. I'll wait for that information from Heretic now. So according to that document, they discovered Coriolis in 2006 and started including it in snipers.
Actually, it says 1835.
Says it's
by John Foster, 2006.
Says that it really has no significant impact up to 1,000 yards. I wonder if they can demonstrate it having any impact over any distance at all.
And I like my new nickname.
It's not significant enough to matter at 1,000 yards, but its influence grows with range. To what? Based on what demonstration? So, the atmosphere does turn with the Earth, or not?
There's actually no mention of a calculation. They just mention Coriolis and then give the calculations for tailwind, headwind, all that.
I think that the W he's going for is he just wants to show that a sniper manual did mention it. I think that's all he's trying to do.
Yeah, but also when it's talking about Coriolis, it talks about toilets going in different directions in different hemispheres. So are we to take that as true now as well?
Anyways, from personal experience, none of the drill sergeants ever asked us to factor in Coriolis while on the range or training to be a soldier. So it's just BS.
Because you were training to take shots at, 1,000 or 2,000 plus yards, or what? Or more?
As I said, the range to the target is factored in. Whatever that range in is factored in. It's not Coriolis that's factored in. That's why they have optics that can range a target from where you are and give you that information. So you can factor that in. And wind direction, etc.
Moving up the caliber to like naval artillery, though, it is factored in. Coriolis is factored in.
Dope. There are magnetic rail guns, and they do not worry about the spin of the Earth when they shoot a trajectory towards a target, and they can hit targets at hundreds of miles away with precision. And they can be painted with a laser. As long as there is a visual to the target, it can be hit. The longest known kill by a sniper is by a Canadian sniper at 2-point-something miles. I'll clarify, that's known. There could be a kill at a further distance, but it's not on record. It's, you know.
Yeah, like maybe some hitman or something did it, and they don't really want the credit.
Whoa. We don't talk about those things.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying, man.
Hi, everybody.
Yo,
How are you?
very good.
Nice.
All right, you looking to start an argument? Claim some globe proof? What are you going for here?
I'm here. I'm here to debate.
All right, let's get it going.
Let's debate. I think that the Earth isn't flat. I'm gonna just be honest. Like, it's round.
Okay, it's round versus flat.
But it's round.
So you're saying that if something's round, it won't be flat?
Sorta, yeah. I mean, it's kind of just round. I mean, you've seen pictures from space. It's round.
So what's a coin then?
Coin is flat.
Yeah.
It's just round.
Is it round?
It's round on the side. The Earth is a sphere. All right.
Okay, now we get some clarification. So it's actually a sphere.
Yeah, it's a sphere. It's not round.
Have you seen any direct surface measurements of it being a sphere?
Actually, yeah, I've seen flat earthers deprove themselves.
Okay, could you provide that proof?
It was on this one show that I watched, and a lot of people know about it now.
So
Where they
TV
tried this
shows.
thing.
Unnamed TV shows, no less.
It was a thing I saw on TikTok. All right.
TikTok now. Now it's not even a TV show. It's been downgraded from TV show to TikTok. Thus, Earth is a sphere. Not round, but a sphere.
Earth is sphere, all right? You want to know how I know that? Because have you seen pictures?
You already told me. You already told me.
George Bush
TikTok.
left so many kids
TikTok.
behind.
You told me. TikTok.
Okay, look, I saw...
That's right. He kind of gave us an advantage, didn't he?
Are you trying to tell
Earth
us you
is
saw
sphere.
a
It just
Photoshop
is.
image
You can
of
see
Earth
from
from
space.
NASA? Is that what you're trying to say?
Space.
That you saw a Photoshopped image of Earth from NASA?
Well, she's saying that you can see it from space. Like me? You mean I can?
Yeah, if you go to space.
If you go to space. Okay, that's a pretty big condition. Do you think I can do that?
Yeah, like, just buy a rocket ship. You're so smart. You're smart, right?
I'm
You know
leaving
there's
next
this flat.
week.
You're so smart. Buy a rocket ship and go to space, and then look at the Earth and see. You'll see that it's a sphere.
And you will see that it's a sphere. Okay, have you done that?
Actually, have.
You have. Okay, can you post any documents from this journey?
I actually do. My dad brought me with him.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
What space flight was that?
One where we went up in the space.
It's very descript. I believe you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm convinced.
Yeah. See, I just convinced a flat earther that the fucking Earth is round. So
Yeah, I mean,
I'm perfect.
I mean, it's undeniable everything that you provided us with. So
Seriously, this guy gets it.
yeah, I don't see how I can argue with any of that.
Seriously. See, this is what a real man is. Somebody who listens to a woman.
We'll save that topic for another VC.
Anyways, I just like how
Save
would the
that
Earth be
top. I'll
flat?
save that topic for my actual life. How about? I go here to escape from that.
Escape from what?
Never mind.
Women?
Anyway, next. What was your question about the Earth? The on-topic question you had? She gone on deafen. The heat became too much.
I was thinking you might
Discord
want to
have a
verify her
age
age.
limit?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You might want to verify her age.
Not come on here to talk to 12-year-olds.
Well, it's not my fault if she violated TOS. It's on her.
Oh, but it's a good excuse to end a worthless conversation.
It was rather worthless, but there's absolutely nothing else going on. Hi, I like to debate, it says in her about me. Well, she's a solid debater.
for sure.
I don't know. I think I got to
I'm
take
just
the
curious,
L.
how old do I have to be in the server?
But I
Oh,
definitely
okay.
picking up
Let's
middle school vibes.
bit of a giveaway. How old do you have to be? Well, if you have to
You have
ask,
to ask that question.
Well,
yeah.
okay. How old do I have to be?
How old are you?
I want to know how. Well, is there an age limit in the server, or is it just Discord TOS? Because I'm older than
Billy, you can
Discord
debate your way out
TOS.
of this one.
Since you like debating so much, debate your way out of that one.
If you're truthful about your age, you'll be old enough once we know your age.
Okay, I'm 14.
Oh.
Block, muted, disabled.
Just made her in on the TOS, huh?
Well, I'm older than TOS.
1 year by 1 year. So.
Yeah,
Anyways,
that's why I
let's
said
keep
you
it
just made it in.
appropriate. If she's of age for TOS, then it's a flat earth topic, and that's all that it is.
Fair enough. I guess we can turn our attention back to the whether or not the discussion was worthwhile. Oh dear.
Yeah, that discussion's probably more worthwhile than the actual discussion that we're questioning. Well, that was fun. Scraping the bottom of the barrel here. Let's see what else. What else is out there?
What else is out there? You tell
I'm
me.
looking for a reference. That's what's going on.
So what's it today, Zonic? Flat Earth or globe?
Oh, is this a flat Earth chat?
Oh my god. Well,
What
that's a
is
new
it?
LARP.
I don't know.
Now he's going to pretend that he doesn't even know what the subject is.
Yeah, dude, I'm just here to listen, dude. Come on.
That's why you open your mic.
Okay, I'll close it if you want.
I don't care. There's nothing going on.
Okay.
And there he goes. That's a strange character. He was on the Flat Earth AMA a couple weeks ago, LARPing, full-on LARPing as Flat Earth, but he's been in here many times arguing for the globe. But the first time he came in here, he was LARPing Flat Earth. Did an okay job in it, too.
I was going to say we're burning through Globers really quickly.
Actually did quite a good job at it. He was convincing at first, but then he would slip in something that's just absolutely absurd, but he's already kind of gained your trust. So you're like, wait, what is he? Does he really think that? It's a pretty good troll, I guess. I guess I got to give credit where it's due.
No wonder Roland Mabolda didn't want to show his document. Have you read through it?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Chris.
Well, I just read a little bit of it, and the only point that I think he was trying to make with it is that some sniper manuals do mention it. I think that's all he was going for, just that they mention it.
So he was correct in what he said. If he was just saying that, then yeah, okay.
That's all he was saying. Because, I mean, way back, like years ago, I had an argument with him where I pulled out the old, they don't mention it, they don't bring it up. And he's like, yes, they do, and he posted that, and I think that's all he's trying to say.
Yeah, it doesn't prove that they actually calculate for it, though.
Yeah, he's not even trying to do that. He's just trying to show me up because I said back in the day that they'd never bring it up or something like that.
Okay. This is all it mentions. Time of flight also relates to a rotational speed of the Earth in a single day. 1 Earth rotation, the planet turns approximately 25,000 miles at the equator, which equates to 1,042 miles per hour, with slightly less relative speed as you approach the poles. Your bullet's speed will vary a tiny amount depending on whether you're shooting with or against the Earth's rotation, or angled away from the equator. It's a tiny, tiny amount, but its influence too grows with distance. Likewise, with the Coriolis effect in 1835, Gustave de Coriolis, or who the effect is named, demonstrated that the Earth's rotation affects winds and ocean currents and even dictates whether your toilet flushes water clockwise or counterclockwise, like a curveball leaving a pitcher's hand. Your bullet is slightly affected by the Coriolis effect and not enough to matter at 1,000 yards or less, but its influence grows with range. And then goes on to talk about headwind, and then gives all the equations for headwinds and other things, but no equations for Coriolis. So yeah, what this document's saying is it's there, right? But we don't really have to account for it.
Oh, I guess my mic was muted. There was a battleship, a naval commander by the name of Willis Lee in the early 1900s. And I was trying to find the actual manual that he wrote, because I know he wrote a manual in the 1930s for the U.S. Navy. But he was an Olympic sniper, and he won a shit ton of gold medals for Olympic sniping in the 1920s. And then he got assigned to a battleship, and he corrected and recited in all of the guns calculations. Because, you're shooting Navy guns at like 25, 30 kilometers at least. Some of the 406 millimeters. And he claimed that the naval guns were incorrect to his commanders, and he recorrected and retriangulated all of their sighting manuals for their battleships to make them more accurate. And he stated that the only reason he was able to do that was he took into the Coriolis into account, and he was able to he used actual Navy ships with people on board, and to demonstrate it, he walked the shells up to the ship from like 25 miles away with his calculations versus theirs.
Ooh.
Well, that is a cool story.
Yeah, because we had an actual shooter in here. He was a glober. He said the computer just does everything. Yeah. And we said, we started asking him, well, what's the biggest effects and what's the least effects on where the bullet goes? And he said, well, the least effect would be Coriolis effect by far. It's so minimal that you don't even really account for it.
Well, right, when you're shooting a rifle.
Yeah, but the claim is that people.
But the longer that when you're shooting a gun 25 miles, a naval gun, that's when it makes a bigger effect than when you're shooting a gun 1 mile. It's 25 times the effect. That was what I was trying to say. And he used his lessons as a marksman in the Olympics to correct all of the U.S.
Sorry,
Navy's
I got a phone call.
calculations.
Sorry about that. I had a phone call. That's why I cut out.
But I have to get his biography and read it. I know the story, but it has a lot more. His actual biography has a lot more information on his entire story. It's kind of a lesser known story in World War II, but
So, the argument is, right, people come in here and they say snipers have to account for this. People shooting bullets need to account for this, but no one ever does. It just, as we just got shown, yeah, because in there it talks about, there's a whole document. He was saying, I got a document that says this. Okay, yeah, it says it, but it gives you calculations for everything else that you need to calculate for, but doesn't give you calculations for the Coriolis effect. It's like it's non-existent. And these mortars, yeah, that they're going to shoot, they spin, don't they?
You mean battleship artillery? Yeah, it's rifled.
Yeah. So there's a thing called the Magnus effect. Have you heard of that?
I guess you'll have to explain it. I was just I knew the story of it. I just didn't know the ballistics, speak as far as that was concerned.
Yeah. As the projectile spins, it spins in one direction, yeah? So it creates like a Magnus effect. It makes it turn while it's spinning, like a curve.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm more of a history geek, not really into the whole. I was just curious, and I heard you guys talking about it, and I knew the story of that guy that was that battleship commander that was an Olympic sniper that recorrected all of his he resighted in all of his battleship guns using and he said that he did using the Coriolis effect to make them more accurate. Because that was his whole shtick, was to make his guns on his ship like a sniper rifle. Like
you said that three times.
That was his
now.
whole thing.
So in order for me to be convinced, I need proof that the Earth is spinning. And then I go, okay, Coriolis effects, it must exist then because the Earth's spinning. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I mean, at the end of the day, I guess, was he more accurate because he took that effect into account, or was he more accurate just because he got lucky, or what? Like,
yeah, I know, man.
Was he just really damn good at his job, or is he just lying when he said that he took the Earth's rotation into account to calculate his guns?
The problem is, so he's changed all the scopes on all the Navy vessels. Are they all in the same position, facing the same direction?
They all have to be, what he did is, the U.S. Navy prior to that would just triangulate each turret, but he actually went through and triangulated each gun in each turret using
but if he's adjusting them
rotation.
For the Coriolis effect, you've got to adjust for the Coriolis effect at a certain latitude and certain direction. So
exactly.
It's going to change. It's going to have to change every position that you go into.
Yeah. There's no single adjustment you can make. That's not how it works.
I don't. Like I said, I need to actually read his biography.
Yeah,
like he was renowned as one of the most accurate battleship commanders. Like fucking ever.
If we're talking about warfare at sea, both the firing ship and or the ship being fired upon are probably moving upon the surface of the water. So you're going to want to account for that more so than supposed spin of the Earth. If you're shooting at a ship that's moving at so many nautical miles to the west,
you're going to lead it.
You're going to want to, have that projectile hit the boat where it's going to be, not where it is.
I don't think they're firing from 25 kilometers at boats.
Sorry, grammar Nazi. Ship.
Or ships. At ships either. They're firing them at land when they're firing from 25 kilometers. Nobody's shooting at another ship from 25 kilometers because they move.
Ships shooting at ships is what I was referring to.
Yes, but the range at which ships shoot at ships Coriolis would not come into effect because they do
That's
not
what I
shoot from
was
25
saying.
kilometers away.
Coriolis doesn't come into effect in any situation. If it's a
Battleships
land
do shoot
target,
at
if
each
they're
other at
shooting
20
at a
plus
land target,
kilometers and have.
if they're shooting at a land target from sea and that target can be painted with a laser, they'll hit it with pinpoint precision. They're not worried about Coriolis.
And just to correct you, battleships have fired and hit one another at 20 plus kilometers in history. Just so you know.
I didn't say they didn't hit each other. I said they're factoring in for the movement of the ship and where the projectile is going to land when it gets to the target, not Coriolis. That's what I said. I didn't say they didn't hit one another.
Then what you're saying is that one of the most accurate battleship commanders ever in U.S. history was wrong because he said you have to factor it in.
I've said other people were wrong too, but maybe supersede even him. For example, I wouldn't take a nickel from Elon Musk or care to hear what comes out of his mouth.
What up, Timbo? Timbo, you there?
Wow, it's pretty quiet in here. That's weird. You guys are usually pretty loud.
Yeah, there's nobody talking. That's why.
Oh shit.
Yep.
Good job, dude. So do you think the Earth is flat?
Well, I don't think it. I know it.
How do you know it?
It's simple. It measures that way. It's observed that way. It's
No,
practically
how do
used.
you? You're not. You can't measure the Earth, nerd.
Yeah, you can. Doofus.
How? How are you measuring the Earth?
Line of sight.
Line of sight?
Oh yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, if you had half a brain cell, you would. It would.
I have several brain cells, thank you.
Well, then it
But
would
you're
make
not
sense,
making
right?
any sense saying shit like that.
No, it's not shit like that. It's that you don't understand. So if you say that the Earth
Yeah, I
is
don't.
curving at a specific rate,
I never said that.
yeah, but that's a claim.
Whose
claim
claim?
is that
Nobody made that claim.
Well, it doesn't matter if you accept it or not. It's still a claim. The claim that the Earth is a globe, the paradigm by which everybody's told that the Earth is, that claim, yeah.
Yeah, who cares? You're the one making the claim, dingus.
Well, you're such an idiot, dude. Like that's the main freaking claim that everybody gets taught at school.
So,
No wonder
no,
your
I
name's
didn't learn that
Doofus.
in school.
Well,
Nobody
I can
told me
see that.
the Earth is around a school.
Sure. Where did you go to school at?
I'm telling you that. Why would I tell you that?
Because that's the thing.
You're
If
trying to
you
rate
haven't,
me. You're trying to come to us and rate me, dude. Why don't you just defend your own position that
what'd you
the Earth
say?
is flat?
What did you say?
Calm down, Linda. You're not James Bond. Nobody
Did he
ruined
say
it.
RAT? Did he say Did he say RAT
did.
or RAP?
Yeah.
No, with the P. With the P.
He used grape with an R.
Yeah, he's gone. Some guys, man, I swear, they can't come in here and just have a conversation. They just want to always straight to the troll.
Hey, Miggy, how far were these line of sight tests?
It just depends. We can talk about different ones. Everybody
Okay,
has a different line of sight.
which one are you thinking of?
Mine,
And yours was how far?
about 21, 22 miles, something like that.
And so what did
between
you
21
do
and
over the
22.
course of 22 miles with line of sight?
There was a building that was apparently from where I was in a specific town to where that building is.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's supposed to be hidden by the curvature of the Earth, or at least half of it gone.
And so you think what you see from 22 miles away is accurate?
Absolutely. Well, it changes. It varies on day to day, but like for the most part, the day that I was making my observation, I saw it.
So we can assume the light from 22 miles away is coming in straight to you?
I wouldn't
Watch
say
out.
that.
Watch out.
I wouldn't say that. But
I know.
what I would say, I know, Scott. But what I would say is that the building was visible to me at that distance.
Uh-huh.
So
And it proved the Earth is flat because it must be coming in straight, right?
No, but because the predicted amount of Earth curvature that should obstruct my view wasn't there. So.
And that would obstruct your view if the light was coming in straight.
Well, if the Earth was actually in the way, I wouldn't be visible. It wouldn't be visible whatsoever.
And the light was coming in straight.
Well, it doesn't matter because at that point, if the building was completely obstructed, or at least most of it obstructed, then that would just lend credence to the Earth's sphericity blocking it. My view of it. So because it doesn't matter, like light doing what it does is not going to make the building visible or not visible, depending if it's on the other side of that the curvature. So line of sight, Scott. That's all you need. You don't need fancy tools, and
and the assumption the light's coming in straight.
No, I never said that. I don't know who's telling you.
Well, why is it an issue if the light is curved? Why wouldn't
well,
you
the distortion?
be able to see it?
The distortion of light happens. It's obvious because there's phenomena that occur throughout the day. Fluctuations in the temperature will also increase the distortion or at least diminish it. Depends on what you are observing and the distance you're observing. So there's a lot of stuff that happens. So you can't just. It's not a one for all, one and done kind of thing. So.
But you saw the building, right? It was one and done. Or did you go back and measure it many times?
No, because here's the issue: the one and done happens when you know that it's not obstructed by the curvature of the Earth. So if it's obstructed at any time, the predictable amount of let's say, I'll put it to you like this: if a friend walks over a mound of dirt every single day, right, and they are obstructed by that Earth that they're going over. Because you're on the other side of the hill and you see them go over the hill. Well, that hill at no time will ever be, you'll never see your friend on the other side visible because of a phenomena that takes place. Because the Earth's obstructing your view from seeing your friend. However...
Are you at your computer right now?
All you guys are doing is arguing about the magnitude.
I'm not arguing about anything right now. I'm setting them up. Are you at your computer right now, Miggy?
Yeah.
Can you see my screen if I shared it?
I should be able to, yeah. Go ahead.
All right. Hold on. Let me share.
Are you going to show me a shot of you sitting in your recliner?
I don't have a recliner.
On your iPad?
Don't have a recliner. I don't have an iPad.
Your lazy chair? Your comfortable
chair? Don't have one of those either.
You got a comfortable... Dude, don't even...
I got a couch.
Every time I say that, yeah. Where's your most comfortable spot when you cozy up to the iPad and just sit there and...
I don't have an iPad, but let's talk about this.
What do you got going on?
Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
I see it.
Okay, so you see this point B, right? Let's say that's somewhere above the curve. You see the curve, right? And then you see points C, D, E, and F on that curve. We're going to say that basically, I would define a horizon as the last point that you can see from point B. And so, if we look
for orientation's sake, what is going on here? Like, I want to know, where is the observer standing, and
the observer's at B.
Yeah, but is he above the ground? Like, is the curvature the ground? Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, the curvature is the ground.
No, I don't know. I want him to set this up like the way.
Yeah, the curvature is the ground.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
And so we would say that the person at B, that's where his eyeballs are. He can obviously see point C, right? And so if point C is on the water, then that person can clearly see that. But that is clearly not the horizon because we can see easily point D beyond it, right? Since we have a direct line of shot from B to D. Correct? Yes. Nothing controversial at all, right? And then we can also see to point E. But that gets really close to being tangent, and it is actually the tangent line. So, yeah, and so in this drawing right here, we would call E the horizontal, I mean, the geometric horizon, right?
So far, so good.
We accept that, right? And then if we look at point B to F, we accept,
What'd you say, Scott?
I would say point E is what in this diagram is the geometric horizon, right? Because we look
What'd you
from
say
B
after
to
that?
F, nothing. Someone else screamed something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I would say you can't, in this diagram, in this geometry, we can't see to F because you have to go through the Earth right here, right?
Well, if it's a line of sight.
Yeah. And so basically,
well, yeah, because here's the thing though, the observer's actually looking over E, but he couldn't see that because the tangents, right there, that would be the horizon.
and so E is the last bit of water the person at B can see, right? Yeah.
Of course.
And so the geometry of this is that E is the horizon. E is the geometric horizon.
Okay.
And when we talk about what a person should see, we would say E is how far they should see, right? So that horizon should be that
limitation.
distance.
Yeah.
That distance should be that distance from B to E, right?
Okay.
But that should is based on a really, really big assumption.
What do you mean?
That the lines are going straight. Because in geometry,
line of sight. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because in geometry, there is such thing as curves intersecting curves. And so if the light actually followed this path, you would see point F on the water. And so now your now your horizon is now twice as far as you guys say it should be because you're using the wrong geometry in your should. This is now what you should see. If the light has an arc to it of a certain refraction, you should see point F according to this geometry. And this is the correct geometry on Earth.
What numbers do you have figured out here? What's over here on the left-hand side? What do you got going on?
Those are just the calculations or the formulas for these curves and these lines.
Oh, you worked this out? Or who worked this out?
I worked this out.
Taking this? Okay.
Took like 5 minutes.
Of course.
But here's the really cool thing, right? Is that so now we see how we can see where F becomes what we should see when refraction is taken into account, and E is no longer what we should see because E was based on the assumption that the lines are straight. If the lines are not straight, E shouldn't be our geometric horizon. E is not our geometric horizon because now F is our geometric horizon because curve to curve tangents are also geometry.
Well,
and so F is
but
right. If the light curves, F is our geometric horizon.
But you just changed the whole entire argument. You know that, right?
No, we never claimed the light. We never claimed the light is straight.
No, but you did claim tangents are.
No.
Yes.
Yes. These are both
Scott,
tangents.
Let's listen.
The tangent to E. There's a tangent to E, and there's a tangent to F.
I'm gonna tell you like
They're
this.
both tangents.
We can talk about what you
both
got
tangents.
going on here. Scott,
Okay.
We can talk about what you got going on here. The issue is that's not what everybody's saying. Okay. So the first way that you drew the line to E, the tangent that went straight to it, that's what it was. That's what it was.
Yes. That's the tangent of a straight line to the circle. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So that's how they were measuring the 90-degree angles. You don't get 90-degree angles from curved lines.
That line at F. That line at F is 90 degrees.
No, I'm not talking about.
It's the same tangent.
Yeah, but you're talking about the intersecting points, but still you'd have the curved line to deal with. So you can't. So,
we can do that in geometry, though. Look, it's being done. This thing we're looking at is a geometric calculator, essentially.
How? Yeah,
and
I know.
It's calculating the tangents.
Yeah, you've done this, but like, how have they been representing this point thus far? They've been doing straight lines on top of a curved surface. Yes or no? I'm just being honest here. Like, what does everybody do? No. Okay, so now you're lying.
Well, yeah, on the distance to horizon, they use a straight line because they
Yes.
assume that but they assume you're asking for the actual
Dude,
distance.
That's everybody, not
I
just
know,
like your
but
your argument here. Because I mean, I haven't even dove into like this, but what I'm saying is what they're talking about is not what you're presenting here at all. You know,
no,
matter of
but
fact, let me take a screenshot of this.
it seems to me you're trying not to understand what we're
No,
saying.
I know what this is, but this is not you. You're not the only one in this argument, and they're not saying this. People
This
are
is
not
what
talking.
they are saying.
No, they are not.
They're
I
just not
guarantee it.
explaining it. They're just not explaining it very well. I guarantee
No,
you.
this is
Okay.
this is you.
How about
This
this,
is you
Miggy?
speak. This is
Miggy,
you divining their thoughts, Scott.
Miggy,
This is you divining their
Miggy,
thoughts. When they present this, Scott, they're not doing this. They
Miggy.
put a straight line.
Do me a favor, man.
Look, dude. You want me to actually? All right, just you tell me what you're going to tell me. I'm going to look for what they presented. I'll show you.
Okay. Every time somebody comes in and tells you this is not what they're talking about, send them to me and give me 2 seconds to talk to them, and we'll see if they agree with me. And we'll see if I can address everybody you've ever encountered who says this is not what they're saying.
You know, you'd have to go back 9 years worth of
Well.
thousands of conversations. I don't think you have the time nor the patience to do that.
Oh, I wouldn't take long.
He does.
Well, maybe
It
the
wouldn't take
patience,
long.
but maybe the patience, but not the time, because it's a lot of people. I got to look for the diagram, but it's in my file somewhere. Just give me a moment.
Because the cool thing about this is if you even gave it a greater arc, you
Fuck
can
up.
really get it to go.
Fuck up.
Where's this other one? Circular arc.
Shut
Boom.
the fuck up.
And now
Lead.
you're 3 times E. And now G is where you should see the horizon. So the distance from B to G is now where the horizon should be. And this is what you guys keep getting wrong. You keep thinking about the distance as the thing that matters, as in B to E or B to F or B to G, and it's never the thing. What matters is the arc of the light. And that only has to change a small amount in order to give you massive differences in the distance.
That's a huge problem for you.
For who?
For you.
Why?
Because if the light only has to arc a tiny amount to give you a massive difference in what you see, how can you rely on what you see? How can you rely on what you see to ascertain what's there, as you say that you have?
Because we usually don't use the arc of light to determine distances.
You do use the arc of light to determine what shape you think you're on.
Yeah, but that's not relying on the distance, because when we're doing that, we're pointing at a celestial object, which we assume is infinite.
You can't know that you're looking at a bent, curved, ray of light coming off of a geometric horizon or a globe in the first place if a tiny deflection of the light over a distance is going to make it look completely different than what it is.
Well, if it would make it look completely different, you would be right, but it doesn't.
You just said it does.
No.
Yeah, you just said massive differences. You said a tiny deflection of the light is going to cause a massive difference in what you see. But you're using what you see with theodolites and optics and whatever to try to measure this thing. But it doesn't look anything like what you say you measured it to be.
You're misrepresenting what I said. I said it makes a massive difference in the apparent horizon or the distance to the horizon.
Yeah, so that would be the curvature, and that would be the globe and the geometry and everything that you claim.
Incorrect.
That you use. Yes, it would be. It's all that
Incorrect.
stuff. Well, now you're just trying to have your cake and eat it too, isn't he?
No.
Mickey, isn't that what he's doing?
Nope.
Yeah, it's double speak because you throw. I mean,
the diagram looks cool.
Yeah, I mean, you just basically ignore the optics when you say you pointed a theodolite at something and went, oh, there it is. And actually, you do this yourself, too, with your own personal testimony. You say that you walk around and you see the curvature, you see the globe, you see all this stuff, and then you double speak with this. When we ask you, why don't we see it? You go, well, tiny deflection of light will massively distort it beyond what it actually geometrically, physically is. So it's no longer appearing anything like that. So you've got a completely, confounded worldview on your hands at this point, and there's no saving it, obviously.
Yeah, you've just thrown
similar.
You're just throwing surveyors under the bus too.
How so?
Because nothing is ever where it seems to be. Therefore, the readings aren't correct.
And how far? But the specifics always matter. How far off are the readings?
Who knows? Because nothing's ever where it needs to be. Is it?
But we do know.
So you'll never
And they
be able
know.
to tell.
We have models that predict these distances, right?
Be quiet, Parzival.
Predict distances.
Be quiet, heretic.
What do you mean predict distances?
Parzival's in over his head again.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
It's not
How
too hard
do
to
you predict?
understand. He's just showing you.
Still thinking the question of a globe, for Christ's sake.
Go, predict the distance. Go.
I mean, Scott just did, right?
See, just defer to Scott. You don't know anything, Parzival. Just let Scott speak.
Scott is saying is that if you make the
All right.
assumption that the line is straight, you get this distance.
No, yeah,
If
it's
you
predicted.
don't get that
Let's
assumption, you
test
get this
it
other
out.
distance.
No, let's
And
test
then we
it
can
out.
test it out. That's a good idea.
Yeah, so good idea is tomorrow.
Shoot a laser over the ocean and see, you know.
Yeah, we gotta put you on pause because you don't know how to stop. So tomorrow at 5
What's up,
o'clock.
Alpha?
Hey, bro, what's up? I was actually saying what's up to you, but I think you were away from your mic.
Yeah, I think I left my mic on and I wasn't next to my phone. I came back and my mic was on, so lucky you didn't say anything.
No, we were hearing you argue with your old lady. We were like, dude, man. I'm just kidding. I told you I didn't want spicy sausages for dinner, and she's like, "You're gonna eat what you're giving her else." No, I'm just kidding, bro. We didn't hear that.
Yeah.
No.
I know. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say. Okay, so at 5 o'clock tomorrow, I want you to predict what the Earth curvature is gonna be at, because obviously it's predictable. So go ahead, make the prediction tomorrow for 5 o'clock in your place, or where the Earth curvature is gonna be at. Just do that. It's predictable, right? So it should be easy.
We'll go back.
It took Scott
Sorry.
5 minutes to do this diagram, so yeah. Oh, I still haven't found it yet, Scott. But go ahead.
But we'll go back to what I've shown you guys before, and this is to scale, and B is the horizon, the straight line geometric horizon, and F is where those oil rigs are, and this is to scale, and E is 3 feet above the water, and this is how much refraction you need in order to see over B to F. Can you see that big ass curve? No, you can't, can you?
You're begging the question.
But if I zoomed in, you can see where the line over F makes a curve.
You're just
and
saying
this is actually
we see this far, therefore this amount of refraction has to occur so that I live on a ball of 3959. It's just working backwards.
no. That's not what I did. That's not what I did, though.
Okay, so what is it then? What did you do?
I would never determine we live on a ball of 3959 miles radius by using the distance to the horizon. But I did use that knowledge we gained elsewhere
But you just
of
used
the radius.
And you just used that in your picture that you drew.
I used it because I already knew it. Yeah, I found it out some other way. I didn't use this to prove it.
So you used it because you're talking about the Black Swan, and we gave you the distance.
Yes, I know. So I used the knowledge of the radius of the Earth to explain the Black Swan, not to prove the size of the Earth.
Scott, explanation and excuse.
Scott, this is from the
or an explanation, one of the two,
Scott,
right?
This is from the arc of the triangulation, or excuse me, the arc of the parallel.
What are we looking at? Sorry, hold on, let me switch over.
It's a little. I had
Are
to
you
pull
sharing?
up the PDF.
You're not sharing.
No, it's in the text channel.
Okay.
Just go to text channel. These are tangent lines on a curved surface, right there, and different. Because you got the 90-degree. You know what I mean? Like to that.
Yeah, I got no problem with this. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, well, no, it doesn't. Not to the way that you drew something totally antithetical to this specific diagram, dude.
What do you mean?
You can't agree with this. It's opposite to what you just. I was trying to tell you this. Like you can't.
How so? It's exactly what I drew.
God. No, it's not.
What do you think's different?
Look at the lines that are sitting on top of that curved surface. What do you think's different from that and what you put up?
Yeah, those are tangents.
I know that.
My BD was that.
Where is it?
Let me bring it back up.
Do it side by side.
Let me bring it back up.
Bring it back up. Discard it. You don't need that. Yeah, there you go.
This line right here, B
That
to
looks
E, is a
B to
tangent
E.
line. If it continued through, you'd see it go like just right off into space.
No, because every single thing is curving because of the light bending it. Right? Come on, Scott. You talk. You can't even stick to your own story.
Wait. So
Yeah.
what do you think? What do you think? F is? Yeah, I'll turn back. Let me hold on for a sec. I'll turn on how I got F. It's really
Go ahead.
cool.
I don't
Let me
care.
find the circle. Find the circle. What is the circle going? It's probably the 12? No, it's the 15. 15 circle.
Should color code them. Be easier. Just trying to help you out.
Yeah, I know. Where am I?
No, you're drawing. That's too big.
I know. But no, so you do this circle and you get a circle from B, which is this one right here. Then you get a circle from F, which is this one right here, and you make them the same size. And then you can draw another circle of that same size to, oh, here it is, B12.
Hey, good faith
That's not it.
interlocutor. You gotta add something to the bingo card. Mathematical Jazz Hands by Scott Mackey.
I'm just showing you how we.
Sure.
Do I not have that circle there?
Where?
Oh, the circle's down here. Never mind. Boom. Look at that.
That's
See
the
this
one.
circle right here? This is a circle of a 12 unit circle, and this is a 10 unit circle.
Mm-hmm. What happened? Hello?
He had to shut it down.
What, the agents got to him?
Yeah, they told him to pull the plug. It's not going well, Scott.
Why are we letting him beg the question of a globe?
We're just playing with our food.
All right. You playing with that mouse again, Alpha?
Yeah, it's kind of fun sometimes. You gotta let them feel like they have a sporting chance, and then it's no fun if you don't make it fun. You know, you gotta jazz it up a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, cats play with their food too, you know, and they're predators. So.
Mm-hmm. One deck's like, nah, I want to feast on his bones. It's all right, dude. We're playing Scott Mackey Bingo too, also as well. So
True. I got my markers, everything.
yeah, I got me a few cards for tonight. So hopefully, I'm looking forward to a bingo.
Is it true Scott Mackey's an AI robot?
There
No,
was some rumors about that.
AI robots are much too intelligent.
Looks like his program malfunctioned, maybe. Not sure.
Yeah. Big Brother said, no, you got it all wrong. That's a no-go. And we had a few over-the-top guys that came through today. It's kind of crazy.
It's funny though, when you're talking about measuring the Earth, they never want to talk about the actual Earth.
Oh, we got a major threat that just came in here. Everybody calm down.
Yeah.
What's that major threat? So what do you think about the topic of the... What do you... Huh? Explain the sun.
Explain the sun. If it's flat, explain the sun.
Is that what he said?
Oh no, I don't know. That's what people have been
Oh,
saying today, though.
oh yeah.
What?
Do you
Well,
guys
remix.
believe in the moon?
Oh my god.
Or a better one is, okay, so just can you tell me how the moon works?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, but
Explain
all I know is that the
explain
moon
the
doesn't have a
phases
day
of the
job.
moon.
Yeah, I just need you to explain eclipses, dude. That's all. Just that one thing. Just explain eclipses to me. But you can't
Yeah,
do
don't
it.
talk about
What?
don't talk about the Earth.
And you tell them about the Saros cycle, and it's like, no way, dude. NASA came up
Yeah.
with that.
Oh,
No, they
I
didn't.
never heard of that. Ooh.
So the Chaldeans were who again? Oh, that's right, flat earthers.
Yo, what is gravity then?
Gravity is
Up and down.
It's
How'd you make
gravity
my
is
crash?
it's the what?
Discord crashed. You guys got
No,
some power over there, huh?
Yeah, see, I had to call on my good buddy out in the and he's like, "We'll take care of Scott. Don't worry about it."
You not only banned me, you shut down my Discord entirely.
Yeah, we
That's
have to,
pretty
man.
good, man.
This
That's
this
pretty
is
good.
well.
I'm impressed.
I mean,
I'm impressed.
what else can we do, man? We can't stop you. I mean, obviously, you have a right to be in this Discord. So we have other ways, Scott. Don't worry about it. We got you
That
covered,
was
man.
funny. Yeah. Anyways, go back to your conversation. Sorry.
All right. So, what were we saying again? Oh, dang it.
Yeah,
Sorry, guys, just a mic check. Can you see me?
Sorry.
He asked you what gravity was.
Gravity. So we're going to talk about like what you think gravity is, and then we'll talk about the cause and effect relationship for gravity. So, what do you think gravity is, Major Threat?
I don't think it's explained in science today. It's like there's no
Well, I mean, yeah, but what?
there's no
okay,
reason
what?
for it. It's like a mystery. Shit comes together in space somehow.
What do you know about it? Like, let's put it that way. Just
I don't know
anything that
shit
you can say
about
about
it.
it.
I don't know shit about it.
Or what have you heard? Like, what have they told you that? Just a basic kind of understanding of what you think it is.
Apparently, it accelerates.
Mhm.
That's it.
Well,
Accelerate.
okay. Well, he's talking about the average rate of fall, so the acceleration due to something falling to the earth. All right. So if gravity is a cause and effect relationship of a phenomena that we observe, right? So we see things falling, right, through the medium of air, and we say that gravity is an effect that we can quantify. We can say that, well, you drop something, and you can say based upon the rate of fall of the element. You could say, in a scenario like a vacuum, it would fall at a specific rate, right? Elements fall at different rates. It's just like an average. But the effect can be quantified in, like, you can manipulate the object or the medium, and it would change the vector of the opposite, right? So if you have changed the medium, the object will be affected. If you change the object, the medium will be affected. So
Could you say that in a simpler way? Like, because you
Okay.
kind of started getting kind of confusing.
So think about it. I'll just bring it down to like this. If I have an ice cube, when I let go of the ice cube in the medium of air, what happens to the ice cube when I let it go?
Gonna fall. Obviously.
Yeah, it drops, right? What happens whenever the ice cube melts? Liquefies, right?
Yep.
All right. And what happens when the water that's on the ground from the liquefaction of the ice cube, it evaporates, right? Where does the evaporation of the water go?
To the atmosphere.
Yeah, it goes up, right?
Yeah.
Goes opposite of what
Into
you
the
drop.
air. It goes into the air.
Yeah, but it does go up from where it was resting on. So, like, you drop the ice cube, right? Fell to the ground. It changed states, turned to liquid water, and then it evaporated. And now that water vapor went up. So you have the ice cube going down, the object. The medium that it's in it's denser than that, so it fell to the ground. As it changed states into water, liquefied, it still found its rest on the ground. And as it turned into water vapor, it rose. So as
Okay.
it changed states, it changed vector, the object. Now, if we change the medium, however, like let's say we put an egg in fresh water, the egg will sink to the bottom of the fresh water, right? So if we put some salt to that fresh water, right, we get the medium, put it a bit more salt in there, and once we create that solution, the egg will rise because the water is the medium that the egg is in will become more dense than the object. So because the object and medium relationship, the egg will rise. The vector of the egg will go up now in the medium of water because you changed the medium.
Okay.
So object and
But
medium relationship.
what about the moon?
Well, the moon is a mystery. Like all people right now on the side of the earth being a globe, they want to tell you that they know what the moon is. But if you ask them the question, how do they know that? They can only appeal to somebody who gives like a good guess of what it is, or like somebody who said that they walked on the surface of the moon. Like these things are all it is just appealing to somebody who's either said that they've been there or what they think it is. Either one. There's nobody that has a primary experience or knowledge that they've actually know what the moon is.
Do you have to have God in your model?
Do you have to have God?
Yeah.
Well, either have a creator or you don't, right? So it just depends. If you don't have a creator, then there's no intelligent design. Everything just is like a random accident that just accidentally sprung up out of nowhere because for no apparent reason. And there's no rhyme and reason why you even exist because you're just like an amoeba on this great evolutionary, cosmic change. There's really no reason or rhyme why you exist. So either there's a meaning to your existence or there isn't. And everything's you're just like a speck of dust amongst other specks of dust. And, you're just basically an accident. Then there's really no purpose to life except for, just getting as much as you can out of this life, and then you get stepped on like a cockroach and you're gone.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Well, of course, but there's more to life than just that. And
So you don't believe in like magic or anything?
What do you mean by that? Like magic as in a magic show, like people that do tricks, or what do you mean?
Like occult definition of magic.
Well, that's a philosophical discussion. I think this room's not set up for that. But my take is there's such a thing. And that's as far as I'll go because that's a huge topic. This room
Isn't that a big part of this though? Like what is this
Sort
for?
of. It sort of is. We kind of diverge into it a little bit, but we don't go too far because a lot of people that are listening to us, because we're live streaming on YouTube. I don't know if you can see the bot in here. It's at the very top of the channel. So we're live streaming. So we're actually talking to an audience as well as everybody in here. It's a good philosophical discussion, no doubt. I think you would probably enjoy having one like that, but I reserve that for like probably our 24/7 Discord that we have. I'll talk to you over there about it for sure. Probably go in depth. But yeah, just not here. What, because I brought up intelligent design, Scott? Is that why you said that?
Yep. Yeah, it's not just intelligent design. It's what you just said in there that you need this life to have meaning.
Well, think about it,
The
man,
rest
because
of
I
it,
know
a lot of us don't. I mean,
well, you should. I'm sorry to hear that you don't, right? But the problem is, I think it's your perspective, because you've been you thought about it before. I'm pretty sure you might have grown up with some type of religiosity in your life.
Oh yeah.
Whether it's,
I was a
friend of
believer up
friend or
until like
people.
19 years old. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that you.
Then what happens?
Stepped away. But like the thing is,
It stopped making sense.
I know, because you know what's weird is that a lot of people that say that, either had really, really bad teachers that were showing them some kind of like
I had no teacher at all.
religious. Well, but I mean, how did you even know about it in the first place? Is what I mean.
No, friends and people I knew,
Well, I mean, whoever.
parents of friends would tell me about things. And
what was your? I mean, what was so bad about like? Because obviously you thought of it. Maybe it became appalling to you because you became some type of intellectual, and you're
no,
like,
it's not appalling. It wasn't appalling. It just didn't make sense.
Me. You know
No,
how
it
so?
just didn't make sense.
How so? In what way?
It didn't explain all the things that I knew were true, like fossils.
Like what?
Fossils.
Scott, fossils? Seriously?
Yes.
A bone in the dirt is going to change your mind about the perspective of creation?
Not
Really?
a bone. Thousands, if not millions, of bones that they found.
Dude, you know what I mean by
Fossils
that.
aren't even bones.
Yeah, I know. They're
Well,
mineralized. The calcium is replaced by other minerals. Yes, I know.
I know, but they
But
used
they
to be
have the shape
bones,
of the
right?
bones. They have the shape of the bones, but the
you know what
calcium
I
is
mean.
replaced
Come
by the
on now.
minerals. Yes.
Let's.
I was going with the bones. There was another guy who said they're not bones.
Oh, but yeah, of course we can be pedantic, but like
No.
we just want to get to the point. Is like
I
where
agree.
the shift happened, because it seemed like that at some point you were a logical human being, and then you just became illogical. It just became like, well, I think that we came from soup, and we're lightning struck. Oh wait, no, how does it go? It rained and rained on the rocks. And that rain over millions and billions and zillions of years turned into, this single-celled amoeba, and then all of a sudden, it split in two, and voila, life. It's like, come on, dude. If you're thinking that intelligent design sounds far-fetched, then what you're thinking of right now is even more. It's like you'd have to have more faith to believe in that, Scott. Like a lot more faith.
Or you could just not know.
Yeah, but that's not what you say, though.
I
Nor
don't know.
does anybody. No, listen. The people that claim these like intellectual pillars that say that they know that it's not God, was weak. It's not possible. Like so you guys, you guys get together in this like organization, this group
No, we
mentality. Yes, you do.
We don't
The
get
rest
together.
of it, Scott, don't you
There's
like
no
to hang
getting
out?
together.
You
There's
like
no
to
getting
hang.
together.
Yes, there is. You like that? Listen, and now let me just show you. Okay, you
Okay.
like to hang out with people that don't talk about like those are your friends, right? You don't want to call somebody a friend who's like a believer and a creator. Like those, I'm talking about your close circle of people. You're not gonna have a barbecue with somebody who's talking about the creator. Like that's not what you're gonna do. Let's be real here.
Of course I do.
Really?
Yes.
So you mean to tell me that your close friends are all creationists?
Wait, sorry.
No.
Last week you said you don't hang out with any creationists.
No,
thinks you're lying.
no. I've been at barbecues with creationists. They are not my close friends. My close friends are not the only people at barbecues that I go to.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about, man. The ones whom you call close friends. That's my whole point.
Well, but they were my close friends until I stopped believing, and then I couldn't take being around them anymore because
Well, see, this is what I'm saying. So you couldn't take being around them, so you got yourself a new set of friends, or at least the ones that didn't claim to say that they're creationists. But from that perspective, I'm just being real, dude. Like this is what it is. It is what it is. So you instead said,
but I didn't get myself a new set of friends.
It's not the point.
I had a very lonely early 20s.
Great, that's fine, Scott.
I'm serious.
Okay.
It was a rough time for me.
Great, Scott. But the ones you want to hang out with today are the ones who are not talking about a creation, a God.
But you got my story backwards though, because I could have continued hanging out with these Christians, but their stories stopped making sense to me, and that alienated me from them. And
Did you get hurt by a church or something?
No.
Well, that's.
Or did you
dude.
get rejected by a Christian girl and then?
Nope.
No. All right.
I was driving in my car. I was driving in my car to work and listening to a preacher talk on the radio, because back in 1983 they had them. Radio.
He said before that maybe you had bad teachers. So was he one of your bad teachers?
No, he was talking about the one of the migrations that's talked about in the Bible of one of these the Hittites to one of these groups they talk about in migration, and I started thinking, this dude, his name is Dr. Gene Scott. He had a PhD in biblical studies or something like that.
You remember the moment? That's even crazier.
Yeah,
Go on.
It happened in like 3.5 minutes. I think I have the fastest conversion in history, or deconversion.
What did he say?
No, he was taught. He wasn't saying it. It was not the thing he said. It was what he was doing, and he clearly had spent his life, because he was probably like in his 50s at the time. He used to be on TV too, so I can see how old he was. And I'm thinking, this guy has spent, I can't even imagine how many hours, because I'm like 19 at the time, right? And he's old, and studying the Bible. And it just, one thought crossed my mind. What if he's wrong? Will he have wasted his entire life? And then that thought blew up my mind. And it's like, wait, I never considered the possibility. I never before that moment considered the possibility that he's wrong. And just that one notion's like, shit, it is wrong.
No, I know, but no, I think you just
no, that's what happened.
I think like the British people would say, you just shat on your turtle. Like, so that moment you just like took the plunge the opposite direction, because you said, I never considered it. So that's odd that I've always felt very biased towards this. And, then you just change your whole paradigm, because you're like, that's stupid of me to be that, I don't know, thick.
No, I didn't feel that.
Well, you just said that you changed your mind because you couldn't think that
I
you never
didn't feel
thought about it
stupid
before.
I didn't feel stupid.
I didn't say that you felt stupid. I felt
You said it was stupid of me.
Yeah, because you're like, well, why didn't I think of it before? Like that I didn't have any regard to the other side of it, him being wrong. You see what I mean?
No,
like you never thought about it. Just what you said. I never thought about it.
Well, I didn't know. I didn't know about these psychological ideas, cognitive structure stuff much later, till I went, to study psychology in college. But basically, all of our thoughts are these collections of cognitive schema, and these things interrelate to each other. And when I was believing in God, trying to make these structures coherent, these various beliefs, like the belief in a God, and because I knew dinosaurs existed. I knew that since I was a little kid, right? And I knew about the tons of fossils they had already found by 1983 and 1982.
Yeah.
And so trying to, the work you have to do to make those two ideas, God and fossils, correlate and cohere, is a lot of effort. And once I stopped trying to make it fit, it was so much easier.
Oh, I get it. You got a not God of the gaps.
Yeah. Everything that I knew about the world up at that time, and everything I knew since, made much more sense without a God.
Bro, you dove head first into this. Like, you just went all in.
Everything made more sense. What can I say?
It didn't make more sense. It was convenient.
It does.
Scott, it became convenient to you to rest your mind upon those intellectuals who said, don't worry about it, we got you.
No intellectuals involved.
Yes, because you've said that you knew about dinosaurs when you were very little, right?
Do you remember 82?
Let me just, yeah, dude, I'm 46. Well, 47.
Okay.
I turned 47.
So you barely remember 82. You were like 10 years old, right?
No, I was actually younger than that. But listen, when you...
But do you remember there were no intellectuals at the time, right? There was just books and libraries.
No, what are you talking about?
Nobody was on TV talking about this stuff, really.
We're not talking... There was no internet. I get it. But I'm saying you could appeal to professors who actually had written books and stuff. Like, you could go to the library and find information.
But I wasn't.
So how did you learn about dinosaurs?
In children's books.
Okay, and who wrote those books? Because this is kind of the appeal that you have right now. Is whoever came up with all of this information to put this information together must have took a lot of effort for if they're going to do that, then why would they be doing it for nothing?
But I've been to natural history museums, and I know some of those fossils aren't actual fossils; they're recreations of fossils based on the actual fossils. I get that.
That's beside the point. I'm talking about the actual information that supports the claim that dinosaurs actually existed in our paradigm. That's what I'm talking about.
The claim is all the fossils.
Yeah.
And I knew
But
enough about that.
how did those bones get in the dirt? Like, so that intrigued you.
Time,
You're like,
over time, yeah.
I know, but what I'm saying is the process by which those animals, if we're going to call them those, whatever they were, existed, and then those things, somehow had a cataclysmic, extinction level death, and
Yeah, we
then
didn't. I don't think anybody knew that in '82, though.
so how did they die out in the way
They
you
didn't
understood
know.
it?
They didn't know. Nobody. I don't think anybody knew at the time.
Okay, but
It was still an open
but
question,
you did,
if I remember
but
correctly.
you did sure know that they existed, for one.
Yes.
And
And
somebody
then
must
they
have
knew
came up with that.
Well, all they knew is their fossils stopped at some point in the geological strata, right? They just stopped, and nobody knew why, and they were speculating. There's all kinds of speculation, but nobody knew why.
Okay. Well, the Bible answers that, but like we're just gonna dive into like why you feel, because it's like a giant puzzle piece to you, and everything started to make more sense. The puzzle pieces
Mhm.
starting to align, and you're like, oh, I get it
Yep.
now. This is how it happened.
Yep.
So, let's say the creation story was just getting in the way for your understanding to be fully understood as like what the world really is versus what you've been told by these pesky pastors and these guys who've been meddling with your mind. It's because like that's what it sounds like. These guys are just like playing around with my intelligence. Like they're making
No.
me not see the world for what it is because they're giving me a paradigm about God and these ancient tribes. So I must now direct my attention to those who are telling me what actually did happen. That's what you're doing. You switch
It's
one
not what I
paradigm for
did,
another.
though. No, it's not what I did,
Isn't that
though.
what you just said? You went from being a young person to listening about dinosaurs and how you said, "Yeah, well, I know they existed,"
Yeah,
and then from there to
I went from
a
believing both
19-year-old
to
young
only
adult.
believing one.
Yeah, but you went from there to a 19-year-old young
Yeah.
adult to understanding more things about the world. And the straw that broke the camel's back was listening to this one radio program where you just like automatically say, you know what, I'm done because I thought about it. Never thought that this guy who spent most of his life preaching, God's word is wrong, could be wrong. So you just turned it off like a light switch and it's been off ever since.
Yeah, close to that. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So,
But nothing. So go ahead.
no, I mean,
Tell me about what I did.
well, the problem is like you seem to have this worldview that you are correct in the way you think. So
Sure.
you've settled
Wasn't
on it right
everybody?
now. Well, actually, people are more open to being wrong than being right.
Are you?
Yeah, of course.
Are you open to being wrong about everything you're saying about me right now?
Well, of course, because what I'm saying about you could also be something that I haven't factored in, that maybe some other event happened in your life and it could change the way you think. Anyway, but the thing that I can see so far by what's been demonstrated by your demeanor in here, by what I hear you, it's everything coincides with like you being in this server right now. And for as long as I've been hearing your voice in here and how you argue and everything. So it's kind of like you think that you're studying us when actually we're studying you, like I have been anyway. And
Okay.
it fascinates me, dude. It's like I see a man who struggles in life, doesn't like to admit that he struggles, but he does. And you want people to view you as an intellectual, even though you feel in your own heart, in your own estimation, probably you're not that intellectual. But yet people around you kind of don't see you that way. But you do your accomplishments.
Don't see me which way.
Look, listen, your accomplishments and what you think you did
What
in
way?
life.
You lost me for a second. What way don't they see me as an
No,
intellectual?
like the way you see yourself.
So are you saying they see me as an intellectual or as not like an intellectual?
No, they can see you like for what you present yourself as, but you don't think that they see you like the way you think they should see you.
So
Like
how do they see me?
You're putting a lot of energy into like becoming somebody that you're not. It's like a shoe that doesn't fit, basically. You should be who you are. Like, don't try to be somebody that you're not. And I think that's what's happening.
All we need is a stack of tarot cards and some dry ice.
Hey, Pazza, how you doing, man?
Not too bad, not too bad. This you should do this professionally, mate. The way I feel about myself is not the same as the way people see me. This is superb stuff.
Yeah, but you don't know, Pazza, that somebody who's spent a lot of time in this chat room, kind of showing
Pazza knows me very well.
Well, if he does know you, then why doesn't he say the same things I am? That's weird. Because I'm telling you like it is. Like Pazza might be kind of giving you a little bit of boost to your ego. I don't. I just see it is what it is, dude. You try too hard, Scott. You really do. And so Pazza's not going to tell you that because he's on your side, quote unquote. So he can't kind of like give you that hey man, I know that you look like you're trying really hard in there, but that's not the case. So nobody's.
We're not trying that hard. It's just it is shits and giggles for the pair of us, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I know. But see, the point about what we do in here is opposite to what you guys think. You both in here
your guys' thoughts on abortion.
So
okay,
we're not talking about that. It's the wrong room. You might want to keep scrolling down rooms. You're in the wrong room, sir.
All right.
Yeah. No, I get you have a different approach to thinking about things. That's fine. I think everyone does, don't they? Really.
Well, it's different when you're trying to prove a point every day. If you have no dog in the fight, you don't give a shit. You're like, yeah, you guys think that the earth is flat. I'm out. Peace. I got my life to live. I got to do stuff. Good luck to you guys, by the way. I'm out.
I don't.
But that's not the case.
I don't. To be honest with you, I don't think we don't give a shit. I mean, the vast majority of people on the planet don't give a shit, which is why the vast majority of people don't even think twice about whether the shape of the earth. They're told a shape and they just get on with their lives.
Look, man. Here's you wanted the real deal. You and him, both of you are very deeply concerned about this topic. You saying that it's all you saying that it's shits and giggles, that doesn't go in here. And I know that and you know that. It's not shits and giggles to you. It's not.
No, of course not.
Really
I'm deeply concerned about it, but at the same time I can enjoy being here. It's not serious. So things you can care about things and not take them completely seriously. That is possible as an adult human being.
Let me ask you a question, and I'll answer my own question when I ask you. Why are you here?
Well, at the moment, I just thought I'd have a chat with someone on the way to work with a polarized opinion of mine.
I'm talking about a philosophical reason. Why are you here in this chat?
Because it's entertaining to talk to people, and I find talking online is a lot better than just listening online, if you ask me.
Okay, though that's your reason, Scott. What is your reason? Why are you here? I'll answer my own question too after I ask you.
Yeah, to hear how you guys think and try to understand it.
Okay.
There is a bigger picture because I'm very curious. I've mentioned this before about the state of democracy in our country, and Trump supporters show a lot of they think identically to flat earthers
Trump
in terms of structure and reason.
Excuse me, don't put us in there with them with that.
No,
dare do that.
Yeah. Trump 2024.
Okay,
Scott.
all right, I take it back.
So listen. Why am I here? I'm here for the truth.
Okay.
That was simple and easy. I didn't have to think about it. I know exactly the reason why I'm here, because everybody else who hears what people say is not true. Okay, they're being told things that are not true, and the only thing that the only barrier, the only thing that's going to stop that is if somebody says something. Now, if we allow it to continue, it's going to continue without any pause. So what we can do about it is voice our opinion. Now, whether or not somebody reflects on it and changes their mind later on, that's up to them.
Yeah.
But we're not here to change people's minds. We're here to tell them the truth. Now,
yeah.
if you're not here, but hold on.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah, I know. Hold on a second. Pause it. But if you're not here for that reason, and you're here for different reasons, then you're not here for the actual goal of being in this chat. This chat is not just for anything else other than telling people the truth. And people that are invested in that are going to be honest, and they're going to be genuine, and they're going to look for the good in people. The problem is when we're in here doing that, we get caught up in emotions because we're all humans, right? Like, let's just call it what it is. We all get caught up in it. We do we get upset, angry, and all. That's fine. It's the nature of the conversation. But we're still here for that one reason. And that's what unites us all. Every nation under the sun, right, that comes together under this truth banner, we're still here because we think that's the most important reason why we are in this call. And no other reason than that. And that's it.
Yeah.
Like, I mean.
Okay. Cool. So you think that in the general vernacular of science and politics, there's lots of lies and lots of untruths? Yeah, I take it you think that.
Obvious. That's an obvious thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
so the follow-up question to that are there any untruths or lies in the Bible?
What do you mean? Go ahead
Well,
and put that in
are there
context for
any
me.
falsehoods or untruths in the Bible? It's the same question as before, but I've taken out science and put in the Bible. It shouldn't be a difficult jump for you.
Yeah, falsehoods. You're trying to say that is the Bible wrong? As it being
Well,
false? Or is it like? Let me put it to you this way. Pause it.
Can you see how much more difficult this second question is for you for some reason?
No, because here's the thing. Because if I answer yes or no to it, you're gonna be like, aha, and you might read something out of what I said and then make it out to be something it's not. So what I'm telling you is, if you're saying
you can't answer it straight, you can't answer it quickly and honestly, can you?
Because I gotta tell you
Back
like
off a
this.
bit. They're going to mute you. Please don't get muted. I'm enjoying this.
Yeah. So
Back off a little bit.
If I was, I was just gonna tell him. If I was to tell you that there's a transliteration of certain words that were translated in, let's say the New Living Translation or whatever version of the Bible, I would say yes, that's incorrect. Some of the translations are not true to the nature of the biblical translation, so I would have to side with the fact that that's not true. See, so it's not an easy question like the way you wanted it to be, and that's why I had to lay it out that way to you.
Okay,
but the context of it is
okay, right. So you're saying that
it's a category error too.
Yeah, sorry.
Listen for a second. It's a category error also, because the Bible is talking about a spiritual or physical world or a metaphysical world, not like a book of science is talking about the cause and effect. They're like it's two separate things that don't have the same process of adjudication.
Right. So do you think when people quote the bits out of the Bible which, as you grant, probably could be almost certainly word for word correct, but could have had translational misinterpretations, when you quote those bits that talk about the shape of the earth, that's not a spiritual aspect to it, though, is it? That's an assertion about geometry of the world.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, about that. Like, that is what it says. We leave all the extra bits of like how we think the Earth could be something other than what the context is meaning. So if the context means something and we're trying to interpret it in our own way, I think that's where the error becomes. So you can't. Do you get what I'm saying? Like if I was so there's people that preach those same Bible, the same word. They just interpret it their way. So they become false teachers, false doctrine. So yeah, it to the listener, it's going to tickle your ear. Sometimes, like if let's say you want to be a wealthy person or whatever, and this money preacher's like, dude, just God's going to love you. He's going to shower you with gifts and you'll have money. And you get caught up in that because that's what you want. So of course it's going to be something that you like. However, it's when you look at the context, it's not what it says. People make it out to be a falsehood. So this is not something that you can just like one and done kind of a thing.
No,
It doesn't work that way.
But you're asserting there's an underlying pith, a deep-rooted context, a foundational bedrock set of assertions in the Bible that state the Earth's flat.
That state it's flat? No, and listen to the context though. Job 14, I think it's 28. Yeah, I think it's Job 14:28. No, I could be wrong. Let me see. I think it's 14:28. Anyway, the earth is like a clay pressed under seal, and its edges are I think it's upwards or something like that. It kind of puts it out like a clay pressed under the seal. So if you know, like in the days of old, when the king would press his signet ring in a clay seal, he would make an impression on the scroll, and it would like flatten out the bit of clay that's on the scroll, and it would, kind of stretch out as he pressed down into it. So that's kind of like what the earth, in the context of it being like that, you know. So I mean, you could. It doesn't matter. To me, you can interpret it. Well, that's just like what a globe would look like. It doesn't matter. But from the context, it just means exactly what it's saying. So like a clay pressed under seal.
People read the
All right.
Bible and get to globe also. The astronauts
Yeah, that's
were
what I was
famous.
telling him.
The astronauts were
That's exactly
famous
what I
for
was telling
this.
him.
I don't
So-
understand why he's invoking the Bible at all. I'm confused.
Well, because a lot of people think that flat earthers are extremely religious, like fundamental,
Dude, I'm not.
extreme
I'm not.
religion.
I'm not even at all.
Some of them
really.
are. I'm not saying not all are. No.
Yeah, but some
No.
of the people on the globe side are too.
Yeah, they're on both sides. That's,
Yeah, but the point is, you can't invoke the Bible as a gotcha when there's a heap of people here that don't read the Bible or know nothing about it, but still know the Earth's flat. Like it's not really a gotcha. It's a gotcha for that very small section of people.
I don't
Yeah,
think
that's
it's a gotcha.
interesting,
But
right?
I think I don't think it's a gotcha, but I think it demonstrates that something written down can be held in absolute reverence and absolutist interpretation, or it could be misunderstood.
okay, so here's the thing though. What we do in this channel, does it have anything to do with that? Are we doing that with people that come in here brand new and we're talking to them, say, look, man, it says it right here in the Bible. Are we doing that?
I don't know. I've just got here. But that wasn't the point I was making, was it? The point I just made was not that.
You just getting here doesn't mean that you haven't been here before.
I've been in the other one, yeah.
Oh, you've been here. I've seen your name, so you've been a part of this conversation for quite some time. You know that we don't say those things. I say only if the conversation actually turns into it, then it veers off into the biblical discussion. And yeah, we talk about it, but it does not the primary point is when we talk about creation in any way, we say that the antecedent to creation is a creator, or you saying that it's not, has nothing to do with you thinking you could think that the earth is a globe and have a creator. You know, this is what Crit was saying.
Sure. But to be clear, the point I just made, which I think you didn't pick up on, was that something can be written down and held in some sort of reverence, or held in and studied at quality and depth to reveal a truth in an absolute sense, or it can be casually observed or at least not observed properly and be open to people making completely wrong interpretations about something when it's written down.
Well, yeah. What's wrong with that?
No, it's just a statement. It's just a statement. That's all.
Oh, you're just making a rhetorical statement. Oh, well,
yeah, Voltaire said it better. Voltaire said, even if you can't prove there's a God, or even if you prove there is no God, you would still invent a God just to keep human rights outside of the purview of government. They come from a higher place.
I don't think the Bible and the existence of God are run absolutely hand in hand, do they? There's lots of people who believe in God that don't believe in the Bible, and there's lots of people.
Yeah, but we've kind of we're off the beaten path now, and we're talking about like now other things. So
if you want to get a hang up on the Bible, there's one side that really uses the Bible for a lot of things, and one side that doesn't. Okay, so that would be, if you're worried about biblical stuff, you've got that in spades on the globe side. I mean, they put a Bible on the moon, if you believe their story. There's Edgar Mitchell.
I was gonna say, like, to Crit's credit here, there's pastors that are waving their finger at a camera saying that flat earthers are the dumbest things to believe in, that the earth is flat. Like, they're the ones, dude. Like the pastors are the ones, like, with such venom spitting at like you couldn't say it loud enough, you know, into a camera, wagging their finger. Come on, dudes. You don't think this is like, we know what we're up against.
Yeah, I'm not stating any of this. I'm not saying that everybody that believes the Bible is a flat earther and everybody that doesn't believe the Bible is a globe earther. Didn't say that at all. I don't know why you're asserting that I've got that wrong.
Well, then, I mean, where do we go from here? You know, like, really,
well, the topic's flat Earth, not what's written down is fallible. So maybe we just get back on topic.
Yeah. And misinterpretation happens on misinterpretation can happen for anything written down, can't it?
Well, yeah, we would say that happens on both sides. So you're gonna have that. Yeah, you're gonna have that for people that think that the Earth is a globe, and let's say Scott or you have a different take on what the globe is according to like the measurements and such, and then you got this other guy who thinks that the Earth is a globe, it's going to totally misrepresent. And the same for flat Earth. Somebody who's like talking about ice walls and you know, uh, domes and stuff, and you're going to have you're going to have a field day with those kinds of people, right? And we do with the people that are misinterpreting what the Earth is as a globe on a basic level. On a higher level, like the ones who actually start following the rhetoric, it gets to be like now we're arguing with somebody who knows what the globe is. But most of the time, it's just people with this like ignorant understanding about what they think. It's the gravity question. Look how many times it gets brought up in this conversation, and how many times people say, we ask them, what's gravity? Well, it's when I drop something. I mean, that's like, you don't even, how does somebody bring up a question and want to question something that their knowledge is like bankrupt, and then they want to get into a deep dive discussion about it? Like how do you do that?
When it comes to something like gravity, which has obvious ramifications and manifestations to everybody in the to some level, but at the same time the actual causality or the fabric of its context within the reality we live in is complex and not understood properly. What would you expect people? What would you garner by asking someone what is gravity?
No, not me. The glober that comes in here. They're asking us what it is. Well, do you guys deny gravity? What is gravity? Like they're trying to ask us, as in if we're totally got a misunderstanding. And so the reason that they think they know what they're saying is because they lean on people that have been telling them this. So for them, it's more of a convenient way of saying like, well, I know you're wrong, but you just don't know that. You know what I mean?
Well, they can. I mean, if they have even if they're scientifically literate, should we say, use that phrase in some context, they would have been told that gravity in the globe Earth model, gravity is contingent on a spherical mass, so it's a radial force matrix, if you like, whatever, however you want to describe it. It's got clearly has a geometry which comports to the notion of a planetoid. So when you take away that geometry, it's only natural for them to say, well, what alternative mechanism do you have for the nature of gravity? Because it's clearly can't be quite the same, can it?
Yeah, no. What I'm saying
wrong
is
for them to. Sorry, I was just going to say it's wrong for them to believe or be taught that they know what gravity is in the first place. Then that's not our fault. That's science's fault, and that's the educational department's fault. They should be teaching people that they don't know what gravity is.
No. The only thing I was saying was when somebody comes in here, they're asking as if they already have the answer kind of in the hopper. And when we like get into the okay, so you say that you know what gravity is because they're asking us, right? Well, what's gravity? And they're asking us because like what you are saying right now, Paza. So if we were to ask them, okay, so do you understand what gravity is? Like when things fall down, like that's it. They don't go into articulate like what. No, Paza. Listen, I would say about the majority of people. I don't even want to put it in a percentage, but the vast high majority of people that come in here don't know anything. And so maybe you and Scott might articulate it a little bit better than they do, but it doesn't negate the fact that they come in here bankrupt. They think that all they have to do is say gravity. Oh, you guys deny it. And so they don't know. Okay, they come into this kind of blindly. And that's why when we start digging into like what it is, they're like, well, which gravity? Because we hear us saying that because we're trying to get them to the gravitational theory, which one they mean. They don't even know that. They're just like, well, the gravity that makes everything fall down to the earth. And it's like, how can you have a conversation? Because they are okay. Just like the way you guys were saying Trump supporters are, or at least that earlier conversation. It's like that. Somebody that just blindly goes to something without having no knowledge about anything. And so that's how it is with these guys who think that the earth is a globe. And then what happens is in the process of this whole conversation in here, they feel like they've been slighted because they've been, bested by the people that they thought were less than them, intellectually. and then they're just like got all kinds of egg on their face, and they're like, shit, dude, why am I sitting here eating shovels of shit? Like, why can't I have a rebuttal to this shit? Like, it's garbage nonsense. Because of the fact they were never equipped to know any of the answers that they should have been prepared to know when they stepped foot into this voice call. That's the problem. That's the problem, right?
I agree
I'm
that
not
people
saying-
arrive. I agree that people arrive here thinking they're going to rub your face in it, and that you're informed or you're not prepared. Should we say? I totally get that. I totally get that.
Well,
do you think
I mean,
someone? Do you think? Sorry. Do
Yeah,
you
but
think that someone for the degree in physics would suffer the same fate?
Now, I'm going to tell you about that because that's interesting that you brought that up. Now, the people that actually come in here with actual, education status, like, astrophysicists or cosmologists, or, any of these PhDs, most of these guys, they don't have a dog in the fight. They're not in here to kind of like get that one up. They don't really care. To them, they feel like they've already achieved whatever they wanted to get out of life and in a position they feel like. So when they're coming in here, they're not, I'm not, whatever, it doesn't really matter. I'm not, but the the intellectual weenie that comes in here, oh man, they really want to get that one up. They need that W. They got to have that win, right? So they want their point about gravity to, or what the cosmos is, or you just talk about any topic that we mentioned, the spin of the earth, it doesn't matter. So they want to be right, and so they'll grasp at straws, they'll make shit up, and it sounds like we have this circus in here. People just like yelling, and it's all over the place. And the guy who we're speaking to, I mean, you couldn't have a conversation with them in real life because they don't know what they're saying. The words that they use, it's all just gibberish. And it's hard. It's hard to do that. It's hard to have that like straight across conversation when somebody's not being honest about that they don't actually know the topic. Why? Because they feel like they should have more knowledge than a flat earther. It's just that simple. It's psychological. They come in here thinking that they already won somehow. Oh, this will be easy. Oh, quick Wikipedia search will dispose of these guys quickly. And they find out the opposite,
Yeah, I agree. People who don't. I mean, a lot of people think, for example, the seasons are caused by, in the glow Earth model, by the Earth changing distance from the sun, nonsense like that. Yeah, because they're not taught that at school, are they?
Well, that's what I'm saying. How can you prepare? Okay, Scott said this earlier, right? We were talking about people that talk about tangents on a horizon, how that works 90 degree to the, to the sun, or, if you're going to find out what an angle is on a curved surface. And he's like, I'll, if they have any trouble, send them to me and I'll set them straight. That's not the point though. The point is academia should have already set them straight. And we don't get that. We get versions of these guys coming in here with the same basic arguments, the same like scripted, like everything is not changing. And it's just like, so what are we saying? That they have to go to Scott every time? Who's out there like showing them all this? Why don't they have information to already substantiate the claim that the earth is a globe and articulate their point in such a way that they're able to withstand any kind of questioning that we have for them? Or, we don't get that. We get like these watered down versions of like people just stumbled into this like channel and said like, oh, you guys think the earth is flat? And it's like, yeah, that we got intellectual weenies. And so to us, it's like, like again, like another. No,
I think I got a great example for this. I got a great example. The people who come in here with degrees, who are really fervent about trying to get a one up on a flat earther, are people like Danny Faulkner, who are coming at it from a biblical point of view. If you go to their website, Answers in Genesis, they've got citations in the Bible that they say are, scientifically and spiritually defining what gravity is. Then they'll come in here and they'll tell you that they have Bible backing for gravity. They got scientific backing for gravity. They got mathematical backing for gravity. And if you disagree with them, they're the ones that are just like the demon comes out.
Right.
So they hate flat earthers more than you do, and they're coming from the biblical point of view. It's like this horseshoe effect where extreme atheism seems to have this rapid dehumanization of wrongthink. Extreme biblical views have this rapid dehumanization based off wrongthink. You're the
Well, and
same.
that's why people come in here and they're always like, "How many Christians do we got in here?" Like they say things like that. It's like, dudes, like we are talking about the physical and natural world. Like, why do we not just stick to that? Because in the interpretation that I see in the Word, the Bible, it says that the glory of God is seen through all of creation. It defines the Creator's invisible qualities and His divine nature throughout all of creation. So I don't need to go and tell you about the Creator. The creation itself will do that for me. And that's the way it stands. I mean, it should be reason that people should look upon creation and say, wow, that's crazy. Look at all this magnificence. I am taken in awe when I stand at like Niagara Falls and I see such splendor. Or when I see the awesome power of a hurricane. Like, I mean, nature
Why would you?
itself should display that.
Why do you think that's not the seeing that majesty and feeling that almost spiritual connection with the world is not something that's exclusive to people that are religious, though, is it?
Well, I never said that. What I'm saying is, if people could grasp the concept that they're not just bobbing around in some kind of random accident, that there really are intent and why they're here, then they could see the function of it, that experience being something intrinsic to the divine nature of the Creator. And the reason why we have that feeling is because we are connected all the same through that feeling of being in awe. Like when you stand at a forest and it's peaceful and you hear the birds chirping and your spirit resonates with that. That's because that's how we're designed. We're designed to be in tune with that. But you can't see that because your mind is filled with
no, that's not true.
It's chemical reactions just happening in my brain. So yeah, it's like when I ate a piece of chocolate. You know, it's like
no. I disagree with that. I would the last 3 minutes of what you said. I totally get what you're saying. I totally see how that resonates with me as well. But I can take out God and I can just put the majesty of the universe as it's unfolded in this enormous, complex and unfathomably beautiful myriad of processes instead. And it works just as well. I still go into a woods and I look around and I look at the sheer complexity and beauty and aesthetic and the perfectness of it all and the way it all comports, where it all interacts, the symbiotic nature of everything. And it's fantastic. And I've got a connection with that. And I have a connection with that. I feel part of that. And I feel myself, is intrinsically tied to that. I don't need to slot a God in for that, though.
Well, yeah, that's the issue then becomes, so then the watch has no watchmaker? That's weird, because the complexity of it should speak to the majesty of it. And the majesty should speak to the intrinsic nature of a creator. How can we say, upon all this intricate design, and say that it has no creator? That is like saying the most fabulous painting that you could lay eyes on hasn't a painter. That would be the most absurd thing. Can you imagine going to a museum and then there's this piece of art that's just breathtaking, and then you were to say, yeah, it is. I mean, I couldn't even. There's no words for this. However, I will say that nobody painted it. I don't even think people would let you in. They'd be like, "You don't have a place here, sir. Like this, you didn't pay homage to the guy who or the woman who made this. How dare you? You know, like this is the kind of. It's what I say. It's anyway. Maybe I'm making too much of this conversation, but it's what it seems like to me. And yeah. So if you don't see that, because you have this understanding that processes like the ones that you think are happening all the time are done all by themselves, and they have no need of a lawgiver to give the law that holds all things together, then I think, yeah, you are doing the same thing like I did in the analogy, where you walk into a museum and you're like, yeah, it's a wonderful painting, but there isn't a painter that did that.
No, I wouldn't. That's not. I think that analogy is an accurate depiction of my position. I understand that. Well, I could tell you if you let me. Clearly some things have design, yeah, and an intent for design, and they have a imbued aesthetic, and they also have a by the very like art by its very nature has an abstract or at least a picture. It's a pictorial representation of someone's emotional connection with the world, and you can see that. You can see the difference between a piece of art and an open window. Yeah, there's a distinction between the two. However, the the origin. Let's supposing that science is formulating a conceptual understanding of the world, and it's saying, oh, there was the Big Bang, blah blah blah, background radiation, point of singularity. That in itself doesn't say there was no creation, the creator, or there was no process before, if that means anything. It just means that that there's a narrative of how things have unfolded. It doesn't completely. Just because I'm not Christian, it doesn't mean that I don't rule out a God. But I don't have. But by the same token, I don't have any referential experiential mechanism to insert one for the sake of it.
Well, you just it's kind of a paradox of what you just said. It's like you
But
do
it's not
want to
really
say
a paradox.
you do want to say there's a creator, but you don't want to say it intellectually because it would make you sound like it would make it sound absurd to then say that these processes happen the way they do, and then you insert a creator, kind of like you have a crutch for your understanding, like you're leaning on that crutch, which
we're just talking about two different infinite mechanics. That's all.
What is the atheist version of the Big Bang?
The atheist, but I don't. Well, atheism doesn't really have a position on that that's different to anybody else, does it? It believes it or it doesn't.
Yeah, well, the Catholic Church said God did it. So what's the atheist version?
Well, the scientific position is it's an unknown, isn't it? What manifested the singularity?
No, the Big Bang, that was originally a joke. The atheist scientists at the time said this is the most ridiculous thing someone has ever said. That's why the Big Bang kind of stuck, because they ended up with egg in their face.
Yeah, but for a long time, manned flight was seen as a joke and parodied, and the notion of people being able to fly like birds was seen as something laughable. I mean, the ultimate fate of an idea and its interpretation on inception, they don't run hand in hand as some sort of like proof of anything, do they?
Yeah, that's why atheism should stick to sociology and don't get involved in science. They're not equipped for the conversation.
I don't think it does it?
Well, let me just let me just I was just going to open it up the room real quick, Grit. I don't know if you want to tie up your point then.
No, I mean that's kind of what I think. It's good to get some of these guys outside their echo chamber so they can start thinking about these concepts. Like he would have heard if he just stayed in Gems that there's a Bible on the moon. He never would have heard.
And that's not true. I know. I've seen all the pictures of the Apollo 13, prayer thing. I know that I'm fully aware that the Christianity is imbued in the fabric of your society. It has been. It's on your money. I understand all that. It's not really a problem for me. I don't care if there's a Quran or a Bible on the moon. I really don't care. It doesn't make a difference to me one way or the other.
Yeah, a lot of people will disagree with that. Anyway, so if anybody's brand new to the channel, I see some new names in here. If you want to have a discussion about the topic of the shape of the Earth, go ahead. In 2024, we want you to present any evidence you have of the Earth being a globe. So if you believe that the Earth is a globe, present any evidence that you have, and then we'll talk about it. If not, you can ask some questions if you want. So if you're brand new to the channel, welcome. 24/7 Flat Earth. Yep. On politics. We are live on YouTube. We live stream 24/7. So we always have content on the stream. And if you want, somebody could post the link in the text channel for the people that want to know. And you guys can go check us out. We always have content. You'll hear my voice every now and again in most of the content. Mine or Scott's. We're usually on all the time. But Scott's not. He's not a flat earther. He's a glober. Is anybody else in here? Like brand new? I see Alice is in here. I'll
speak to you guys later. I've got to go into work. I'll speak to you guys later.
Later, man. WK's back in the house. Anybody else? Brand new? Go ahead if you have
I'm Spartacus.
What's up, Grit?
Why would they lie? Photographs from space.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Grit's alter ego is brand new.
I want to believe in the globe. I just can't figure out why someone would lie about it.
My thing is, AJ, that I don't have enough faith to be a globalist believer. I don't. That's a lot of faith, brother.
It is a lot of faith.
What kind of faith would you need?
Oh, man, I'll tell you. The faith to move mountains, probably. I don't know.
That somehow government, especially NASA, especially the executive branch of the U.S. federal government, is somehow divinely inspired to defeat communism and bring about a new age, a space age, a renaissance that's going to bring together all of humanity. Oh, but they carpet bomb third world countries for really no reason.
At the beginning of that, it almost sounded like you were doing the Star Trek monologue.
Oh yeah, that's what they come up with. It's like they boldly go where no one's gone before, and every time they get there, there's somebody there already.
Yeah, they go space, the final frontier. The mission of the Star Trek is to go boldly where no man has gone before. It's like these guys are. They think at one point in time, in the future, the grandkids are going to be out there, roaming around the stars and setting up space stations, and I don't know, just.
I can't remember what movie it's from, but one of them they decided that they're going to peace talks with Klingons and try to rope the Klingons into the Federation. And they're going on and on about human rights, right? The rights of people, the rights to secure their own destiny. And the Klingon diplomat says, "Who the fuck are you to come in here and tell us all about your human rights?" It really kind of was like a placeholder for religion. Onward Christian soldiers. Go to these foreign countries and make them bend the knee to Christianity. It's the same thing. Like when people think like, what's a spacefaring race humanity? What's a spacefaring humanity going to look like? That's exactly what's going to look like. The same as it always was. Same when they found the New World. Same when they find anything. We're gonna bring religion and government and try to our way is the right way. Like I think what happened. Oh, okay, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, Crit, weren't people giddy about us going to just like ever since we've been on 24/7? They would always come in here and say, "Dude, you'll know in 2023 when we go to the moon and we set up, you'll know." Like they always, it's like that. When you're disappointed by like somebody telling you that they're going to do something and all of a sudden they don't do it, and they're like become instant apologists for the reasons why they haven't gone yet. Oh, they haven't gone because, dude, it costs too much money to go today. But like in 2024, I guarantee you, bro, they'll be there. And it's like they just kicked the can down the road, and then here come the apologists. Dude, they scrubbed the mission because they didn't have the backing
or something.
of Biden. You know what I'm saying? So that's what they do every single time. It's all kick the can down the road. It's never like they're never gonna do that. They always tell you guys they will, but they never will.
These QAnon people are blaming flat earthers because they say that because flat earthers are allowed to say the earth is flat, be slighting God. They need to like cleanse these people. These people are heretics and need to be burned to the stake. And that will return, once they make this blood sacrifice, it will return man's space flight back to humanity. Like God's holding on. Like it's not a matter of money. It's a matter of is God shining his light upon America?
Damn,
that's how they see it. Yeah, but that's how they see it. Like when we're still over on the other server and Trump got voted in the first time, it was a series of QAnon people coming in. Talking about the server should be shut down. How dare you insult, like the majesty of America when America was, perfect. They see the Apollo program as, the absolute high watermark of American exceptionalism. And so when you tell them the Earth is flat, what they hear is that you're saying that America isn't exceptional. They hear something other than what you're really talking about.
Yeah, Rainman Rod. I haven't don't think I've seen you in here before. What's up,
I've
man?
jumped in a few times over the last week or so. Hey, man.
You eerily sound just like Dogs Are Gods, man. Have you ever talked to that guy? He's in here.
I think I've seen him in here once. I don't know if that's a compliment, though. I've got a feeling it's not.
I think you might live across the street from him, man. You guys sound identically like you're. Well, nah.
Is he Aussie?
Yeah, but your speech pattern, it's so close to it being like his.
I'll keep an eye out for him, and maybe I'll just try and trick you guys.
I think you're the opposite of. You're probably like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. You know, like he's Mr. Hyde, you're Dr. Jekyll. So
Two sides of the same coin, boy.
Hello, me. It's me again. You know, kind of thing.
Yeah, that'd be really funny if like dogs had different accounts depending on if he was like it was schizophrenia. They call it like bipolar, where you have
bipolar.
There's the two phases where like one they're all kind of freaked out, hyped up, and then there's names for them though. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head.
The many moods, the many sides of Dogs Are Gods. What would you say, Raymond?
I was just asking, is Dogs Are Gods a glober?
Oh, dude, is he a glober? He's
Definitely.
It's called manic phase. Yeah, he's manic phase right now. If you're kind of like normal,
he goes like Super Saiyan globe.
No, honestly, I think we might enter into like a wormhole if you talk to him, dude. It'd be like a clashing of paradigms.
He might show up too because he likes to listen and just wait until someone.
Yeah, Raymond Rod and him talking would short circuit like reality or something.
I'm just going to keep my eyes open now for when he's in, and if he's Australian, presumably he lives here as well. We'll probably be on at similar times, I'd imagine. So that'll be interesting.
You both have like a hurried up way of talking. So yeah, he talks like he's trying to get his 10,000 words in. Not that you do that, but I'm saying like when I hear you talk, you have a very quick way of speaking. So I don't know. You guys will be, I don't know, revving it up. We probably wouldn't be able to hear you guys talk. It's just.
I can try and slow it down a little bit.
Nah, but I mean, it's just your nature. It's just the way you do stuff.
Here's a good example of the logic of Dogs as Gods. He gets banned from the channel, and he says that's winning. He wins when he gets banned, and I'm like, okay. How about this? I said, don't try. They'll do exactly the same thing. Come in here, but don't insult anybody. And then he came in here and did exactly the same thing. He got banned again. He likes to throw a lot of insults around.
Yeah. So his issue is that he's conflating the idea of cutting a man's tongue out is showing the world that you're afraid of what they've got to say, right? Which is kind of where he's coming from. So he's thinking, sweet, I'm getting banned, so they're afraid of what I've got to say, so therefore what I've got to say is possibly true. The reality is he's insulting people.
It's reverse psychology. That's all what it is. He's trying to play that old 23 skidoo, right? Because what he's doing is he's trying to get in your head and saying, if I mute him, that means he gets a W. So I need to let him keep speaking and he won't get his W because I can then win his argument. But see, what he does though is that he talks the way he does in a hurried up way. And so you're not able to get 2 words in edgewise, and then he still winds up dominating. So see, this is the kind of game. It's all psychological, right? Debate tactics, it's gimmicks, I know it all. I see every angle. I know why they're doing the things that they do when they come in here presenting their little whatever it is, their spiel, and they're like, oh, well, if you mute me, I win. Okay, I'll mute you, and you still think that you win. What's your prize? Probably a little plastic trophy we'll hand you, and you can be on your way. But other than that, like you didn't win anything. This is what Crit says. What did you win? A raspberry turd?
Yeah, raspberry turd. You won the mute you wanted. Like I just say, cut to the chase. Because come here, say, okay, what's your idea of winning? Is it muted? Okay, just cut all the bullshit. Here you go. Here's your mute. You got your raspberry turd. You played a stupid game. You won a stupid prize.
Prizes.
Yeah,
yeah, that's what I say.
See, one thing too. Games. So like Raymond, I said, okay, how about this, Dogs? Only insult me, okay? I tell him, just shake your stinky leg. As soon as you feel like you want to insult someone, just blurt a random crit insult to get it out of your system, and then return to a functioning normal conversation. And then he ended up not getting muted because I said, "Hey, you guys, let it go, okay? Just let him say whatever he wants to me." And at some point, he just couldn't take it anymore. He just started calling other people, a bunch of names and everything. Then he got muted and said, "Look, it didn't work." I go, "Yeah, why not? How come it didn't work? Why couldn't you just kept your insults to one person? You had to like broaden it out." He goes, and then he's like, "Oh, you weak ass bitch has got to mute." And I'm like, "Dude, this is
You were
your
even
logic."
willing to be his punching bag, basically.
Yeah, and he still couldn't do it. He couldn't handle. He's like not functionally normal. Okay, that's what he's manic.
Yeah, okay. It's either extreme immaturity or maybe he's on the spectrum and he just doesn't know how to behave in certain social situations or something. I don't know.
All right, so we're scheduling the fight. Raymond, Rod, and Dogs Are Gods 1v1. Nobody interrupt until reality short circuits. How about that?
It would probably short circuit immediately.
It's gonna end quickly. The clashing of, I don't know, light versus dark.
If we had to, we could maybe organize like a local skirmish up the street or something.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys think like it's not possible for an Australian to be a flat earther, and like you look at like per capita, it's like New Zealand and Australia has the most flat earthers.
Is that true?
Oh, I mean, yeah, like America has nominally the most because America has a lot of people.
Yeah, but per capita, we've got more per population.
Oh yeah, you got like in New Zealand where they filmed Lord of the Rings. There's a flat Earth destination like hotel. Oh, there used to be. I haven't looked it up lately, but where you could go there, it's like fully inclusive, where they got flat Earth experiments. They look at the sky, make all these observations, like a fully inclusive hotel that also is close enough to the filming of the Lord of the Rings that family members who aren't into the flat Earth stuff can go tour the Hobbit homes and whatnot.
That's awesome. I did not know that.
It was even more funny about that too. Is the Middle Earth is a flat planet.
So
You mean
I didn't know that.
Oh wait, no, that's the
yeah,
realm where Thor is.
Middle Earth is supposed to just be a flat like worldview cosmology type thing, same as flat Earth.
Yeah, same as Thor's world, Asgard. We're Midgard, which I think is supposed to be Midgard. A sphere. Because the thing is that they're like in their cosmology they're like right basically balanced in the middle, so their world's flat and like ours is dropping like a drop away or something like that.
It's a tangent on a sphere.
Yeah, on the elliptical plane of
not Scott's tangent. Scott's tangent's curving, so he doesn't have the right tangent.
I was trying to butt in so many times earlier because I've been listening quite a lot throughout the day, and I realized my mic wasn't working, which is why I came in a while ago asking for a mic check, and it was something to do with the app, and I had to kill it. And there were so many times where I was like trying to interject and make points and do whatever, and like everybody was just ignoring me and talking over me, and I'm like, am I just not making a good point, or
no, we
people
didn't hear
just
you, man.
And there were so many where I'm like pulling my hair out. I'm like, no, and it's all right. I'll now that I know how it's fixed, that's all good. But so many times we seem to let people come in and pre-assume a globe when they start asking their questions, and I think we need to pull them back and actually say, no, hang on a second, you don't need to ask us questions. You've got the positive claim. What's your evidence for it first before they start asking stuff back to us?
Can I ask you a question? Because I'm interested, man. How long have you been a part of the flat Earth understanding? Like what? You don't mind me, dude? I don't hope it's not.
No, not at all. No, not at all. First got into it. I think it would have been maybe 2016. And it was just because of something that my dad said, and like before he'd said anything, like I was the most staunchly atheistic, globe Earth heliocentrist. Like sci-fi was the greatest thing in the world to me. Like it was my jam. All I would do was watch space documentaries and all this sort of stuff. Like my worldview was heavily based in that sort of quote unquote reality. And then my dad was like just asking me some questions about, all right, so do you think the Earth's round to you? And I'm like, I didn't know how to react to that. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Of course, like, what do you mean? And he was just started asking more questions. Like, okay, why? And I gave him all the reasons, and he was appealing to my critical thought process and saying, well, how did you come to that conclusion? And I'm sitting, and like, I love my dad and have a lot of respect for him and the things that he said. So I took it seriously. It wasn't some random saying shit to me. It was my dad. So I was like, okay, he's seriously trying to challenge me on some stuff here. And he kept prodding again at these things that got me to start critically thinking enough to make me question and doubt and want to look into it more. And then once I started looking into it, yeah, you get hit with that feast of nonsense stuff, you know, the ice walls and all this other stuff. But it was enough to sort of keep me going on that path. And then you know, and then I started listening to like Nathan Oakley and stuff, QE and all those guys. And mate, this is not even a question anymore. It's 100% flat. It's measured that way. It's navigated that way. It's, you know, despite all of Scott's protestations, everything that they're doing is using angles, which is all flat Earth measurements. You can't get any of that off a curve. You can apply tangents all you want, but that isn't what we navigate.
But it is.
No, Scott, it's not. We don't navigate
How do you
tangents, mate. We navigate
know?
the Earth.
How do you know?
That's how celestial navigation works.
No, it's not. Who told you that?
Yes, it is. No, you can tell. You can tell me what you want.
Told you that?
With all due respect, Scott, you also told me that dictionaries don't provide definitions for words.
Oof.
Who told you how celestial navigation works?
Did he say that? When did he say that, Raymond?
No, Scott said that maybe a week or so ago. We had a long discussion about it on this very
that. Did you say that, Scott? No, he didn't.
Oh, you guys are just diverting again. It's what
Did
you
he
always
really
do.
say that?
You always divert.
He absolutely
you don't
said
want to deal with the world.
God, you're the one diverting. This was an interview with, with Raymond.
Raymond.
Oh, he brought my name into it.
Alpha was talking directly to Raymond
And
about his flat Earth
me.
journey. So what? If someone mentions you think that means you're like dogs as gods in the manic phase. Someone mentions him, that means he gets the floor. Just sit down and shut the fuck up.
Hey, you don't have to shut your machines off just to talk to, you know, the guy who's mentioning your name. But listen,
very interestingly, I'd like to Steelman crit, because I just looked it up in New Zealand. They do flat Earth tours. They take you hiking, they take you up mountains, they take you on a helicopter ride, they provide you lunch, the whole bit, man. I didn't even know. That's amazing.
Okay.
Okay, good. I haven't looked it up. I was wondering. I hope they were still in business because that's great that they're still there.
So
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, man.
Hold on, Raymond. We'll pick up in just a moment. What's
My
your
name
question, Sheik?
Yo, what's up?
Hey, BB.
Yo,
what's up, man?
I have a question. Are you a flat earther, bro?
Absolutely. What's up?
You're a flat earther. You believe that the Earth is flat.
Yes. What's up?
Hello.
Okay,
Listen,
I answered you. Now what? Now what? Like what?
The idea is that how do you know that it's flat and not like let's say an egg shape?
An egg shape, because nobody's postulating that's an egg shape.
Okay, so why not a triangle? Why not?
Dude, okay. Any other shape? No. So.
But wait, how do you know that's not other shape? How do you know that's not hollow? Why exactly flat?
What evidence do we have that it's hollow, or that it's an egg shape, or that it's a triangle, Sheik?
How do you know that the Earth does not sit on the?
Stop talking and answer my question.
Yeah, what's the question, bro?
How do you know that it's not any of those other things you just said? A triangle, an egg shape.
Well, that's a logical fallacy right there. I think that I asked you a question. Yeah, I asked you a question, and you're returning with an answer that is a question, and you're trying to minimize.
Because you're telling me, then why couldn't it be a triangle or an egg shape?
No. I'm not saying why couldn't it be. I'm saying why in particular you believe it's flat.
Because that's what it displays itself as.
As flat.
Yes, it's observed as flat.
Have you been outside of the Earth so you can say it's flat?
Okay.
Have you?
Has anybody?
No, I'm not. I'm not claiming any claims. I'm not claiming. I'm not claiming anything, boy.
All right, then. All right.
According to me, the Earth sits on
You
the
got
back of
way
a
too much
whale.
energy.
No. Listen. According to me.
Shut up. All right. So Raymond, basically, the reason why I was asking, all these things is because, like, when you're brand new to this topic, I feel like, well, not this topic, but like this server. We have like a culture here, so all of us in here, we've kind of worked at like getting the points to where they're not like ice walls and domes and all that other kind of stuff. So, and it's kind of cool that you actually found us. So, I don't know. I just anybody that joins us from that perspective, I think is a boon to our group. Is all I'm saying. That's the only thing I wanted to bring up, man. Because I've heard you before, so and you hold your conversations well. So, to us, that means a lot. Because
it was Nathan Oakley's channel that brought me here. So credit to him really, and I know that you guys have invited him on, and he comes on most Fridays now, I think it is. And it's always interesting hearing those discussions and stuff like that. And then I just started popping in here of my own accord, and I've often enjoyed listening to and partaking in the discussions. It's interesting, and it is a different vibe. Like, I don't like to approach things in the same way that Nathan does, because he's very much, he'll cut you off at the knees straight away, and he'll rip you to pieces. It's just who he is and how he does it. And to be fair, he does it very, very well. That's not me personally. I like having a chat about it, but like I, at the same time, don't like people just whistling past things that they've said, asserted as being true, all these sorts of things, and letting them get away with it. I'll always pull them back and say, no, you've just said this, or you've made that claim. I want you to back that up now. So when people start like waffling on, and they'll make one claim after another assertion after another claim, it irks me a little bit when everybody just stays silent and lets them go through that, rather than stopping them at the first part and saying, hang on, there's your first claim. Can you back that up, please? And I think that's probably a good way to go from both sides. And, the other side absolutely has the right to do that with us as well, and say, well, you've just said this, can you back that up? And we should be able to do the same. But, I get a lot of the stuff. And
I get what you're saying. It's just a mixed, diverse conglomerate of people that over the years have kind of like bonded in, like, we have our, I guess you could say, style of how we do things. And like, maybe one day you'd like to switch it up, and you say, hey, you know what? I'm going to allow this guy to kind of make 3 or 4 fallacies before I interject. Like, that's fine. It's not at first, like, when you're into this, because I would say you'd probably be like here all the time just to like try to get your point in and try to do it your way. But at some point you see that there's a bigger picture here. There's more bodies involved, and you want to just let somebody else maybe take it, or, just sit back, and because we know that you can do what you do, right? Because you have your style. But I don't know. I guess like what I'm saying is what you bring to the table is also important as the other guy who's, so long as I'll put it this way, so long as they're not diverting to like the dome is made of like blue ice falling to the, stuff like that, like
stuff you can't validate or prove. It's you can't. I'm all about the things that we know, and the things that we can verify, the things that we can test. There's lots of claims about other things that we've got no idea what it is, how it works. The sun and the moon are prime examples of that. The globe belief has claims about what these things are and how they work. I've got no idea what they are. I mean, I don't know if you guys do. And how do you know if you know? Like, it's, so I try to stick with what we do know, what we can check. But I'm also a big fan of encouraging people to use critical thought. I can't remember who it was you were talking to earlier, but I really like the way you were approaching it. It might have been that NA guy.
Yeah, I think it was earlier I spoke to him. Well, the conversation got kind of interjected a little bit by someone else that jumped in. But I would just, I seek for them to actually think about the things that they say versus me to just jump in and say, you're wrong because that's not the case. And it just gets into this like cat and dog fight. But
yeah,
I mean,
because of the way you approached it, it felt like he left like he came in and he quickly sort of like arced up and got pretty aggressive. Like when his worldview was being challenged so heavily, he struggled with that at first. So but then you sort of like reeled him in a little bit and just kept, it was Socratic method discussion with the way you were talking to him. And then by the end of it, he was kind of like, no, I kind of see where you're coming from, or I kind of understand this. He toned down a bit and he seemed a lot more open-minded, or a lot more keen to have a discourse about it. Whereas his initial reaction was just one of like, self-defense, can't handle this, cognitive dissonance 101.
Yes, dismissive.
Yeah.
Most of the times, and you know what? When you actually get to that point with somebody in a conversation, I'm going to tell you this much. If you're ever doing it, Raymond, and you see like the Globers that are usually in here, they usually tend to open up their mic at that particular moment because they know you're starting to get through, and they just can't have it. It's not. No, I'm not going to let you, because they however they're thinking right now that you made some sense. I got to put my foot in the door, and I'm not going to allow it. And so they would come in and try to rain on your parade. So that's the guys who are here all the time. The ones that sit in the chat, or they're listening on the YouTube live, and so they'll come in here and try to interject. And just, I would say, be very weary of that, because even when you start getting somewhere with someone, it's gonna get to that. Like, if you're in here quite often, you'll see that happen. And just, I'm putting you up on game so that you don't get like, dude, why does it happen every time that I'm like, this guy's like I'm getting through to him. This other guy who we always talk to, like, I'm not gonna mention Scott because I'm only say the people that do that. So if somebody does that, just be aware that there's some that just throw their
have their
body.
white knights.
They throw their body into the gears so that the machine doesn't, move.
Unfortunately, there's no stopping the truth. It'll hurt, and you can try your best, but eventually, it'll get through.
Yeah, people are curious creatures, man. That's what's gonna happen. They're gonna want to know the answer. Just because a Glober comes in and sandbags a conversation doesn't mean that's going to be the end for that person thinking critically. Just means they might diminish their understanding at the current moment, but it won't stop it from resurfacing again. And that's what they don't understand. Like, these guys who try to attempt to, put themselves in the middle of a conversation like that, they don't get it. Like, eventually this person is going to be curious again, and guess what? We're going to be here 24/7. One of us is, anyway. But we got Up to Ya that got unmuted. What's up, Up to Ya?
Thank you.
So you've been hanging out in this chat.
Mm-hmm.
So what have you been? I know that you were kind of reluctant to speak on certain topics, but what do you think about listening so far?
Actually, I came here many times before, but I guess always, always flat earther and globalsters fighting or arguing or talking or debating. It's like same pattern. I mean, so, but always detail is really different. So that was interesting.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you walk in and it's kind of like everybody's arguing out loud, but there's moments of peace. You could say, well, we're just talking to each other instead of yelling. It's not always the case, but it is sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of times it's shut down. Like last night, there was a series of people coming in here freaking out. And I really wanted to hear a good freak out, but other people were like, "No."
I was Crit, I was with that vibe, bro. I was with you on that vibe. I was like, dude, I just need to hear somebody kind of screeching for a little bit, just to kind of see if people have a pulse out there. If there's some real people that actually have like this, kind of reaction when they hear that the Earth is not a globe, like, because you really like that's a natural kind of response when you think about it, right? Because their whole paradigm is being shifted. It's not what they've been told. So I don't know.
What are you talking about?
The information of the topic of the room. So what do you think, Greg? Do you think the Earth's a globe in 2024?
Yes, I do.
Hello? Okay. So what evidence do you have to support that?
Everything that I've learned in school thus far.
Okay, so once again, that's a bit ambiguous, but specifically, what evidence do you have to support that?
Well, I don't know. I honestly didn't really even look at the topic of the room. I'm just a bit high. I'm just here to be like, I don't know. I want to hear
All
people
right.
argue. I'm
Fair
not really
enough.
sure.
It might happen soon, so just wait a while.
Okay.
However, you might want to put yourself on mute because I think that's a TOS violation if you admit that.
Oh, is it really?
Yep.
Oh,
You say
sorry.
you're drunk or you're high.
Yeah, because some countries that activity is illegal, like in America.
Yeah.
So
and then
it
you
could be a
can't.
broadcast where people can get in trouble
Yep.
if they're.
Like we're
All
being
right.
broadcast on YouTube right now, so.
Oh, I apologize.
Nah,
He's just high on life.
I'm making you aware of what's a what. Anyway, just it might happen in a little bit. We're waiting for people to come in here. We got the Breakfast Club filling in right now. I think Amish just showed up.
Can I hear the evidence? The evidence for flat Earth?
Sure. It's observed as flat, it's measured as flat, and it's navigated across as flat. So when we observe the Earth, we observe it as a horizontal plane of reference. So we are referencing the Earth as a horizontal plane. So that horizontal plane that we reference is how we understand the orientation of the Earth to be like. So it is, in and of itself, always tending towards that equilibrium state of being horizontal. So water
But
tends towards
AB,
that. If you don't
isn't it
mind, I'd
true
like
that
to
it's
talk to
scaled?
Greg. Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd like to talk to Greg. I don't like to be interrupted when I'm speaking to a new person. If you don't mind, thank you. So basically, when we talk about the Earth and what it is, according to how we understand it, all of us can observe this as a natural fact. We see everything tending towards this equilibrium state. And so when we say water at rest lies flat and level on its surface, we say that because that's how it displays itself. You understand what I mean, Greg? I'm going to further go into the observation part. Then I'll move into measurement. Then I'll move into how it's practically used or navigated across. So just breaking it down to you, man. That's all.
Okay.
I could go a lot further in, but we will kind of hog the mic a little bit, and I don't want to do that too much. So observational for you as an observer on the Earth, that's how you see the horizontal plane. So everything that you reference is to that horizontal plane. So when you measure things like with the spirit level, or you have a cup of water that you can manipulate in any direction, the surface of the water holds rigidity in space. That means that the surface of the water in that container is flat and level to the surface of the Earth, the horizontal plane that it's referencing. So that's how we understand what level is. But the reference that we have is the horizontal plane that we're referencing, which is the Earth itself. It's referencing the Earth. Do you understand what I'm saying, or is there something that I'm confusing you with, or?
No, I'm following.
All right. So basically, when we say that if you extend that out to a larger scale, as you scale up, if the Earth were to be a globe, as they say it is, then a few things would ensue. That means that you should be able to measure the surface curvature by way of any type of directly measuring it and find out for sure that the Earth is abiding by the metrics which have been given to us, right? If you were to type into Google, what is the radius of Earth, or the circumference, or the diameter, it's going to give you a numeric value for each of those. And what we can do with that is investigate whether or not the Earth is conforming to that on the surface. So you and I can say, okay, well, we got pictures from NASA, we got all kinds of like globish looking things that people give us, videos and all kinds of good stuff, right? If that's true, and they're giving us numeric values, that means that we have the math and we have the images. So now all we got to do is test that against what we know to be true in the physical and natural world. So what we got to do, or at least if you actually are curious about it, you'd go out into nature and actually verify this. That would be the next step for you as a curious person, right? Be like, let me go see if all this checks out. If it does, good. If not, well, shit, we got a problem, right? So if that's the case and you go check it out and the math doesn't line up with what you know the Earth to be, then the issue is, how can we understand what the Earth is? Is there any measured curvature at all? Period. Not just the one that conforms to the Earth being a globe, but any at all. And so what I'm saying is, when we look upon the Earth, we see it as a horizontal plane that extends outwardly in all directions. So in every cardinal direction, north, south, east, and west, we're going to see that the Earth doesn't bend around as it would in a surface of a ball.
But let's say let's say you're in a plane. Would you still see the same curvature or the same field of reference?
No, of course it's increased your viewing reference, so you'd see much more of the Earth. But that's just because you've raised up an altitude, because you're in a plane. So you're raised up in altitude, and you'll see more of the Earth. But that let's just say if the Earth was a globe or if it's flat, it doesn't matter. You raise up an elevation, you increase your viewing angle. That's just going to be apparent on both sides. That's not going to be different. So what we're doing here is we're just testing to see if the Earth is a globe or not. And if you say, for example, if you're on a plane and you see curvature, then we're going to have to find a way to then say, okay, I see curvature from an airplane. Is it possible mathematically that I'm actually seeing curvature from this altitude? Meaning that, an airline is going to fly at about, 35 to 50,000 feet, somewhere in that range. Well, what we have to see is how much curvature there would be visible at that specific altitude. And then you'd work that out and find out, okay, this is how much I should see or how much I would be able to see from that altitude. And then if that's the case, but if not, then you're going to find out, man, the Earth would be too massive to actually see the curve from that altitude. Or I should see it, depending on what you find out with the math. But what happens is people actually do the math and they say, no, I couldn't see curvatures. The Earth is too big. And so the mainstream science communicators will say that you cannot see Earth curvature until you're about, I think is about maybe 1,000 miles up from the surface of the Earth. You could really start seeing demonstrable curvature at that altitude. But that's the problem. Who's doing that, right? So the issue then becomes, okay, well, there's nobody that can see it, observe it. And we're saying the opposite, because when we're on the Earth, we only see the Earth as flat. So to us, it looks like a horizontal plane, right? So we don't see the curvature of the Earth, or we don't measure it. So the measuring part, I guess I'll get into that because I'm segueing into it. The measuring part would be us actually going out and trying to see if there's any way that in this day and age, right? If there's any way possible we could measure at a small distance, like a small sample set, right? If we're going to measure, maybe 10 to 15 to 20 miles of Earth, and say, if the Earth is dropping away at a specific rate of change, then it would be the elevation drop would be a specific rate. Obviously, right? It would be a specific drop rate from me and to the target distance. Do you see what I'm saying?
Can you explain that one again? I'm sorry. I don't understand the Earth dropping away part.
There would be elevation change, like from where I'm standing to where, off in the distance, my target viewing distance, the Earth should be dropping away, because the reason why I can't see farther past the horizon would be because the Earth is in the way, because it's curving. You get it?
Yeah.
So yeah, I can't see far past the curvature because the Earth is in the way. It's because it's dropping away from, think about you standing on top of a ball. At some point, that curvature is going to block your viewing distance. You get me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the issue. You can't see the Earth because the Earth's in the way. Or, excuse me, you can't see past the Earth's curvature. Anything beyond that would be obstructed by the curvature of the Earth. So what would happen then is you'd have to do a line of sight test. That means that you'd have to test to see how far you could see in the viewing distance, and then compare it to where the Earth's curvature should obstruct your view of the far distance. You get me? So the Earth curvature should be a specific distance away from you, relative to your position, to obstruct your viewing distance.
But wouldn't it also depend on geographical features too?
Well, yeah. I guess to minimize that, I would say let's go to a place where we don't have to worry about any features of the Earth. So
Like the ocean?
a large body of water would be optimal for this type of setting. So you'd actually want to do this line of sight test over a large body of water. Certain factors would probably come into play, like use demarcation markers so that you can say, okay, I know where from me to that thing that I see in the distance, what distance it actually is. So it'd be like, 10 miles away from where I'm standing on the beach, and I could see that thing in the water, like an oil rig or a peninsula or something out that puts a distance marker away from where you're standing. And then once you have that known distance, then you say, my target is actually the horizon. So I'll use the thing that's in between the thing I'm trying to see in the distance to kind of be in my scope of vision, so that I know that if I'm doing a line of sight test, I can say from where I'm at to where I see that thing at is a certain number of miles away. So I know I have a known distance to that, and beyond that is the horizon. So what we're trying to do is say, okay, so if the Earth curvature should be at a predictable distance away from me due to the fact that it's curving, then I should see the Earth curvature at that predicted distance, no matter what. It's like you saying, well, there's a mound of dirt in front of me, and it's like, I don't know, a couple hundred feet away from you, or whatever it is, right? And if that's true, then when I see a person walk over that mound of dirt, the person will disappear behind that mound of dirt because the Earth that's that mound of dirt will be obstructing my view. The same goes for the body of water. If there's something that's going over that curvature of the hill of water, I'll just make it sound like it's kind of ridiculous because it is. So if the thing goes over the hill of water and goes on the other side and it disappears from your view, you get me? So then at some point that Earth or the hill of water will obstruct your view from seeing the thing that you're seeing disappear, right? So it'll go beyond the horizon. So this line of sight distance, what it's doing is giving you a way to say, okay, with the math of how big the Earth is, right? Because radius, diameter, circumference, you have to factor all that in. Then you get the observer height from how tall somebody is. Like maybe you're seeing off in the distance and you're like a 6-foot person. I'm just putting that number out. And then you say, okay, from my height to where I can see off into the distance, there should be the curvature of the Earth should be at a specific distance. That's the predictable amount of Earth curvature that should be obstructing my view at that specific distance. And then from that distance, anywhere beyond that, I won't be able to see, or at least start to diminish to see the thing that is disappearing behind that curvature. You still following me? Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
So is this not the case? Is it not the case that these things are true?
No, it's not. And so this is the problem. So the line of sight test that anyone can do, it doesn't take like complicated devices to do it, right? You could just simple binoculars or just something that's going to record what you're doing. And not only should you do it once, but multiple times over many days. So just to make the test more applicable, to say that you're not just like saying you just did it once and you're good now. No, it's actually you have to repeat the test to make sure the method is you're following through and testing it out over and over again. So what you want to do is be thorough, right? Once you factored in everything that you think you possibly can, we could probably go over some of the different things that you could factor in, but right now I just want to get you the understanding that when you're doing this line of sight test and you don't see the predicted amount of Earth curvature obstructing your view from the far distance, and you actually see farther than you should, where the curvature should be obstructing your view, but you actually see farther than that, then the case is that the Earth isn't as a geometric curve should tell you that, or allow you to see. So just like put it to you this way, just like the mound of dirt gets in your way, well, this mound of hill of water should get in the way as well. You get what I'm saying?
And it's not.
It's not. So what we see, and it's kind of corny if I say it this way, but when flat earthers say we see too far, it irritates a lot of flat earthers, and sometimes it irritates globers too, because that's a corny thing to say, like we see too far. But what we're saying is we see farther past the predicted amount of Earth curvature. Where the Earth curvature should be obstructing my view, it's not obstructing my view.
Do we
and
have
I'm
data
seeing
for this?
a lot farther than that alleged obstruction. So you get what I'm saying? So all of this means that the Earth, as we've been told of how big it is, the size of the Earth, is not checking out. It doesn't check out. You can't say that you got the values of the Earth. You go out into your physical natural world and you actually verified that the values of the Earth, being the radius of 3959, the circumference of 24,901 miles, actually pan out to be exactly what they say it is, because it's not. And so that's why a lot of people are in here, because we've checked it out. We've actually did the line of sight test. We've actually anyone can do this. Actually, is what I'm trying to tell you. Anyone can do this. Once you go and check it out for yourself, then you at least challenge the fact that they told you that it's a certain size, and you can find out that it's not what they're saying that it is. It's in fact different. Like, to say it corny, you can see farther past it. You can see too far. So you can see farther past where the curvature should be.
What would be the proposed, like, what is the proposed shape instead? Just completely flat?
Well, the surface of the Earth is something that we can know that it is, but as far as the overall Earth, that is unknown. Like, we could be
what it actually is.
Yeah, the entire Earth as a whole. Yeah, that's not. Nobody's been to the farthest reaches of, like, every part of this Earth that we're on. Because number one, I don't know if you know this or not, but travel is not as open as some people might like to think. You don't just get in a plane and say, "Hey, take me south." We don't do that. You have to actually plan a trip where you're going to go and stuff like this. So most of it has to deal with you thinking about, like, where your destination is going to be. So if you plan to go to, like, this taboo farthest reaches of the Earth, then you have to have some kind of means to travel there. If you get me.
Yeah.
So
but
that's.
Let's say.
Go on.
Let's say you take a plane, and you just go, and you are able to go in one direction completely. Would you not? So you're saying that you would not end up in the same place eventually?
Yeah, no, the problem.
Let's say the plane has, like, infinite fuel or whatever.
Yeah, I was just going to tell you the problem we're having as a hypothetical doesn't suit the needs of the physical natural world in realities. So I would say it this way, Greg. If it's possible to do something to check to see if we can get in a plane and go somewhere, I think first, logistically, I think we have to see if it's at least feasible.
Mm-hmm.
At the very least, feasible to do. If we're making these kind of, like, weird hypotheticals in the hypothetical land, then I think all bets are off. You could say anything you want and it's possible, because it's just a thought experiment. It's nothing to do with, like, you actually saying,
The physical
I'm actually
world.
I'm actually thinking about this realistically. How can I actually get a hold of a pilot that will take me south, as far south as I want to go, with enough fuel to take? Because it's almost like, imagine telling a seasoned pilot, "Hey, I'm gonna pay you $1 million. Just take me south." And he's like, "Okay, so cool. Where's our destination?" You're like, "Nowhere, just south." You think he would take you? Like, that's
No.
that's absurd. You have to have a destination. So
yeah, it would be impossible.
Well, that's what I'm doing, Greg, is actually engaging with your critical thinking. That's what we do here. We want to actually speak to people and reason with them. Like, if it's something that's feasible, I could agree. It's something we can do. But if it's something that's absurd, like, why would we even agree to, like, okay, some people say, well, why don't you just continue walking south? I'm like, realistically, dudes, the land ends somewhere and there's water. So if you're going to say walk south, that's not going to work. If you say let's just travel south, well, then how would we do this? Because we have oceans that we got to traverse. We got things like going to the coldest places on Earth, and how are we going to, logistically maneuver that? What are there's other roadblocks, like, what if we travel into waters of other countries that we don't have permits or passes to be on? Stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's real things that get in the way from just the logistics standpoint of having to do something. So it's not as easy as, like, a young person saying, "Just get in a boat and go south, dudes." Stuff like that. Let's not be ridiculous here, but think about it. And so what we're dealing with is the real world, man. Like, if somebody was really to do this, they would have to put a lot of effort, a lot of time, a lot of money, and just, where would they go? If they were really, hell bent on going somewhere. So that's, and not to mention that, man, like, would you get stopped? Like, would there be militaries or on the oceans, like the navies of the world? Well, they
Yeah,
got
you
their
would.
radars on. They know that most of, what is it, 80% of all trades happen over the waters. These big ship tankers that bring goods and things to us from other countries, shipped over to us. Uh, they're patrolling the water. So what if they're like, what are you doing here? Why are you going that direction? Turn around. And you're just like, no, dude, I'm doing scientific exploration. And they're not gonna be like, all right, man, go ahead, pass. They're gonna be like, dude, turn your ass around, or we're gonna turn you into a hash brown. Like, what are you gonna do at that point? Argue with them? Like, they got bigger guns, dude. Like, it's the militaries of the world. Anyway, it's just what I'm just trying to present to you is like, we talk to people, at least to the effect of like just being reasonable with them. Like, that's all it is. Like, we're not being outlandish, stuff like that.
I'm willing to hear it out.
Well, I mean, so you've been told all your life that the Earth is a globe. So have I. So has everybody else in here. But none of it actually, if you look into it, will check out. None of it. You'll hear people trying to make stories up, and when they come in here, they're trying to see if they can win a debate by just making shit up on the spot. It's like, dudes, if the Earth was a globe and all of academia supported it, and it wasn't just like some kind of indoctrination they gave you because they have videos and
How are you doing,
pictures,
tonight, Alpha?
stuff like that. So, what? Oh, I'm
How
doing
are you
good,
doing
man.
tonight, man?
But what would be the reason for the deception, though?
Well, if you think about it, it's pretty simple. To have complete
shit,
control
my
of the
bad.
narrative. Yeah, well, I was speaking to Greg Food. So, it's to have complete control of the narrative. The narrative is the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. So that narrative, it entails a lot of other derivative topics. So if you think about it, like, what could an Earth spinning in the vacuum of space entail? Well, there's fear mongering about, like, traveling out into another planet because we're killing this one. This is a dying planet. We're kind of sucking the life out of it, like draining all the resources out, and we're overpopulating it. So we got to move off to another rock like a locust, and do that same thing to that one. It's like, it's ridiculous. The notion that the whole planetary idea comes in play, and you say, okay, well, I'm killing the planet, so I might as well try to get on a rocket and get off this rock before it implodes or whatever. Like, there's this kind of fear mongering about that. There's also, well, we came from, there was nothing that created us. We just, nature just spontaneously made itself, and all life and all the intricacies of it, propped up out of nowhere. And so there's this kind of thing where they're telling you this narrative of the creation story. So there's many different derivative topics that come up from just the idea of you living on the Earth as a globe. Planetary asteroid killers that are going to destroy Earth, and just different things, man. Like, I mean, I could go on and on because there's plenty, right? But the main thing is to control the narrative, which what they do is in turn control how you think about it. And you have to appeal to people that are experts in that knowledge. And then when you appeal to those guys, you actually, what you're doing in essence is lending your mind over to them, because you're like, well, I'm not an expert, they are. And so you're like, yes, I'm the expert, come to me. And we ask them, like, okay, so dude, this guy that came on to you in the Discord call, he's like, he knows what gravity is, he knows all these things, but what say you, Mr. Expert? And they usually, because we've had conversations with these guys, they're usually like, well, gravity, what it is, oh, we don't know. So the guys that you lean on are basic intellectual weenies when it comes to, like, actually explaining things. They just want to say that they know things. But then when it comes right down to it, they say, well, it's our educated best guess because that's how science works. Really? That's how it works. But yet every other person that comes and talks to us are so sure-footed when they come in here. They're so sure that the answer is gravity and all these things are just an absolute fact, that when we ask them, it's just like it's a no contest. Yeah, of course.
So do you not believe in gravity either?
Well, okay, so I'll break it down.
Why
to
are
you
we
this
not
way.
floating right now?
So what do you think gravity is, Greg?
The force of the earth
Wait, what do you think gravity is?
pulling us back.
Well,
I don't know. I'm not.
Yeah, I know, Greg. And listen, and the reason why and I know Food asked me the question, but the reason why, and I'll ask you too, Food, if you want to jump into this conversation. If you want to join in, I'll allow it because I want you guys to think about the question, right? If you can
Yeah,
articulate.
that's why you didn't answer my question, right? Or my response. You didn't tackle anything.
If you can articulate what gravity is, that shows at least that academia has given you something.
Why are we floating right now?
Okay, that why are we floating doesn't have any relevance to what I'm asking. So just think about what I've just asked. How can you articulate?
Why are apples not falling upwards?
Skittles, I think you're kind of leading us into a different path, and I think
Why do
right now.
planes matter?
Okay, so you're just choosing to be obstinate. You have a choice, Skittles. You can choose to be
You're
obstinate.
choosing to not engage in my discussion.
Okay, muted. It's simple. So don't be obstinate. You won't get muted. You know, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, that kind of stuff. All right. So if you're trying to figure out what gravity is, and academia hasn't equipped you with the knowledge to know what it is or to articulate your point, I think there's something wrong with that, right? At least on that basic level, they should have given you the tools to at least answer it in a coherent way. But
here, wait, hold on.
And I would go ahead, Greg. Go ahead.
I want to look up just a definition here.
Go ahead. Look it up.
Gravity articulated.
Okay, so it pretty much just is like, the force. It says the force that attracts a body toward the center of the earth or toward any other physical body. So it's something that's innately
gravity's not a force.
No,
but go ahead. Finish what you were saying, Greg.
it would be something innately in things with large mass, I guess.
Yeah, so they're giving you a descriptor of what the cause is. But what is the effect of, in your estimation, what is the effect of gravity? What do we see? What's the effect?
Nothing naturally goes upward, it only goes downward.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah. But what happens, what is the demonstration of that? What can you do to demonstrate it?
Drop a glass on the ground.
Sure. What do we see happen?
The glass goes downwards.
From planets orbiting stars to apples falling from trees to the fucking black holes to things absorbing those and to all sorts of stuff. You like gravitational anomalies?
Yeah, but you went you bit too far into that sandwich. So let's just dial it back a little bit. Let's just talk about what we have here on Earth versus what we can't describe what's happening. Okay, that's a nice word. Let's look at
no. It's not the word, but do you know what it is?
Well, that's not what I'm asking at the current time.
No. I'm asking you. Asked if he knows what gravity is. I'm asking if you know gravitropism.
We're on a certain logic path, and I think when you divert from it, it makes the point kind of muddied. Like we don't want to do that right now. We want to stay on that path, right? So if you're able to understand that when you drop something, the effect is you see it fall. So just like the gentleman was saying, he dropped a glass, sees it fall, and that is the effect, right? Well, the effect is known as little g. Did you know that, Greg? Little g. So the effect is known as little g. It's I think it's an average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared.
Yeah.
So that's the average rate of fall. Average rate. It's not a constant. It's an average. And so we're saying that the effect can be quantified. It's useful. I always say this in every call. It's useful for industries to use it as a utility. The equation works out to help people understand like how they can use it in certain formulas and such. It has its applications. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Right. So now we're going to look into. Yeah, correct. So we all here should be in an agreement with that. We would consider it, however, as specific gravity, relative density. So for us, it is an object and medium relationship. The effect is what I mean, little g. So we're just on that right now. Little g, the effect, what we see happening, it's quantifiable. We can work with it. It's useful. It's got all the things that we can say. We can affirm what you can affirm. It's the same thing, right? Now, we're going to talk about big G, the cause of gravity. Big G and little g are married in the paradigm of the Earth being a globe, meaning they're not separated. They're the same. So that definition you just read to me about what gravity is marries little g and big G. So do you have the definition still in front of you, Greg? I just wanted you to read that real quick, if you don't mind.
The force that attracts a body toward the center of the Earth or toward any other physical body having mass.
Right. So that is what the effect is. The cause. The cause of it is the mass of an object, right? Being the size that it is, and it's attracting the other mass.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're telling us a cause. Now, how is a cause scientifically evidenced? That we're talking about big G, the cause, not little g, the effect. We know little g, right? We both can agree that little g is quantifiable. We can talk about an object and medium relationship. We can see things falling, the average rate of fall. We're talking now about big G, the cause of gravity. Well, which is what I think you just read.
Isn't it? I mean, the cause of gravity would be the mass.
Well, that's
because don't they say that gravity increases with greater mass as mass increases?
Well, of course, the definition is going to say something, but
giving you all the answers in the comments, Greg. By the way, if you want.
Yeah, I guess you're typing it into a text channel. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like people can help you out with this. It's no big deal, right? It's no big deal to me. If people can give you the answers, it'll help us get to the end quicker. But however, it still stands to reason that the cause of gravity is going to be something that can't be scienced. You can't understand like how to work with.
I can understand the cause of it. I promise.
Okay, well that's good. Greg, do you mind if I talk to Food about it?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so
I'm
Food,
just listening. I'm just interested.
So let's get into the cause of gravity. What would you say the cause is? I don't want to say that you would agree with the definition Greg said, but what would you say the cause is?
The cause, put a little bit more simply than what I've typed, would be a little bit more at its core. The cause of gravity, the most advanced understanding derived from the tapestry of quantum mechanics and general relativity, is the curvature of space-time.
He typed it. Hold on, Food. He typed it in the text channel, and just go. You know, like where we're all talking right now. There's a chat. There's a chat bubble right next to that. See it?
Yeah, I got it.
Simply put, gravity is caused by things that have mass pulling on each other. The more something weighs, the more it pulls. It's like everything is reaching out invisible hands to come to everything else, saying, "Come closer."
Okay. Now, the question I think I was asking Greg, what I'll ask you now, is can that be scienced in any way? Can we do a test to verify that that's true? And if so, what test can we do?
I'm sure I can think of a couple different numerous ones.
Well, here's the thing, man. You don't have to on the spot. You could actually. Here's what I would say: take your time. And
scientifically, gravity is the force that results from the warping of space-time caused by the presence of mass. The greater the mass, the greater the warp, and thus the stronger the gravitational pull exerted on the masses within that space. Describes why planets orbit stars and moons orbit planets. Each mass curves the space around it, directing the motion of others in its vicinity.
Okay. So
and we've tested it by doing what Earth's mass is by its by the moon's mass, actually, with how it pulls on the tides and everything.
Okay, so we've tested the gravitational theory with what again? What do we test it with?
The moons and the pull of on the water.
The pull of the water of the moons or the moon?
Of the moon, yeah, the moon/moons, because we have multiple different, like asteroids and other things that circleless, kind of like moons that have an effect on us a little bit. Actually, funny
Yeah, but
enough.
I think we're taking too big of a bite on that sandwich again.
Do we really? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, no, we 100% do.
Yeah, so we 100%.
Like what?
I don't think 100% is very
Like
good
what?
right now at this certain point.
Name one.
99.98, 98, 98, 98.
Where do you pull these numbers from? Is there some chart that you can point to us? Anyway,
Yeah, I'll show you all my math if you want to see it.
Yeah, but listen, I don't know why. All right. Besides that, I'm gonna get sidetracked into this. Like, it's too juicy for me to. But like, I'm gonna put that aside for a moment. I'll put that aside for a moment. I really want to speak to why you would think that's. Yes,
scientifically, gravity is construed as the result of
No,
mass.
don't repeat it again. Don't repeat it again.
He's gonna repeat it.
I felt like I needed to. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All
when
right,
you say scientifically, when you say scientifically, you've got to demonstrate it.
All right,
yeah.
the Cavendish
not just read
experiment.
it.
Okay, what does Cavendish do?
Astutely measures the force of the gravitational attraction between the masses in a laboratory setting, a pioneering effort to quantify gravity, and additionally the gravitational lensing where light from a distant star is bent around a massive object exhibits gravity's ability to influence the path of light.
Yeah, that's cool. All right, so basically Cavendish, right?
Mass attracting mass.
I've seen all this in person.
That's great. That's great. So Cavendish, right?
Yeah.
That's how we can test gravity, the cause of gravity.
Yeah.
That was my initial question. So I don't know. I think we got off the beaten path once again, but the gravity being the cause, not the effect, is something we've already talked about. We agree with. Me and Greg, we came to an understanding. The effect is fine, like the average rate of fall, like relative density, like all these things of object and medium relationship. That's great. What we're trying to understand is what's giving things the propensity to move in the vector that they actually move in. That's what we're trying to find out. If there's any science to that.
What's giving things the what?
The propensity to move up or down in the vector that they do due to gravity. So, I'll say it like this. Why do things fall? What is the cause for that falling? Not that we can see them fall, but why do they fall? And this is the thing.
That same force?
Well, gravity. Yeah. Right? This is big G. I'm not talking about little g. We've already talked about that.
Did you mean to ask what gives the things the property to move up and down in the vector due to gravity?
Yes.
Gravitational waves, which are ripples in space-time produced by the massive accelerating object.
Really?
Are you reading that thing again?
I think so.
I'm about to.
He was about to, but that's fine.
Scientifically, gravity is.
But you introduced Cavendish. I don't know. Do you know anything about Cavendish?
Experiment involves
let's
high precision measurements of the gravitational force to test its behavior at short distances to confirm predictions made by general relativity.
All right, but we got some few things on the table here. We got to choose which one we're going to go with so that we can see if there's any scientific validation for any of these things. So, could we science the Cavendish?
Oh yeah, I could actually buy you a lab if you want me to.
Well, I don't want you to go that far.
Okay.
We barely know each other, so let's just
Can I ask
focus.
A question?
Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, we're in the middle of something.
So say, I mean, you this is observable. You can look at a planet, with a telescope, and you see, like, say, what do you mean?
Wow.
He said, "Wow."
Never knew that.
Oh,
what can you see, Greg?
Yeah. So you can see, like, say you look at Jupiter and you see the spot on Jupiter, the storm, and you see it
You don't know it's a storm.
Okay. Well, you see the spot, so you know it's a spot. So you see the spot move.
A dot on a light. Yep.
So then what would your explanation for that particular dot in the sky be? that they decided that one dot would be
Reverse of proof
fabricated
burden
to be a
fallacy.
planet.
Why are you asking us to explain your model?
Yeah. Here's the thing that I'm really good with this, guys. So Alpha, if you ever know who I am, like I'm pretty good with this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to redirect the audience back to the question at hand, which was Food's question. We're looking into Cavendish. I think this is what is known as a red herring, Greg. What you've just done is gotten our attention off of Food's question, or at least us questioning Food, and then now we're on to your point.
What's giving things the property due to move up, down the vector?
Correct.
due to
Correct. So
He's just
let's
reading
really
stuff
quick.
off.
Yeah, I know he is, Greg, but we have to dive into why he would read that and then think it's true. So I know why you want to say something. It's basic
in a book.
conversation, right?
This is my own notes, by the way, that I'm reading. So the fact that you guys
cool
think
beans,
that I'm
dude.
reading something other than my own
Your
notes.
notes from your own research and your own words, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, to me it don't matter. So like the one thing I want to get to is that we can't divert, right? Just gotta say it, man. If you come in with some other point that's not this one, I'm gonna redirect back to this one. That's what I always do. When I'm speaking to someone, it's always gonna go back to that point, the very first one, until we reach its final conclusion. Then we can go to the next point. It's tedious, I know, but the way things has to go until we get to the end, and then we can go to the next one. All right. So Food, go ahead.
What's giving things the property due to move up and down in a vector due to gravity? The cause of gravity defined within the scientific framework is the effect of mass warping space-time that can be envisioned as a heavy object placed on a stretchable fabric.
Yeah, okay. It's good. So do we have any scientific validation? You know what validation means? If you wanted to
Yes, I
validate
do.
something.
I would say that there was an experiment performed in the 18th century even, using a torsion balance to measure the weak gravitational attraction between lead balls.
Okay.
Begging the question.
Yeah, it's begging the question. What is the naturally observed phenomena that we look to in nature to then say that we're going to make a contraption or a device so that we can test this in the physical and natural world? What did we observe?
Things went down. Why?
What things went down?
Down.
The lead balls on a scale.
Wait, whoa.
What?
Whoa
You don't
there.
even know what Cavendish is then.
Do lead balls go down or do they go horizontally?
No. So lead balls exist in nature, first of all.
It depends on where you put on the scale.
Wait, do you know what Cavendish is?
I don't think you know what Cavendish.
No, I don't think he does.
You know, a hypothesis requires you to observe a natural phenomenon, yeah? And lead balls don't exist in nature. So what's the natural observed phenomena that you see to lead you to draw a hypothesis?
It's not a fallacy,
so what
though,
does exist
because
in
you can
nature
see something else fall.
that I can use besides lead balls?
No,
Wait,
wait.
One sec. I think Miggy's got something here.
Yeah, so it's really what Raymond's actually demonstrating too. So when we go to nature, we have to see something that nature's doing and then say, that's interesting. I want to know how that's happening. What's causing that reaction? So what do we do is we try to figure it out. We do a hypothesis test, right? We want to manipulate that independent variable to change the dependent variable, right? We want to see how to cause that reaction that we see in nature. So what did we see in nature that made us think that Cavendish was a good way to test something? Like you said, gravity. Food, that's to you.
He's looking up the Cavendish experiment.
Yeah, I
no,
know.
I'm thinking.
Go ahead and have a good think about it, man. If you need some time to think, hey, take some time. Maybe come back to us on it, huh? There's no hurry, man. It's really it's not a gotcha. Just
No. So you ask really good questions, which is why I'm actually thinking about it.
Well, here's the thing: we can talk to Greg meanwhile you think, and when you come up with an answer, because I diverted away from what he wanted to ask, and I don't know, Timbo, if you wanted.
No,
to
No, I was just going to give him a little tip. If he needs to go and look at the Cavendish experiment, it's got nothing to do with balls on scales. So maybe go and look at it, and then come back and.
I know what the Cavendish experiment is. I said that wasn't the Cavendish experiment. That was an experiment done in the 18th century.
That's fine. Okay, just have a good think about that question. I don't know, Raymond, if you wanted to say anything else.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up a few points.
Yeah, go to bring up
Gravity's been invoked a few times with various definitions, none of which are actually compatible or conducive with each other. So you haven't made it clear which gravity you're referring to, whether it's Newtonian or Einsteinian. Einsteinian gravity superseded Newtonian gravity 109 years ago now. So this mass attracting mass thing is gone. Einstein and general relativity replaced that, superseded it. Now, Einstein doesn't describe gravity as a force. It is not a force in general relativity. It is the bending of space-time, the bending of a conceptual medium that exists in four-dimensional pseudo-Riemannian force space. Now, if you can somehow conceptualize something around the bending of space-time into reality and show how it affects the world physically and then create an actual experiment from that where you've observed a natural phenomena, I'm all ears. But I guarantee you, I will sit here all night and you will not be able
Could
to
you say
show
that
me
again,
one.
my bad?
I cannot.
No,
I would
fine.
really hope you were listening.
It's
But
fine.
I was
fine,
listening
Raymond.
just the last time.
I know it's okay. Maybe just here. I know how to do it. Just rewind the VOD. Basically, just go to the YouTube channel, and you can rewind it, and you'll hear him say it again.
This is the problem with you guys, yeah. He just spent his time explaining something to you, and you don't fucking listen.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a bit hard, man, for all of us to are doing what we do, and you guys just say, "What was that again?" Fuck, dude.
Yeah, because they're playing
Well,
fucking
I'm
video
sorry.
games or
I was working on my website.
That's all right. Check this
Playing
out.
video
Just go
games. It's all right, man.
rewind the stream, and you'll be able to hear him say it again.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. I don't know. Greg wanted to ask another question. Oh, I'll ask it if you wanted. You want me to remind you? You had a question about Jupiter's dot. C dot run. Right?
Yeah.
C spot run. All right. Why is a spot or the hurricane, storm, or whatever you want to call that thing moving around in Jupiter? Is that what your question was?
Yeah.
All right. So you've been given a narrative as to what that is that you're looking at. Would you say that's fair?
Yeah.
All right. How do you know that narrative is true?
I have no idea. Unless I'm there myself.
Well, that's the answer. Well done.
There you go. That's why the dot moves on Jupiter, because you don't even know if it's a dot moving on Jupiter.
Yeah, but
yeah, go ahead.
I mean, what would be the alternate explanation?
Don't need
there
one.
shouldn't be. Yeah, there shouldn't be one. Because if there is one, then we're going to ask that person who said that alternate explanation, how do you know that?
How do you know that? Yeah.
And on until we find somebody that says, dudes, you can go to Jupiter. Here's a freaking instant transmission, teleportation, whatever device. We don't have that. So therefore, it is what it is.
This is the thing, yeah. We're not here just to argue with people. We're here to go, okay, well, you guys don't actually know any of this. No one does, because no one's been there to confirm it. And you can't know something unless you've been there to confirm it. It's impossible.
Indeed. All right. So
if you were to ask,
go ahead,
say an astronaut, then would you believe
they haven't been either.
Astronauts, you say? It was just like this, man. It's have you ever heard somebody tell you about a really cool fish story? Dude, I caught this fish. It was like massive. And you're like, yeah, right, dude. You didn't catch nothing out there. Yeah, dude, that thing was a freaking monster. And you look at him and it's a minnow. I mean, he didn't catch a big fish. He just, fabricated it just to make it sound like it's a pretty cool story.
Like an actor.
Guys. These guys are doing the same. They're just telling you a fish story. And you're just like, dude, you've actually been to space? You walked on the moon and it smelled like gunpowder? Wow. Yeah, that's fine. But how can you validate that story? Anecdotal evidence. It's hearsay.
So then the only way that you can ever validate anything that anyone says is if you have seen it yourself?
Well, importantly enough, if it's going to become empirical, it needs to be. It needs to be verifiable, falsifiable. And then it becomes empirical. Then you don't...
Testable, repeatable.
It becomes... There's something that's important here. When I'll say this, you'll remember it. Self-evident. That means it doesn't need you to explain it. It just is, because that's how it is self-evident. You don't need to say, dude, the Earth is such a globe. It's so globy. It's curvy. And it's like, you don't need to say that. If we all can see it for ourselves, it's self-evident, right? So that's empirical. We can all test it for ourselves, find out that it actually is, and there'll be no question. If there would be a flat Earth versus globe Earth, you'd be like, dude, just go check the Earth out. It checks out. It's a globe. But you can't say that now because it's not. Get it?
Mm-hmm.
It's the opposite. It's not. It's actually flat.
You go out, you experience it as flat and stationary. Then by default it's flat and stationary until they've given you.
It eliminates the all the people saying stories about it, and you got your space stories and your planet stories and all kinds of good stuff. But when you look through a telescope, do you see any of the junk they tell you in their ideas that, you got methane gas on Neptune and like, dudes, you don't see any of that
raining
stuff,
diamonds
bro.
on Saturn
and Jupiter.
I mean, when you hear stuff that's so absurd and you're just like, man,
Well, I
they
mean,
must know because they're experts.
Can you visually determine the difference between methane gas or any other type of gas?
Well, the problem is they talk about spectroscopy being a thing of how they measure spectral lines, and they see the different wavelengths of color, and they're able to say, well, with this information, we're now to determine, we'll say that we have some way to detect the light pattern of the thing that we see. Therefore, the element that light is emitting is this specific type of element. So therefore, it is understood to be this, and that's how they do it. But they couldn't go and say, well, because I said it was this element, I'm going to go and verify it, and then now I can falsify it, and yep, it is that element. They can't do that. Who's going there?
But you can do that on Earth. Yeah, spectroscopy works on Earth.
Yeah,
you can do it in a lab setting. You can work out what gas you're sending in. You see what colors it gives off through the prism, and then you go and confirm what gas it was. Yeah, you can do that. But it's only in a lab setting. If you've got, it's a funny thing. Like when they do this stellar spectroscopy, it always picks up elements that are in our atmosphere. How strange!
Why? Because they call it a controlled. They call it a controlled environment, and they're taking it to an uncontrolled environment that you can't
what's the
control
medium? What's the medium between here and that star? Like they don't know anything.
Yeah, it's a lot of guesswork. They even admit that it's a lot of guesswork. It's like flying by the seat of your pants. They say this, man. They openly admit it, and you guys are like, there's something weird about that, man, because he's just saying that there's a flying by the seat of your pants kind of thing. Yeah, that's what they do. It's a lot of guesswork. So I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I surely don't want to take that on as a worldview of mine. Why would I? Well, I mean, what good reason do I have to say that that's a way to think? Because they can't prove anything to me. So the rest of the people that just believe it are blindly believing that it's a globe without any evidence, without even saying, well, how do they know?
Well, then they add on to things that haven't been proven yet. They go, oh, well, because we think this, then this happens because of this thing that we think might happen. And then the snowball effect keeps going. And then you end up with these nursery grounds of stars, that have never been seen before. These
are where the stars are born in little nebula clouds, and
and then they show you a computer image of what a artist rendition, and they go, "This is what we think it would look like."
Yeah,
but they send it off like they've taken a image of it from that telescope that they sent out.
So
look at what.
I mean, I just want to speak to your reasoning skills, man. Your logic, your critical thinking. Like, what in all of that is telling you that any of this stuff is true that they're saying? Like, how can you go to your day-to-day life and go like, dudes, Jupiter is a big ball of gas, man. We know that stuff. Like, dude,
in a vacuum.
How did you? Yeah, in a vacuum. It's like, how did you come up with that? How do you even know that's the case?
Well, I mean, the alternative option is just having no belief at all.
Well, yeah. Why would you?
I mean, it just sounds bleak.
What?
Sounds unimaginative.
And that's your,
Okay,
that's your
so,
religion.
okay, Greg.
That's
So
your
you're telling
religion,
me
man.
this. So you're telling me this. It's better to have an imagination about the cosmos than to not think of anything about what the. Oh, you basically leave everything a mystery, right? Leave it all a mystery, and then just say, you know what? I don't know what that is. It's beautiful, but it's a mystery. I don't know what it is. I don't have to have, bro. You don't have to have an explanation for every damn thing. You don't need one. You could have things being a mystery and just be just fine. Why does
But
everything have to be like something to you? I don't get it.
well, why does it matter?
Because it seems like it does to you.
Because it's the truth.
You seem to. It's like a bee in your bonnet. Like, dude, if I don't know what Jupiter is, I won't sleep tonight. Like, why? What is that gonna change in your day-to-day life? Nothing. You're still gonna do your job.
Would you rather someone tell you a story or tell you the truth?
I mean, it's not necessarily that you're saying the truth either. You're just saying that the story
the
is
truth,
untrue.
No,
You're saying
you're
the story
wrong.
is untrue, but you're not saying the truth, really.
Yes,
Yeah,
I know.
that's the truth.
That's what we're looking for.
Yeah,
as well.
but
hold
it's
on
a
a minute.
denial. It's a denial
No,
of
dude,
the
Greg.
story,
No.
but there has to be some other explanation,
Okay,
right?
so then
So
who's
what is the
like,
explanation?
who cares?
We don't know.
Nobody has it. Nobody has it. There's
Well,
no
do you
one
think
that
that
has
anyone
it.
ever will have it?
They don't know
cares, dude?
themselves, but they're spouting off that they
But
know.
this is the point: is that you guys do care. You're in a 24/7 flat Earth Discord server,
you're wrong.
so
You're
you
wrong, Greg.
must care.
You're
You
wrong.
must
You're
care
wrong.
about this.
No, we
You're
don't
in
care
here
that
to
people.
you're in here to talk
Greg,
to people
you
about
care
this. You
about it.
must care.
Listen, bro. We don't care about what people saying about the things that we see that are mysteries. We don't care about that stuff. We care that people are being told that those things are something that they're not. Because then the question is, Greg, how did they come up with that stuff? How did they know that that's what it is?
You know,
They're all just
I'm not.
stories, bro. They're
I'm
children's
not
stories.
one to deny the subversion of governments or the subversion of something greater, but what would be the point of convincing me that Jupiter is a sphere? What the fuck?
It's not.
Why
Let me tell you.
would
I'm
they
gonna tell
care
you.
about doing
I'm
that?
gonna tell you. Because everything that's connected, it's all like a part of one giant piece of like it's a giant puzzle, right? So when you start connecting all these puzzle pieces together, what it does is you have to lend your mind over to those people who are claiming themselves to be experts that know the information is true. They become arbiters of knowledge. So you can't know anything more or less from that until you appeal to those guys. You're like, well, I don't know what it is, but this other guy knows, right? So I'll appeal to him. And so what happens is they become pillars of your worldview. So in order for you to know more or less about what you want to know about, you have to appeal to those guys. So they have your mind. They have it lock, stock, and barrel. So what they can do with that is tell you, well, guess what? We got a killer asteroid coming, dude, in 2026. You didn't know about it, right? But it's coming. And so you're just like, dudes, we're all going to die. And so they're controlling your mind. And where the mind goes, the body follows. So yes, it is of control.
Yeah.
But
narrative,
even if they do tell me that an asteroid is coming in 2020, whatever, I don't have any effect over that. I can't do anything about that.
I know that, but they hold you. They hold you.
They're not really. They're not
man.
actually holding me hostage because at the end of the day, I'm not actually altering anything that I would normally do. Like if I all of a sudden said to myself, yes, actually the Earth is flat.
You don't know that, dude.
If I said to myself, actually,
you don't know what you would do.
If I said to,
you have no idea what you would do. If
what
they said an asteroid was coming in next year, you've got no idea what you would do.
Yeah, if you thought it was a
There's
real
nothing
thing, listen. Let me just tell you a little. Hold on, Greg. Let's just go through a little bit of history here, right? Because I think that's what we need for context. So back in what it was, I'm gonna misspeak on this. 20s or 30s, there was a radio program.
The radio one.
Yeah, it's a radio program called World of the Worlds, right? And there was this guy that interrupted the broadcast, kind of doing it as a. It was actually the show, but the people that were listening
people
to the
thought it was
radio
real.
broadcast. Yeah. So what happened was the reaction that they caused because they did that was one of an actual feeling that their work being taken over by these aliens, and so they panicked. Right, panic hit the streets, and so what happened was people actually got hurt. So the thing of it is, with all these kinds of fear mongerings that they do over the people that are believing this paradigm, that the Earth is a globe. We're running out of resources. We're killing our planet. We need to get off this rock. We're trying to colonize Mars. We're trying to do a bunch of stuff, right, to get away from this like terrible place because we're dying. This planet is dying.
Well,
And so
here's the
your
thing.
mindset. Hold on,
Do you?
Greg. So
Okay.
hold on just a minute. So what I'm trying to say is the analogy from that story, the War of the Worlds, and what's happening here with this new paradigm of like the Earth being a globe. It's all about the same thing. It's controlling your mind. And even though you say, I wouldn't do that, under the circumstances, if they were really to come out with a whole bunch of nonsense and say, guys, we got to do something because there's a solar flare that's about to hit. It's going to EMP the entire grid. So get your stuff out in nature. If you don't have something like, and dude, I'm telling you, people would be freaking afraid because they would put panic in the streets and they would be able to control the narrative because all of you globe believers think it's true. And so what I'm saying is they can do that because you're easily malleable. You can be controlled.
But could they not just simply do that with physical force? I mean, would that not be just easier to do to enforce a curfew?
No, it's ineffective because people they're gonna rebel against it. We're like, I ain't gonna go for no physical curfew. What do people do when they get physically told not to do something? They do the opposite. But here's the thing: when you know something that you cannot control is in front of you, how can you react to that? It's something outside of your control. So then you're gonna just capitulate. You'll be like, oh, I probably had to find some food or something. And then perhaps you might think, well, my neighbor's got food, I don't, so I'll take from my neighbor. So stupid things will ensue. But they can do this. They can control the masses with the simple information that you think the Earth's a globe and everything attached to that, the derivative information about like running out of resources and overpopulation and all kinds of dumb shit. Right, you're just going to be falling into the mindset of like, well, I got to do something about this, man. I got to save my planet.
So is the answer always doing nothing?
They did it 2 years ago. They did it 3 years ago for 3 years.
But what is the answer then?
The answer
is when do you believe that you are in danger?
So here's the problem, Greg. You don't actually realize that the fact that they have your mind is an issue. That's the issue. That is the issue, that you don't think there's an issue. So we're telling you the critical thinking is actually the best weapon you have against any of this garbage that they're trying to force feed you. When you stop to think, wait a minute, okay, they're telling me all this junk. How do they know any of this stuff is true? You don't stop to think. You're just like accepting it. Like it's, well, if they don't say that the Earth is a globe, they need to come up with something better. Like why the need for that? Why can't you say, well, it's all a mystery? I don't know, and just be okay with it.
Because they don't know, so it's all a mystery to them. So why can't it be a mystery to us? They just make up stories about it.
This is what I don't understand, Greg. It's psychological, brother. It's like something that you have to have. Oh my God. Why can't you just, guys, give me what reasoning you would have for the Earth being like, can you just tell me what the whole Earth looks like? It's that way I can have satisfactory understanding that you at least have some kind of concept in your head. But why does that need to be the case? We don't have to give you a replacement for what we're taking away. We can just tell you, hey, it's not a globe. And we can tell you that it's flat, but overall, we don't know what the whole entire Earth is or if it's doing something other than what we know it to be. So we don't need to replace the thing that's being taken away. We can just simply say that's a mystery. And if you have an issue with that, that's your prerogative. That's not ours. We just can lead you to the place of knowledge. It's up to you to kind of like, reconcile that.
It's more like anti-knowledge, really. I mean, it's not really.
No, it's not.
I haven't gained very much knowledge besides the knowledge that whatever I can see is true and whatever I can't see is not.
No, knowledge is
misrepresented
testable.
what I said.
Yeah, knowledge is testable too. So you can come to knowledge by testing things. You don't come to knowledge by making up stories and not testing them. Why is that guy interrupting me?
No idea.
Oh shit! Got muted.
Yeah. So it's not anti-knowledge. It's more knowledge because you're actually coming to knowledge.
It's less knowledge, isn't it? Isn't it? I mean, it's replaced.
Well, if you let me finish, I'll explain it.
Okay, go ahead.
So you say it's anti-knowledge. That would be against knowing. But what we're doing is knowing, because testing things and coming to conclusions by retesting them, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean,
so gaining knowledge, not anti-knowledge. Anti-knowledge is what you're getting from them. not knowledge.
Right. I think at this point you have to differentiate belief from knowledge. A lot of people come into this topic conflating the two. And what you'll discover is that you never really had as much knowledge as you thought you did for this discussion.
Yeah, that's better said. Thanks.
Yeah, you'd be rescinding the belief of the globe and attaining knowledge of the flat and stationary plane that we live. You've got infinitely more knowledge once you realize that than you ever had before, which was just belief.
I mean, it doesn't help me practically whatsoever.
Yes, it does. What do you mean it doesn't?
How does that help me practically?
Because
even if I don't,
I'm about to tell you.
But I'm
because you can
trying to say,
it's because you can use the earth the way you experience it. That's powerful.
That sounds wishy-washy.
Wishy-washy, dude? Are you?
You can experience. You can.
It's how you build a bridge. It's how you build a bridge. It's how you build a tunnel. It's how you build an aqueduct, as the Romans did, without knowledge of the curvature of the earth.
It's how you. It's
I mean,
how
can't you still
fly
do
a
that
plane.
with?
It's how you fly a plane. It's how you drive a car. It's how you get on a boat. It's how you do anything that's relative to how you respond to the earth.
Yep.
Everything, anything. What do you mean? It's
so you mean that I would do those things differently?
No.
If I believed that the Earth was flat.
No, because you haven't been doing anything. You haven't been doing anything like as if it was a globe, Greg. None of it's been doing like you were. It's all been like you've been doing it already, like it's a flat stationary plane. You just don't realize that.
How do I not realize that?
Because
Why does
you think you live on a globe.
Wait, let me ask him a
But
question.
do you think that I think that I live on a marble, that I can actually feel the curves?
Dude,
I mean,
chill out, dude. Chill out, man. Hey, I'm going to ask you a question.
I have to give everyone turns.
What do you do on a daily basis that involves the globe?
What is okay? Nothing, obviously.
So you're already doing it on a flat plane.
But why does it matter if I'm on a globe or on a flat plane?
Because you don't use anything as a globe.
Right. What's happening right now, neurolinguistically, you're now in the process of assessing all the signs and symbols and signifiers and significants together. What we're trying to do is have you align what you experience empirically and gain as knowledge through your senses with how you think about the world. Right now, you think about the world as a globe, but you are taking in your senses another way. You're taking in your senses flat. And you don't realize that because you're shoving all of your empirical knowledge through a globe belief.
Well, how does an ant experience,
Who cares?
I don't know, my skin?
Who cares?
How do you experience, right?
The
Because
question,
that's
the
what we're
question is
talking
you,
about.
not an ant, dude.
But what I'm
and I was
saying
to
is,
ask you,
okay, well, now this
where
guy
do I
talks.
go for gas? You're going to point into a direction to point me in the direction of the fucking gas station, right? Are you going to like point down towards the ground and say the gas station's over there?
Well,
Or
not
do you
unless
point
I
out
wanted to
horizontally
point
and
you to a
say
gas
the
station
gas
in another
station's in
country.
that direction? I'm asking
don't know.
about me going to your location, asking you where's the nearest gas station. Do you point to the ground or do you point horizontally out towards the direction of the gas station?
But what I'm saying is, with the ant analogy, is that when something's extremely small compared to something extremely large, would it not give the illusion of flatness? Would an ant
true.
not see my arm as flat?
That's true, but we
But my
tested
arm
the
is
earth
not
and it
flat.
doesn't do that.
Yeah, but we're not
We're better
talking
than
about
ants.
that.
We can test the reality that we are living in. Ants can't do that.
But
we're not talking.
that's some
Greg,
that's
Greg. Wait a minute. Wait. What you're doing is your mind, just like Amish said, is it's going like 100 miles an hour right now. You're trying to reconcile all the things that you learned about the Earth being a globe, and you're trying to shoehorn them into reality, and it's not possible. It's colliding with your knowledge right now that you're getting from us.
the only knowledge that you've given me is that you cannot observe anything.
So what you've done
unless
is you used Greg. You used the ant analogy to kind of help you reconcile the fact that you live on a globe. It's not working because
you've heard it before.
Yeah,
I haven't heard that before. I just made it up. What are you talking about?
So
that's bullshit, mate, and you know it.
What? What?
The ant. Listen, the
Are
ant
you
on the beach.
serious?
Yeah, the ant on
How
the
many
beach
other
ball has been.
people do you need to hear say ant analogy?
Yeah, it's ant on a beach ball. It's amoeba on a beach ball. It's an ant on like a curving surface. Like
I don't fucking know. I don't fucking come in this shit. I literally just made that up.
All right, so
Then where's
here's
the
I
the
know.
point
So
in
you're
that
running from
people
a
do it?
script. How do you know that your thoughts have been preconditioned, Greg? It's
So
because
what
you're
we
running a script, the same one we see with other people that are
yeah,
defending the globe that come through here.
Aren't you
we're
all
telling
running your guys' script though? I mean, you
no,
guys are all
dude,
saying
check
the
this
same
out. No,
thing,
no,
right?
we're actually seeing you guys when you guys spiral in real time. You don't know that the next guy who was just in here was saying the exact same words you were verbatim. Ants on a beach ball, amoebas on a beach ball. Like we know that what your mind is doing right now, it's reaching for the best way to reconcile the fact that they're being told that the Earth isn't what you experience it as. And so you're trying to figure out, is there a way possible that I could think of this scenario that I could say, haha, they didn't think about this thing and on my skin. Like he can't see the curve, but you don't realize that when we talk about us, we experience the earth as a flat stationary plane. How do we do that? Well, the vestibular system that you have in your inner ear is filled with liquid. That liquid is flat and level to the surface of the earth. So the surface of the earth, which is a horizontal plane that we reference, is getting you that level feeling when you're standing up. And when you tilt your head, you know that that's your head's tilted because you know the reference from which you are deriving the earth from. So that vestibular system helps keep your balance. What happens when that vestibular system gets messed up? Like, has you ever put like water in your ear? You feel that dizzy feeling, or that's
Had
other
a
ways that
spinal
you.
tap? Yes.
Any way that can happen, you mess up with that equilibrium. That's what they call it. So the equilibrium is actually equilibrium to the reference of the Earth's horizontal plane that it references. It's referencing the Earth, dude. That's the horizontal plane that it's referencing. That's how you know that you're balanced.
But when a
What?
Your eyeballs do the same thing. They act like a gyroscope. You can look yourself in the mirror, find, I don't know, a specific line or pattern in your iris that you can identify specifically. Tilt your head to the left and to the right. That pattern is going to remain up and down while your head is tilting horizontally.
Your body is a gyroscope. It's a way to hold rigidity in this plane of existence that you're on right now. This realm that we're all in, it's horizontal, and the plane of reference that we always reference is horizontal. So we see that nature is tending towards that equilibrium state of being horizontal. So like, think about it. If you have like let's say you put on a table like a little bit of dirt, right? Like you make a little mountain or whatever. If you shake the table, what happens to that mound of dirt? It goes flat. Why does it tend to do that? Because that's its natural state. It's tending towards that equilibrium state of being flat and level. Even water seeks that. When it's flat and level on its surface, it tends towards that equilibrium state. So everything that you have, your body is designed to have that equilibrium state. You see all of nature tending towards that
to
equilibrium
be
state.
flat?
Yes. Yes.
Your body's tending to be flat?
No, it's tending to navigate on this flat horizontal plane. The horizontal plane that you're on right now is like, okay, so anything that you reference, like your vestibular system, a spirit level that you're using to measure a picture on a wall, everything is referencing the horizontal plane. That's the horizontal plane that we are talking about, the earth being flat. Now the earth itself can have like variations, right? Water can have waves, you get, elevation change on land, all these kinds of things. But if you were to have all things equal, right? The equal state that everything is in is flat. Once you shake dirt, it turns flat. Once you calm water, it turns flat. Do you get what I'm saying,
What
Greg?
about gases?
They go up.
Gases move in all directions. They fill the available space.
Yeah, but they don't tend towards being flat, right?
No. Check this out. So they stratify. So gases fall within a density or relative density tower. So like they would have their own respective gases either below or above them, depending on how dense they are. So yeah,
which negates the concept of gravity.
They find their equilibrium. Everything does. It tends towards that equilibrium state, Greg. You know what I'm saying is true, and this is the physical natural world that you experience every single day, and it's not a globe.
Okay, I think you've convinced me.
Well, I don't know about that, but
don't be like that, man.
Yeah, I don't know about that. But just have a think about it, and perhaps
Go and do your own research about where the ball started, who measured it. Like start from the start, where the story comes from.
and you can come in and just kind of chat with us every now and again. We're not here to
Actually,
convince you, bro. We're here to
I
challenge
do
you.
want to do a bit of research. I will come back.
With the Greeks, they said the most perfect shape is a sphere.
I promise I won't be like that one guy who was just reading random shit.
Yeah, don't be that dude.
Yeah,
whatever you do, don't be that guy.
All right,
it's pretty funny though.
It's good to talk to you, Greg. Yeah,
nice talking.
Have a
to you
nice
guys.
night.
You too.
See you, buddy.
Who's next? Nah. No, he's all right, man. Pretty chill.
Yeah, we get through to people, man, if we don't have the freaking ballers interrupting us. I hate that.
Yeah.
Once we start getting somewhere, they put their freaking fat foot in there in the door.
What I've been doing lately is just going through, seeing who's yelling out, and then who's worth talking to, and muting everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
The only
Seems
way
to be
it works.
effective.
Yeah. Because otherwise, you get to a point, and then someone butts in and changes the whole topic.
Yep.
And then everyone starts screaming and trying to answer the question that he just asked when, you're kind of getting somewhere,
Your own teammates kind of like shellacking you. You're like, dude, it's fucking hell, man.
Yeah, but I understand it. It's like someone yells out, "Oh, gravity," and someone will go, "Oh, which one? Fucking Newton or
like,
Einstein?"
That's not where I was going, man. Son of a bitch. That's the way you feel, Timbo.
My bad.
Timbo,
Nah,
that's the way you feel. Don't fucking hide it, bro. You're just like, dude, I wasn't fucking going there. Fuck it, man. You take the question. You just and then you go back to your, whatever you're doing.
I go back to work. Yeah.
I feel you, bro. Over time, you just be like, that's fine, whatever.
Yeah, you do. Just since I had a little break, I've come back a lot calmer, man. Like it's like why am I getting so frustrated? It's just like a big build up of things, and get really frustrated with people. And I thought, why am I doing that?
I don't know. I like to feel my feelings when I'm feeling them. That sounds stupid and redundant, but it's just like if the mood strikes me and somebody's just being obtuse and I get dead on their ass.
Yeah.
But if it's cool and chill, and I'm just like, I'm cool as a cucumber, man. Like, I could have conversation, and it really just depends. Like if I know the person seems like they're educated and they're being obtuse, oh boy, that really does me in. That does me in, bro.
Yeah.
That does me in. Like those really pretentious kind of guys are just snooty and thinking that they're just high class, and I'm like, oh fuck. Dude,
but they act like 15-year-olds. That's their trolling level. 15-year-old trolling level, but they're like 25 in uni.
Yeah, those guys come in as professors and whatever. Like Phil Bellamy.
They revert to the age of their indoctrination.
Yeah, like flashbacks.
Hey, were you the one that had Phil Bellamy whisper into somebody's ear today?
I don't respond to him, so he doesn't message me anyway, but anymore. But I think it was AJ maybe.
No, he was talking to some other Glober that was in here, and I think you were like, "Tell me who's messaging you right now, or I'm not gonna talk to you." No, it was Jedi.
Who was it?
It was Jedi.
It was a Jedi, was it? Yeah.
It was Jedi. It was Jedi.
I thought someone out like that before because I thought, wait, I've heard those words before. I was like, who's messaging you? Yeah. I did that a few months ago. Yeah.
Phil, I know you're out there listening. I mean, he doesn't go to sleep. He's just listening to this thing on the YouTube. So he doesn't come in here. He does not come in here.
Copies and pastes messages.
No, but he's hitting up these guys in the DMs, bro. Like all these new people that come in here that don't have arguments. He's equipping them. And then the guy's like, well, I have a new question. I'm like, dude, you didn't come up with that. Yeah, well, somebody, and this one was honest. I think his name was Remix or something.
Yeah.
and he's like, I just want to ask Jedi a question about gravitational. I don't think he said lensing or something. And I'm like, dude, my God, dude, you don't. He's saying words and he doesn't know what he's even like. The question he's asking, it would be because I made it a point. I kind of stifled the conversation when I was doing this. People hate when I do that shit. But I'm like,
what's gravitational lensing? Yeah.
Yeah, he
Did
didn't
you say
have
that? Yeah.
he didn't have a clue what he was. Some buzzword that probably Phil Bellum put to him in the DMs, and he thought it was valid for him to say that. And I'm like, dude, you don't even know what you're saying. You're asking a question, but to even okay, if I had some sort of understanding, I'd be like, well, this is what it means to me. Well, what do you think? I'm asking genuinely, right? He wasn't coming from that place. It was just total left field kind of a question, just to have Jedi go into some kind of spiel about it. It's like, I don't know.
Who was doing that? Who we caught Peter out a
Remix.
few times doing that as well. Remember?
His name was Remix.
Okay.
He didn't like me at all. He said that he had to get the stench of alpha off of him when he left his call.
Not many like having their worldview kind of questioned. Yeah, it's not even about like a lot of the time you just go through and say, okay, well, what do you know? Like, okay, let's talk about what you know. And a lot of the time, it kind of exposes them to show themselves that they actually don't know what they're talking about, and that people don't like that.
Yeah, I don't. I just call him out because he was trying to look for a gotcha when he was talking to Jedi, and so it rubbed me the wrong way, dude. Because Jedi was just having the conversation. I'm telling him about gas pressure without a container, and he was asking him. He asked him a question about the sun, and then Jedi responded. And he was like, gotcha. And I'm like, this dude is just fucking looking for gotchas, bro. And
gotcha what?
Once after like I caught up with him, like it was Jedi had told him about Black Body, and gave him a little talk about the sun. He wasn't expecting that, and so I told him, I was like, dude, I think you're asking that question about gravitational lensing. I chimed in. I was like, I know you're just saying that because you don't even know what you're saying. And he made a big old tizzy about it. That he was like, well, you're the one that always caused the problem. And he tried to paint me as the villain because I was stopping him. And he's just a genuine guy. And he was asking Jedi a serious question. And you over here telling me that I can't ask him a question. And just doing this whole little spiel and the feel sorry for me routine and shit. And I'm like,
always
dude,
the victim, yeah.
Yeah, you're about some bullshit right now because earlier you were looking for the chink in the armor, like the gotcha question, and you even said it. And he admitted it, Timbo. He's like, well, yeah, wouldn't you be looking for a gotcha if you were coming from my paradigm? I was like, fucking, if I'm talking to somebody about something that I don't know, like I would just be trying to learn from them. But you were looking for a way to win the debate. So you're not in here with good faith. Like, they always say that shit. I'm in here with good faith. No, you're
Good
not.
faith. Good faith
Bullshit,
interlocutor. I saw was changed his name to bad faith interlocutor?
Yeah, no, it was good faith interlocutor.
Was it?
Yeah, Watts is really stepping up, bro. He's kind of like the
I
dulcet.
like him. Yeah,
he's come into his own. I think he's like one of the dulcet tone.
He asks some
guys.
really good questions, man.
Yeah, he listens to people.
Yeah.
But not saying I don't or you don't. But I'm just saying he's got a softer way about him.
Yeah, he's got a different take on it. I noticed him when he came in, but I wasn't sure whether he was actually a flat earther or not when he first came in.
Oh, he keeps this
and
up,
I was
man.
like,
I might recommend him for mod status. I don't know if he keeps it up.
He's in here a fair bit too, so.
Yep. The people that care about curating this platform to be, the best of the best of the best with honors, I think that's worthy. That's worthy of having him, maybe talk to the big dog in the room and see if he can't get mod status. Oh, it just depends. We'll kind of give him a look over to see if that's because we want more of those guys. We want more.
Well, we do because there's sometimes when I jump in and there's kind of no one in here, and there's like 5 Globers just
grandstanding,
absolute shit. Like
they're grandstanding.
I go, I can't be bothered talking right now, so I just go mute.
I'm listening at work, and it's about it's about 4 o'clock, like 3 o'clock in the morning, and they're fucking 4 globers in here. Where are the flat earthers at? Yeah, they're probably doing nothing. They're idiots. And I'm just listening. I'm like, look, you little pieces of garbage, man. If I fucking had a way to get on, I'd be ripping into each and every one of you. I just like fucking just let them go. Just fuck it.
Yeah, I had to
it's
do
cool.
it with eggshells and Dazza. They were in before. And no one was in. I think Flatman was in. Flatman Can was in. And then there was like 5 globers in Flatman Can. I was like, can't talk right now. But I'm going to mute eggshells and Dazza.
Oh, shit.
And Flatman can take the other 3.
Well, thank goodness we got Bun that just joined us. Bun's going to tell us all about the Earth being... Oh, hey, what's up, Bun?
Wow, that's a high-pitched voice. G'day.
Wait.
Oh, no, what?
Oh, that's a voice. That's a voice changer.
Yeah.
No.
She's like that person on Omegle that dress.
I mean,
looks...
of course. Yes, of course.
Yeah, that's definitely a voice change.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like an anime character or something, isn't it?
That's. She's a guy.
Yeah, I've seen those videos.
The dude on Omegle, he's trolling the. Yeah, everybody's like, "Oh shit." Anyway.
Night.
Go ahead.
Whatever makes you sleep at night.
Yeah, it is. He's definitely from like Pakistan or something.
Yes.
Wherever that dude is, he gets his jollies off of doing it. I don't know, perhaps. Perhaps, my friend. Who else we got in here? Raiden's in here. Raiden wins.
Is he lost his voice or something? Doesn't talk anymore.
Raiden? I don't know. Maybe somebody shellacked him. I doubt
he
it.
was Reality Man, wasn't he?
Yeah, no, he's rated.
Who's that down the bottom?
That's Omega, isn't it?
Motherfucking meme god, I think he says.
Oh, I thought you said
MF meme god.
I thought you were shouting. I thought you were shouting him out. I was like, this guy.
I was like, I can't see his name, but he left.
I just changed his picture.
I know we got some new blood in here. Raymond Rod.
Yeah, where are you from, Raymond? What part of Australia?
I'm in Melbourne. Friggin' way too expensive.
You're in Melbourne, dude. That's the most.
Are you in Melbourne as well, Tim?
Yeah, I'm inner east.
I'm in the Midwest.
Oh my God,
Oh,
you
yeah?
guys are. Let me tell you about my best friend. He's a warm-hearted person who loves me to the end. Hey, you guys are gonna have a couple of schooners at the bar, mate.
You never know.
Slip another shrimp on the barbie.
AJ's coming down this weekend, so we're going to try and catch up.
Oh shit!
So.
I told you.
Where's
bro.
AJ from?
He's from New South Wales, up in the high country.
Yeah, right.
It
sounds a big country.
Yeah, his brother-in-law lives like 2 suburbs away from me. So.
You saying he's a Bogdan?
Bogan.
Yeah, is he a Bogan? I don't know.
He's fair income. He's fair income.
Fair income. Well, if a couple of guys get together, like, is that a party? You guys, flat Earth party? Ain't no party like a flat Earth party.
A few beers, I suppose. I can't get that wild these days, man.
The first one that gets hammered is gonna get a globe painted on his face. How about that?
Tattooed on his forehead.
The equivalent of drawing a dick on the cheek or whatever. It's like, look at him, he's got a globe on his face.
He's got a globe.
Glober.
Oh no, you have to get a pair of budgie smugglers with a globe on the back of it. You have to wear it in public. You have to wear it in public.
With a beer hat.
That's funny as
Budgie
hell, dude.
smugglers in a beer hat.
Yeah. All right, shh, heretics here. Shh.
Everyone stop. I'm trying to get some sleep.
We're about to, but
Heretic's
Bun's
the boss.
gonna. Huh? What?
Heretic's the boss, yeah? Like, this is his server?
Yeah, it's his room. Yeah.
It's ours.
Nice.
Yeah.
look,
He makes the calls.
Not a socialist.
No, this isn't that, man. It's a dictatorship. He rules with an iron fist.
Just boss everybody around.
Yeah.
I just do whatever I tell
more
him.
like a.
We try
like
to
a
look busy
sponge
when he's
fist.
around. No, it's kind of good. I was thinking too, man. Like Heretic is really cut out for this work, man.
Yeah. And it's
Okay,
weird because
it's fine.
he's in here talking, and then I go over to 24/7. He's fucking in there as well. Like, how can you be in two places at the same time?
What, he's omnipresent? What the fuck?
Yeah, he's God. Omnipotent,
That's not
omnipresent.
possible. What is this sorcery? Heretic?
You got one on the phone, one on the computer. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Cat's out the bag now.
Yeah, you can do that.
How'd you keep the? Don't they make you get a second account for a different device?
No,
Or
you can put the
changed
same
it?
one. Yeah, you can use the same one in different VCs. I can only really listen to one, but I don't know. Sometimes,
even-
oh, this one sounds cool. I'll listen to this now.
Well, imagine having two sets of headphones and one ear's playing this and one ear's playing 24/7. You go fucking crazy, man.
You got Scott Mackey in one ear and Zanuck in the other. Shit.
No.
Fucking
A
hell.
QE. QE in the other.
Okay. Yeah, he's yelling up a storm about some shit that happened. Like,
Maybe he's yelling at you and you just don't even notice because you're listening to
No
too many
shit.
VCs.
fuck, dude. Yeah, but just can't get enough. We got a Sparent at the very bottom. It's always been on the chill mode in here. I've seen a Sparent. Is that how you say it? 3 aspirant? Aspirant? Just sitting at the bottom.
Aspirant, maybe?
Aspirant. Ah. Swanson. Samsonite. There it is. I was totally off. You guys seen Dumb and Dumber?
Gotta get it back to this guy called Samsonite.
Yeah, dude.
This
Oh, yeah.
guy's got so many briefcases.
Yeah, he's trying to figure out the name Schwanson, Samsonite. Dude, we were way off. Like, it's so fucking crazy. Oh, shit.
That's a funny bit. They probably wouldn't find it funny these days, the younger ones.
Yeah,
You think it was probably about 20 years ago.
What do the young people these days actually call humor? Just funny memes on the internet? I don't know.
Trolling? I
What do
don't
you-
know.
Trolling?
I think they
Oh,
just watch like YouTube shorts and TikTok and like funny, stupid things, or people playing video games. They watch people playing video games.
I find sarcasm pretty funny.
Yeah, I do as well. I know they say it's the lowest form of wit, but I don't think it is.
I think it's funny as all get out, man. Love it.
I think an intellectual came up with that because someone was being really sarcastic towards him.
I love being sarcastic to ballers, man. Fuck, dude, it's so awesome. Love that shit.
Like, yeah, but you look up and you through a telescope and you see Jupiter. Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah. No shit, man. Like the Earth a globe.
Yeah, they say some dumb shit, dude. You can be sarcastic all day if you really wanted to. I mean, you'd just be a colossal douchebag if you really. I mean, if it came down to like you just wanted to have fun, like everybody that came in here, you could just be really sarcastic to them.
Don't know what the content would be like though.
Yeah, it would be just batshit crazy. We wouldn't get our mileage out of it. People would get bored of it.
Yeah, and people who are listening would just be like, "Oh, what's this shit?" They don't think the Earth's flat. They're just there to yeah, sarcastic fuckers.
There's a title of a show that I'm gonna actually think about running with once I get settled. I'm in the process of moving. Shit, dude, I've been wanting to do this idea show of mine. And I was thinking of a few titles. One of the titles that I came up with for the show was Last Glober on Earth. And just have it like an open panel, like people can call in. We'd have like a setup like this, and we'd be like, okay, so you're the last glober on Earth. Go ahead and tell us why the Earth is a globe. And, just bullshit like that. So
Like a call-in show.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Keep it hip and trendy,
Yeah, and then you can you could maybe have like you and someone else speaking to one other person.
Yep.
That's a good idea. And then you can actually run the conversation to a conclusion as well.
I mean, I personally like it. I like having that type of venue so people can come in. Well, 24/7, like I was always saying, it's a brand already. Like we got some going here. If we really wanted to move in any direction, we could do it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some people like, oh, dude, why don't you go to Nathan's? And, that's like, I don't know. I just like having the fact that sometimes you don't have to be talking. You can just let other people in the team talk, like shit.
Yeah.
You feel like it. Or you could talk, or maybe not. Depends on.
Yeah, that's right. And it's more of a team environment anyway, like, instead of one sole person running the show,
Yeah, we hate those types, right? Those types that like to just hog the mic and not let anybody else speak, and they usually have initials like AV. Those kind of guys. Oh, dude, hate those guys. Fucking assholes.
AIQE.
You try to say, but anyways, but I was talking, dude. You're like, oh shit, let me go back to my corner. Fuck it. Let me go back to do what I was doing before. Yeah, when a QE is speaking, man, it's like,
yeah, I just shut up, man. I throw in little smart-ass comments.
I remember the one time
that he had to go.
He had to go at you because he didn't know who you were.
Yeah. It was it was about the laser test.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, he goes, not an experiment. Yeah, I go, all right, well,
no, but
maybe they should change the name of the video then. But
yeah, you see that sarcasm with some gold back to it. So yeah.
And then he goes, no, well, there's nothing wrong with the video. And then I just went, oh, okay, all right. It's just not an experiment. I went, okay. I muted my mic and I stayed muted for the rest of the day.
What'd you say, Raymond?
I was just trying to imitate QE by calling him a Dunning-Kruger clown, you numpty globe-tart.
You ought to be picking up cans on the side of the road, supervise. And he gets really up on that, and it just makes you feel like shit, dude.
Oh man, I think everyone has copped it from QE before. In 24/7, anyone who's still there now has copped it from QE.
Atmosphere, what's that? That's a contradiction in terms. Atmo means air. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape.
No inherent shape.
He's not wrong.
What's good about it is that he says it and he articulates his points very concisely. So, I mean, I don't know. He's gotten real good at all the things he does when it comes to that. It's good, dude, man. Everybody comes up with their own shtick. Heretics pissed off a couple of them anti-flat Earth types too. I have a clip of him. I wish I could play that clip.
Who?
When he played the Great Angelo Heretic.
Yeah. No, but who's he pissed off?
Great Angelo.
Oh,
he's
that
on Gem Panda server. I think he's a land surveyor.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he is, isn't he? Heretic. He's a land surveyor.
I don't really remember what he does. He's been in here a few times.
Great Angelo?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has.
Oh
Just
shit.
kind of make fun of him, and I don't know.
I missed him. Well, he actually threw a curse on a hex, or I don't know what the fuck you want to call it.
Oh, that's right. It was may the fleas of 1,000 camels infest
your navel.
Yeah.
Yeah, really corny jokes like that. Yeah, I didn't really take him as seriously the times he came in here. Just, I don't know, all those corny jokes he uses and stuff.
He's a bit of a weirdo.
Yeah.
Bit. He's full weirdo, man.
You know who I thought it was? Globey remember Globey McGlobeface came in? Was that into 24/7?
Yeah, dude, we were taunting him. We were taunting him on TikTok. I know that for a fact because I was doing it. Because I was taunting his ass. Because when I first went on to TikTok, I started like taunting his dumbass. And he of course wanted to defend his honor, so he came into 24/7 and just got destroyed.
Have you ever seen? Yeah, I think it was AI. Yeah, and India. But have you ever seen his debates? He debated Austin with, and also he kept on. Oh, he was the worst, man. He just goes, oh yeah, whatever, man.
Who
What were his arguments? Yeah, he just goes, yeah, whatever. You're an idiot. Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, you think the Earth's flat. You're just dumb. You're not even worth debating. And Austin goes, so why'd you agree to debate me then?
Yeah.
That makes no sense.
Did you see him on? I don't know if any of you guys watch it, but I'm about to watch it when I get home. I saw the first 10 minutes on. Do you know Sam Tripoli's tinfoil hat? Huge, like a huge show. Like he's friends with I don't think he's friends with what's his name anymore. But who's the flat earther with the judo place? Not judo, but jiu-jitsu or whatever. Eddie Bravo.
Eddie Bravo, yeah.
He's friends with Eddie Bravo. It's just like a conspiracy podcast, but it's also about like spirituality and stuff like that. It gets a bit weird sometimes, but it's an interesting show. Austin's gone on that, and that guy gets maybe 200,000 viewers on his show. He does like 2 or 3 shows a week.
Yeah, good for him. Yeah.
So he's getting the word out there. I haven't watched it yet to see what kind of information he's putting across. It seems like more of an interview at this stage. So.
I don't know. I kind of like what we're doing here.
Yeah.
That's me personally. It's not too big, not too small, just the right size, Cool convos every now and again. Except for when
not really out there, like right on the front lines in front of the masses, but like it's enough, I think, to have a bit of an effect. I think it's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a sweet spot. Yeah.
You can still remain kind of anonymous, like.
Yeah.
If people aren't hearing Heretic's voice, they're like, dude, I just heard you on this podcast over here. Like,
Yeah, exactly. Don't really want that.
Heretic, you got some splaining to do. Like, his social circle is really gonna start bugging you about it, bro. I heard your voice. That was you, bro. Like, you're like, what?
There's lots of people out there. Some of them sound like me. That's all.
Yeah, I heard you say. So the horizon we see at 9.8 miles or 10 miles is really at 1.22 miles.
Well, I don't know any of those numbers. I don't know about any of that.
His fishing buddy ain't gonna like that shit. Dude, what the fuck? Is that my homeboy? Is that my homie? What the fuck? Calls you on the phone. Bro, is that you on the podcast? Nah, man. Nah, just relax, bro. That's not me.
Story of my life. I got some of them into it. Some of them I won't talk about it though. With
Yeah, because
I'm the same.
Yeah.
I know
some
who
of them
to
will just
talk
go
to
crazy.
and who
Like
not to. Yeah.
some of the people you meet here. So
Yeah, you don't. You just. You gotta let those sleeping dogs lie. You know, fuck it.
I did get a few friends into it though. I have one friend like from real life who's like a silver in 24/7.
Nice. Did you bring him into it, or you just?
We kind of both found it at the same time. I guess I kind of brought him into it though. Started talking to him about it, and his dad already actually had talked to him about it a lot before that even. But he kind of thought it was all stupid until I started talking about it to him. And he's like, yeah, actually this is right.
I'm going to get going, guys. I'm going to go to bed.
Have a good one,
Yeah.
Timbo.
I gotta
Catch
be
you
doing
tomorrow.
that.
See you, buddy. Have a good one.
About to
See
head
ya.
out myself. About that time.
It's pretty early for Timbo. He must. I'm assuming he's a tradie or something. Gets up real early. I don't know what the word is in America, but for someone who works in a trade, might be construction, for example.
Yeah, I think he's a
'Cause it's
carpenter
not
slash
even
plumber.
not even 9 p.m. here, so that's pretty early. If you're going to bed, what time is it where you are, Alpha?
6 a.m.
Oh wow. Are you just a bit of a night owl, bit nocturnal?
No, I work third shift. That's why I'm on here now, and I listen at work at this time, so I kind of
fair
take the
enough.
night shift. The freaking ballers that come out at this time are just like some wild ones.
Probably be all the people in the
Another
UK
natural
waking up.
habitat, huh?
I don't know about that. Who's that? Who's that?
Matt,
That
what's up,
Matty?
Alpha?
Dude, man, why you been dodging me, man? What's up
Dodging you.
with that?
I ain't been seeing you, man.
You tripping, Holmes? So, you lying low, man, or what's up, man? Cause we've been busting some heads, man, and you ain't been around.
I've been around sometimes. Not all the time.
You're gearing up because one day, man, I'm telling you, they're gonna fear the wrath of the Matty Matt. You think I'm kidding, man? You don't understand. I done told you, man.
Only talking to some people about AI in the chat.
What are you talking about? The actual AI or the guy that's named AI?
I like AI, actual AI.
We have one for Flat Earth. Well, they've been working on it.
Yeah, it's gonna change the game, man. No.
Well, yeah, you can do a lot of shit with it. You can, well, it's so versatile that we probably couldn't cover it in just a simple conversation.
Yep. People are already using it to commit crimes and shit. Keeping
No
voices.
shit, dude. Yeah, you could. Can you imagine fucking impersonating people and shit? Well, not to mention combining that with deep fake knowledge. Oh my god,
Yep.
that's
I don't know. I mean,
scary.
Yeah.
Because you can actually impersonate somebody's whole identity. Sound
Or you
like
can
them
just use
and
someone's
look like them.
voices for your gain. Like if they're like a voice actor or something, just use their
Yep.
voice and put it on your shit. Done.
Yep. Like, hi, I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I approve this message. And you're like, yeah, I got Arnold to hook me up. Like, yeah, you didn't. Fucking AI, bro. So what's up, man? Are we? What's the pathway here? You're still hanging on the globe or what?
What?
Hell, bro. You like flirting with globe, don't you? Fucking that's your problem, man. You flirting with globe, man. You gotta stop flirting, man. They don't know. Just tell them, man. Once and for all, look, man. We had a good thing going for as long as we did. I'm gonna have to break it to you. I gotta side with the truth. That's all. That's all there is. No hard feelings. Look, we had a good run. That's all it was. We always have yesterday. That's what you can say. Break it to him like that. Fuck it. What's stopping you, man?
No, man.
What's this bias, dude, about it? Like, I don't get it. I really don't.
There is a big bias with the globe, though. I mean, it's just
shit, dude. You don't think I know that? Well, because it's easier, isn't it? It's fucking convenient because you could sit on, but you know how out of place you feel when you're sitting around with these normies? They're fucking normies, dude. Like, you sit around, their conversations are bland as fuck. Like, you're just like, dude, this is boring as hell, bro. You guys are lame as hell. Like, you're thinking that shit when you sit with those guys. Nobody's talking about interesting shit, man. They're just sitting there talking about normal shit. You're just like, man, this is boring, bro. Let's talk about what the universe and it's all moving part. And you're just like, man, you're too far out, bro. Just relax. We want to talk about the fight right now. You're all about thinking deep thoughts and shit.
You really think all that stuff's fabricated?
What are you talking about? Yeah.
Like the universe and everything else.
Fuck, dude. Like, how is anybody knowing any of that shit? Like, really knowing any of it? Listen, I'm gonna be like this, because when you're still running around and underoos and shit, we were shellacking ballers, man. And these guys that used to come in here, these PhDs and fucking cosmologists and all kinds of people that tout themselves knowledgeable in academia, like they would come in here, we'd talk to them, and bro, they just like they don't have no answers like the ways the rest of the people that come in here like, well, I'm not a scientist, but the scientist, and it's like, bro, we've talked to those guys. They don't think the shit that you think that they think, or say the things that you think they say. That's the issue. Do you get it?
I know what you mean, yeah. Tough out here.
Rough in these streets, bro. But the thing is, at the end of the day, you got yourself to live with, so you got to contemplate that. Are you going to be somebody who's a stand-up guy, or you're just going to go with the flow just to make people happy? And with that, I'm out, boys.
We're up early today. You guys get any sleep?
Catch you guys tomorrow. Yeah. Well, I work third shift, so.
Oh, okay. What's the latest conspiracy theory? Ooh, everyone's muted. Everyone's muted?
Seems like it, man.
The latest and oldest conspiracy theory is still the same as the old one.
What is it?
Oldest, samest, medium lengthest. The water ball. They're not talking. Man. They're not muted. Their mics are closed.
Yeah, well, that's what I meant, yeah. I guess they muted themselves, put it that way.
Yeah. The same length away from now. It's the same one. last week's, this week's, last year's, 10 years, 100 years. It's the water ball. That is the conspiracy that you guys are all wrapped up in.
Why do you have a
We
problem
do
with the
live on
water
a water
ball,
ball.
man?
The water ball is cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a pretty cool thing.
Well, define cool. It appeals to the simpletons that were grown up watching water balls on TV and at the movies. You can pull your head out of the sand. Pulling your head out of the sand is even cooler.
Oh, okay.
Right? See, that was the thing. I was listening on YouTube. That's the thing about the going with the flow. Somehow that's become the standard for the stand-up guy. So yeah, you hear the chuckles it makes you have water ball enthusiast reality, man, right? It's not. It doesn't sound as cool as you guys think it does. I don't think. I don't know. I know. I'm going through the. Yeah, I'll probably cut out really bad.
What's cooler, water ball in space or a flat Earth in some weird place?
Well, what do you think, bro?
I think a water ball's cooler.
Okay, being wrapped up in a mythology that you guys can't tell is a conspiracy played upon you sounds really cool.
No, it's your conspiracy.
No, sir.
You're the one who's wrapped up in it.
Oh, you brought up the word, did you not?
Yeah, I was wondering what the latest,
Same one as the last one, the medium length one.
Okay.
The longer term. It's the same one. That is the latest.
What are you guys going to grow out of?
They're not going to change it. They're not going to give you a new one until you figure out the old one.
Oh. I think they're laughing at you.
You decide to start speaking again, Reality Man?
I've been speaking. Well, I don't like to talk to Mike. I like to let everyone else speak, I'm a nice guy.
Well, it sounds like you need to find a conspiracy enthusiasm server.
I think there is one. I think there's a VC in there. It's called Conspiracy, isn't it? I guess he must have been driving or something, huh?
Something, man. That mic is going through hell.
Driving while on Discord is wild.
Driving on Discord. Huh.
Still trying to figure out how people still think the Earth is flat. I'm beginning to wonder if they actually believe that. I don't know. It sounds ridiculous to me.
Might have to come up with my own effect. I don't know if it's even described in psychology when people lie to themselves so much that they start to believe their own lies. I don't know what you call that.
I don't either. I can't see a grown man actually believing that though. That boggles my mind. I can see a child believing that, like a 9-year-old, but
Yeah, I'm robotic breaking up. Breaking up and roboting.
I have to say you guys are entertaining though.
Yeah, the unraveling of the mythos, it's always an entertainment. Thought you said it wasn't cool. Yeah.
Oh, I can't remember what I was talking about.
The water ball that's embedded in your psyche.
Well, we do live on a water ball. You don't know that?
Keep chanting it, buddy. We do live.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to call it that.
I like how he's saying that it's in our psyche, but I mean, he literally lives
It's
on
in
the
our
same
psyche.
Earth. I'm pretty sure, unless he lives on some other planet. I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe he thinks we were imagining all this. It's in our
That's what
psyche.
he's saying.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like. And this is, I don't know about anyone else, but I don't know anyone personally thinks the Earth is flat, and that's the honest to God truth.
People are just bored, man. That's also a possibility.
Sure. They must all be sleeping right now.
Sleepy time for the flat earthers.
I wanted to ask them how they get past satellite images. I don't see how they can argue that away. That's pretty difficult.
They just say it's fake.
They'd have to say something stupid like satellites that aren't real or something, right?
Or they're fake or something.
Where are satellites, though?
Fake or some shit.
Yeah. I guess all the other countries that have satellites up there, they must be lying, right?
That's the thing as well, is that it's not just NASA that must be in on it. It's every other country, because all of them have their own space agencies, and the ones that don't still do calculations and shit based on the globe. So, yeah. You're telling me an
Even the
entire country is also just
right. Even the countries that hate us are going to go keep the lie going for us, right?
the Soviet Union and the United States nearly started a nuclear war, even missile crisis and all this shit, but they can all say, let's lie about this. Let's nearly kill each other by placing missiles close to each other and shit. But let's lie about the Earth shape, because it's worth it.
Yeah. I just wonder why they didn't do it the other way around. I think a couple months ago I asked a flat earther, well, why not the other way? What's so special about the Earth being a ball? Why didn't NASA just, like, for example, try to get everyone to think the Earth was flat and actually hide the fact that it's a globe?
Why would you ask anybody to divine somebody else's motivations, though?
Huh?
I don't know. I was just curious what they'd have to say about it,
Yeah,
What's so special about it being shaped like a ball? I don't think it's reasonable to suggest that, what they're suggesting right now.
Which is what?
That millions and millions and millions and millions of people keep the same lie going, and and there's no leaks and there's nothing else, over the shape of something.
Who's asserting that they're lying and that people aren't just wrong? Everybody's. Sorry, go ahead, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I've heard it all. I've heard some of them are lying. Some of them are wrong. Some of them are lying and wrong. Some of them are, it depends on who you talk to.
People lie. I think it's fair to say that history's shown us that particularly people in positions of power lie about things all the time. It's not beyond the realm of possibility that people lie. It's also not beyond the realm of possibility that things are compartmentalized, particularly in government, and that people will get information fed down to them and fed down to them and fed down to them. That doesn't mean that everybody's in or aware of.
You still understand that it's still a pretty big lie, regardless of it's compartmentalized or not.
Sure,
other people.
It's a lie all the same.
You're talking how many? You're talking 130 something countries in this shit. Talking about North Korea, a country that has a bunch of issues, but for some reason they don't believe that the Earth is flat, right?
Sure.
They have nuclear. They have ICBMs. They can't believe the Earth is flat.
I don't understand how that negates anything. It's
It does negate something you said, because regardless of its compartmental, I mean, are you saying that there's people at the top who are just lying to people at the bottom, and that's how it works, or?
No, I'm saying that there are people that lie. We've established that, and that lots of things can be compartmentalized. We've established that. I'm just saying it's not beyond the realm of possibility that could be organized in such a way that either A, it doesn't become common knowledge what the truth is, or that B, things or information can be propagated in such a way that people will just accept the information they're given. And it's very easy to maybe have a few people at the top that lie and present the information down, and everybody else underneath that just propagates the lie. Most people are brushing this whole thing off as, this is ridiculous, it's hilarious, because they're not because they're looking into it, but because they're just regurgitating the same information that they've always been fed.
You can do it for yourself.
No,
you can test this out for yourself.
No, the Earth is obviously demonstrably measured and navigated flat. Like it is flat, whether you like it or not.
You can send a high altitude balloon and see the Earth's curvature. Like, it's not a big deal.
No,
like, if you think that NASA is lying to you, you can literally do this yourself.
But it's measured and navigated flat.
It's navigated flat?
Yes. That's
do you want to go down this rabbit hole with me? Because this is not going to end up good for you. You're not going to tell me I'm going in a circle and I'm going straight. So, I don't know. Definitely not navigated flat.
So I understand how elevation angles are taken to Polaris, and I understand.
I don't care how elevation angles are taken to Polaris, with all due respect.
Well, that's fine. The elevation